could run it back and play differently.
And it looks like we're going different modes from Dylan's
here.
side too. Looks like it's going to be the Flutter Mane and the Ninetales, so no lead adjustment from Carson here, but it looks like Dylan is going to go ahead and switch over to the Psy Spam mode right here with that Iron Crown and the Indeedee.
Having a Calm Mind Water Terra Iron Crown is pretty nice in this position, right? So for example, on turn 1, what you could go for is immediately commit that Water Terra on the Iron Crown, go for a Follow Me with the Indeedee, or even a Trick Room if you wanted to, and get a Calm Mind off with the Iron Crown. The big question I have once again is, what does Carson have in the back, right? Because I was thinking, once again, Raw Gogrupon is so good once you cover for these Terras. And of course, the Iron Crown might feel threatened to Terra right now because of course you are facing so much offensive damage, especially the fire type damage here from the Ninetales. And you can see Carson's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to try to target down your Indeedee. I don't want Trick Room to get set up, and it's likely that you will commit a Terra onto your Iron Crown. So let me just like try to burst Indeedee down turn 1 with the Overheat combination. But it's not going to be a Terra. It's actually going to be Protect. We know what Ninetales is doing, so does Indeedee just faint here?
So here we go. Flutter Mane will connect with the Dazzling Gleam into that Indeedee. A little bit of passive play right now from Dylan, possibly hoping that Indeedee can get away with the Trick Room, but no, it's going to be an Overheat into that Indeedee slot and gets a huge knockout.
It's a big turn 1 for Carson, right? It felt like Dylan had a middle ground play, which was Water Terra, Calm Mind, and Indeedee go for Trick Room and say, look, you can commit to one of the 2 slots, but you can't knock out both of them, but instead kind of just sacrifices Indeedee. However, this is still not terrible, right? Because now the Ninetales is at -2 special attack. You saw that the Iron Crown has now committed to locking into the Flutter Mane is now committed to locking into Dazzling Gleam. A Tornadus, of course, can set up a Tailwind, get speed control up here. So you could go for something like a Tailwind plus, you know, Water Terra, Calm Mind is one option. You could also go for damage here immediately. The key thing that Iron Crown obviously has to watch out for is going to be that Urshifu in the back, right? Because it is going to be completely immune to the expanding force. So Dylan, you know, I think maybe wanting to set up Trick Room on turn 1 doesn't end up working out, but now has the Tornadus out, and Ninetales at -2 does feel a little bit awkward. I think for Dylan, though, it probably makes sense to commit the Terra here in Iron Crown now.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise it'll just get easily knocked out 5, but no, no Terrestrialization commit right there.
Will you get the knockout on Ninetales?
Tailwind goes up. Flutter Mane will go for a Dazzling Gleam. Because it didn't Terrestrialize, we'll take that easier from that Iron Crown. Here comes an Expanded Force from the Iron Crown. Is it enough to KO the Ninetales from that range? And it is.
Okay.
Big knockout right there. So smart play from Dylan, recognizing that if I Terrestrialize just to be safe against that Ninetales, I'll actually take more damage from that Flutter Mane with the Dazzling Gleam.
Exactly, yeah. So probably feeling pretty confident about that. Ninetales, of course, is not the bulkiest Pokemon. Not a very common Pokemon, though, right? It, like, is not one that people will often have prepared a lot for. However, now advantage in terms of damage output comes out to Dylan, right? You get a ton off there. Tornadus switches in. That's not a Pokemon that really loves taking Expanding Force either. Could go for a Steel Terra here with the Tornadus to, you know, gain a resistance. Or you can see Carson considering, look, I'm going to protect. I'm just going to, like, sacrifice the Flutter Mane. Then I'll get my main attacker in, which is, of course, going to be that Dark Urshifu. But Carson has, you know, lost a couple Pokemon, or one Pokemon, and a lot of damage really quickly in this match.
Yeah, but, you know, you will stagger the turns of Tailwind, right, if Carson chooses to go for Tailwind here. So that's kind of advantageous because the Tailwind will be in Carson's advantage for a little bit. But it looks like Tornadus will protect itself here. So going for that option of sacrificing this Flutter Mane content to just go for a Dazzling Gleam, but smart play from Dylan to not allow more damage to go down onto that Tornadus. Will connect onto that Iron Crown, but it looks like Iron Crown now will go for a Tachyon Cutter. Ooh. And it does go into that Tornadus slot, though. No 2 hits there. No 2 hits, but I think that's actually a big deal because you deny a free switch in, right? Absolutely.
I think Carson was hoping for Urshifu to be able to come out safely, but now you can see he's hovering over this Steel Terra. If you don't Steel Terra, you actually probably just lose both Pokemon this turn. So opting for the Steel Terra, you get your Tailwind up. One of the key questions for Dylan then is there a world in which you actually, you know, switch out the Tornadus and then try to stagger Tailwind again? But it looks like the answer is going to be no. So the speed advantage will go over to Carson, I think, coming into this endgame now. Yeah, so now the Terrestrialization has to be committed from Carson's side to be that Steel type. Does not want to sacrifice that Tornadus just yet. So unfortunate sequencing right there for Carson, as the Tornadus on Carson's side will go ahead and set up a Tailwind now as the Flutter Mane continues to use Dazzling Gleam, gets the KO on that Tornadus, chips Iron Crown down to below 50% of its hit points. But here comes another Expanding Force, or actually going for the Tachyon Cutter in that Tornadus. Here's 2 hits. So let's see, what is Dylan's final Pokemon, right? Because the Terra is still available, and it is going to be the Landorus. So Steel Terra Landorus not bad. However, Dark Urshifu waiting in the back with speed control looks like it is really, really well matched into this end game, right? And so Carson here could just go for something like Dazzling Gleam plus the Bleak Wind Storm. With the Tailwind set up, then I think Dark Urshifu should be immensely well positioned. And so let's see. We double-checked the board state, one turn of Tailwind from the opposing side, but the good thing for Carson is he's got the speed advantage in his favor right now. Dylan's Tailwind is about to get stalled out as well, positioning Dark Urshifu really, really nicely. I think the main thing here is you don't want to risk switching in your Urshifu because that's kind of the primary win condition at this point. And now the Terra has been committed on the opposing side, presumably going to be that Steel Terra on the Landorus. That helps this turn with resistances, but now that is going to be extra weak to close combat in the back.
Yep, so Steel Terrestrialization takes these Dazzling Gleams much better, and potential of a Bleak Wind Storm as well. Fluttermane now uses Dazzling Gleam, chips away at that Iron Crown, chips away at that Landorus, and here comes a Bleak Wind Storm, connects with both Pokemon. Two Steel types over on the other side, takes those pretty well. Iron Crown does get a speed drop, but again, the speed control is already there. Here's the Sandsear Storm, connects onto the Tornadus and the Fluttermane, so connecting and getting the KOs. Now it's just that one single strike Urshifu with that Focus Sash intact in the bag.
Focus Sash intact, and you've got multiple turns of Tailwind to work with, right? You should be able to just get a knockout onto one. The other Pokemon will maybe bring you down to, well, actually, I think you just target the Iron Crown because Tacking Cutter obviously is a multi-hit move. Landorus can bring you down to 1 HP, but with one more turn of Tailwind afterwards, you just close combat Landorus, and it should go to a Game 3 at this point.
Yeah, so well played by Carson to kind of really get that speed control in the late game, right? Like, staggering those Tailwind turns was so important just to be able to ensure this end state right here.
Yep, exactly. So Wicked Blow into Iron Crown, right? You don't want to hit Attacking Cutter, get crit. That will get the knockout. Landorus will bring this down to Focus Sash, but with one last turn of Tailwind, close combat seals the deal.
Yep, so there it is. The Wicked Blow landing into the Iron Crown. Now, getting that KO. Here's Landorus going for an Earth Power, bring Urshifu down to its Focus Dash, but now Urshifu can easily just clean up with the ability to pick up the KO at this point.
And so Carson made a great adjustment, right? I mean, once again, I think so much of this matchup is basically when are you able to set up Tailwind, right? So close combat comes out and gets
Carson sets up Game 3. Here we go, Aaron.
Yeah, like I think so much of this matchup feels like it is a question of when do you set up your Tailwind and are you able to get it to a point where your opponent can't really respond, right? So when you get the knockout onto Tornadus is a really big deal. Carson also started this game off with a free knockout, essentially, right? I think Dylan may be greeting with Indy a little bit too much on turn 1. Curious how it would have played out if it were, for example, just an immediate Water Terra Calm Mind on the first turn. You get both special attack and a special defense boost, which of course is really, really nice. The other thing to recognize here is that like the late game Dark Urshifu, incredibly powerful on Carson's end in an end game, especially under Tailwind. So I think, the Indy mix-up, cool, it enables the Psychic Terrain, but at the end of the day, it is a pretty liable slot, right? Because it is not going to do any damage. This Pokemon literally does not have any offensive moves. So if you're bringing in Indy, you really either have to get value out of it by, for example, setting up the Imprison or, going for Helping Hand to boost up damage. But at the end of the day, I think Indy not able to contribute basically anything in that game other than boosting Iron Crown up a little bit. So if you're Dylan, I think maybe you go back to what worked in the first game. I think Carson has shown he really likes the Ninetales plus Fluttermane lead combination in particular, so you could consider leading, for example, Landorus if you're Dylan. The Landorus, of course, can threaten both Pokemon, especially Earth Power into Ninetales. You could even read Fluttermane going for a Fairy Terror or Protect in front of it turn 1, then Life Orb Sludge Bomb it. And so Landorus plus Tornadus is one lead mix-up that Dylan could consider, or going back to the Fire Urshifu.
Yep, so now we're coming down to the wire here, Aaron. Nail-biting Game 3, two hyper-offensive teams. Carson Confer versus Dylan Matthews. Carson, no stranger to this stage before, has regional championships under his belt, has a world championship under his belt, has an international championship under his belt. Dylan Matthews over on the other side, has gotten close before, has made it to the top 4. This is Dylan's strongest finish, and is it going to end in a championship for Dylan?
One game away for both of these players. Does Dylan make a mix-up once again? Does he go back to what worked in Game 1? Do we see a Landorus lead? It is going to be Iron Crown and Indy. So, okay, we're running it back from the previous game, and I think Dylan certainly must have learned from how that previous game played out, right? I was talking about potentially going for Water Terra, potentially going for Calm Mind. You could theoretically also just turn 1, go, Helping Hand, Expanding Force. Try to get a double knockout immediately. So, a lot of options here from Dylan on turn 1.
But that could happen, right? Last game, the Indeedee just got immediately knocked out. Iron Crown kind of just played a little bit passive, but, you know, do you want to commit the water terrestrialization right now to make sure?
Could it be Helping Hand Moonblast into Iron Crown, expecting Helping Hand Water Terra Expanding Force? Okay, it looks like it's going to be the Heat Wave block.
It's the safest play. This is game 3, Aaron. You don't want to have any chances here. All right.
We're okay. Here we go.
Terrestrialization committed now. It is going to be Carson's Flutter Mane to the Fairy type to get those boosts, as well as, yeah. You know, it's a very strong boost right now, just trying to get as much damage down onto the field as possible. And this time around, Dylan will commit the terrestrialization as well. It is going to be the Iron Crown terrestrializing into that water type. It is now taking neutral hits from any type of attack from the Moonblast here. And how much damage is this gonna do? Moonblast does go into that Iron Crown and hangs on with just a sliver from it. Falls up with a Heat Wave, and it misses the Iron Crown.
Are you kidding me?
Huge dodge right there. Burn happens onto the Indeedee, but now Iron Crown gets to go for a move. It is going to be the Calm Mind right here.
Is it Trick Room getting set up? That is the big question. If it is, I mean, you've got to think so, right? What other move could it possibly be clicking here?
And it is a Trick Room.
Oh, folks, we have quite the game here. I mean, that Heat Wave miss, definitely brutal. I think Carson recognizing, look, if you don't Terra, my Heat Wave is just going to deal super effective damage. You kind of have to Terra. I don't think you're going to make the same play like you did in the previous game, right? And so gets it right, but unfortunately misses that Heat Wave. That is one of the biggest downfalls of a Pokemon like Ninetales, where you have multiple inaccurate attacks. So really nice play by Carson, recognizing Dylan is not going to go for the same play as he did previously. Dylan, of course, could have just gone for Protect Trick Room once again. It actually would have worked out well here. Then the following turn, you can Helping Hand Expanding Force. So big Heat Wave miss to start off the game. And now Iron Crown in a position to, of course, spam that Expanding Force, but the best switch in to an Expanding Force is going to be Dark Urshifu, and that's exactly what's coming out right now.
Urshifu will take the field here, will be able to be immune there, so no damage being dealt here, but you know, one nice thing is that Iron Crown does also have a special attack boost, so that's going to be pretty nice. Indeedee will be able to use Follow Me to draw away attacks, but I mean, Indeedee will only be able to take one attack from that Dark Urshifu, so I mean, yeah, Dylan got the Trick Room up, but right now, Dylan needs to identify a way to knock out this Urshifu to open up the door for that Iron Crown.
Yeah, I think perfect switching for Carson there. Dylan could have made a read and maybe gone for something like Helping Hand, Tacky, and Cutter. If you get that right and you knock out Urshifu, Expanding Force honestly kind of just clears the game, it feels like, at that point. So it's a really hard read to make, though, right? Like, are you willing to gamble your tournament life on it? The answer ends up being no. So really, really tense because, yeah, while Trick Room is set up, the Iron Crown is incredibly frail. I mean, does have that Calm Mind boost as well, and so maybe you don't even need the Helping Hand, and the Tacky and Cutter by itself can just get the knockout onto Urshifu. Dylan right now, however, has to make the right targeting, right? So he just ends up going for Follow Me, saying, look, I know that your Urshifu does not have spread moves, so this means I will be able to protect my Iron Crown.
Here's an Expanding Force. Doesn't affect the Urshifu, but will be able to get the KO onto the Ninetales there, thanks to that Calm Mind boost. So Ninetales will fall, but now this Indeedee will also fall as well with this Wicked Blow from that Urshifu and gets the KO onto that Indeedee. So now Dylan will be able to switch in a fresh Pokemon to partner up with this Iron Crown, but at the same time, Carson will also be able to switch in something as well. So Dylan's going to have to identify what's the best way to try to maneuver around this Urshifu here.
It's the Landers coming out. I was thinking if it was the Urshifu on Dylan's end, you just like have so much damage, right? You can pressure with Attacking Cutter immediately and then Wicked Blow. So Carson's probably a little bit happier to see that Landers over something like that Dark Urshifu. It makes me wonder if Dylan actually just dropped it in this one. Either way, though, Iron Crown, like, I can't express how big it was that it dodged that Heat Wave turn 1, because even with just a little bit of HP, it is such a menace under Trick Room, and Dylan having the slower Pokemon, like, he found the angle to set up Trick Room, and it has the pressure to deal so much damage.
Yeah, and that Rocky Helmet from that Indeedee is coming in clutch as well.
Clutch.
Kind of breaking that focus, well, not kind of, it does break that focus dash on that Urshifu as well, so that Urshifu is not sitting as safe as Carson would like. Tornadus on Carson's side will protect itself here, doesn't want to take any damage, as the Urshifu will also detect, wanting to see what Dylan is planning, as well as stalling out these turns of Trick Room, as the Expanding Force will now land into these Protect and Detects. and also we'll see what Landorus does this turn. Landorus does go for an Earth Power, does target down into that Urshifu, so just really trying to burst down all of Carson's team right now.
This is the turn though, right? It feels like it's been so tense, but with one more turn of Trick Room left, can Carson stall it out effectively without taking too much damage? You are at risk of eating up just another Expanding Force and Earth Power this turn. So it feels like it favors Dylan pretty substantially right now. If you are Carson, you can consider clicking Protect again, right? The odds are not going to be in your favor, but if you get it, you can see he's hovering it. If you get it, it could be the difference maker. You, of course, could just also choose to attack here. Carson is deciding, do I want to risk it? It's a 1 in 3 chance. Should you go for Detect a second time here?
This
the time
is so tense. It looks like it's going for it.
Oh, man.
It's going to be a Tailwind as the Trick Room expires. Urshifu goes for it. Detect does not get it. Carson not happy about that at all. Tornadus will be able to go for a Tailwind as the Trick Room expires now. And now here comes an Expanding Force from that Iron Crown. Doesn't affect the Urshifu, doesn't matter. Gets KO on that Tornadus. And here comes Landorus with an Earth Power into that Urshifu slot. It's just going to be the one Flutter Mane remaining on Carson's side. But Dylan bursting down all of Carson's team right now with this Iron Crown.
Okay, however, there is still a Flutter Mane now, you know, under Tailwind. Sunlight expires, no more Trick Room, everything disappears, terrain also disappears, but Fairy Terra Flutter Mane, I mean, what is Dylan's final Pokemon, right? Because Flutter Mane right now can just start clicking Dazzling Gleam across the board. However, I mean, yeah, like, you will feint to attacking Cutter, right? And then Landorus will also get a super effective Sludge Bomb off here, so it feels like Dylan should be in good control here. Carson is betting it on this Dazzling Gleam. No other decisions for him to make in this game. It's just going to be Dazzling Gleam every turn. Dylan's got 2 different Pokemon with super effective hits here. And I think Landorus should be able to survive a Fairy Terra, Specs Dazzling Gleam, and retaliate back with the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah. Flutter Mane is pretty bulky on the specially defensive side, and of course there's always that chance for the crit now. Ooh. As the Landorus over on Dylan's side will retreat here, so saving that Landorus for a little bit later as the Tornadus will take the field here, possibly trying to set up a Tailwind after this turn if the Tornadus can survive here. So here's the Dazzling Gleam from that Flutter Mane will land into that Tornadus that has just switched in, so trying to stall at the Tailwind as well as match the Tailwind, you know, as the Tornadus hangs on. That was close though. If that was a critical hit, that might have gotten the KO there.
Yeah, 2 more turns of Tailwind crucially here though, right? So I don't know. I was kind of surprised to actually see the Landorus switch out there. Maybe Dylan was afraid of getting crit because the Tornadus does eat up a lot of damage here, and so yeah, we'll protect stall at a turn. It can't protect the next turn though, right? So then you'll give up the Iron Crown here. Then what you can do the next turn is Tailwind plus Sludge Bomb, and then Sludge Bomb once again. 2 Sludge Bombs gets it. It's kind of the same position, just hoping to, yeah, not eat up a critical hit with the Landorus. But Tornadus being the final Pokemon makes perfect sense. I think otherwise we would have seen Dark Urshifu come out for a little bit earlier had Dylan brought that. So 1 more turn of Tailwind left on Carson's end. Once again, nothing for him to do. It is literally just click the Dazzling Gleam button every turn.
Yeah, so now Dylan will be able to set up a Tailwind as the Tornadus will kind of like go on its way out. And the Landorus can just protect itself, right? Just kind of operate in the Tailwind.
Yeah, I think necessary. You actually Sludge Bomb here because
go for the Sludge Bomb?
You want the spread damage this turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to make sure that you don't just get 1 shot next turn. So
and here it is.
Dazzling Gleam comes out. Flutter Mane will outspeed this turn, but it won't outspeed next turn. Does it crit the Landorus?
No!
It doesn't! And Dylan knows he's got this regional championship on lock. Sludge Bomb will come out this turn. The next turn, Tailwind is stalled out, and it just doesn't need it anyway.
Dylan Matthews is your 2026 Houston Regional Champion. What an exciting match that was, Aaron. Dylan using that hyper-offensive team, just being able to maneuver in and out, being able to deal with a lot of Carson's problematic Pokemon, but Dylan saw the end.
getting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Bienvenidos, entrenadores Pokémon! What a privilege it is to be in the beautiful city of Sevilla for the Special Championships this weekend. And what a privilege it is to have you joining us. The trading card game action is in full swing, but of course it's the video game championships all the way on this stream this weekend. I am Charlie Merriman, a merry by name and a merry by nature, and I could not be merrier to be joined by Lugia Lee, King Gambit Costa, Magikarp Marcus. I'm sorry, Marcus. You drew the short straw, but brutal.
Just wait until I evolve.
Exactly that. Let's see your Magikarp impression. Perfect. Yeah. That's why they're paying the big bucks, everybody. Well then, everybody, we're here in Sevilla, and I tell you what, we've got a severe case of Pokemon excitement coming your way this weekend. This is the culmination of Regulation ZF. That's excitingly.
Very exciting, yeah. I think we've had such a really good run on the return of this format, and we've seen a real kind of innovative style from a lot of players, bringing new teams to the floor from that first time around. And there is that still underlying question, I feel. Is that balanced team going to prevail here again? It was successful at EUIC. People had kind of written it off. We'd seen new teams come to the floor as well. But we've got the influence of Houston from last weekend to come into this event. So everything's up in the air, which makes it very exciting. And will there be another iteration, another team that comes out this weekend and really takes everyone by storm?
Yeah, I really love the last event of a particular format because it means that trainers are just all the more up for that experimentation and throwing in those last-minute surprises, just to have a bit of fun. But, of course, Sevilla, this is only one stop along our road to the World Championships in San Francisco. Oh, my goodness, this is so sad. Half of that graphic is grayed out, Marcus.
Yeah, half of the graphic already done, memories along the way, but now it's really in that final step here in the season. Sevilla is so important for many players if they want to make it all the way to Pokemon XP, hosting the World Championships in San Francisco. And yeah, still a lot of great events coming up as well. With Prague, we got Utrecht, Turin, NAIC, but now it's all about Sevilla.
But why attend one of these events when you could just turn up at the World Championships? Well, I'm afraid to say you can't just turn up at the World Championships. You've got to accumulate those championship points. And that is what's on the line here at the Seville Special Championships here. Of course, if you win, you get that direct invitation to the World Championships. But going down the list, you've got a hefty amount of points there, Costa.
Yeah, and even if, let's say, for example, you're not vying for the first place, which why wouldn't you be, really? Direct invitation is amazing. You still have a lot of points that you're able to sort of accrue, essentially, in order to help you lock in to that top 80 threshold that you need in order to be able, here in the EU, make your way through, get that qualification. And then again, it's just not only the points, we've got all the different new regions as well. Each have the respective amounts of thresholds that they allow for the trainers going into the world qualifications, but there's more, isn't there?
What if I told you it wasn't just the championship points? What if I told you you could walk away with something tangible, trainers? Oh, yes. And what if I told you if that thing were Pokemon themed? You can get a hefty amount of booster packs as well this weekend if you play the winner all the way down through the top 64. Look at that. You wouldn't say no to that amount of booster packs, would you, Lee?
Definitely not. I think, you know, as a little consolation on how well you've done this weekend, you can take those away and hopefully get some good pulls from them. But there's not only that on the line as well. You get those lovely medals that are up for grabs.
Yep.
And, you know, they are fantastic. And I'm sure every player that has started out this weekend is gunning for one of those, hoping to pick one up this weekend.
Yeah, but if we bring it back to those championship points, let's see who in the EU is flying out in front, soaring in the air, top place, hopefully qualifying for the World Championships. Let's take a look at our EU leaderboard. And out in front there, it's our previous world champion from 2022, Eduardo Cunha. Costa, who else is jumping out at you here?
I mean, we've already got so many well-known trainers here, but also quite a few of them having that direct invitation already. Marco Silva, Teotim Maso, you see the golden tickets by their side, giving that signification of, you know, their huge efforts, whether they go ahead and they won regional championships, Latin American international championships as well. At this point, I think just being able to get that is so key. But then again, everyone else is still, I'd say, fighting for their world qualification lives, but they've got a lot of points. Everyone breaking the 1,000 CP threshold is amazing.
Oh, yeah, they're just harvesting those points at this point. That is their own metagame. And I tell you what, Eric Rios, Francesco Biapera, they're jumping out at me there, both of whom did especially well at the Europe International Championships around a month ago. I can't believe it's already 4 weeks ago. Let's remind ourselves of what went down in London.
Hey Pokemon fans, Kostadai Dimos here with the recap of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships held in London. This year's EUIC was the largest VGC competition to date, with nearly 1,500 Masters trainers. From regional winners to former international and world champions, the road to Sunday was relentless. However, when the lights shone brightest, only 6 trainers remained. In the junior division, Zachary Thomas, the American contender on the rise, faced Hideo Uezu, the Japan Nationals champion and only remaining non-American trainer in Championship Sunday. With 5 identical Pokemon between them, the set was very board position focused. Hideo took Game 1 through stronger positioning of the Raging Bolt, and Game 2 was decided by a perfectly timed Icy Wind that flipped the speed order and closed the match. With this huge win, Hideo Uezu added yet another major title to his growing legacy. In the senior division, we had Charlie Kim versus Leland Smith, both regional champions as well as close friends who were running the exact same 6 Pokemon because one gave the team to the other. In a razor-thin mirror, Charlie managed the margins just enough to claim the senior international title and cement his name into history. In the Masters division, legacy met redemption. Zachary Weed arrived searching for payback after a heartbreaking regionals finals loss in Las Vegas earlier this season. Across from him stood 6-time regional champion and 2023 EUIC champion, Paul Chua. When Zachary pushed aggression with an Iron Crown hyper-offense team, Paul brought refined structure with the meta-popular Bolt Balance archetype. Zachary fought with creativity and courage, but Paul's resilience and patience prevailed, thus reclaiming his throne as the King of Balance and now 2-time Europe International Champion. If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to get involved in play Pokemon events around the world.
Thank you so much for that recap, Costa. I don't know how you do it. 2 places at once.
Wait, what, sorry?
2 places at once.
I know, I find a way somehow, but no. I mean, it was an amazing opportunity to be there, just seeing all of our champions being crowned there, and of course the finalists on that main final stage was something I think everyone cherished. It was the biggest tournament of all time at that point, so yeah, great stuff.
Sometimes I wonder if we do have script writers for these events. I mean, Paul Chua winning again. Winner of the first tournament, the first EUIC in Scarlet and Violet, and now the last as well. Just incredible. And Paul absolutely beaming, couldn't believe it. Having a repeat international champion as well, that is something very, very, very few trainers have been able to achieve. I mean, that's what it's all about, Riley. That reaction there, the beaming smile.
I mean, it was just phenomenal being there to be able to kind of witness Paul doing it again. But I think it's just testament to Paul as a player because the time, the effort Paul puts in, and he gets the rewards from it, right? I think such a great example for a lot of players at home that might be kind of hoping that they can achieve that big victory. And I think it's about not giving up. Paul, a few years ago, won EUIC. Hasn't really had that big win since then. Had some good results, of course, following that up. But then to kind of come back into that event with the team that they did, and then just take the whole thing. Just phenomenal to see, and really looking forward to seeing Paul's performance at the World Championships later this year.
It was quite amazing as well because, if I'm not mistaken, he had gotten the finalist placement in Toronto several weeks before with basically the same team. So just saying, you know, I know I'm pretty good at this team, clearly proving king of balance, right?
Yeah, exactly that.
But it wasn't just about Paul, of course. Zachary Weed, the finalist position as well. Let's take a look at their teams, how they matched up into each other. And Zachary was rocking this Iron Crown set that since has become really the premier Iron Crown variant in Regulation Set F, with that Calm Mind able to boost up. And I want to shout out the fantastic Mousehole plush there as well, my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon. What do you make of this matchup here, Marcus?
Yeah, I think it's very, it's a big matchup, a big story, I think, over the Scarlet and Violet, different formats that we've seen. The Grassy Surge over on the Rillaboom side against Indeedee with a Psychic Surge, Psychic Terrain. And yeah, this time around, the Rillaboom team was able to prevail. But yeah, Zachary Weed, as you were saying, bringing some interesting new twists to that archetype, especially that Choice Band Landorus Therian seemed to be very, very strong and definitely really beneficial in Zachary doing that well. But at the end of the road, there was Paul Chua with his trusted, balanced kind of team, and that was just a little bit too much in the finals. And yeah, Paul deservingly claiming that championships.
I remember Zachary saying they had a great balance matchup, but no Paul matchup. And Paul is just one of the premier pilots, just a trainer that you really have to get inside the mind of if you want to stand a chance of beating him. But of course, that's just the top 2 trainers. Let's take a look at the top 8 as well. Now, obviously, plenty more trainers besides the biggest Pokemon tournament we've ever seen. And really interesting team compositions here. I mean, we had some Cresselia rising to the fore, piloted by Frederick. Here we've got this Gouging Fire team. This Italian archetype Francesco Piopera is rocking. Lee, what do you make of that?
Oh, I love that. I think the iteration, it's so different from what we were expecting to come into the tournament. And that Thunderous as well with the Eerie Impulse. Such a good call to shut down those big special attackers in the format. And then the Ting Lu in there as well amongst the mix of the Dragonite and the Gouging Fire, which just were just such oppressive physical threats. And the ability that Francesco was able to kind of pilot through a lot of the common teams that we were expecting to see so well was just testament to him. And Francesco here in Seville this weekend. So I would say maybe a player to watch out for, because I think they're really on a hot streak of form in this format.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Roberto Parente, I believe, is also here this weekend with this Regidrago team, a Pokemon that's a bit sort of, you either love it or you hate it. I mean, what are you thinking, Marcus? Regidrago, is that a Pokemon that you back in Regulation Set F or not?
A very, very interesting design, and it's one of those Pokemon, if you did not consider it during team building, and it's showing up in team preview, and you're thinking about, oh, what can I even do to stop these powerful dragon energies, then sometimes it's already too late. It's one of those Pokemon that kind of forces you to have either a Fairy-type Pokemon or a Terra-type in your team, and that in itself already, of course, speaks loud volumes, because yeah, it just goes to show how strong it is. But you need to be very, very careful in how you position it, because once it lost a little bit of health, then it's far less threatening.
And when you say fairy type Pokemon, really what you mean is Fluttermane. I mean, I myself, maybe I'll try Daxbun. Maybe we could try Daxbun. Regulations there.
Of course I would, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Sylveon, though, of a dash.
Sylveon? That'd be cool. Very cool.
We saw a Primarina.
Yes, true. Primarina.
There's also the giraffe in the room, Raging Bolt, Terra Fairy. You know, so
yeah, but you've got to commit terrestrialization for that.
It's always going to, pretty much, unless you're Terra Electric and you got some shenanigans going on.
Now, before we expose that too deeply, everybody, let's take a look at our champions in our EU season so far, and I think you'll find it's a whole bunch of Italians. Oh yes, that top row, all 5 of them Italian champions. And it's just unheard of to have that many champions consecutively, all unique, in one season. I mean, what's going on, Costa?
I mean, well, it's Italian source, clearly. You know, they, ever since Luca Cherubelli going ahead, picking up that World Championship a couple of seasons ago, all of these trainers have been on absolute fire. They've got such a strong team core in terms of the community and the big team building groups as well as practice groups, where they're just not only promoting themselves, but they're promoting everyone around them. So it's a really positive environment to find yourself in, especially when they're so talented. And 5 out of 5 is incredible. But with 2 Italian trainers being so close to getting EUIC, reaching that top 4 level.
Yeah, looking at those graphics reminds me a little bit of what was going around at all the way back in 2012 at the Pokemon World Championships.
Oh.
Back then, Ray Rizzo, he was a 2-time world champion, and before the tournament, everyone was like, I mean, surely he's not going to win a third time, right? Like, he did it twice. Like, surely there's no way, right? And so maybe we're sitting here thinking, like, surely there's no way an Italian player wins for the 6th event in a row, right? Like, surely not, right? There's so many talented players here in Spain, but I mean, well, we know, well, most of us know what happened in 2012. Ray did win a 3rd time in a row. Yeah, maybe the trend will continue here as well, but yeah, we'll gotta see.
It would be quite a feat, because we often see the home turf advantage coming into play in some form in Pokemon. Just having that, I don't know, relaxation, knowing that all of your friends are out there supporting you. But it could happen. It could happen. All bets are off for this weekend. But now let's come a little bit more recent. Just last weekend, of course, it was the Houston Regional Championships. And again, of course, that metagame is developing a lot of Tornadus, hyper offense. In the finals, of course, Dylan Matthews met Carson Comfer. Carson, a previous regional champion from last season. Dylan went ahead and claimed their first regional championships title. And Carson, of course, was rocking that Cantonian Ninetales. Real interesting adaptation. But for Dylan, it was that Iron Crown. Lee, what do you think? Iron Crown, you think it's the king of Regulation Set F?
I don't know about the king, but it's a very important threat in the format. I think we saw Zachary at EUIC piloting it through the field that weekend to a really good success. The only thing that stopped Zach was Paul, really, at the end of the day. And I think Iron Crown has picked up a lot of usage since then, for good reason. It's got the booster energy to set itself up kind of automatically. You've got the Calm Mind as an option if there's space on the field. And then you can really punish your opponent with the use of the Indeedee support. You've got the redirection, you've got the psychic terrain, expanding force hits both targets, and it makes your opponent have to have answers to be able to switch into that. Otherwise, you are getting punished. You are getting put under Trick Room. You are having everything manipulated against you. And yeah, really, really predominant threat in this format.
And I think the Calm Mind variant in particular is something that really has been growing in popularity because you're able to essentially go up against other opposing, let's say, Calm Mind users, such as like the Raging Bolts and such, right, in balance, where you can absolutely sort of meet them, if not out damage them in certain scenarios when you're playing around with that psychic terrain. You've got Helping Hand, and even some variants of Iron Crown run Terra Psychic for even more compounding multipliers to just skew away any damaged outs that balanced players are expecting.
Iron Crown, just one of the Pokemon, of course, of these 12 here. And again, the Cantonian Ninetales, a real fascinating adaptation from Carson. Of course, otherwise, you're looking at Torkoal, which is such a slow Pokemon. Cantonian Ninetales, so much faster. Still able to get off big damage, and of course has access to Helping Hand as well, so is able to boost the damage of its allied Pokemon on the field. And with the release of Fire Red Leaf Green on the Switch, oh, I've been loving a bit of that Ninetales. But again, so many more trainers were there in Houston. Let's take a look at some of the other teams in the top 8 of the Houston Regional Championships. Already called out the Primarina Marcus that we saw last weekend. And again, Fairy types are at such a premium in Regulation Set F, and Lucy Fleming's composition here is really interesting.
Yeah, a lot of great teams here. That Primarina, once again, it's one of those Tornadus-based teams that just really like to use Tailwind, and also with Frigoref have the option to go for Trick Room. But overall, I think my little Rillaboom pin was calling in here saying, Houston, we've got a problem. There's no Rillaboom to be seen in all of this top 8. So that is definitely something that I will have my eyes out on for, because, yeah, well, Rillaboom, one of the premier Pokemon in this format. Is it maybe over? Is the time over for Rillaboom's reign? And we're looking at the, I don't know, the time of the Psychic Surge. Yeah, that is something that I will have my eyes out for this weekend.
Yeah, that meadow has withered, and there's only a couple of Incineroar in there as well. Goodness gracious me. It's all changed here in Regulation Set F in Sevilla. You need to be following along, trainers. Oh, yes, you do. If you want one central hub for all of the action to follow, Pokemon.com/broadcasts is your friend. So what else is your friend? Our Pokemon channels on YouTube and Twitch. Follow along, watch along, and follow us on the socials too, everybody. Oh, yes. Get tweeting with the hashtag we know so well. Okay, Marcus, give me a beat. If you want to follow all along, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Who's jumping in with another rhyme? Lee, throwing to you this time.
The crowd are gone wild, the crowd want more. That's when he threw out his Incineroar.
Very good. We love that. But now we're going to end this rap. We smashed that.
I think we did.
Good.
Right.
Good job, everybody. Excellent. Now let's send this off Spanish Pokemon style. You ready?
Yep.
Mol, tres,
Tres,
Zapdos, Articuno, vamos!
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, we are here, getting primed and ready in Seville for the Special Championships. I am Costa, this is Marcus, and we are absolutely excited to be able to be featuring the final Regulation Set F major event for this season, and who knows, maybe for the future. So this is going to be the opportunity for all of the trainers to be able to get all of those aces up their sleeves and really show us what this format's all about.
Absolutely. Really delighted to be here together with you, Costa. And you know who's also delighted? My little Rillaboom. because check that out.
Hey, we got the sync going.
Yeah, we get some synergy going on. Okay, so what if I set the grassy terrain
and I go for a sword
you go
stance?
for some grassy glide later on?
Oh yeah, I'm down for that. Grassy glide, of course. But, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the thing that we were talking about as well. Rillaboom, not as common as we'd think, but then again, you never know. It can make a splash, as we know it always does. But we have got some notable matches for you, lovely folks, to be able to preview alongside us as we're going to be getting things ready for our stream match between Marcus Go and Sam Tabner.
Yeah, the action is already heating up here in Seville. Round 1 already done, and we have a couple of players here that, are showing up to this tournament strong. We've got Iker Rodrigo, the champion from last year, also using a pretty similar team. We see quite a lot of Pokemon that he was using there in a different format back then. Then we see Jorge Tabullo, one of the strongest Spanish players, going up against Lucy here in the second round. And then Gilberto Goracci from Italy is going up against his fellow Italian player, Francesco Piopero. So that's also going to be a great match. But let's focus on Marcus Ko against Sam Tabner.
Yeah, and Marcus was actually coming off a pretty strong Birmingham regional placement, if I'm not mistaken, running the Galarian Weezing and the Dondozo Tatsugiri, as well as the Flutterfish, which is sort of a nickname for the Fluttermane and Chi-Yu, which is so powerful when they are paired up. They've got such great synergy.
Yeah, we've seen this team from Marcus Ko quite a few times now after he really kind of popularized it at the Birmingham Regional Championships. And yeah, it's one of those teams you really don't want to go up against unless you have a very specific plan for that matchup, just because of how difficult it is to overcome Dondozo, especially if the toxic spikes are out there, your Pokemon are taking poison damage every other turn, the Dondozo is just not going down. It can be quite the experience.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sustained main, if you would basically say. But then Sam as well, getting top 8 last year here in Seville. Back then, it was Regulation Set G, where you had that one restricted available. But then again, Sam just going to show that he's really been putting in a lot of work. I've spoken to him countless of times. He's such a hard, consistent trainer in terms of having that essential drive. And just seeing him go up against Marcus, sort of, it's actually a battle between locals, if I'm not mistaken too. So they've gone up against each other quite a few times. Quite curious to actually see how this unfolds round 2 coming through into the special event of Seville.
Yeah, this is what can happen even if you're traveling far away to play in these tournaments. We were also seeing it with Gilberto against Francesco.
Yep.
Now here, Marcus against Sam. And yeah, you mentioned it, Sam last year here in Seville, I think he was the only player
he was the only non-Spanish
from Spain to make it into that top 8. So yeah, quite amazing to see what he was able to accomplish here last year. And now he's back trying to look for some more championship points.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, that's essentially what you're doing, because we know that we've got new formats that will be unfolding in the next couple of months. But right now, Regulation Set F, this is the final opportunity to be able to try to get any sort of capitalization off of how the meta has progressed. You know, we've had version 1 in previous season. Now we've got version 2 in this current one. The first regional event being Toronto back in January. Now unfolding to the point where we've got such an interesting take on the current meta. Iron Crown's just coming to the fore versus all of the balance.
Yeah, and there, Marcus Cole on the left-hand side. I think he's one of the strongest players with this archetype. Definitely not the player you want to go up against in the second round already. But Sam, he has shown before that he is able to take on the best in the game. So he will be ready. He will have come with a plan, and he's looking to execute that against Marcus's team.
Yeah, exactly.
Dondozo.
And Marcus, of course, as we said, just being able to go ahead and have that finalist placement in Birmingham a couple of months before. But that's not the only achievement they've got. They've been able to get that top 16 in Lille earlier this season. And then back in Singapore in the previous seasons, NBL top 8 and the championships top 4 and 24.
Yeah, we're debuting our beautiful new stage here as well, I think.
Yes, we are. Sorry, completely past me because it's so fabulous looking. I was like, oh, this is just another broadcast, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you're color matching, of course, with your red suit here. But
calculated.
Sam on the other side, we've talked about it. Seville, top 8 last year, and then also some more top 64 finishes at EUIC in Birmingham, as well as a top 32 in Dortmund. So definitely a player that knows how to do well at tournaments. Also someone who has tasted that top cut here in Spain, in Seville. There we see our stage once more, but Marcus Co is going to be a big challenge. Chiyu, Fluttermane, Dragonite, Weezing, those are the 4 Pokemon that are looking to support this Dondozo Tatsugiri combination, because that is what this team is all about.
Yeah, and we've actually seen Marcus back in Birmingham. There were quite a few matches where he didn't even bring the Dondozo. He brought the Tatsugiri, solo Tatsugiri, in order to be able to capitalize off of not only having the offensive prowess of Draco Meteor and Muddy Water, but of course the helping hand. We've seen Chiyu, Tatsugiri, helping hand is absolutely destructive on the field as long as the heat waves and the overheat can connect, which Marcus has some pretty good experience in so far.
Yeah, of course, that is something that you have to be worried about when using a Pokemon like Chiyu. So powerful, but then, well, that accuracy of heat wave and overheat can come back to bite you a little bit, as both players here are exchanging team sheets. Now we'll have a better look at what their opponent is bringing, and Sam is looking at the team sheet. Well, there's not that many surprises there. If you're following Marcus Co's season, you know that it's going to be the Dondozo team. But Sam coming in with Indeedee, Iron Crown. It is that duo we were highlighting also at the beginning of the broadcast over on the couch. And Regidrago, Ogerpon Hearthflame, one of your favorites. The Urshifu, yep, this time around with a Focus Sash variant, carrying Taunt. I think that is the standard set on these teams nowadays. And then Tornadoes there to support the team with Tailwind and Icy Wind to establish speed control.
Yeah, and I think Ethan Trejo is one of the most notable trainers that started popularizing the Calm Mind Iron Crown set. Now, he usually ran the booster energy in the speed aspect in order to promote it to 1.5 multiplier, but there have been a couple of variants going around promoting the special attack offensive prowess, essentially having a life orb on demand. So we're going to have to see and figure out, suss out essentially, what sort of quart drive training this Iron Crown has undergone.
Yeah, with the open team sheet format, of course, players get a decent idea of what their opponent is bringing, but that is one of the key information that is not being highlighted there on that sheet. Because, well, it will say, okay, the Iron Crown will have a booster energy, but you do not know which stat is going to be boosted by the booster energy, then activating the Quark Drive. So that can be a key thing in this matchup because, yeah, Iron Crown can definitely outpace the boosted Dondozo if it has the speed booster. And at the same time, I think, yeah, Marcus will have to think about how to remove this Iron Crown regardless of the booster energy, though.
Exactly, as we're going to be getting straight into the action. Round 2, Game 1. Marcus leading with the Dondozo and Dragonite versus Sam's Ogerpon and the Tornado. So all of a sudden you've got a situation where speed control is available on Sam's side, but also being able to directly threaten the Dondozo. But the Dragonite may have a word or two to say here.
Yeah, it's already this mind game. With Dondozo on the field, well, is Marcus just going to bring Tatsugiri in right away? Or is there going to be a protect from Dondozo? Because, well, either whether you double target the Dondozo and it goes for protect, that's not good.
Yep.
Or if you try to go after the Dragonite, but then it switches into Tatsugiri, jumps into Dondozo's mouth, that's also not good. So Sam deciding maybe to go for a little bit of a protective play here, going for the protect spiky shield just to scout out what Marcus is doing on turn 1.
Yeah, and the thing with Sam is he's got a lot of experience with using Dondozo Tatsugiri, as he's been able to bring it to quite a few tournaments in the past. So just essentially wanting to A, suss out a potential Tatsugiri switching like you mentioned, but also see which move this choice ban locked Dragonite has essentially put itself into.
Yeah, and with that information now, Sam can make a better decision into the second turn. Very advanced play there, because, of course, now you can maybe expect that the switch is coming out into the Tatsugiri, but once again, it's still a little bit of a mind game, because Dondozo, even if it's staying in, it could go for that terrestrialization into the grass type to shrug off an Ivy Cudgel, but then you would, of course, to shrug off a Woodhammer, but then you would make yourself weak to Ivy Cudgel and Bleakwind Storm, so a nice positioning there that Sam was able to establish with leads. Even though nothing has really happened, I think already Sam looking to be in a decent spot taking on this Dondozo.
And that's the beauty of being able to pace yourself in terms of getting the scouts available and sort of forcing Marcus into a scenario where you either have to play around with protects or try to force that offensive, bring the Tatsugiri in as he has done here in order to try to get that offensive prowess going. Now the question is it going to be a commit to the terrestrialization or not? There isn't actually. Tailwind on the Tornadoes. The Ogerpon will just be allowed to go for the Woodhammer. This is a +2 defense and it deals just about 45-ish% as it does incur a bit of chip damage due to the Rocky Helmet as well as the recoil.
Yeah, and a lot of recoil going on this turn because also Dondozo is going for a Wave Crash, getting that KO on Ogerpon, which, yeah, had to take some recoil there before as well from Woodhammer and the Rocky Helmet. But now this Dondozo, it's carrying Rocky Helmet, so no recovery for this Pokemon, and it's already so low. And now Regidrago makes an appearance. If it's able to outpace Dondozo, then I think, yeah, it might just go down this turn or the next turn. Maybe Marcus wanting to go for Protect here, stall another round of Tailwind, as there's still 3 of those left. But yeah, I think just going for maybe a Bleakwind Storm and Dragon Energy should send that Dondozo right back into Marcus's Pokeball.
Yeah, and this is sort of the beauty of being able to essentially corner the Dondozo out as early as you can, really. But that doesn't mean those are the only Pokemon available to Marcus. We know the Dragonite is in the back as well as another one. The Bleak Wind Storm does come out and does, of course, connect onto the Dondozo here. Now, Sam doesn't need to commit with any sort of Draco Meteor here. You don't want to be able to lower your special attacks. Just a safe Dragon Energy, because of the current range, is more than enough to pick up the KO. And this now allows Sam to still have, if I'm not mistaken, one more turn of Tailwind available after this one ends. Tatsugiri is Safety Goggles. It does not have Focus Sash, and we get a bit of a sneak preview. The Flutter Mane, the booster energy is in the back, Marcus.
Yeah, Flutter Mane, of course, the perfect Pokemon to have against Regidrago, but because Marcus was kind of locked into the Dondozo positioning, was unable to switch it in there, but now has the chance to bring Flutter Mane in and can then maybe try and make the most use out of Tatsugiri. I think that is one of the crucial topics when talking about using a Dondozo-based team the best way. Dondozo, of course, is the star of the show, but once Dondozo goes down, can Tatsugiri also pull its weight? Will it be able to contribute anything to the battle? Because yeah, it is not as strong without Dondozo by its side, but Flutter Mane joining the field now can potentially go for some Icy Winds and maybe make life for that Tatsugiri just a little bit easier.
Yeah, and that's essentially what you want to be able to do at this point. You just want to be able to take advantage of a board sort of a setting piece, which definitely is that Flutter Mane, given the fact that it's just going to be able to nullify and shrug off all of the Dragon-type moves coming from the Regidrago. So being able to find it to this point and force into an awkward scenario where the Tornadus is probably just going to go on the offensive as well, right?
And for Sam, I think it's about, well, up until this point, everything went according to plan. You were able to get rid of Dondozo without taking too much damage, but now the important part of the battle begins, because how do you continue with this momentum, and how can you kind of take the win that seems to be already there? But yeah, there's still 3 healthy Pokemon for Marcus that you need to go through.
Oh, okay, we got the Terra Steel, so wanting to make sure that you forego any sort of weakness to those powerful fairy-type moves, as well as the Icy Wind that most likely is inbound. Tatsugiri going for the Protect like you called out there, Marcus. Icy Wind wanting to set the pace for enabling the Tatsugiri as well as that Dragonite in the back. Will have to take the -1 in return. Regidrago going for the Earth Power, only to be met with the Protect. And Icy Wind now finally does come out, and this is quite crucial here, because the Bleak Wind Storm, or essentially, should I say, sorry, the Icy Wind from the Tornadus is sort of a check in order to be able to not allow the Flutter Mane to take advantage of staggered speed drops.
Yeah, definitely a lot these players will have to take account for, because, well, with the Icy Wind drops, then we got a speed boost on the Flutter Mane, we got the Tailwind still up, and Sam deciding there to go for a little bit of a read that Tatsugiri, it could Terrestrialize into the Steel type to shrug off those Dragon type moves just a little bit better.
Yep.
But Sam showing, well, I'm ready for this Terrestrialization, I can cover it with Earth Power, and now the mind game once again is going to be, okay, well, if there's going to be an Earth Power, do you even want to go for that Terrestrialization? And it seems like Marcus is deciding not to go for it this turn.
Okay, and Tornadus goes for the Protect, wants to make sure that it's still going to be available in order to get another Tailwind set up in the subsequent turn. Tornadus will be able to obviously forego the damage. The recoil from the Dragon Energy is not going to come into play, because the Dragon Energy is actually going to be able to pick up the absolute KO onto the Tatsugiri. It's able to outpace it there. Quite crucial in terms of the training, given the scenario, and will, of course, incur a bit of chip damage via the Life Orb recoil, but the Tailwind does now expire.
Yeah, Sam going one level above, kind of, saying that, okay, previous turn, I showed that I have Earth Power, so now you will be afraid of that Earth Power, and instead I'm going to go for Dragon Energy, calling out perfectly what Marcus was attempting to do there with Tatsugiri. And now Tatsugiri is down. Dragonite has to join once more, but because it is the Choice Band variant, it will have to make a decision here. Will have to lock into one move. Yeah, I think, well, Extreme Speed still probably the best option for Dragonite, but Regidrago already Terrestrializing into the Steel type, very difficult for Marcus to get rid of. Yeah. However, one thing that can help Marcus here is the fact that Extreme Speed has a higher priority than Tailwind. Tailwind has just expired, so if Dragonite can knock out Tornadus and then Flutter Mane can outspeed this Regidrago, maybe we can see a big turn here for Marcus.
Ooh, and the extreme speed, of course, is going to be locked in. It goes for the Tornadus. There's no Terra Steel available for the Tornado to be able to have any sort of chance to survive that. It does get taken down. The Fluttermane opts to go for the Moonblast here. Sure, it's chip damage, but there's also potential of dropping special attack, which it does to -1. Draco Meteor trying to pick up any sort of KO it can there. Maybe it could have with a critical hit, but the Dragonite surviving on about 111 health points really means that Marcus has a lot of pressure, but we got the reveal. Final Pokemon from Sam, it is going to be that Urshifu, which does have a Focus Sash.
It absolutely does. Draco Meteor, through the multi-scale, not strong enough to do decent damage to Dragonite. And so, yeah, I think the move that Marcus locked in there, Extreme Speed and Dazzling Gleam, it won't be enough to knock out Regidrago, but it might be enough, or it's certainly enough to knock out this Urshifu. So what can Sam even try and do about it? Maybe protecting Urshifu and going for a Draco Meteor into Dragonite. If you're trying to call out that move, maybe that's a way to enter a 2v1 endgame. But it's a tough decision to make because, yeah, the protect play seems to be quite obvious. But let's see there. There is the detect on Urshifu.
Okay, all right. So, Marcus, which target have you gone for? Oh, the extreme speed goes into the detect, which means the Fluttermane may be trying to follow suit unless it tries to divide the damage in order to break the sash and deal a bit of chip damage onto the Regidrago, but it doesn't go down. The question is, can it pick up the KO onto the Dragonite with a critical hit? It cannot. And even though Life Orb Recoil will be putting it further down, it's got one final opportunity, but at this point, Marcus looks like he's been able to sweep up this game one.
Yeah, it looks like it. Special attack drop means Dragonite can take this second Draco Meteor, and now with another combination of Extreme Speed and Dazzling Gleam, Marcus Co can clean the game and kind of reverse it here. Even after losing Dondozo quite early on, trading against Ogerpon was already enough. Very well done there by Marcus, navigating towards this end game, just showing how good of a player he is with this team.
Yeah, truly, and how comfortable he is as well in order to be able to make the tough decision of, okay, when do I burn up or utilize that Terra option? We saw, and like you called out there, Marcus, earlier, the Tatsugiri does have Terra Steel. It had the option of trying to go for it in order to be able to resist the Dragon-type move coming out from the Regidrago, but had to be susceptible and wary of the Earth Power being able to pick up the KO there. So Marcus A had to factor that in, committed with just not terrestrializing, but then said, okay, there could be room for the Dragonite to be able to capitalize off of that as well, and essentially forego its weakness to Dragon-type, but also promote its damage output.
Yeah, I think a very instructive game if you want to learn something about delaying your own Terra. Because already at the very, very first turn of the battle, you could have thought, oh, there's an Ogerpon over on the other side. There's a Woodhammer threatening. Maybe the Dondozo should terrestrialize into the grass type. And then we had the situation in the mid-game with Tatsugiri against Regidrago. Oh, maybe Tatsugiri should terrestrialize into the steel type to resist the dragon type attacks, but no, Marcus knew, okay, I want to keep my Terra around all the way until the end of the game, because then it will give Dragonite enough power for extreme speed, but it would also mean that Regidrago is just a little bit less of a threat. And taking those two Draco Meteors back-to-back like a champ with a special attack drop and multi-scale, I think making Dragonite really the star of this first game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was quite crucial, that special attack drop, right? Because do you feel like it would have been able to pick up the KO from that range, the second Draco Meteor?
Oh, you mean from the Moonblast? Correct. Yeah, I think then it's a little bit of a different game. I think Marcus was kind of aware of the fact that Draco Meteor was not going to KO Dragonite from this range. So maybe he would have just switched up his play as well. But yeah, it was definitely impactful in the sense that it allowed Marcus to go for this extreme speed Dazzling Gleam play back-to-back and kind of, yeah, bearing a critical hit. I think Marcus always wins that game in that end game.
So what leads do you want to see from Sam?
I think what he was doing in the first game was pretty strong, actually, because it allowed him to scout out the moves from Dragonite, and it also allowed him to scout out what Dondozo was going to do. So, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense that Sam is running it back here for our second game, but Marcus actually winning the first game is the one switching things up.
I know, and brilliant a Pokemon, he didn't in the previous game, being the Chi-Yu, the shiny Chi-Yu looked so glorious, as opposed to the Dragonite that was in that spot. So there are a couple of different scenarios that could play play out here. Most likely, the Ogerpon is going to naturally be faster than the Chi-Yu, as well as the Tornadus, depending on the training, of course, because the Focus Sash on the Chi-Yu does mean that you could allow any investment in speed and special attack, but this adds a couple of mind games in terms of what do you commit right now? Do you go for the offensive from Sam's side or defense? But it looks like pure defense.
Yeah, and it seems like Marcus is not going to commit to anything yet. As once more we see the double protect by Sam, but Marcus is not switching Tatsugiri in right away, going for this protect and heatwave play, and there isn't really a great way for Sam to punish this play. I don't know, maybe Bleakwind Storm, and you gotta go for the Terra on your Ogerpon with Ivy Cudgel to knock out Chi-Yu there. But I think that, yeah, now we're in this spot, in the same spot like in the first game, where Tatsugiri could switch in, and once again, then it could be the Woodhammer, it could be the Ivy Cudgel trying to expect a Terra Grass. But that was a favorable trade for Marcus in the end. So maybe Sam is actually thinking about switching out their Ogerpon just to get a little bit of a better position for it later on in the game. But at the same time, you also have to be afraid of Marcus just swapping out Dondozo and going for an attack with Chi-Yu, as right now Chi-Yu is not really threatened. And if there's this threat of switching in Tatsugiri, you really don't want to double target a slot, right?
Yeah, and based off of the play from Marcus in game one, or his general sort of aptitude of the Terra, not wanting to be committed early game, he opts to go for the defensive rather than try to risk a Terra Grass, which may be read out from Sam going for the Ivy Cudgel with the Terra option.
Wow, but that is a commit here by Sam going for the Terra Fire.
Okay.
Did Sam make the read and go after Chi-Yu? I cannot believe it.
Oh, we're going to have to find out. Tailwind, so there's we know for a fact that the Chi-Yu does have a focus sash. It will not be felled if the target does connect into its slot, but it's going to be into the Dragonite now switched in for the Dondozo, and it was the Ivy Cudgel, so trying to catch out that terrestrialization on the Dondozo, and Marcus being one step ahead, saying, no, I don't want to commit so early, going to bring the Dragonite in.
Yeah, of course, Ogerpon now also resisting the Heat Wave. This could have been even worse, but I must say it's not a great turn of events here for Sam. Well, he does now kind of have confirmation of all 4 Pokemon that Marcus brought, as you have to expect Tatsugiri is waiting there for Marcus as well. But it doesn't make navigating the sports state much easier, because there's Dragonite with a Choice Band. We saw just how much damage it can do with Extreme Speed. So yeah, you have to play a little bit defensively with Ogerpon. But yeah, did Sam call Marcus's target?
Oh, okay. Extreme Speed picks off the Tornadus, and that's, I would say, relatively safe, because it's probably going to be a Dark Pulse into the Ogerpon, because you essentially make sure that you capitalize off of just the targets ahead of you. But then again, Sam, we saw in that game one, didn't want to bring in the Psychic Terrain or any sort of female Indeedee, Iron Crown mode, because it just doesn't feel like it's going to be able to get as much gauge and mileage as it wants. But it's going to be the Regidrago again.
Yeah, now Tornadus is down, so no more speed control for Sam, while Marcus can just stall out this Tailwind. Only 2 more turns left, and we have already seen how nice Extreme Speed is in these situations, because yeah, it doesn't really care about whether there's a Tailwind up or not. It is priority move and hitting first, and it is hitting hard. In this game, Regidrago will not be able to go for the Terra Steel like in the first game, so Extreme Speed could be a valid option there to just reduce its HP and weaken the Dragon Energy. However, yeah, Chi-Yu is still on the field, so we got the Beats of Ruin, also affecting Dragonite, and there's a chance that Sam maybe is just going for a little bit of a defensive play. Could actually go ahead and go for Follow Me and Dragon Energy here.
Oh, as we got the Chi-Yu now going on the defensive, respecting the Tailwind that is available on the field. Extreme Speed without the Terra normal commit deals so much damage, over half on the Regidrago, as the Woodhammer is trying to finally break that Focus Sash on the Chi-Yu, especially accompanied by that Dragon Energy. Surely would have been able to be enough because of all the various multipliers, but Dragonite is down. Marcus is now put in a spot where, okay, Chi-Yu is still on the field, has its sash intact, but which Pokemon do you bring in right now? Dondozo? I mean, surely, if you got the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and I think you can just go for a round of Protects here for Marcus, and then you will have a field day with Earthquake, because Tailwind is gonna be over, and Earthquake allows you to bypass any sort of redirection attempts from Ogerpon. Yeah, Extreme Speed, very important move there because it puts Regidrago into KO range for any move here for Dondozo. And so, yeah, I think once again Marcus was able to navigate into a position where, yeah, Dondozo now is going to do the trick. So the first game really went a whole different way, but Marcus showing that he has different options to play this team, is very, very versatile in how he plays it. But yeah, I think with a couple of defensive plays here from Marcus, yeah, it's going to be really, really tough for Sam to make something happen in this game.
Yeah, it really will, because Sam's lost his key utility piece, being the Tornadus, because of that Dragonite, which so far for me has been an absolute MVP. Game 1, Game 2 as well, because now you're in a spot where the Dondozo most likely is going to be able to outpace that Ogerpon once the Tailwind has expired. But then again, it depends on the training. I'm not sure if we got that confirmation in Game 1, or did we not?
No, but like historically speaking, Marcus really tended to favor a really, really fast Dondozo.
Yeah. Okay, so that sort of will mean that there's probably going to be check and mate, but we don't have the final Pokemon from Sam revealed. Maybe there's a way to be able to circumnavigate around it, but there's so much pressure from Marcus's Dondozo right now with the Commander Boost.
Or maybe Marcus changed something up about their Dondozo and Sam's Ogerpon can outpace it. Let's see though. Okay, Spiky Shield first. It seems to me like Sam is also aware of the fact that this Dondozo is probably a very speedy one.
Yeah, and maybe actually wanting to be able to let the Regidrago go down here in order to be able to bring in that final Pokemon paired up right next to the Ogerpon to be able to hopefully pick up the KO, the necessary one needed on this Dondozo. But it's going to be the Urshifu, which means even though it's got a Focus Sash, attacking the Dondozo that has a Rocky Helmet will break the Focus Sash because of the contact aspect of the move.
Yeah, and so just like that, Dondozo with Earthquake. Is it going to be enough to knock out Ogerpon? I think so.
Speed.
Dondozo does outspeed, confirming it is a very, very speedy version, and it's enough for the KO on Ogerpon. Sorry, Costa, your little pin mascot for this event.
Very sad.
Going down, and with only Urshifu left, Sam has to see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. And even if that was a critical hit, I don't think it would have been enough to pick up the KO on the Dondozo. Marcus has been able to absolutely run out on a riot in this set versus Sam. Two UK representatives. We've got the battle cancellation. Marcus Co. progressing with a 2-0 win.
Yeah, just goes to show why Marcus is really synonymously used with this archetype, really showing in many tournaments before just the whole potential of this Dondozo team, because yeah, it can play at a lot of different paces. We were talking about it, we didn't get to see it this game around. There's also, of course, this kind of stall tactics with the Weezing and the Toxic Spikes. Instead, this game, Marcus going for a very offensive way of playing it. Putting the Dondozo out there saying, okay, you have to deal with this. You have to do something about Dondozo or it's going to keep on trading very favorably. So draining a lot of resources out of Sam. And then in the second game, switching things up, switching in Dragonite, allowing Chi-Yu to get off one big heat wave. And that is just tipping the scale in Marcus's favor with getting a lot of damage down with Heatwave there, and yeah, then in the end, Marcus just knows how to play these end games.
Yeah, and Rocky Helmet Dondozo, something you don't commonly see as much, being able to just guarantee that KO onto the Ogerpon early on in that game 1 because of the Rocky Helmet, because of the Wood Hammer, chip damage, and being able to be bulky enough to take all of the offensive prowess. And Regidrago opting to go for the Terra Steel wasn't quite enough. There were a couple of cool mind games between Marcus and Sam in that game 1, but what ended up taking it all is the Dragonite Terra Normal E-Speed, picking up the Tornadus not once but twice across the span of Game 1 and Game 2. So there's a bit of a point that I want to touch with you, Marcus, very quickly. Sam clearly didn't bring the female Indeedee in Iron Crown mode. However, you'd normally think, okay, against Dondozo it doesn't make sense, Calm Mind Boost essentially don't do much, right? But this is an oblivious Dondozo. It's not unaware. So do you feel like there could have been a line where Sam could have leaned into the Psychic Terrain mode?
So from my own experience, where we get this compilation there of Dondozo clicking Earthquake, getting those important KOs. Really crucial once again, before I answer that question. Dondozo, it has to be trained with maximum speed so that it can outpace Ogerpon. Even with the boosts, but that is something that Marcus is willing to invest because he knows just how important that little fella is and how important it is to outpace Ogerpon, and so you can get the KO. But back to your question about Calm Mind, I think it's basically, from my own experience playing in similar matchups, usually you don't get the time to set up Calm Mind. But I think Iron Crown definitely has a place in this matchup where we didn't get to see which stat is Booster Energy actually boosting. Sure. But Sam, certainly knows that, maybe it wasn't, or maybe Sam didn't play a player of Marcus's caliber with this team yet, and maybe what he was doing there was usually working because maybe their opponents were switching in their Tatsugiri preemptively or committing the Terra too early. Right, but Marcus very, very masterfully held back those resources until it was absolutely necessary for him to commit. And Sam didn't get to adjust kind of into this psychic type game plan. Yeah, and to good extent, at least from Marcus' side, a lot of experience, especially with these 6. As we saw, he was able to go and get that finalist spot in Birmingham a couple of months ago. But he's not the only trainer that has been able to perform with these 6, which have proven to have a lot of notoriety, as we've got Victor Jimenez picking up the top 32 in that same very regional as well. Yeah, I think both of those were the trailblazers for this archetypes. I know both Victor and Marcus really committed to making Dondozo work no matter the regulation. And then Yuki Zaninovic and Stefan Morioka just jumping on the same train, understanding how strong this team is and what the potential is there. And Yuki actually also got a top 16 at Houston there. So back-to-back top cuts. Also in the NA region, just showing that this is a worldwide phenomenon and is a team that can do well anywhere. Oh, 100%. And just essentially being able to capitalize off of all of the different layers to it. You've got a way to be able to suppress the abilities of all of your opposing Pokemon. You've got such offensive cores of the Fluttermane, Chi-Yu. Sure, you don't have the Chi and Pao, but the Dondozo Tatsugiri are already in such a great spot where you capitalize off of a Rocky Helmet in order for you to be able to deal a tiny bit more damage against those physical Pokemon that capitalize off of contact moves like the Focus Sash Urshifus. You've got the Rillaboons as well, where you've got that mind game of do you commit with the Terra Grass or not in order to be able to deal enough damage to absolutely get rid of it. Yeah, but let's hear from the Dondozo pioneer himself, because we are ready for an interview with our winner of the second round, Marcus Ko.
Thank you so much, Costa and Marcus. Well, I'm here with our round 2 winner, Marcus Ko. Congratulations, Marcus, on such a great win. And how are you feeling after that great start today?
Oh, I'm feeling happy. Of course, a 2-0 start is great, but we are still pretty early in the day. So I think most important thing is just to keep a cool head and just take it round by round. Yeah, I think that's a really good way of approaching it. Of course, you came off a second place finish at our last European regionals in Birmingham. So, and you haven't really changed up the team from then, or you might have made some tweaks. We'll not get into the details. We don't want to reveal too much, but you must be feeling quite comfortable with the team at this point, at this stage of the format, coming into this last event in Regulation F. Yeah, I think it's still a really strong team, and I've gotten comfortable with it over the last few months. So I actually ran back the same 6 Pokemon at EUIC as well. So I decided, since it's one last Reg F regional, to just go for one last ride and do my best with the same 6. Yeah, well, it makes sense. I think with the success that you've had with this team, and not only the success, but I think the understanding of the team as well. I think the variations that this team can provide in different scenarios against different teams, you really kind of showcased it there in that match against Sam, where I think a lot of the time when you see Tatsugiri Dondozo, you feel like it's going to be a stally, slow game, but you really showed the offensive nature that the team can have in that last game. Yeah, but I think that's the main strength of the team, because normally a lot of Dondozo Tatsugiri teams, they play in a pretty linear way. But I think with my team, I have the tools to mix up and either go on the offense as needed or play defensive when needed. So I think that's the strength of this team and why it's been doing so well in this format so far. Yeah, and I just wanted to ask as well, because in game 1 in particular,
You were sitting in front of the Regidrago, and you had the Tatsugiri, and it does have the Terra Steel there. But knowing that you had the Dragonite in the back, was there a moment where you thought, I could Terastallize Tatsugiri here, or were you always in the mind of, I know Dragonite's in the back, I know that can come in the end game, and I'm Terastallizing that, and then Extreme Speed's going to get me the victory that I need?
Yeah, so I did consider going for Terra Steel on the Tatsugiri, but because I knew I still had the Dragonite at the back with the multi-skill still intact, and from the 3 Pokemon that he revealed, it was pretty unlikely that the last would be Indeedee at that point, which opened up the remainder of the game to Terra Normal Extreme Speed. So it was alright to just let the Tatsugiri go down in that situation, as long as I preserve my Fluttermane and Dragonite.
Yeah, that's really great to hear. I love getting the insights as well, and I think more so the match itself. If we look at Sam as a player who came into Seville last year and finished top 8, he was the only non-Spanish player to be in the top 8 last season, and he actually piloted a Dondozo Tatsugiri team to that top 8 finish, so he's very familiar with that team. So to go up against someone that's very familiar with it and then overcome them in such convincing fashion, I think is just another testament to how strong you are with the team. And are you feeling confident coming into this weekend, or are you kind of just taking it game by game at this point?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, also kudos to Sam. He played that match really well. And I guess the thing is also, although he has experience with Dondozo Tatsugiri, if I recall correctly, the team he used last year was pretty different with the Calyrex and the Weezing. So I think it also still depends, because my team has a lot of flexibility in that regard. So I guess the challenge for him was still to be able to be prepared for how I would particularly pilot that team, even though he's familiar with the archetype. And as for how I felt going into this weekend, well, I mean, I trust the team, but we are still early on in the day, so I'm just here to do my best. We'll see how it goes over the weekend.
Well, I think you're going to do great. Hopefully we see a lot more of you this weekend. But getting on to the wider picture, obviously we've got the run-in now to the World Championships. You're doing really well in the championship leaderboard, over 800 championship points so far this season. So really on course to make a showing at the World Championships. Is the plan to push on to try and get as many championship points to secure that place going into the summer?
Yeah, so I'm just hoping to secure my spot to compete at the World Championships, because to be honest, I'm not really keen on playing Reg I, so I'm actually dropping from Prague after this weekend, although I've already registered.
So what is the plan for the remaining events for the season? Will you be competing in Turin or?
No, I don't intend to compete in any more events, because I actually have 0 local CP so far. So if push comes to shove, I'll just go to some locals and hopefully should have enough points to make the World's qualification.
And then it'll give you enough time to prepare for the World Championships coming up for the rest of the season. So is there any, because you've been so set on this Dondozo Tatsugiri team throughout Regulation F, was there any other teams that you looked at that might have swayed you into using them, or were you always just, this is the team, this is what I want to run for the remainder of this format?
Yeah, so actually I was pretty interested in Carson Confer's team, which he used to get 2nd place at the Houston Regional Championships just last weekend. I feel it's a pretty strong team with a lot of tools that gives it pretty good matchups into most of the common teams in the meta nowadays. But given the lead up to Seville was just 1 week after that, I decided to just stick with what I know best and what I think I can play best.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Marcus, for all of the insights. I will let you go and have a little bit of a rest before the next round starts. Is there any shout-outs, anyone here at the venue or anyone at home that might be watching before we let you go?
Oh yes, of course, plenty of shout-outs. So first of all, huge shout-out to my good friend and team building partner, Victor Jimenez from Spain. So although he's decided to sit out from competing this weekend, he still made the trip to come and support me, and I really appreciate the support, together with his friend Carlos as well. And other than that, also huge thank you to my Dondozo group from Japan, Chenyue and Yuki, for helping me to prepare for the past 2 Regulation F tournaments, as well as this week's tournament in Seville. Thanks also to Danvir from Singapore for helping me to prepare, as well as my other friends from Cambridge who've been supporting me throughout. And also thanks to my professors at Cambridge for always supporting me in balancing my studies and competing in this wonderful game. And last but not least, thanks to my family as well for supporting me throughout.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Marcus. Lots of people supporting you and rooting you on this weekend, and I'm sure we're going to see more of you. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We're going to be right back. Get yourselves a beverage, because we will be starting round 3 of the Seville Special Championship very soon.
Hyper Boys There it is. That's going to do it. And Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
I got first into Pokemon when I moved to Los Angeles in 2015. I was looking at a way to make friends. I was like, oh, I like Pokemon, let me try this so I can make friends, and then just been playing ever since. I transitioned to competitive play because I'm a pretty competitive person, and being able to talk to people that's also competitive, it was sort of a way to share this love. What drives me to compete in Pokemon is honestly just to have an opportunity to hang out with my friends. I only get a chance to see these people a few times a year. It's just a really fun experience to be able to spend time with these people that I honestly love from the bottom of my heart. My favorite moment from Pokemon is my 4v1 comeback with my Dragonite back at 2017. I don't think anybody thought I was be able to come back from that, but Dragonite pulled through.
It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama.
Absolutely crazy. I could hear the crowd through the headphones. That's how loud people were.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh, my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds.
Honestly, my #1 goal is to become the world champion. I top cut worlds back in 2016. Ever since then, I've been chasing being able to get to that place again. And it only gets more and more difficult every single year. And if I can get that one title, then I can say I accomplished what I wanted to with Pokemon. One of the things I learned very early on is I like to make my own teams. I like to just try my own things, and I think that has translated very well to other things in my life. If I were to give one advice to someone is always march by the beat of your own drum. Do what you think is right, and I think you'll be successful no matter what you do.
I actually work for a major airline. So we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely achieve it. But also don't be afraid that every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website. It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mariah.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here.
And the Pokemon survives
on. What's it going to be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokémon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach Day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament one game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favourite Pokémon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the World Championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion. Marcus, I heard you were going to come dressed as a Pikachu, and I was going to do the same, but I didn't want to mimic you. Welcome back, trainers, to the Seville Special Championships. It's Charlie Merriman, it's Marcus Harmon, we got Rillaboom, we got Apom.
Yeah, we have some fake-out bros, maybe
true.
The next generation already training.
I feel like Apom is the cheeky younger cousin.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
of the fake-out bros.
Yeah.
He's the one that they're rearing, you know, trying to not make him too mischievous, but he's on the desk as well. He's all over the place.
Right, yeah, he is. Some more friends all around here.
Lots of friends.
Yeah, like to see that, and also, of course, like to see some competitive Pokemon action here in Seville for the Special Championships. What a first round to get started for us to get into the action, right?
Yeah, very swift, wasn't it? Marcus Coe, absolutely stunning display there. Of course, our finalist at the Birmingham Regional Championships, what was 2 months ago now? What's going on, Marcus? Is time going fast for you?
Yeah.
That's absolutely crazy.
So maybe it's the Dialga doing his little work somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Just riding on our Dialga steeds all the way to Sevilla. Could Marcus go all the way and become our Seville Special Champion?
Not this one. Not this Marcus.
Not this Marcus.
The other one.
Could Marcus Coe become our champion this weekend? Time will tell. But from the people to the Pokemon, let's take a look at our usage stats. what other Pokemon that trainers are backing coming into the final event of Regulation Set F. Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Fluttermane. It's no surprise to see those in the top 3 positions. I wonder, Marcus, if heading into tomorrow, we'll see the single strike Urshifu rise up onto this graphic.
Yeah, or Ursaluna. That is also one of those Pokemon that is just sitting right outside that graphic a lot of time. Indeedee being another one. But yeah, not too many surprises. I mean, we've played this format now for quite a while at this point. And yeah, it just goes to show that players have really identified what are the top Pokemon in this format. But of course, even when the metagame is quite developed, we are still seeing a lot of developments, even at the highest level. The Ninetales taking second place in Houston. Also, Iron Crown Indeedee not even making it here on our top 12 most used Pokemon. And yeah, but as you said, let's have a look tomorrow when we're heading, or later today actually, when we're heading into Phase 2, how this is changing up.
Yeah, the single strike Urshifu, of course, had such a stunning performance at Houston last weekend. I believe it was on the top 2 teams there. Talk about the Fake Out brothers. What about the Genie brothers? You've got Tornadus and Landorus right next to each other. Tornadus just has the edge there. Thundurus is nowhere to be seen, even though it had such a fantastic performance at EUIC.
Yeah, especially also working together quite nicely is our Tornadus and Landorus. We also saw that in Houston, taking down the championships there, because Landorus, with sheer force, Life Orb is just so powerful. The only thing it lacks maybe a little bit is speed, but there's a Tornadus that can help with that. And well, as long as there's no Articuno or Alolan Ninetales around, those two, yeah, synergize quite nicely.
And then we've got the Ogerpon brothers as well, or sisters, perhaps. Ogerpon Hearthflame and Ogerpon Wellspring, of course. They're right next to each other. I'm surprised how many of these Pokemon that are so similar or of the same kind are next to each other on this graphic. I guess you could also talk about the long-necked bros with Raging Bolt and Frigoroth, but of course Frigoroth isn't there. Raging Bolt is very much the star of the show when it comes to Regulation Set F, although it's a Pokemon that hasn't been on as many winning teams in Regulation Set F than I might have expected.
Yeah, it fell a little bit out of favor after taking home a lot of the early events, especially winning Birmingham, winning EUIC, of course. But yeah, Raging Bolt a little bit on the decline, as yeah, maybe Landorus is now also on the rise. And yeah, I can tell from experience, being a Raging Bolt player for most of this regulation, Landorus is the one single Pokemon you don't want to see on your opponent's team. Oh, goodness me. It counts it so well because, of course, Raging Bolt is often going to be running the Terra Fairy. Landorus has access to Sludge Bomb, and with that sheer force, you remove the chance to poison the Pokemon in favor of added damage. So, whether you Terrastallize or not, that Raging Bolt is not sitting pretty on the field. It was on your Birmingham top 8 team, wasn't it, Marcus, Raging Bolt? Yeah, absolutely. I was using the Life Orb, though, not the regular Calm Mind one. Instead, going on the all-out offensive.
That clearly worked pretty well for you.
Yeah, it's quite good. Thank you.
Would you be backing it this weekend, the Life Orb?
Well, I think maybe Calm Mind is a little bit more consistent, but yeah, I would be running back the Life Orb if I get to decide. But yeah, let's have a look at some of our other players who are here actually playing in the event. Our players to watch that, yeah, we'll have a little bit of an eye out because they have done incredibly well in the past, like Iker.
Last year's Seville Special Champion. And we've got Victor Medina here as well, Francesco Piopero. Victor, that trainer who is looking for that first major win. Of course, he's been in so many top cut positions, he's been in so many finalist positions, but could it finally be their time here at the Seville Special Championships? And Francesco Piopero, Marcus, of course, who was running that Thundurus that we mentioned before, and a trainer who was third place, I believe, at EUIC. It was third or fourth place, at least in the top 8 of EUIC. And Francesco, of course, another Italian player. Iker and Victor, they are Spanish, so they're going to be wanting that home turf advantage.
Yeah, Iker currently at a 2-0 record, winning both the first 2 rounds. Then Victor currently at a 1-1, actually losing the very first round of the tournament, but climbing back after that. And then Francesco also at a 2-0, undefeated so far. So our players to watch are doing quite well, I would say, so far. Let's check in with them later throughout the day and see how it's going. Yeah, what do you think about the two fairy type plushes that are featured here on the screen?
I was just about to say that Screamtail is looking so snug under Francesco's scarf there. I don't know how he's done that. Has he pinned it to himself? That's defying gravity is Francesco Piopero. We'll ride on our broomstick over to Victor's Fluttermane here. It's a lovely plush, that one, isn't it? It looks like a very cuddly one. Same with the Screamtail, just a big old marshmallow. Would like to see more Screamtail in Regulation ZF. It's another fairy type, it's another past Paradox Pokemon, of course, but Fluttermane is very much the queen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sitting there at second place in the usage statistics. I mean, Screamtail, yeah, it was showing up every now and then, but yeah, if you need a fairy type, then usually it is Fluttermane in this format.
Yeah, Ika not with the plush. Maybe that was a plush switch. I doubt it, but oh well. Let's hope that the plush metagame keeps evolving. But Ika, our champion from last year in Seville, that was, of course, Regulation Set G. In fact, I think it was the very last event of Regulation Set G, and this weekend it's the last of Regulation Set F. Let's take a look at Ika as a player, their achievements, how we think Ika's going to be doing it this weekend. Because a trainer who really rose to prominence last year, winning Seville, but a trainer who's been around for a little bit. Top 8 at the Utrecht Special Championships as well. Lille top 64. Then you see there, that first major win was Seville. And yeah, running an all-physical team, went ahead and won. That is, a core tenet of team building, have some special attackers as well as physical, just so Pokemon like Incineroar don't run too rampant. But clearly, Ika didn't mind about that.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly the type of style that he brought to the table also last year here in Seville with so many physical attackers. And then you have the Chien Pao for some extra damage boosts, because, of course, with the sort of Ruin, you lower defensive stats of everything. So physical damage will be even greater. And then you also have multiple ways of playing against Incineroar. For example, Defiant King Gambit, because the Incineroar so annoying for a lot of physical attackers. And yeah, coming after this top 8 finish at Utrecht, I think we're talking about this last time as well, where it seems like those special championships are really where Iker knows how to shine, winning one in Seville last year and with the top 8 in Utrecht. And now, well, he's back, as I said, currently 2-0, ready to add another good finish here in Seville to his accolades.
Coming away with a huge amount of booster packs as well, ready to trade with their friends. So from Ika now to another Spanish player, Victor Medina. Let's remind ourselves of the phenomenal achievements Victor has under their belts. I mean, look at this, 2 times World's Top 8, the highest caliber of competition. Top 4 at the North American International Championship, the 2nd place at Latin American International Championships in 2025, and then the finalist in Frankfurt. But again, the glaring omission on this graphic so far, Marcus, is that champion title.
Yeah, can you believe it or not? Well, Victor has even more great finishes, like a top 4 at 2022 EUIC, and that didn't even make the graphic just because of how many great finishes he has had in countless of tournaments. Also being another regional finalist before as well in Lille, I think it was. So yeah, definitely it came close on so many different occasions, but yeah, still looking to add that title, the #1, the gold medal, to his cabinet of trophies. And yeah, he's trying to do this time with his Trick Room-based team, Cresselia, Fluttermane, Ursaluna, a very strong team as well that we've also seen show up a few times throughout this regulation.
Yeah, Cresselia is a Pokemon that's really been rising to the fore. So bulky. It's so hard to remove from the field. It's a Pokemon that you just have to keep chipping away at, and it might not look like any particular damage on one turn, but it all adds up, and that's where these top players really thrive, knowing that if I chip you on this turn later in the game, it's going to make my life so much easier.
Yeah, and then let's have a look at Francesco's player profile. We got a little glimpse at the team he's bringing earlier on the notable matches, but he was able to come out on top in that last round as well. Currently 2-0 with this Rain team, switching things up after the most recent 2026 EUIC top 4 finish. And also in previous seasons with the top 8 at NEIC, back with that Terrapagos Miraidon team. This was back in Regulation Set I. So yeah, he's probably one of those players looking forward to playing that again. And then also being a regional finalist, but once more one of those players that has done well so many times. Also a multiple-time online tournament winner. But yeah, in big offline tournaments, he's still looking for that big win as well.
I love seeing this rain composition that Francesco is bringing this weekend. I might have mentioned to you before, Marcus, Francesco inspired me back in the Sword and Shield era to run a Gigantamax Blastoise team.
Oh, yes.
I had the most fun. It was physical Regieleki as well. Clearly, he's a fan of these water types, isn't he? A fan of the rain. So we'll see if he's going to make the sun go away and make it all overcast here in Seville. It's absolutely beautiful weather here, I got to say. And last year, the Seville Special Championships was in April. It was about a month later. This time, the temperature is really pleasant. Last year, I think for you and I, Marcus, it was a little bit hot. We had to apply that factor 50 or maybe make it factor 100 sun cream.
Yeah, Francesco, one of those players that is really trying to maybe swim a little bit against the metagame in some ways, always trying to build a team for events that is maybe not out there yet and that he can maybe, with his group of players, his building group, can bring to success at these events. And yeah, with the rain team, bringing the rain to Seville, maybe that's the strat. Who knows?
Well, yeah, especially after Sun was so popular last weekend in Houston. So many Torkoals running around. I remember Zach Emerzian's team with the Torkoal and the Regidrago. And also, how many Regidrago are we going to be seeing out there? I love Regidrago. You've got him lurking over there. I call this one Mr. Snaps. So, what if you want to attend some regional championships or indeed special championships? How will you be able to sign up?
Yeah, how does that work again?
Well, if you look at the screen again,
I'm not familiar with that yet, but...
As if by magic, we can now show you.
Okay.
Go to rk9.gg/event/Pokemon, and that's how you can sign up for these tournaments. We'd love to see you here. Whether you're a veteran or whether you're a newcomer, we know that you'll have the time of your life here, just sharing your passion for Pokemon with like-minded people. And such a friendly community it is as well. A lot of times you sit down in front of your opponent, you just have a nice chat for your very first round. Sure, you're probably going to be feeling a little bit nervous, but they will be there to put your nerves at rest. And also it's a community that really thrives on feedback. They love helping each other. This turn, maybe I would have done this, and that would have put you in XYZ position. And yeah, it's a game that's very hard to do well in without the help of others.
Yeah, it's also fun to just celebrate the love of Pokemon. Even if you're not about competing, of course, you can come and spectate our events as well over there. Or you can just tune in on our live streams. So that's, of course, also always an option. Yeah, I think the second round is almost over. So we are setting things up for the next round. But before that, we will take a very short break. Gives you time to maybe grab some snacks, grab a drink, and then we will be back with more action here from the Seville Special Championships.
In many VGC formats, the same Pokémon rise to the top again and again, putting the spotlight on thorough preparation and precise positioning. But Scarlet and Violet's Regulation H told a different story. With no legendary Pokémon allowed, the field opened up, and new strategies and unexpected stars took center stage. Across the first half of the 2025 season, 4 European regionals crowned 4 unique champions. Let's relive the key moments that defined this unforgettable run. At the first tournament, Dortmund Regionals, creativity and team building was everywhere. But the finals came down to Matty Morgan and Davide Miraglia. Matty was chasing his second regional win, while Davide hadn't been this deep in a tournament since 2016. In Game 1, Davide's Golden Go plus Safety Goggles Annihilate completely neutralized Amoonguss, and he took the lead. Matty adjusted for Game 2, but Davide was ready. Clefable gave clutch support, Annihilate set up with Bulk Up, and without answers on Matty's side, Davide secured the victory. A huge win for him, and the first major title ever for Clefable. Lille brought even more creativity, and in the finals it was Nils Dunlop versus Victor Medina. Nils, a former EUIC champ, brought a unique sand team, while Victor was hunting for his first ever major win with a balanced team that included Ninetales. Game 1, ChoiceBack's Ninetales froze Nils' Corviknight and carried Victor to victory. But in Game 2, Nils turned the tables. He stacked boosts with Corviknight until it was unbreakable, forcing a Game 3. Once again, Ninetales pulled off an incredible freeze and even survived on 1 hit point. It looked like Victor's moment. But Nils wasn't done. He unleashed a lethal combo of Terra Psychic Indeedee and Sneasler, completing the comeback and taking the title. In Gdansk, 2 Italian legends clashed. Federico Camporese's Rain Team versus Marco Silva's Sun Squad. Marco already had multiple international titles at the time, while Federico was chasing his first. Game 1, Marco made some great calls and forced out Pelipper early. With this, he managed to get weather control and cruise to victory. Game 2 started rough. Federico gambled on a Terra Dark Sucker Punch read that failed. But with his back against the wall, Pelipper connected a desperate Hurricane in the sun, confusing Porygon 2 and swinging momentum. That miracle led to a wild endgame where King Gambit and Pelipper actually won under the sun, tying the set. Game 3, Federico revealed Basculegion for the first time. It instantly knocked out Charizard on turn 1. With Rain locked in, thanks to an unfortunate Trick Room timing, Basculegion dominated the field and delivered Federico's long-awaited first major trophy. Federico's victory added 6 brand new champions to the list, meaning that every winning team so far, Davide's, Nils's, and now Federico's, featured completely unique Pokémon. No repeats at all. Even if Marco had taken the title, this streak would have helped, showing just how wide open and creative this format truly was. But with one European regional left, the big question was, would we crown a 4th team of unique champions, or would a proven strategy finally rise again? For the last European regional of Regulation H, the circuit returned to Germany. Joe Ugarte's Sun team fell in top 8, leaving Eden Bachelor against Francesco Piopero in the finals. Both veterans, but both chasing their first major offline title. The set was incredibly positional. In Game 1, Eden made a great call, pivoting Ursaluna Blood Moon into Archaludon's Electroshot and riding that momentum to a win. Francesco adapted in Game 2, targeting Incineroar early and navigating a difficult endgame beautifully, tying the series. In the decider, Francesco revealed Basculegion, but Eden diffused the threat with Intimidate, traded Incineroar for it, and returned to their strongest position, Golden Go plus Dragonite. A timely Nasty Plot gave Eden the edge, and they closed out the set to become the final European regional champion of the regulation. 4 tournaments, 4 epic finals, and 4 incredible champions, each with their own unique team. In total, 22 different Pokémon claimed the spotlight as European regional winners in Regulation H. This format gave us unforgettable battles throughout the 2025 season, and it's back for the first half of 2026, with even more stories waiting to be written. What was your favorite Regulation H moment? Share it with us using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Seville Special Championships. Yeah, reliving some moments there from the Regulation Set H. It's going to be interesting seeing what we will say about Regulation F once it's done. I'm Marcus Hamann, joined here by Charlie Merriman. And yeah, well, the story of Regulation Set F is still not completely written, this being the last weekend of that regulation. Is there something in particular you are looking forward to seeing?
The rest is still unwritten, and what I would like to see is a return to Articuno and Alolan Ninetales. I mean, we saw, and by the way, fantastic voiceover in that segment. I was hooked on your every word, Marcus. I really enjoyed that. We saw, of course, we were reminded of the Corviknight being frozen in the Lille finals between Nils and Victor Medina. And of course, we had in Utrecht, the last time we had Regulation Set F, we had this Articuno Ninetales. Yeah. Nick already piloting that and went ahead and won the tournament. Articuno, first major win. It was so cool. No pun intended with the ice trainers. And to see some freezes, maybe even some sheer cold connects. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, bring me that. How about you?
Yeah, amazing. Well, I'm looking forward to just seeing some of the best players in the world battle it out one last time in Regulation Set F, and we are ready to take a choice here for our round 3 battles. And of course, once again, we will let you at home decide which game will be featured. And wow, just looking at this list, amazing players, bringing in some creativity, bringing in some trusted teams that they have done well with at previous tournaments. But really great lineup.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, David Partington, shout out to our fellow caster, with a fascinating team of Paradox Pokemon, Gouging Fire, Walking Wake, Iron Crown, going up against Santiago Molina, who got Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion, against Femi. Ruben Gianzini, Bologna champion from a couple of seasons ago and finalist last season, going up against Javier Senorena, Salvatore Rega, and Davide Fazio as well. Davide with a fantastic performance at EUIC just a month ago. And Salvatore, sort of harking back to teams that did well earlier on in regulations at F with that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, and with David Partington and Santiago Molina, we have this another Dondozo team there going up against David Partington's, or should I say Jamie Boyd's special here from the past and the future. A little bit of an interesting, unique mix-up here, coming out with Gouging Fire, Iron Crown, and Walking Wake. And then, the world champion, Eduardo Cunha, also joining that Psychic Surge train, going up against Femi.
All aboard, trainers. I do like some Psychic Terrain expanding force action.
Yeah, so how do you make this decision? You can hop over onto our Twitch chat, where there's going to be a poll with all 4 of those games, and you can cast your vote and decide which game we will feature here in Swiss Round 3 in Seville. Usually this is the point where I would say, I can't really make a decision. So many great games, but for real, so many great games. I don't know, Charlie, do you have any favorites that you would really want to see?
I mean, again, I would, if I had to choose one, and I'd love to show some love to our fellow caster David and that really unique team, of course. Initially piloted by Jamie Boyd, but we'd love to see what you want to see, trainers. That's what it's all about. You dictate the action here. Vote in the Twitch chat. We want to know which of these matches you'd like us to bring to you. And I mean, either way, you're going to have a fantastic time. So just go with the instinct. What jumps out at you, trainers? And the caliber of trainers out there, the number of trainers out there as well. Seville, a very popular event, a very beautiful location, of course. It's an honor to be hosting all of these trainers here, and it's an honor to have you joining us on the stream. So let us know on Twitch. Let us know what you want to see. We can't wait to bring it to you.
Yeah, I just casted my vote, so let's see. Let's see what we'll have. Just kidding. But again, so many great players already in this early stage of the tournament still, of course. If you're traveling to Seville, if you're traveling for any of these tournaments, of course, always also a little bit of a debate that I like to discuss with some players. Do you want to face the big names early to maybe get a win and then get a lot of confidence, or maybe lose to them, but then, you came here to play the best, and then you were able to achieve that and do that. All 4 of those matches, I think, all of those players, they will have the luxury of playing against a really, really strong opponent in this next round.
Yeah, absolutely that. Whether you face the top players sooner or later in the tournament, to be the best, you, of course, have to beat the best. Get on over to Twitch and let us know what match you want to be seeing. Marcus, let me return to your question you asked earlier. What team would you like to see this weekend? I said Alola Ninetales and Articuno.
Yeah, I think, the team that I really enjoyed the most using in this regulation is that Raging Bolt team. With the Rillaboom, the Incineroar. Seeing some high-level gameplay of that, I'm all up for that. But I'm also very open to learning about some new strategies and new teams. So I think, my vote is going to be just any team that we haven't really seen yet, just to see how far can you push in this format with team building. Have we already reached kind of the limits? Are these the best teams, the ones that are known right now? Or maybe something like what David is bringing here, opening kind of a new team where people are going to be like, oh yeah, why didn't I come up with this? So that's always a moment that I like after these tournaments and reviewing the results.
And then there's always that question of, is it the team or is it the player? Because of course the pilot, not everyone, for example, would have done as well as Carson Confer last weekend with that Ninetales team. But from Houston back to Seville, we've got the results ready. Let's take a look at what you have voted for. For what we're bringing you, it's going to be David Partington versus Santiago Molina. Fantastic news. Good choice, trainers. Wow. Well, I'm very excited indeed to see all these Paradox Pokemon. We've got another Tatsugiri Dondozo, but is David just going to be able to carve their way through before that Dondozo gets too carried away?
Yeah, but this one, we will see a little bit more details in a little bit. But yeah, with Tornadus and Glimora being slotted in here over Weezing, Galarian Weezing, and Fluttermane on the team that we saw before by Marcus Ko is going to be a different version of Dondozo. And then, yeah, David's team is not really comparable to anything we've seen before so far. I mean, you could make the case of maybe saying that, okay, what if you took the standard kind of size spam team and then you replace Gouging Fire, you put that in over Ogerpon Hearthflame, and then you take out one Dragon, you take out Regidrago, and you put in the Walking Wake, you take out one Tailwind user, Tornadus out, Whimsicott in, maybe then you have the same kind of structure. But yeah, it's really unlike anything we've seen so far, and I'm really beyond excited to seeing how David will navigate this matchup.
Yeah, really fascinating as well, Marcus. You called it out earlier when we were talking about Houston, how there was 0 Rillaboom in the Houston top 8, and we've only got a couple here. Really fascinating. If you were to tell me that Rillaboom would be dropping off to such an extent, I'm not sure I'd have believed you, because it's such a prominent threat, whatever format that it's allowed in. And we don't have any Rillaboom here, so David will be able to get that Psychic terrain up with no worries.
Yeah, I think one thing about this trend is the fact that in a lot of previous formats, Rillaboom would have the advantage over the Psychic teams. And so having a Rillaboom was deemed to be very important in order to have a matchup against those teams. But as the Psychic teams kind of were built better and better and more practice was put in, I think at this point, the Psychic players kind of identified how to really play against Rillaboom in the best way. And because the best Rillaboom set for a long time was deemed to be one with high horsepower instead of U-turn, I think the edge was swung, and actually Indeedee has the advantage in this matchup. And so players are now realizing, well, Rillaboom, maybe it just isn't really that helpful in this matchup at all if you're running high horsepower, so you have to come up with a different way of playing the matchup anyway. And so therefore a lot of players are dropping the Rillaboom, and this of course then in return boosts the kind of the level that you can reach with a Psychic Surge-based strategy even higher if you don't even have to worry about terrain control at all.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I wonder if we were to have regulations at F for a little bit longer, whether Rillaboom we would start to see rising to the fore again, and maybe more with U-turn. Thank you very much for that explanation there, Marcus. Of course, we don't really have much electric terrain or misty terrain at all, the other two that we have access to, because the Pokemon that set it up, they, I don't know, maybe leave something a little bit to be desired. Pincurchin isn't going to be the most powerful Pokemon, and otherwise you've got Galarian Weezing, but if you're running that, neutralizing gas is such a incredible, unique ability that it's hard to overlook that and go for the Misty Surge instead. Yeah, but in future formats, I look forward to seeing those other terrains coming back.
Yeah, for sure. But for now, for the longest time, it's been a lot about the grassy terrain and the Psychic terrain, and that is also what we will see in this match. David Partington, can you remember the last time that he was playing on stream from the player side?
No. I know that he was competing at EUIC. We were both competing at EUIC. Yep. And he did well there. I think it went 5-3. Yep. But yeah, in terms of playing on stream, I know that he, of course, won regional championships with a Murkrow, but that was
2019?
2019, I thought it was 2019.
Quite a while ago, but yeah, we will talk about that a little bit more when he comes on stream, because, of course, nowadays, David, mostly known as being a caster, but he definitely can also play really, really well. And yeah, he will show what he can do with this. Well, I don't want to call it crazy, but it's a little bit out there, right? This team?
It's absolutely out there, and it's no less than we'd expect than one built initially by Jamie Boyd. Yeah, we got the future with Iron Crown, we got the past with Gouging Fire and Walking Away. What's fascinating, of course, is that the most popular of those past Paradox Legendary Beast Pokemon is the other one, Raging Cold, but it's the one that's nowhere to be seen on David's team. And look at this really fantastic new desk that we have here, glimmering in all its glory on the stage. I love it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about David there for a second.
Well, then I'd be describing him as a desk, which, I don't know. I don't really see those attributes in him.
Glimmering in all his glory is David on the left-hand side, and glimmering in all his glory is also Glimora over on Santi's side of the team. Yeah, Santiago, yeah, looking forward to doing well here with this Dondozo team. I actually played against them all the way back in the Birmingham Regional Championships, where they were using the Carry Dartona team with a Roaring Moon. And yeah, we're also doing quite well there, but yeah, switching things up here for the final event of this regulation set F.
There's no plushie metagame to speak of, I'm afraid, trainers, but I'm sure we'll see those mascot plushies on stream shortly. Oh, is that a ferret that the judge is rocking? That's very sweet. I love that. Little supportive friend. Oh, I do enjoy ferret. Marcus, what's your favorite of those Route 1 normal type Pokemon?
Oh, ferret.
Rattatas and Centrets. It's
Yeah,
ferret as well?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely, yes. Yeah, I
Nice.
have like I have the little plushie as well.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really cute and it just keeps on walking, you know.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. I think I would say ferret too, but I am a big fan of Zigzagoon as well, I have to say. There's something about it, I don't know. Linoon as well. I guess it takes a leaf out of Ferret's book, actually, being long, slender, running around.
Are you a fan of Zigzagoon or are you a fan of Zigzagoon?
Huh?
Never mind. Never mind.
You'll have to explain that one to me later.
Well, yeah.
But now we will zigzag go on into the team preview and, of course, the achievements of these incredible players. Now, David, of course, reached the top 16 at the Lille Regional Championships in 2022, and that was, in fact, my first ever live Pokemon event. That's where I met David for the first time, and he went ahead to reach the top 16 position. Yeah. We go way back. It was wonderful.
Great times.
Yeah, absolutely. Such fond memories. And, of course, Santiago has such incredible achievements as well. You just mentioned it then, Marcus. Birmingham Regionals a couple of months ago now, top 32, top 128 at the North American International Championships last season, and as a senior, top 4 at Europe Internationals. So this is clearly a trainer with a huge legacy in the game.
Yeah, two players actually that have some of the most sought after trophies at home. David having that championships win there in Bristol, regional champion, and then Santiago with a top 4 at an IC. Yeah, it's gonna be a great one there. Both players getting ready, getting comfortable. I think you can see David looking forward to playing this match, and there we have it. It's the Choice Band Gouging Fire. It's the Sunny Day Whimsicott. We got the Choice Specs Walking Wake, and then Heal Pulse Indeedee. We got the Calm Mind Iron Crown, and, well, Landorus, I was going to say, looks like maybe the most normal on the team, but no, it is a Terra Psychic Landorus, no Sludge Bomb, and it has Calm Mind. So what do we make of that team, Charlie?
I really love this from David because even in this open team sheet era, looking at this team across the table from you think, okay, well, I've never come across this in my practice. How on earth do I try and counter it? Yeah. I love the Terra Psychic on the Landorus. Of course, it means that you can take that size spam that David is rocking himself so much better. The expanding forces that Landorus will hopefully be shrugging off. I love how hyper offensive it is with the Choice Band and the Choice Specs. Just wanted to carve through teams quickly. What's fascinating about this matchup is, of course, that Santiago running the Tatsugiri Dondozo wants to take things slower. So I'm looking forward to seeing how David is going to be denying them that opportunity. And I just want to call out briefly as well, the Terra Electric on Whimsicott.
Yeah, because why not?
Yeah, of course. Just go the whole hog. But now we'll go all the way over to Santiago's team, who's running, maybe a slightly more standard composition, but still some differences there as David is waiting for that fist bump. Good, thank you for not leaving him hanging there, Santiago. We got Chi-Yu, we got Dragonite, Dondozo, Tatsugiri, Glimmora, and Tornadus.
Did you see what was going on in the top 4 at LAIC?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. The fist bump himself. Fortunately, Santiago was able to swoop in and save the day. We've got Focus Sash here on the Chi-Yu. Choice Band again. We got a couple of Choice Bands, and we have all the choice items. Here we go. We got Choice Scarf there as well on Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and we got an Assault Vest Glimmora with a Toxic Debris ability, with a Mortal Spin for a lot of poison status spreading around, and then with Dazzling Gleam and the Terra Fairy. Maybe a little bit of an answer against the Regidrago-based teams, but also maybe could come in handy against some of the Dragon-type moves coming out from the Walking Wake and the Gouging Fire. Maybe that's something we'll have to watch out for. Yeah, unlike the Dondozo we saw before from Marcus Cole, this one has Unaware and Leftovers, so it might be trained to be a little bit more bulky, a little bit more defensive, leaning a little bit more into that kind of stall poison tick route, rather than going for this really, really offensive way that Marcus Cole likes to play Dondozo.
Yeah. I mean, looking at David's team, you've got the Iron Crown. That's obviously taking no damage from poison-type moves. You also have no poison Pokemon, so they can't switch in and soak up those toxic spikes that could be left on the field from the toxic debris. So David might have an issue trying to deal with that, but fundamentally, it just wants to carve the advantage as quickly as possibly can. And into the Dondozo, especially with all those boosts, what are we thinking in terms of the damage? Of course, you can can keep chipping away with the expanding forces, try and get off these dragon-type moves. The Dondozo for Santiago is the Terra Grass, so all of a sudden then Gouging Fire's Choice Banded, Flare Blitz, and Heat Crash become all the more powerful. But let's see what these trainers are thinking. Dondozo and Chi-Yu, double fish in the lead. I got Ndidi and Iron Crown, this classic psychic combination coming out for David.
Yeah, David making use of that psychic terrain right away. And let's see now, we talked about this in the previous round, booster energy going off. We have to pay attention. Which stat is it affecting? Okay, special attack went up, and then special defense will go up for this Ndidi. So a lot of extra stats for David right before this very first turn. And now Ndidi, of course, could go ahead and go for, say, a follow me. We have to be careful. Chi-Yu, of course, carrying Heatwave to bypass that. The Iron Crown is the Terra Dragon, so that could match up nicely also into potential Water-type attacks coming out from Dondozo. But as always against these Dondozo teams, turn 1 is always already a little bit of a mind game because, well, Chi-Yu could be swapping out into Tatsugiri right away, or there could be this Protect play and Heatwave that we saw before coming out from Marcus Ko in the previous round, and already a big decision here for David to make.
I mean, the expanding force we saw David go for there in case the Tatsugiri were to come in, of course, Chi-Yu taking no damage from that, but is going to stay, the Chi-Yu, as Dondozo goes for the Protect, and it's just the one shot thanks to the Beads of Ruin, reducing the special defense of Iron Crown. Goodbye, and the expanding force has gone with it, but Ndidi is able to set up the Trick Room.
Yeah, great play there by Santiago, identifying that, well, Dark Pulse hits everything here, both Ndidi and Iron Crown for a ton of damage. And because there is no terrestrialization on Iron Crown, we often see it go for, say, a Terra Water, Terra Blast, or Terra Fighting Terra Blast. That would hit Chi-Yu for super effective. But with this Calm Mind moveset, actually, David didn't have a great way of hitting that Chi-Yu at all. So pretty safe move coming out from Santiago. And, well, David did get up the Trick Room, but since Santi didn't commit to the Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination, Dondozo now might actually benefit from this Trick Room.
Yeah, Dondozo, a really slow Pokemon. It would have got a double boost to its speed, of course, had Tatsugiri swapped in. So, Walking Wake, I mean, it's not doing it terribly on the field. You match up into Chi-Yu fairly nicely. Dondozo would threaten it with a super effective Order Up, but with no boost, Walking Wake should be able to deal pretty well with that. With the Choice Specs, though, you're really threatening the Chi-Yu here, so maybe Santiago is going to want to switch into the Tatsugiri to combine for that reason, but in fact, it's going to be the Dondozo switching.
Yeah, Dondozo swapping out, and once again, still, David doesn't have the greatest way of dealing with Chi-Yu, since Ndidi doesn't have any offensive moves. It cannot hit Chi-Yu, and it cannot break the Focus Sash, so Chi-Yu is guaranteed to get off at least one more attack. As Walking Wake now going on the offensive, presumably, with a Terra Water.
Yeah, Terra Water maximizing the damage of those Water-type moves. Helping Hand, too. Love to see this from David. A big, decisive play here. But just what move will it be locking into? Dark Pulse will be going next from the Chi-Yu. The Trick Room benefiting the Chi-Yu more than the Walking Wake there. Dragon Pulse, in fact. So the Terra Water just to change the defenses. It's another one-hit KO. That Tornadus is down. And with it, there goes Santiago's speed control for when the Trick Room expires.
Wow, okay. Tornadus in the back, I guess, with Trick Room already being up. Not the most helpful here anyway. But now, I mean, with this Terra Water, as you were saying, Walking Wake no longer weak to Order Up from Dondozo. So even if Tatsugiri was switching in, boosting it up, I don't think Dondozo has any way of getting the one-hit KO into Walking Wake. So therefore, I think what Santi could do is go for a combination of, say, Wave Crash from the Dondozo without any Tatsugiri switching in to knock out Ndidi, and then we already saw Chi-Yu is faster than Walking Wake under Trick Room, so then Chi-Yu could follow it up with a big Dark Pulse into Walking Wake.
Will that be what plays out? Santiago apparently has the 3 fish. We assume it's Tatsugiri in the back, but can that Genie Tornadus grant Santiago's wish? So far, fairly even, as Dondozo gets that Protect off. No damage heading into that slot. Follow me. Ndidi, the center of attention, loves to be the star of the show, keeping the Walking Wake all the safer. Dark Pulse is going to be easily enough to secure the KO onto Ndidi. David just down to their final 2 Pokemon now. Where did this Walking Wake target? If it's into the Chi-Yu, then that could be an advantage that David can claw back. And yes, it's the Dragon Pulse. That is not going to be enough for the KO. It's holding the Focus Sash anyway, but it's really nice. It should be enraged now with follow-up chip, but with Whimsicott in the back and his still got a few turns of Trick Room. Feels like David's sequencing is a little bit out of order.
Yeah, setting up Trick Room was a nice attempt against the boosted Dondozo to keep that in check, but now it's really coming back to bite David here a little bit. Important to note, yeah, Encore is not on the moveset of Whimsicott. It wouldn't work under the Psychic Terrain anyway, so that's not an option. So instead you could go for a Sunny Day, maybe lowering the damage output of Dondozo a little bit and activating the Protosynthesis on Walking Wake. But yeah, indeed, it doesn't really have a great way of contributing right now. Maybe if Moonblast, maybe if Whimsicott is faster than Chi-Yu and Moonblast gets the KO from this range, that could be something. Yeah, it's all down to this trusted duo now by David, the Walking Wake and the Whimsicott, the last remaining 2 Pokemon.
Well, speaking of trusted duo, here comes Tatsugiri. No more trusted duo than Tatsugiri and Dondozo. Now, of course, Dondozo is going to get maximized in its stats. As I maximize, it's +2, but sometimes it feels like maximized.
It feels pretty high.
Yeah, when you're trying to take one down. Does this Dondozo have now what it takes? A reminder, its moves Wave Crash, Earthquake, and Order Up alongside the Protect. And spamming that Earthquake, you're going to get a huge amount done. Of course, David targeted into the Tatsugiri slot, which meant that there's no damage from the Moonblast. With these boosts into the now boosted Dondozo, it's not bad. It's about a quarter of its HP. The Order Up no longer super effective, but this means Dondozo is boosting its attack here as well.
Yeah, and it is going to recover from the leftovers, so it will be a tough mountain to climb for Whimsicott and Walking Wake. Now, one thing that I would say was good for David was the fact that Walking Wake was moving first, was moving before Dondozo here. So now at least one more hit coming out from Walking Wake, but with this additional attack boost, will Dondozo be able to get the KO? I think that's going to be crucial here to determine the winner of this battle.
David is going to amplify the offense even more with the Sunny Day, the Protosynthesis boosting the special attack. Now how much damage is the Dragon Ball's going to do? Now that Dondozo in range of just one more hit. Order Up is going to be enough, though, to claim the KO thanks to that previous attack boost, the Curly Form Tatsugiri, and now it's Whimsicott against the world. And let's not forget, of course, as well as the Tatsugiri that's lurking in Dondozo's mouth, you've got the Chi-Yu in the back as well. It's had its focus broken, but Whimsicott isn't necessarily the Pokemon you'd want to be able to clear up a game.
Yeah, I think this turn, this KO probably decided the fate of this match because, yeah, with 3 against 1, Whimsicott won't be able to do that. However, yeah, I think it also showed that the game was much closer than it looked like initially, because had Walking Wake taken this additional Order Up, the next turn, Trick Room was over, you can go for a Tailwind and Dragon Pulse, potentially knocking out Dondozo, and then all of a sudden you have the speed advantage, and then Whimsicott and Walking Wake can maybe clean the game from there, yeah, I think let's not forget Santi also still had Terrestrialization available, if I'm not mistaken. So that is something that was, still could have played a role. But yeah, Order Up was enough. Get the KO. And with this, the game 1 goes to Santi.
I mean, to be fair, the Dondozo only could do either resisted or attacks that were immune into the Whimsicott with Wave Crash, Earthquake, and Order Up. So there's a chance there that Whimsicott would have been able to hang on, but again, with 2 further Pokemon to deal with, chances are that Whimsicott didn't have what it took, and David recognized that. And so, into Game 2 we go. And it felt like, yeah, in the turn 1, just not getting the advantage, certainly out of that Iron Crown that you would like to see. It just went down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that Dark Pulse, with the speed tiers, how they were, it definitely benefiting Santiago there. And yeah, he then kept the momentum up from this first turn. Big KO. And yeah, I think David definitely has to reassess this approach a little bit, because Indeedee and Iron Crown, neither of them can touch Chi-Yu. Whimsicott also not the best in facing down a Chi-Yu, so that just leaves you very, very weak to the Chi-Yu. And this is also what we saw, and good decision by Santiago also to lock into Dark Pulse, as Whimsicott was the only resistance there. Sometimes we see players have the Terra Fairy on Indeedee, so then it can gain a resistance to Dark-type attacks from Terrestrializing, but that's not the case here. It's a Terra Dragon, just like Iron Crown as well. And then Dark Pulse, it's just very, very difficult to power through, and you also didn't have, you don't have a lot of offense against Chi-Yu with Indeedee and Iron Crown. So I think David needs to switch up things in a significant way. I think maybe going with either Walking Wake or Landorus early on, just to get rid of Chi-Yu. that would be the approach to choose for game 2. However, of course, Santiago also knows this, can maybe then swap out Chi-Yu, keep it around for later, for facing this Indeedee and Iron Crown combination.
This, in my mind, is the biggest weakness of the Carmine Iron Crown. The fact that there is no longer any room for Terra Blast, and namely Terra Blast Water that we often see on Iron Crown, just gives it so much less flexibility in that sense. But of course, Carmine Iron Crown's been doing so well. It's not like David doesn't have the tools to deal with Chi-Yu. Oh no, not at all. But it is going to be in the lead again. These two blue fish, once more in the lead, Santiago. And there's that big change-up you wanted, Marcus. It's going to be Whimsicott and the choice band Gouging Fire.
Yeah, and the Gouging Fire is actually quite interesting because it is a Pokemon that is quite bulky, and usually it goes for a booster energy to boost its speed. But on this team, it's actually a little bit different because instead of using the booster energy, it will use Whimsicott's Tailwind to gain a speed advantage, and then also gets the Choice Band for extra damage. With the Terra Fire, can do a lot of damage. However, over on Santiago's side, 2 Pokemon that resist fire-type attacks. So maybe, do you want to go for, say, the Breaking Swipe? Maybe it's once again, it could be one of those cases where you want to, like, Terra out of the weakness to order up. But I think Breaking Swipe and Tailwind covers all options that Santiago can go for. And then depending on what David has in the back, there might be ways to continue the game from that.
I do like the Breaking Swipe option because it's also a way, as well as getting spread damage, to break the Focus Sash of this Chi-Yu. Yeah. Having said spread damage, Dondozo won't be taking any this turn thanks to the Protect. Tailwind from Whimsicott, so very much the speed advantage in David's court now, saying, I don't like how that last game went. I want the speed to be in my side. Chi-Yu gets the attack draw, that doesn't matter. It's a special attacker, but it deals significant damage. The Heat Wave, Whimsicott without the Focus Sash, goodbye, it's going down. The Tailwind's been set up, and often that's all Whimsicott needs to do, although it would have been nice to have had the option for a sunny day later on in the game for these Protosynthesis Pokemon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It means you get one of your attackers onto the field though, and this Dondozo is an unaware Dondozo, so ignoring any boosts, but it's also ignoring any drops, so you could freely lock into Draco Meteor if you wanted to. However, we just saw how the Chi-Yu can probably take another one of those Breaking Swipes, and yeah, you really wouldn't want Chi-Yu to hang around for another turn. So do you try and target down Chi-Yu, or do you just bank on the fact that maybe Tatsugiri is switching in on the Chi-Yu slot and just going for the double target onto Dondozo? That's once again a crucial decision to make, and once again we see David taking his sweet time. But I think Draco Meteor and Breaking Swipe seems like an onslaught of Dragon-type attacks is the way to go here.
Yeah, and this time Santiago will be swapping out the Chi-Yu, and in comes Tatsugiri, the Driven, riding that monster truck all the way onto the field and into Dondozo's mouth, so getting the right call this time around. It's unsurprising to see David such a long time to lock into those moves there because, yeah, if you target that Tatsugiri slot, no damage is being dealt, but makes the right call this time around. I really love this position for David so much more than in the previous game. The Draco Meteor can next, and it's going to be taking that Dondozo just below half, even with all of those boosts. Thanks to that Tatsugiri driving the Dondozo in its mouth, Tatsugiri the Driven, and now the Breaking Swipe means that the Dondozo's attack is brought down to -1. I love this too because, of course, you have the order up boosting the attack of the Dondozo, so you can keep it in check, but not if this Gouging Fire goes down to an Earthquake. But no, you were saying how bulky Gouging Fire is, Marcus. That really came into play there.
Yeah, and now I think, well, I guess the next turn is going to be Protect from Dondozo, just to stall out another turn of Tailwind and get a little bit more recovery from leftovers. But then, if Draco Meteor gets the KO, we saw it move first just now, then Draco Meteor knocks out Dondozo, and then Breaking Swipe will go and hit into the Tatsugiri. So this could be a huge damage trade for David that he was able to set up here. Though it will come down maybe to a little bit of how the damage will go in this next turn. This turn, I think, yeah, I'm definitely expecting Protect from Santiago's Dondozo.
Yeah, you could also, if you're confident that the Draco Meteor is going to get the KO onto Dondozo, because again, unaware, ignoring the special attack drops, just go for a Dragon Claw into that Tatsugiri slot, and that means you'll be able to get 2 KOs in 1. But as it is, Gouging Fire just going to switch out, anticipating this Protect, and Indeedee coming in instead. Indeedee without the Iron Crown to boot, but it will be able to go for those helping hands, and that should mean that Draco Meteor is an easy KO. We've been talking about Dondozo potentially going for Protect, but we are yet to have the confirmation. But there it is, yeah, stalling out the Tailwind, getting a bit of leftovers recovery.
Yeah, smart play there by David, identifying that Protect was very, very likely. And now, with Indeedee, as you spotted, Charlie, you get to go for Helping Hand and Draco Meteor, and this should get the knockout onto Dondozo. even after this little bit of extra recovery from the leftovers. And yeah, with that, switching out Gouging Fire also means that it will be able to change its moves. Was locked there with a Choice Band into Breaking Swipe, and that could come in handy later on. But actually, David thinking about a different way. Okay, let's see. No helping hand. Is this going to be enough?
No helping hand, and no, it's not. It's just out of range there. David was really hoping it would be enough. Frustrated in the camera, but the wave crashed into the Ndidi. Yeah, bringing it down oh so low there, but now the recoil damage is going to be enough to KO the Dondozo. And now Tatsugiri is going to hop out of the mouse. So 2 more fish left for Santiago, and the Trick Room being set up too. Really nice sequencing here from David in the face of this Choice Scarf Tatsugiri with its speed boosted.
Yeah, the sequencing was good, or the timing was good of the Trick Room. However, yeah, well, now you have a -4 special attack Walking Wake on the field, locked into Draco Meteor. It can deal significant damage, of course, still to Tatsugiri, but Tatsugiri still could go for the Terrestrialization. Terrestrializing to steal would mean that, yeah, Draco Meteor would do laughable damage, even when it's backed by the Beats of Ruin of the opposing Chi-Yu. But yeah, this is not the optimal setup under Trick Room, I would say. Now, you could try and bring Gouging Fire back in somehow, but yeah, I think I have a feeling Walking Wake is going to stay on the field, just clicking Draco Meteor, either until the game is over or until it's knocked out.
It could get critical hits, of course, that would ignore the drops, but there is one Pokemon as of yet unrevealed in the back for Santiago. If it's that Tornadus and David can coax it out before the Trick Room is expired, then you're looking better. But it's an uphill struggle for David right now. And again, just the Dondozo Tatsugiri mind games have really been playing with David. Be fascinating to get his thoughts as to his approach into this matchup. Really bring it down to the wire here. Just 1 second left, but is able to lock that move in. And now it's time for the Terrestrialization, heading into Santiago's Tatsugiri. Wanted to be the star of the show. It's had enough of being in Dondozo's mouth. Now it wants to be the one out on the field. The axe on its head, the axe to grind. And let's see if Santiago is able to carve their way through to a victory here, as Ndidi will be redirecting, becoming the center of attention once more. The Dart Pulse, yeah, that's going to be easily enough to get the KO onto the Ndidi. Now, what can this Walking Wake do? At least it was safe from the Dart Pulse. There would have been a huge amount of damage. The Draco Meteor, it does connect. It's a Terra Steel Tatsugiri, and yeah, that axe is only barely chipped.
Yeah, now Tatsugiri firing back, showing how it's done with the Draco Meteor. No damage drops, and with the super effective hit, knocking out Walking Wake. And now it's all down to David's Gouging Fire, the final Pokemon for him. And Santiago looking very, very close to closing out the series with a 2-0 win.
Yeah, Gouging Fire has access in this situation. Flare Blitz, Heat Crash, Dragon Claw, and Breaking Swipe, and you cannot switch up the move once you've chosen it. It's carrying a Choice Band. So, I mean, you get the spread damage at least with the Breaking Swipe, but that's all you get. Seems like Gouging Fire might just be extinguished this turn, but David is yet to spend the Terrestrialization, so there's no better time than now, and then you can threaten this now Terra Steel Tatsugiri with a super effective knockout. You have a Chi-Yu to deal with as well, but you can only lock into one move. Good luck to you, David. I don't envy you in this position.
Yeah, certainly not. And this Gouging Fire is still trying to lock the right target with time ticking down once more there for David. In the end, deciding to go after Chi-Yu, but let's see if that was the decision that can get David back into this game.
All right, it's the Terra Fire on the Gouging Fire. The chandelier atop the head is going to have a roar of victory, but unfortunately it might just go down in a blaze of glory. The Heat Crash, at least that's going off next, and it's going into, in fact, the Chi-Yu here, and it is enough to get the KO with the Terra Fire.
Okay.
The Tatsugiri is locked into Draco Meteor. It's no longer super effective damage, and it's already at -2 in its special attack. It does connect. All of these Draco Meteor Pokemon are feeling very accurate today. The Gouging Fire takes it, and David will coax out this final Pokemon from Santiago before the battle is up, and it will be the Tornadus. Of course, remember, we're still in the Trick Room here. Tornadus, however, does have access to Protect, so can stall out the Trick Room that we're in. It's still an uphill battle, but there's hope.
Yeah, it can stall out the Trick Room potentially, but what it cannot do is land a hit with certainty, because yeah, Bleak Windstorm is the only move of choice on Tornadus, so we have Tatsugiri locked into Draco Meteor and Bleak Windstorm, so of course both moves that can miss. And if you can call the right targets for these Heat Crashes, I think maybe there's still a way to come back for David in this game.
There is. There absolutely is. It would have to come down to a little bit of luck, but it's seeable. There is light at the end of the tunnel, targeting into the Tornadus instead of the Tatsugiri. That makes a whole lot of sense. Is this going to be enough for the KO? Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's a one-hit KO. David Partington, more like David Parting Shot, saying to Santiago, I see you. I can raise you. I can take this to a game 3.
Draco Meteor, is it going to hit?
It's going to hit. Is it going to crit? Oh, no. David, though, really fantastic play. Playing to their outs, doing everything they could, the smile on his face. Of course, David, no stranger to knowing that the sportsmanship goes a long way in this game. Congratulations, though, to Santiago Molina, your winner of Swiss Round 3.
Taking the set over David. Well done, Santiago.
That gouging fight, if the Draco Meteor had missed, then yeah, we could be heading right now into a game 3, and that's the beauty of Pokemon, you know? Sometimes all bets are just off. Anything can happen. Hugely well played to David, and I love to see that team doing well in the rest of the Seville Special Championships, but we'll have to see how the day shapes up for David. But, you know, down but not out. Down but not out. One loss, you can still afford to lose one more game before you're feeling nervous about whether you make day 2 or not.
Yeah, both players dropping a lot of Dracos there in that final game. And yeah, I think I like the approach much better that David chose in the second game. Going for a Tailwind-based strategy right away and then setting up the Trick Room later on. Yeah, I think that one turn, where the Draco Meteor was just barely not enough. I think we were behind the desk, we were kind of hinting at it that maybe Helping Hand was needed, and the switching into Indeedee, it seemed like such a smart choice, but then in the end, David decided to use that to set up Trick Room. But yeah, just a little bit too bulky was Dondozo over on Santiago's side in that moment.
A tale as old as time, the big fish that just seems to keep getting bigger. Walking Weight was trying to take a leaf out of its book, going for its Terra Water. So cool to see Walking Weight being brought to the fray. Unfortunately, didn't have the showing that David would have liked it to have on stream here. Trying to prove its worth in the Regulations Set F metagame, but huge props to David and, of course, Jamie Boyd building this team for trying to take a new spin on Regulations Set F, something that Boys is so well known for doing. Love to see the 3 fish over on Santiago's side of the field, and that Genie Tornadoes granting the wish that was granted the win in Swiss Round 3.
Yeah, and here we see the final moments of the second game. Chiyu going down, then Tornadus going down to Heat Crash as well. But in the end, Tatsugiri hit the final, the most important Draco Meteor, knocking out Gouging Fire and taking the set 2-0 was Santiago.
So that Tatsugiri at that point was at -4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
13 HP. I wonder the minimum amount of HP for Gouging Fire there to be able to hang on with just 1.
I mean, Draco Meteor is a powerful move.
Yeah.
I think maybe without the Rocky Helmet chip damage that Gouging Fire was taking from Tornadus.
Yeah.
Maybe then there's a way with like minimum roll, but yeah, 13 HP at Draco Meteor, I think, I'm afraid to say, it's gonna do.
It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed. Yeah, I just wonder the margins where David could have taken that to a game 3. Oh well, hugely well played to both trainers there, and it's only Swiss Round 3.
Yep.
We have 5 more of Phase 1 before we start getting into Phase 2. I can't wait to see the other innovative teams that trainers will be rocking. Will we see the Articuno? Will we see the balance? I think we'll probably see the balance. I think you might win on that front. But it'll be fascinating to see how these trainers pilot it, and if there's a change up in the items. Who knows? Maybe there's a Choice Specs Raging Bolt. You know, it's all about those tiny changes to the established metagame.
Absolutely, and of course also David is not out yet. We'll be able to continue playing in this tournament. And yeah, if you at home are feeling like you want to play in some tournaments as well, but you're not sure going to the big stage, to those regionals, to those special championships right away, then of course we have a way for you to get started playing Pokemon, which is at locals. So let's have a look at what those are like.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I'd love to go to a local with you, Marcus. Not that we are based in the same country, and be at the table and you come in looking nervous and I just say, hey, want to play? You say, sure. and then we battle them. For some reason, we have American accents in this scenario. But if you want to join, scan that QR code, find your local, and we'd love to see you there. Locals are a fantastic way to try out teams that maybe you're not confident in yet. You just want to get some insights into how the metagame is shaping up. And of course, more than anything else, you'll learn so much more from all of the other trainers there and make a huge amount of new friends. And that is what this wonderful community is all about. We'd love to see you at a local soon. Scan the QR code, come and join us. Look how happy that Lechonk is. That could be you.
Ah, yeah, it looks like. Yeah, maybe just playing in one of the local tournaments.
Exactly.
Just being really happy and, use that QR code to look for Pokemon leagues close to you. And, that might be your way of getting started to join the season and to join this maybe new hobby. If you're a viewer already, then why not take it to the next level at some local tournaments?
Absolutely. And I got to say, if you're playing, then of course you're going to be getting so much more out of watching the streams as well. You get all of the nuances, get into the heads of the players a little bit as well. So if you're new or if you're a veteran, do remember to keep supporting your local scene. It is the lifeblood of this community. So thank you very much, trainers. What was your last local, Marcus? What did you bring to that?
This was last weekend.
Okay.
And we don't talk about it.
We don't talk about it. Great. Well, moving swiftly on.
Okay. Well, I got a team, or I got some help from a friend who traded me because I had lended away one of my Pokemon, and so I was looking for one and I got it, and then I realized too late, which was after I had already submitted everything, that I forgot to bottle cap it fully, and so that's how that went.
Suboptimal stats. Oh well, but you had a good time?
Of course I did. Yeah,
you kind of had to say yes there. I'll tell you who else had a good time. It was Santiago Molina in that previous game. So I'll tell you what we're going to go to now. It's going to be Santiago Molina, who knocked out that David. Boom, boom, pow.
Thank you very much, Charlie and Marcus. Yes, I am here with Santiago Molina, our winner of Swiss round number 3 here in Seville Special Championships. Santiago, how are you feeling, my friend? That was a couple of back and forths with David on the big stage.
I feel like very happy because I don't used to play in the stream and it was like a really easy matchup. So I say I can play relaxed. I have to play well, but I can't do it relaxed because if I was playing Rain in a stream, I probably give up because it will be really hard, but it was easy.
Yeah, sort of like a bad matchup, right? I feel.
It was a really weird team, but it was kind of easy, so that's really good.
Yeah, might not be surprising. It's a Jamie Boyd team as well, so it's all sorts of weirdness there. But no, David did a really good job about it. But going into the match itself, game 1, we saw, and I'm sure you were very happy to see the Iron Crown and female Ndidi lead. So is that something you were expecting from David since you led with Chiyu and Dondozo?
I didn't expect that because my lead is always Dondozo Chiyu because I think that is the lead that covers most of the leads he can make because you know in game 2 the Whimsicott was also very scared but having Chiyu in front of me but I think that Iron Crown indeed is the best lead he can make for me because I think that it's really easy and if he wants to don't waste Terra Dragon, I can just win the game in the spot.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw, even though he still tried pulling it through with the Trick Room setup as well towards the end of the game. But then game 2, you stuck true with Chiyu Dondozo, like you said. It's a very familiar lead for yourself. But then we saw David change it up with Gouging Fire and the Whimsicott. So initially, it seems like he's got a bit more of actions he can do versus game 1. But talk to me a bit about your mind, your thought process when you saw that lead.
When I saw that lead, I think that he's always going to use Breaking Swap because he makes damage if I don't change into Tatsugiri, but it also, if I change into Tatsugiri, he's getting the attack drop. So it's like the best lead he can do. It's not a really good lead because the match is like horrible for him. But it was really well played. And I think that getting the early KO in the Whimsicott was really good because he didn't have the tailwind in the speed control.
Yeah, and Sunny Day as well, right? That he could
Sunny Day for the wake crash. And then I think that Doto is really good, and the Rocky in the Tornadus is really good because Draco Meteor wouldn't KO without the Rocky.
Yeah, and we saw he really brought it down to the wire. It was so close to a game 3 with that Gouging Fire being able to survive, but you were able to pick it up in a really good way, which was very impressive to see. So just talking about the team a bit, there are very similar components to it with, let's say, we saw Marcus Coe earlier on stream today with the Dondozo and got the Chi Yu Focus Sash. So is this a team that you've been working on quite a bit? Because we know that you got top 32 at Birmingham as well a couple of months ago.
The story behind the team is really fun because my mom told me that I should play a hyper offense because my runs were very, very long. And I do completely the opposite and I play Dondozo. So it's really
That's fair.
fun.
Hey, I get it.
And thanks to my friend Torch, Hector, he has played a lot this team and he has a lot of experience. He has been playing all Scarlet and Violet Dondozo. So Mitsu sent me this team and working with Torch, we have a really cool team against all the matches we can find here.
Oh, 100%. You've been doing an amazing job as well, and that could show you're comfortable with it. So, as we will be wanting to go ahead, give yourself a bit of rest as we're going to be progressing to the next round. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or watching at home?
No, not really. I just want to thank my friend Torch because I think that he's the best Dondozo player and one of the best players I know because he can play a lot of tournaments, but he's incredible. And my family, my friend, and my brother.
That's lovely to hear. Thank you so much for your time, Santiago. Huge congratulations for that win. And keep it up, my friend. You are on such a good progress to be able to run it through. So with that being said, we're going to leave all of you folks an opportunity to get some refreshments as we'll be back very shortly with Swiss round number 4.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking the hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pokemon trainers, we all know that Pokemon battles are essentially about knocking out the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. So the temptation is to do that as fast as you can. But what if you want to take things a little bit slower? I'm Charlie Merriman, I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou, and today we're going to talk about Trick Room.
It's one of those strategies that's been so prevalent in VGC over the years, and with good reason. Most trainers, when they're picking their team for their coming into competition, they're picking between power, bulk, and speed. All of those things are really crucial to any team. Now, most teams, without the advent of Trick Room, have to pick maybe 2 of those things to be able to have an effective team. Maybe they're trying to be fast and offensive. Maybe they're trying to be, a little bit bulky and powerful. But you always have to sacrifice something. Under Trick Room, though, you can be the fastest Pokemon on the field and be the most powerful and take a few hits as well.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting strategy. And I think also when you set up Trick Room, and especially when your opponent isn't expecting it, if maybe they're running a more hyper offense team, a very fast team, those teams, as you've been saying, Ben, tend to be frail because they can't also have that bulk. And so quite often won't have the resources necessary to weather that storm when Trick Room is set up.
Especially over the 4 turns of Trick Room that these teams really have available to them. So, looking at this, it sounds all sunshine and roses for Trick Room teams, but it's not quite that simple. Trick Room's a really difficult move to be setting up because it's so slow. It almost always goes last in a battle. That means that 2 Pokemon can double up to knock out the Pokemon trying to set up the Trick Room, or moves like Taunt or Roar could even force the Pokemon trying to set up Trick Room to not be able to act that turn. And that's really, really tough. If you don't have that dedicated Trick Room setter and the support for it, you can really have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's quite high risk, high reward, isn't it? But I think it's also worth saying that even if you are running a faster team and Trick Room is set up, there are still ways around it. There are still ways you can try and stall out those turns before you can achieve something when the Trick Room is expired. Going for a priority move, for example, Extreme Speed, Grassy Glide, those sorts of things, those are ways to get some damage down and make sure you're still acting first, because those moves will still go first in Trick Room. And of course, protect the move that's so common throughout VG, trying to keep your Pokemon safe until they're in a position where they can act decisively.
Protect, defensive switches, they're all well and good though, Charlie. You can always, though, count on Pokemon like Torkoal to be able to, use those really powerful spread damage moves to get around those sort of defensive plays. And as you were saying before, it's those more fast and offensive teams that really struggle to be able to deal with Trick Room threat. So, trainers, if you're at home thinking about what strategies that you're going to be looking to take to a tournament in the video game, Trick Room definitely should be high up on your list. But that's all we've got time for at the moment. Thank you, Charlie, for discussing this with me. We're going to be getting back to the action, though, very soon.
Lee, what's a fire-type Pokemon's favorite drink?
I have no idea. What is a fire-type's favorite drink?
Coco. Welcome back, trainers. I hope you're chilling out with the stream as well. Couldn't have been better timing, really, with that ident with Sprigatito casting in Coco there. So thank you, production.
I had lava on my mind for some
lava. Just pure lava. Heat rat downing a pint of lava. Mega heat trap. I could definitely do that.
Oh, yes.
Gaping jaws.
Soon.
Yeah. Really cool design, that one.
Very cool. Yes.
Do you have a favourite?
Out of the new Megas.
Yeah.
I really like Mega Clefable.
Nice.
Yeah, I really like that one.
Really cool. I think that's an underrated answer. It's an underpicked answer.
Yeah, really like that one. What about yourself?
It's fun. For me, it's got to be Mega Phalanx.
Yes, very cool.
I've always loved Phalanx, and I think the idea of it
armors up, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that little one in the middle that's holding up the others and struggling under the way. I think it's such a fantastic design, We want to hear your favourite new Mega designs as well. You know what hashtag you can use? Let's improvise a harmony. 1, 2, 3. Play Pokemon. Yeah. Use hashtag play Pokemon. And let us know your favourite Megas. Now, Lee, I've got a challenge for you.
Oh, a challenge?
Got a challenge. You might have seen in Birmingham trainers doing Pokemon anagrams, Pokemonograms. Lee, I've got some lined up for you. You ready?
I am ready.
So you're going to see some scrambled letters of Pokemon names, and we have to, well, I know the answers, but Lee and you have to unscramble them. And your clue is they're all grass types.
Okay.
Of course, we are in springtime now. Who's that Pokemon? Anime Gum.
Meganium.
Straight in there. Meganium.
Yeah.
You think it's Meganium?
I do. I'll lock in with that.
Unscramble it. Let's reveal the answer for you all at home. Do you reckon it's Meganium? What do you reckon? It's Meganium. Congratulations, Lee.
1-0.
They're not going to be all that easy, though, my friend.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's maybe also just discuss what it could be for a little bit. We're going straight in to give people a chance at home to
I'll play the game a little bit,
Fun that you can make the word anime gum out of Meganium, isn't it? It's interesting. Okay, here comes number 2 for you. Some Pokemon anagrams. What's going to be our next puzzle to unscramble all grass types? Solarfan.
This one's not as straightforward, right?
It's amazing the words that you can make out of Pokemon names.
Yeah.
Solar fun.
Solar fun.
Also, solar really appropriate with the spring theme and solar power. Talk me through your thoughts here.
I think it's... I think I know what it is.
I think I could tell. As soon as it came up, I thought you knew what it was. And
it's a flower Pokemon.
What do you reckon it is at home? Let us know in the chat. Solar fun, unscramble those letters. Well, I mean, let's see. You can certainly make the word sun out of that.
Yes, sun. And
and that leaves Flora. Subflora.
I didn't want to really say it before because I feel like I spoiled the Meganium one.
That's fine. That's fine.
Straight in there.
I think I planned 6 in total, and it'll get harder. Let's see if we're going to reveal all 6.
Let's see
so
the
far.
next one.
And get to the hardest one. Only one more. Okay. All right. We're going to do one more, but let's see if it's a harder one. Robomail.
Robomail.
Robotic mail.
Robomail.
Unscramble that anagram.
I know. I'm really trying to think about it.
You're really good at this, aren't you? The contestant I had in Birmingham was giving it a little bit more thought, but Leah's straight in there with the answers. Let us know in the chat what you think it is.
Yeah, I'm probably not the best person to have on this. I feel like as soon as it comes up, I've got it straight away.
I'd really like to test you on the harder ones. I hope that later in the day we can do the other
I would like, I would enjoy
some
challenging ones.
Get that grassy surge springing up on the field because, of course, it is.
Drum beatings, Rillaboom.
Rillaboom.
It is.
Well done. Excellent.
I think the hint at the start definitely
grass
helps.
types. Yeah, of course.
I think without that, it might have been a bit...
Maybe. Yeah.
Been a bit more difficult.
Could have been the reveal of the...
But it might be a
at the
secret
end.
power they have. Might be a hidden talent. Might be just identifying grass-type Pokemon.
Right. Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
That's your Pokemon ability. Specifically identifying grass-type Pokemon. Yeah. I'm not sure it would have
I'm trying to think of a name for that ability. What it would be?
It'd be called Grass Pass.
Grass Pass.
You've got the Grass Pass, or can we do better than that?
I like that, yeah. Grass Pass.
Meadowhead. That's quite good.
Meadowhead.
You got the Meadowhead for the grass.
Meadow hair.
Grass types. Meadow hair. Yeah, you do. Yeah, I'm liking your hairstyle. You've got...
Oh, thanks, Charlie.
How's your hair care routine? Are you a paste? Are you a powder? What do you put in your gel?
A powder and a wax.
A powder and a wax. Nice.
Yeah, a bit of powder, a bit of wax.
Got some
How about
maybe
yourself?
I should do some wax. I've got some powder in there right now, no wax.
No.
It's a shame. I would like to do some more Pokemon anagrams, but apparently that's what we had time for. But we're actually going to be taking a look at the matches that are going on in the venue, which is arguably more relevant.
Oh, definitely more relevant. I mean, after that last match as well, I can't wait to get in. We've had quite a lot of Dondosa Tatsugiri so far on the broadcast. So each round so far, are we going to see more? It's been pretty predominant.
Yeah, well, this time around we'll have a look at the notable matches going on the venue, and of course, the one that we'll be bringing you, and that will be Gabriel Lanzo with a great tusk going up against Jordi Casado with this Chien-Pao Raging Bolt combination. We'll talk much more about that in a moment, but let's take a look at some of the other matches going on in the venue right now.
Hisui and Lilligant from David there going up against Aurelian Sula, and Aurelian bringing that tried and tested kind of psychic core team. Obviously there with the Landorus Therian as well, so very much a similar team to what we saw Zachary have success with at EUIC. And then, Francesco changing it up, going back to something maybe a little bit more comfortable in the rain mode there with the Pelipper, Archaladon as well. We haven't seen really much of that, so an interesting choice from Francesco. And Sinistcha as well.
Yes, love that.
I really like to see that Pokemon, and I think it's got a definite place in more Dondoso Santiago. Obviously, we've been able to feature them against Miguel, going up against a bit more of that balanced team, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm so excited about the matchup we'll be bringing you. Great Tusk. If you had asked me to rank a Pokemon I would not expect this weekend, Great Tusk might have been up there, but let's see what it can provide. I'm thinking maybe there might be a sunny day and that Tornadus to activate the photosynthesis, perhaps. It's great. I mean, I can see where the Great Tusk comes from. There's so much Raging Bolt. Let's get some ground-type moves going, a ground and fighting type. If you're unfamiliar with it, trainers, and I wouldn't blame you if you were, because, again, we hardly ever see it, whether it's Regulations at F or any of the others. It was used when the Paradoxes were first introduced.
It was, yeah.
But other than that,
so I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen a Great Tusk in action. You know, we've had ebbs and flows where we've seen Iron Treads kind of come in and out of the format, but Great Tusk's never been that Pokemon that's kind of made that reappearance, and maybe this is the time where it comes to the floor and reintroduces itself, reminds trainers that it is an option for them to use. And like you said, with the ground typing that it's got, it's very good into the format at the minute, and that fighting type isn't anything to scoff at either, you know. It's got that photosynthesis ability, can take advantage of the sun. That's becoming a little bit more used, so you can, even if you don't carry it yourself, if your opponent sets it for you, you can take full advantage of that. So it's a very good Pokemon in the right situation. So maybe it's found that niche.
Sky high attack and defense as well. So it's bulky on that physical side as well as dishing out that massive attack. Yeah, has it found a niche in the last gasp of Regulations at F? How cool would it be, Lee, if Great Tusk went and won a last Regulations
That would be brilliant. I would
just
love
show
to
us that
see
maybe we were wrong all along.
Yeah.
There's so much more evolution this metagame can do. Well, huge luck to Gabriel Lanzo rocking this Great Tusk. I think it's really nice, actually, that we get to see it go up against a more tried and tested core with this balance, because that is exactly the matchup that Gabriel will have practiced time and time again in order to get this Great Tusk team thriving.
That's one of the beauties, I think, about our players, picking these niche Pokemon that might not be so, commonly used, because your opponent hasn't had the time to practice against them, and on the fly almost has to make a game plan, which can be very testing and can be maybe that difference between winning or losing, with margins being so tight in these matches a lot of the way. So I really love those odd picks. Great Tusk here is going to give their opponent a lot of problems to deal with. It's that extra layer of thinking, but like you say, for Gabrielle coming in, has probably practiced against the team that they're about to go up against a multitude of times, knows the ins and outs, knows where this Great Tusk can fit into this particular model against it, and maybe it has enough to take it over the edge.
It's interesting that, isn't it? Because we say, yeah, of course Gabriel will have practiced against the balanced team, but there will always be slight quirks to these teams that maybe Gabriel isn't expecting. Maybe he's practiced against the Bolt Balance, but not so much a Qian Pao variant. And of course, that's another Pokemon that Gabriel is going to be facing heading into this next round. And Qian Pao, of course, is going to be threatening the Great Tusk with that super effective Ice-type damage.
Yeah, I love Qian Pao as a Pokemon in general, and it's not one that's been on the top of the usage stats, but I think it's got a really good place in the format. You see a lot of that double Genie combination at the minute, the Tornadus, the Landorus, and a lot of other Pokemon that are susceptible at the minute to the Dark-type attacks that it carries. You know, the Psychic Pokemon that we're seeing, the Indeedys, the Iron Crowns. The Qian Pao has that immunity, it can switch in on those expanding forces, and it carries that Ice-type threat. Not only the Ice Spinner to potentially remove a terrain that could be a bit annoying to deal with, but also Icicle Crash as well. It can just power through opponents very easily, and Icy Wind support as well. We've seen how valuable that can be in this format. So it's got a multitude of tools that you can really put to use, and extremely versatile Pokemon. I feel it's something I would like to see more of, along with that Great Tusks this weekend.
Absolutely. I believe Icy Wind Qian Pao won at the Birmingham Regional Championships, piloted by Stefano Greppi. So yeah, fascinating adaptation there. And sure, it's a physical attacker, but Icy Wind, the primary reason you click that move is, of course, to reduce the speeds of the Pokemon on the other side of the field. So wonderful to be able to fit it in. Has to be said as well, of course, the Great Tusk threatens the Qian Pao right back with that real double super effective fighting type damage. So yeah, pretty evenly matched. The Elephant versus the Snow Leopard. I just think it's so cool that we have a Snow Leopard Pokemon.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was one of my favorites, I think, from the whole Scarlet and Violet series. I love Qian Pao. It's it's a very, very... Can I say cool?
Of course you can say cool.
There we go then.
Say cool. It's a pun in itself. It's a nice time. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, there we go. Even better there. Double there.
Would you say that's
always
your
rely on...
Hey, old Merry Man. Would you say it's your favourite of the Treasure of Ruin?
Yeah, very close between that and Chi-Yu, I feel. Chi-Yu I do like, especially shiny Chi-Yu.
Yeah. You know, I've got a soft spot for Ting-Lu as well.
Yeah.
Also Wo-Chien. Not that we're completely ignoring that one, but I don't know, something... I like the blockiness of Ting-Lu's design.
Yeah.
But anyway... The trainers are getting ready on the stage. There's still no plushie metagame, unfortunately, but shout out to you, Judge, for rocking that. Is that a Joltik that they... No, it's a Pikachu. I think. Yeah, just a Pikachu. Lurching out for the 30th anniversary. Happy birthday, Pokemon. Well, the trainers are getting squared up here in Swiss Round 4. I can't wait to see this Great Tusk, and I can't wait to see how Gabriel's opponent will be adapting to this team, just not knowing what on earth to do with the Great Tusk that they're going up against.
It'll be interesting to see how the setup and support that the Great Tusk has, because I think that's the one thing you touched upon. If the Sunny Day is an option here, then that photosynthesis automatically activates. If it is trained in speed to activate that stat over the attack, you know? So, and then that supersedes it over the Qian Pao immediately and gives it a real way of dealing with that threatening Pokemon. So I think it'll be interesting to see how Gabriel's kind of built the team around it. Obviously, there is the Tornadus there. It has that immediate Tailwind, which can support a lot of those other Pokemon on the team. And not only the Great Tusk, but the Goldingo are going to really appreciate that speed control support as well. And another Pokemon that makes it a little bit more tough to bring something like that Qian Pao, which would otherwise be very strong in just that neutral speed situation.
Yeah, the team preview mind games cannot be denied, and of course that's a mark of a great team builder too. I've got the Great Tusk, therefore you want to bring this Pokemon, but if I have this Pokemon on my team, you'll be disincentivized from bringing it. Why, for example, we see King Gambit in the face of Incineroar and any Pokemon with that defiant ability. Okay, these trainers are getting their heads in the game, and we can't wait to bring Geordie versus Gabriel to you. Regulation Set F having the rulebook totally torn up by these fantastic trainers ready to face off against each other, and they have some fantastic achievements to their names to boot we'll be ready to dive into in just a moment, but crucially no major win for them yet. So is it going to be their first chance, their first victory here at the Seville Special Championships 2026?
Well, anything is possible. Both trainers having a phenomenal start so far this weekend here in Seville, and you know we are going to be watching for that potential road to victory from both of our trainers as we progress deeper into the tournaments. But like you say, start off with looking at the accomplishments that these trainers have had. We've got Gabrielle there with a top 64 finish more recently at the Gdansk Regionals, Frankfurt top 32, and a top 8 at the Birmingham Regional Championships last season, and then that top 32 at Stuttgart. So got a good consistent record at regionals, just hasn't really made that push past top 8, but maybe this is the event that happens.
I believe that Birmingham top 8 in 2025, Gabriel's rocking Groudon. This was regulation set G, I believe. So yeah, clearly a big fan, exactly, of those ground types. Geordie, on the other hand, our Birmingham Regional top 64 from this season in 2026. Latin America International Championships top 64 from this season as well, and in Gdansk this season, and top 128 at EUIC last season. So clearly a player who has really found their footing in competitive Pokemon right now. Such recent achievements to their names, so many top cuts. I cannot wait to get into this match between Gabrielle and Geordie, and we'll be able to take a look at these teams in just a moment with that all-important Great Tusk as well.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about the Great Tusk because it's such an odd Pokemon to see at this stage of the format as well, where it is very developed, but there are still unique and innovative ideas coming out from our trainers. But I think the dynamics of this match in general are really, really interesting, because on one side you've got a very standard looking kind of team, and Geordie got their own takes on it, but on this side of the field with Gabrielle, you've got a lot of offensive threats and you've got some nice speed control to kind of support everything.
Yeah, there is that Sunny Day on the Tornadoes, ready to activate the Photosynthesis from Great Tusk, but of course, also ready to amplify the Fire-type damage coming out from Ogerpon and this Flare Blitz Incineroar. Going to be Metal Coat Golden Go, boosting the power of Make It Rain. Choice Specs Fluttermane as well. Nice to have that option just to be able to go immediately on the offense. And of course, the Sunny Day will activate the Photosynthesis of the Fluttermane too. So some real stellar team building here from Gabrielle.
Yeah, I really like it a lot. That Tornado is going to be a pivotal member of the setup here. You've got the nice kind of support with the Incineroar to alleviate any immediate issues to allow the setup of the Tailwind or the Sunny Day, putting that into place. But you've got the option there where you can lead Tornado's Fluttermane and set up the Sunny Day to activate that Photosynthesis. It also boosted by Choice Specs item there, and further boosting the damage with that Fairy Terastallization, making that a huge threat, something that you're really going to have to put a target on if you are Geordie. And then you've got the Gold Ingo as well. You can't forget about that either, because if that gets room, sets up a nasty plot, that's going to be in space to really target both targets at the same time with that Make It Rain. And there's a few targets on Geordie's side of the field that aren't really going to appreciate the Make It Rain dropping, especially after that +2 special attack.
It's worth noting that this Great Tusk doesn't have access to any fighting type moves, actually. It's couple of ground, and then you've got Ice Spinner too. It's also Terra Ghost, and that will be an issue when it comes to the Chi and Pow over on Geordie's side of the field, because it has access to Sucker Punch. That's the only Dark type move it has access to. And we called it out before, it will also be able to use Icy Wind to reduce the speeds over on Gabrielle's side of the field. So let's take a deeper dive into the team that Geordie Casado will be running. Incineroar, Chi and Pow, Earthtree Rapid Strike, Raging Bolt, Landorus, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, I think the one thing that you would kind of identify early on in this overview here is that the speed control on Geordie's side is not as immediate as it is over on the opposite side of the field, where you've got the Icy Wind as the main speed control here, but you do have the ability to slow your opponent down with that double fake out, the Incineroar that can come in, drop the Intimidate. It's not going to be useful against the Clear Amulet on that Great Tusks, but you do have the Rillaboom that can threaten that Pokemon, and you can pivot between the two as well, and then you can lean into Pokemon like the Landorus. I feel like that's got a good place here. It's got the immunity to the ground type attacks. It can threaten that Goldingo for big damage as well. And then the Raging Bolt, I feel with that Calm Mind, if you can stack a few of those, and you already have the resistance to that Make It Rain, you just have to be careful about terastallizing that Pokemon with the Fairy Terra typing. You put yourself into a vulnerable position, but going back to the Chen Pow as well, with that Stellar Terra type on there, it does have a way to expedite the damage a little bit further if it is leaned into.
Yeah, Stellar, oh my goodness, it's such a tongue twister. Stellar Terra, there we go. Of course, giving a one-time boost to any individual type of move. So that would be one Ice-type boost to Ice Core Crash, one Dark-type boost to Sucker Punch, and then it is spent. But sometimes it's that extra multiplier that can really take things over the edge. Yeah, well, it's going to be the Great Tusk rocking the Ice Spinner instead of the Chien Pao here, and it'll be great to get rid of the grassy terrain and also, of course, threaten the Landorus with double super effective damage that it couldn't otherwise hit very effectively at all. It's time for Swiss Round 4 at the Seville Special Championships. Gabriel Lanzo versus Jordi Casado. We have the leads hitting the field. It will be Chien Pao and the Landorus, and it's going to be Tornadoes and that shiny Great Tusk as well. Such a cool one.
Looking great, and we've got immediate speed control options here for Gabriel. With that Tailwind, could supersede the Landorus and that Chien Pao and put a lot of pressure onto both of them with the moves that it's got access to. Of course, there is the Ice Spinner that threatens the Landorus, and then the other big ground-type attacks that aren't going to be super effective into the Chien Pao, but will threaten it with a potential speed attack boost that it might get from a Sunny Day as well. But, of course, you can only choose one of those. What do you go for? Probably the Tailwind here from the Tornadoes. It is vulnerable, though, from that Chien Pao. The Chien Pao offering a lot of damage and potentially a knockout into that Pokemon. So you've got to get value from it. If it is going to go down here, you've got to make sure that you get some return from it.
Yeah, you've got a couple of Ice-type weeks over on Gabriel's side of the field with flying and ground. Jordi is bringing this down to the wire, but the moves are locked in. Going to be the Landorus switching out now, so it's safe from the Ice Spinner that Great Tusk can go for. Coming in instead is going to be Rillaboom the Sociable. It's got a ticket to the gig, and we are bopping along. The Grassy Surge springing up all over the field, providing that passive recovery, as Tornadoes will just be stalling out for this turn, just to protect no damage into that slot. We turn our attention over to the Great Tusk as well, which is also going to be protecting. So this is just a turn where Gabriel can scout out and now has the advantage of knowing that Landorus has switched out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a null turn here, but a bit of an advantage for Jordi here. We're able to get that Rillaboom in and now has the pressure of that fake out. So can slow down the Great Tusks here, but can't go after the Tornadoes. You can't, with the Covert Cloak, it is going to be able to avoid that fake out damage. And it does put it in a bit more of a vulnerable position from the Chien Pao as well, because it's got a free target into either of these Pokemon that, well, they've both protected. So do you see Gabriel maybe commit to the Tailwind, try and get some damage off with the Great Tusks, but you've also got to worry about the Grassy Glide threat. There isn't just the immediate fake-out threat. Yeah. You've got that Grassy Terrain on the field as well that will supersede everything else and get that really key damage onto something like the Great Tusk this turn to make it really non-effective going into the rest of this game.
And if you terrestrialize a Great Tusk, you're of course at risk of taking super effective damage from the Sucker Punch that Chien Pao can dish out. So a fake-out and Sucker Punch into that slot will be a way to cover it. But let's see what Jordi is thinking. Great Tusk has indeed shed its ground and fighting typing and become a pure Spectre. That's going to be Tornadoes Tailwind, boosting the speed on Gabriel's team for a few turns. And now the Ice Spinner getting rid of the Grassy Terrain. How much will it do to this Rillaboom? Brings it down to about a fifth of its HP. The grass is going to go now, so goodbye to the Grassy Terrain too. Just the Icicle Crash, actually, so Tornadoes is down. But, oh, it's not down. It's hanging on with 10 HP. A really bulky Tornadoes there. The Wood Hammer, big damage into the Great Tusk, but you can see the dividends. The Ghost Terror pays. It takes that really, really well. Tornadoes is able to survive with the last gasp and get another move off here, which is huge.
Yeah, you can see how well Gabriel's trained the Tornadoes to take that big attack, and now it gives it the opportunity to get that all-important Sunny Day off. You think maybe you only get the choice of Tailwind or Sunny Day, but with that training now, you've got the option to set the Sunny Day up. It's going to support the Photosynthesis now on that Ghost Terror. Great Tusk, it is threatened, like you quite rightly mentioned, from a Sucker Punch, potentially from that Chien Pao, but you have two Pokemon in the back that you can see. The Ogerpon can come in, threaten, take advantage of that Sun, as well as that Fluttermane.
Something we don't know, of course, is the training on the Great Tusk. We don't know which stat would be boosted from the Photosynthesis. If it's a defense boost, there's a chance it could hang on through a Sucker Punch, but it's going to be switching out. Ogerpon hitting the field instead, and now it's going to be a switch for Jordi as well, so that the Grassy Terrain can be set back up when Rillaboom comes back in. And coming in its place is going to be the Raging Bolt. So we now have the reveal of all four Pokemon on Jordi's side of the field. Gabriel is going to be wanting to keep that Great Tusk safe to be able to deal effectively with the Raging Bolt now. Sunny Day, unfortunately, also going to activate the Photosynthesis on the Raging Bolt, so nice call from Jordi there to switch in the Bolt in this situation. Sucker Punch was attempted there, presumably into what was that Great Tusk slot, but now Ogerpon is threatening with big Ivy Cudgels as well.
Yeah, nice switches from both players, kind of around the threats that were immediately there. And the Rillaboom going out can now have the option to come back in, bring that Grassy Terrain onto the field. And the Chien Pao still sitting pretty healthy at this moment in time, where it is threatening with the Sucker Punch, with those big attacks. But you've got to worry about that Ogerpon. And the Raging Bolt, not really too worried about anything on Gabriel's side right now, with that Dragon type and resisting those Ivy Cudgels, and the Bleak Windstorm that the Tornadoes provides, not really a threat. And you also have Thunderclap as well as an option to just quickly remove the Tornadoes and further preserve your Chen Pao in this situation. But do you have a switch in the back? If you look at Geordie's 4 that they've revealed, nothing can come in on an Ivy Cudgel now that you've got that Raging Bolt out on the field.
Real thorn in Gabriel's side that Chen Pao's Focus Sash remains intact as well. Gonna have to deal at least 2 hits to that Pokemon to knock it out. Here comes the Flutter Mane Protosynthesis activated now as well. All of these past Paradox Pokemon just bathing in the sunlight. This time Chen Pao is going to be preserving itself. Where did Gabriel target with the Ogerpon? Of course, the Ivy Cudgel was threatening down the Chen Pao so much more than the Raging Bolt. And that Raging Bolt is just left alone to do what it wants. And what it wants to do is set up a Calm Mind, clear its head, and get a boost to its special attack and special defense.
Yeah, really clever protect there from Geordie, identifying that Chen Pao was the big target. It was threatened by that super effective attack in the Ivy Cudgel. I'm going to take this moment while I've got a little bit of room with my Raging Ball to get that all-important Calm Mind off. It's going to set you up a little bit better against the Fluttermane that's come onto the field. And the nice thing that Geordie still has access to is their Terrestrialization. They can get rid of that weakness from the Fluttermane that's pretty much immediate here, but at the same time, if you do that, a bit of a double-edged sword because you become a little more susceptible to those Ivy Cudgels that are boosted by the sun.
Yeah, well, the Raging Bolt really under the thumb here, both Pokemon. It would be so nice to get a Dazzling Gleam off and then an Ivy Cudgel to be able to remove the Chen Pao from the fray. But, of course, Geordie will be factoring that into account. Lovely to have the Follow Me option too on the Ogerpon to redirect some damage away from the Fluttermane, but in fact, going to be the Chen Pao scarpering back to Geordie's Pokeball, as now coming in instead, it will be Landorus. It still isn't going to want to take a big sun-boosted Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon, so let's see if it's going to be going down. The Dazzling Gleam, I mean, a combination with this and the Ogerpon should easily be enough to secure the KO onto Landorus if that's where Gabriel's targeted. Dazzling Gleam brings the Landorus down oh so low, and yes, that's the Ivy Cudgel. Landorus is going back to that shrine in Univers.
Yeah, you're saying that Geordie's probably trying to stall out these Tailwind turns right now and then further stall out the Sun as well that's in effect. The Tailwind, you can see, does wear off now, so that speed advantage that Gabriel did have is now gone. We saw the special attack boost from the Protosynthesis onto the Fluttermane, so if this is max speed Chen Pao, it probably will outspeed the Fluttermane now that that Tailwind's gone, and can pressure with those Icicle crashes, can get that flinch chance as well. If you can remove that target, then things can become a little bit easier because you've got that Raging Bolt +1 with that special attack Calm Mind boost. It is going to be able to threaten that Ogerpon and remove one of those big threatening pieces on Gabriel's side.
The Terrestrialization, one of these Pokemon is going to be changing up its types completely over on Geordie's side, and it will, of course, be that Raging Bolt. It's become a Terra Fairy. This is so nice as well, given the great toss lurking in the back. It now can't hit this Raging Bolt for super effective damage. Icy Wind, reducing the speed from this Chen Pao. Really nice tech move that we identified. Now Fluttermane and Ogerpon will not be half as speedy, and the Raging Bolt with its boost can dish as much damage and speed as it would like, but the Dazzling Gleam bringing the Chen Pao all the way down to its Focus Sash. You can see how well that Raging Bolt takes it. The Dragon Pulse now, though, into the Ogerpon with a Calm Mind boost. The Ogerpon hangs on with the 6 HP, responds with a no longer not very effective Ivy Cudgel, and it gets the KO. That's the Terrestrialization option down for Geordie, and all of a sudden, this is 4 Pokemon versus 2.
Yeah, again, you can see how well Gabriel's trained their Pokemon, able to take that double up into the Ogerpon there just to hang on and take advantage of a potential Terrestrialization. Exactly what came out. That Dragon typing gone. The Fire type does normal, neutral damage, but boosted by the Sun, enough to take down that big target in both Pokemon on Geordie's side, hanging on by a thread now. It looks almost certain that Gabriel going to be in that position where able to clean things up with just the numbers alone.
Although the health bars are kind of dwindling over on Gabriel's side of the field, and let's not forget that that Great Tusk in the back is now a Ghost type. Not going to be appreciating any sucker punches from the Chen Pao. So Gabriel's still going to be careful about where they target here. Fluttermane, fortunately, immune to the fake out, so got some guaranteed Dazzling Gleam. I mean, one more Dazzling Gleam would, of course, just secure the game. But what can Geordie do to try and stop that from happening?
There is the potential of the Grassy Glide and Sucker Punch combination into the Fluttermane, which could be enough to take it down. But you do have Follow Me support with your Ogerpon as well that you could lean into. Not wanting to take any chances here. We just see the switch out. So that immediate threat is gone, and the Great Tusk's entering the fray once again.
Great Tusk hit the field, but of course it cannot attack on the turn that it switches in, so it's going to be vulnerable from the Chien Pao on a following turn, or maybe even this one, as Ogerpon will just be keeping itself safe now. Grassy Glide attempted into that Ogerpon slot, so that chip damage, it might be enough to secure the KO onto this very low health Rillaboom here. I think it might be, and that Rillaboom has gone down, so it's now just this 1 HP Chien Pao against all 4 of Gabriel's Pokemon. The little Snow Leopard that could, as the Ice Cool Crash into the Terra Ghost. Great Tusk, not enough to secure the KO.
Yeah, and then you can see the defensive capabilities of this Great Tusk when it does terrestrialize here. And yeah, Gabriel playing extremely well, not even losing a single Pokemon this far in the game, and playing it extremely well, making it very difficult for Jody to get any sort of foothold in this game. And now 4 against 1, even though a lot of the Pokemon on Gabriel's side are dwindling, the number advantage here alone will be enough to just get that tiny bit of chip damage onto the Chien Pao, close this up and give them a lead going into Game 2.
Well, incredible stuff. The Great Tusk trainer is the one that seems to be emerging on top. Of course, Gabriel just taking the time to make sure that they're not locking into any silly moves here. And, of course, gives a little bit more time to be able to reflect on the game plan heading into this second game. Of course, best of 3 is how it works around these parts, trainers. And yeah, interesting that the Raging Bolt was taken out so swiftly. That is definitely the Pokemon that Geordie was relying on to be able to clear up the game. And so, heading into Game 2, that's a Pokemon that Geordie is going to be wanting to preserve better. Now, the Great Tusk, just to dot the I's and cross the T's, that's the Headlong Rush, and that is Chien Pao down. Back to the Ice Rend Shrine. That is one game up for Gabriel Lanzo here in Swiss Round 4 at the Seville Special Championships.
Yeah, one step closer to taking this Swiss Round 4, but, you know, not over yet. I think Geordie has got a lot of options where they could adapt, and maybe now has a clearer picture of what Gabriel's going to try and do in these games, and has a better idea of the capabilities of their Pokemon as well. We saw how many times they took those big attacks where you're expecting a knockout, because Geordie really capitalizing those opportunities where they had, but Gabriel's Pokemon managing to hang on, so you really need to be able to commit a little bit more damage there. Maybe it means getting Raging Bolt +2 with 2 Calm Minds under its belt. Maybe utilizing things like those priority attacks a little bit better. We didn't really see Rillaboom have much of an impact in that game, which was a shame. Is it the right Pokemon to bring? I would have liked to have seen Incineroar, I think, come to this match as well. It is hard, though, because of that clear amulet on the Great Tusks and how impactful that was for Gabriel in that game.
As a reminder, Geordie, Birmingham Regional Top 64 from just a couple of months ago. So this is a season going very well for them, and LAIC Top 64 this season too. So Geordie has the wind in their sails, but Gabriel, of course, Top 64 from Gdansk as well this very season, then Top 32 all the way back at the start in Frankfurt. So pretty evenly matched in terms of achievements between these trainers, but which is going to have the advantage heading into this game? Fantastic to see the Great Tusk come to the fray, even if it didn't achieve a huge amount in that game. It'd be wonderful to see it claim that huge, massive, decisive knockout. But in order to do that, it seems like Geordie would have to terrestrialize another target, because this Great Tusk, it seems to be an adaptation for Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Geordie when you look at the overview of the teams, how you approach this matchup, because I think, yeah, you can't really stop that tailwind from the Tornadus because of the cover cloak on their prankster ability. It's going to be able to get that off. So maybe the Urshifu is something you could lean into from Geordie to try and get that damage with something like the Surging Strikes. Of course, Sunny Day going to really affect that a lot.
Yeah, and it's going to be the run back of the leads over on Gabriel's side with the Great Tusk and Tornadus for Geordie, Chien Pao and Rillaboom.
I think you go after the Tornadus. I think if you're going after anything, I think the Tornadus feels like a really good target to get rid of. But there is that problem of doubling into it and then a Protect coming out on that slot and freeing up the Great Tusk, because the Great Tusk right now feels more threatened. So it's the obvious target for your opponent to protect. Maybe Gabriel plays into that and says, well, if you protect, I'm going to go for the Protect on my Tornadus. I'm going to go for the Ice Spinner into your Rillaboom and then waste an attack from Geordie. So I've got to get this turn right, whatever they do. Obviously, the Fake Out can't go into the Tornadus, but you can Fake Out into the Great Tusk as well. So just free up a bit of movement there, seeing the Rillaboom just exit for now.
Yes, talking of freeing up, Lee, the field is now freed up with a little more damage than it would have been otherwise. With the Incineroar coming in, the adaptation that you mentioned, and now the Intimidate going not too far in this particular turn, given the clear amulet blocking the stat drops onto that Great Tusk. Both Pokemon on Gabriel's side really threatened by the Chien Pao. That's why twoNotable is going for its Terra Steel. It's riding on that cloud above the world, and now it's got an axe to bear as well. Now they're going to be resisting those Ice-type moves, but the Great Tusk is left pretty vulnerable here. Protect, though, coming out from the Chien Pao. Gabriel loves to see this. Let's see if they're able to deal huge damage into Geordie's Incineroar. The Bleak Windstorm, first of all, is going to connect into the Incineroar. It's 100% accurate in rain, but otherwise not as accurate as that. Incineroar, a little bit of chip damage there. Of course, getting the speed drop there too, which isn't guaranteed. Ice Spinner not going to be very effective into the Incineroar, but it will be removing the grassy terrain. Of course, Rillaboom has exited the field anyway, so if it were to come back in, it would set up the grassy terrain all over again. A little bit of chip from the Rocky Helmet too.
Yeah, a nice terastallization in response to the threat of the Ice-type attacks on the Chien Pao for the twoNotable. But the problem now is that the Great Tusk can't terastallize to get around the fake-out pressure that is present now with this Incineroar on the field next to the Chien Pao. Problem is, as well, the Chien Pao doesn't have access to a fighting type attack that you would like to see here to threaten that now Steel Terra twoNotable. So it's still pretty free to set up that Tailwind if it wants to. Great Tusk might feel a little more threatened. So is Gabriel going to switch it out here? And maybe you just protect it because you've got the room to after that previous turn.
Tailwind will indeed be coming out for Gabriel now, just as the dividends it paid in that previous game. The Earthquake, though, getting the KO onto the Incineroar. Super effective on twoNotable, of course, as well, but twoNotable still hangs on. This must be a near max defense twoNotable in terms of how it's been trained, or maybe just fully max defense. The Icicle Crash now super effective into the Great Tusk. How well can it take it? It hangs on with 24 HP. Gabriel really indexing hard on this physical defense on his Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to bear in mind as well, the Sword of Ruin is still active on this Chien Pao, so to be able to take these attacks is very impressive from these Pokemon, and Gabriel very surprised at the Earthquake, but worth it to get rid of that Incineroar and punish no fake out coming out this turn into that slot. So I think, yeah, make sure the twoNotable, it does survive, which is great. Again, it's got that opportunity this next turn to get a Sunny Day off if you want to further support the Fluttermane maybe in the late game. Problem doing that, though, is as well you help the Raging Ball, but it has got that booster energy, so it was going to get that Photosynthesis boost on its special attack either way.
The Raging Bolt is kind of threatened here, given the Tailwind and the Great Tusk that remains on the field, but a Sucker Punch should be enough to get the KO. It's resisted onto the Great Tusk, and we've seen how bulky it is, but with Sword of Ruin as well. But this is exactly the position Geordie wants, to get that Raging Bolt out in a position where it's not threatened.
Yeah, and you've got the option, if you suspect maybe the Sucker Punch here from the Chien Pao, you can switch out your Great Tusk here, and I think that's the decision Geordie's got to make. Do you go for the Sucker Punch and potentially waste that, or do you expect the switch out from the Great Tusks? You do risk, if you go for an Icicle Crash, just kind of not getting any return from the Chien Pao here, so it's a big 50-50 call, but at this stage of the match, you're a game down, you've got to kind of be very confident in your convictions. Whether or not you can be, it's going to be another case, but there is that Sunny Day, Charlie.
This is going to be really interesting because we now get to see the Photosynthesis boost that the Great Tusk will receive. Which stat will it be? Going to be the physical attack, as if this wasn't hitting hard enough already. But the Sucker Punch, can it hang on? No, it can't, unfortunately. That will be the Great Tusk going down. So, this star Pokemon of this matchup, the Pokemon that's really been writing the narrative here in Swiss Round 4 of the Seville Special Championships, now down and out, and Raging Bolt is able to get off this free, calm mind here. It's so much safer than it was in the previous game. It no longer really has to go for that Terra Fairy either.
No, I really like the Calm Mind here because it's so easy to go for that twoNotable, but doing that, it's not really that effective, so you'd prefer to keep that on the field and not have the Ogerpon and the Fluttermane both out at the same time, so you can concentrate a bit more of your efforts into that Ogerpon initially. The Calm Mind's definitely going to help you there with getting that additional damage onto it, but we've seen how bulky it is already. It's an easy target for Sucker Punch, though. So do you go Sucker Punch into the Ogerpon, get a little bit of initial damage there, Thunderclap into the twoNotable to preserve the Chien Pao if that turn plays out? Now, that might be a way for Geordie to start controlling this game a little bit better.
Yeah, the priority options over on Geordie's side really, really threatening in a situation like this. And can Raging Bolt get away with it? Not if Gabriel's Fluttermane in the back has anything to say about it. Of course, threatening huge Fairy-type damage, holding the Choice Specs, bolstering its special attack to no end, and would be super effective into the Raging Bolt, saving a Terror. So twoNotable is going to be swapping out, and in comes the Fluttermane. Now, how did Geordie call this? Where did they target with their priority moves, the Sucker Punches and the Thunderclaps? Can Gabriel get away with this or not? Of course, the Sun basking in that, the special attack boost onto the Fluttermane. Spiky Shield onto the Ogerpon, but is this Fluttermane vulnerable? The Icicle Crash call into that slot instead, and it's brought down to 17 HP. That could be it. That could be the turn that decides that we're going into a Game 3. But down, but not out. There are still ways back.
That is a great, great play here from Jordy, because obviously we talked about the presence of the priority there, but it does, if you are expecting that, it opens the door for Gabriel, like we saw, to make those free switches, but punishing that, knowing that that could be what happens here in this game, especially because the Chen Pao's sash has been broken, right? But now that Fluttermane comes in, it's not going to be as powerful as it was in that game one, because it is going to be targeted by a Thunderclap will take it down, a Sucker Punch will take it down, so it is a bit an easier target to remove right now.
Okay, Chen Pao is going to go for its Protect. We don't seem to have a Terrestrialization either, just the double Protect here. Stalling out the Sun so that the Fluttermane isn't hitting as hard, and of course critical hits could be a way for Gabriel to still secure this victory against Jordan. Oakepon's center of attention, but it's not going to receive any attention because of the double Protect over on Jordy's side. Of course, now you also know that with the choice specs, Fluttermane is locked into the Dazzling Gleam. It cannot switch up that move choice. It would have to switch out and back in to do that.
Yeah, and we talked about, you know, the threat of these priority attacks, but one thing really protecting the Fluttermane is that Ogerpon with that Follow Me that does alleviate the threat immediately. But now the Tailwind's gone, the Shen Pao is going to be in a place where we can see it outspeed the Fluttermane, and you have to be a bit more careful about how you approach these next few turns. And the Raging Bolt's still in a nice position as well with that Calm Mind set up, and can throw out those Thunderbolts, can throw out those Dragon Pulses onto things like that Ogerpon that will be hit for very big damage. And even a Tornado switching in at this point is so low health, it's going to go down to anything that does target into that slot.
At least you've broken the Focus Sash on the Chen Pao, so it's a little bit more softened up. But Gabriel, understandably, taking all the time they need to lock into these moves, because this is a much more difficult situation than we saw in game one. So, the switch out and Tornadus joining the field in the place of the Fluttermane here. But how did Jordy call this? As the Terrestrialization finally comes out over on Jordy's side, and it will be into the Chen Pao this time around with the Terra Stella rather than the Terra Fairy Raging Bolt. Really interesting given the Fluttermane in the back, but of course it's on such low health that just a simple Thunderclap would be able to do the trick. There's that Icy Wind. The Terra Stella boost not so important here, but the speed drop certainly is, and the double connect as well. Tornadus down, Ogerpon speed reduced, and now this Raging Bolt might just be able to secure that knockout onto the Ogerpon as well.
Yeah, I believe it was 6 HP it remained on last time around with this combination, but that Stellar boost might have just pushed it over the edge like you're saying there, Charlie, but the Dragon Pulse coming out, is it going to be enough to pick up this Ogerpon? And this time it is.
Yeah, physical defense, you can't necessarily train both the physical and the special defense, and this time around that Ogerpon is going to be all the softer to that Dragon Pulse, and swooping its way onto the field once more is this Fluttermane, 17 HP in a Dream, and I'm not sure that Dream is quite strong enough.
Not without that redirection support. It is a sitting target for either the Sucker Punch, the Thunderclap here from either of these targets on Jordy's side of the field, and just testament to how well they've controlled this game right down to the 9th degree here to take it to a game 3, which is exactly what we want to see, of course, but making things way more difficult here for Gabriel to kind of get any momentum like they had so easily in that game 1.
Yeah, well, it's going to be our first 3-game set of the Seville Special Championships. Our previous 2 rounds, very swift and decisive in 2, but Jordy Casado comes back and wins that game. Lee, heading into this final game, what do you think went right for Gabriel in that first game and then could have changed in that second game, heading into a decisive third?
Well, the first thing that you identify is the Terrestrialization, where that fell. In game 1, it went onto the Great Tusks. That made it a little bit harder to utilize or pressure with those fake outs. We never saw it really come to any fruition there, but I think going on to the Tornadus, it made sense. It got rid of that ice weakness from the Chen Pao that was so immediate, but did it really do much other than that? Than taking away maybe Terrestrialization from something else that would have been a bit more useful to take advantage of that speed control, that Sunny Day that the Tornadus had put into play. I think that's maybe what Gabriel needs to look at. Jordy doing everything right there, like the integration of the Incineroar there, that double fake out, and even though the Intimidate's not that great against the Great Tusk, it is going to be useful against that Ogerpon that does constantly come from Gabriel's side, that is boosted by what would likely be that Sunny Day always set up.
Yeah, absolutely. Great Tusk would be brilliant if the Great Tusk player was able to be the winner here in Swiss Round 4, the Pokemon that we so rarely see in Regulation Set F. And the Clear Amulet does keep it safer from the Incineroar, but so many threats that it has to deal with from Jordy's side. It's interesting that we haven't seen the Urshifu come out yet, but of course, when you're rocking the Sunny Day on Tornadus, and it's going to be a move that Gabriel is likely to click, you're very much disincentivized from bringing it. It's nice that Gabriel has access to the Fluttermane as well to be able to try and deal with this Raging Bolt. It's not just putting all the eggs in the Great Tusk basket there. However, As we saw, just calling that Icicle Crash on the switch into the Flutter Mane brought the Flutter Mane down so low that it was just in range of any of those priority moves, and with no Psychic Terrain available to either trainer, you're not going to be able to protect yourself from that. So here we go, trainers. It's going to be Game 3 here at Swiss Round 4 in the Seville Special Championships. The Sociable and the Gourmet Chien-Pao and Rillaboom are here to dine, and here comes Ogerpon and Flutter Mane, so the switch up finally from Gabrielle.
Yeah, expecting maybe these same leads coming out from Jordy and having a little bit of a better position against these. You know, the Rillaboom has that active fake out, not going to be pressing into that Flutter Mane because of the ghost typing there, so has an easy access to a Dazzling Gleam, maybe even Terastallizing here to put more damage onto the field. The Ogerpon is going to be a bit of a target for that fake out here, so has to be a bit careful, but do you want to fake out into that slot? Probably not, so it could open the door if you suspect fake out not coming in here for that residual damage from the spiky shield that could be inflicted from that Rillaboom going into it. You could take advantage of that because you are pressuring big fire type attack into the Chien-Pao and the Rillaboom here that, you know, you could take an early advantage and maybe switch out that Flutter Mane, keep it for later on in this match when it's in a bit more of a preferable position.
Chien-Pao so crucial in this matchup, of course. Their ice and dart damage is just running rampant through Gabrielle's team, and how can they adapt? So Ogerpon is remaining on the field. Incineroar of Gabrielle's own is coming in instead, dropping the Intimidate on these two physical attackers now, and providing a fake out heading into the next turn. Time for the Terastallization as well. Which of these Pokemon will be changing up its typing? Will be that Chien-Pao again, going for the Terrastella, so just going all in the offense now. You don't change up your defensive profile, but your offense is certainly bolstered. Chien-Pao with that meow of victory. The Ogerpon going for its spiky shield though, and of course with Ice and Dart moves, the Incineroar really isn't threatened very much at all, not least by the addition of Rillaboom as well.
Yeah, I think you see the fake out coming into that Ogerpon. I think you probably have to go for it there just because of the immediate threat that it puts onto both of these targets on Jordy's side of the field. Icicle Crash coming out into that Incineroar. Charlie Button, really nice switch in there from Gabrielle and putting themselves into a remarkable position going into this next turn where they've got that active fake out from the Incineroar onto something like the Chien-Pao now. Break the sash potentially there and then follow up with an Ivy Cudgel, or you've got a free target with Ivy Cudgel and something else into that Rillaboom that cannot protect.
Yeah, Incineroar and Ogerpon really putting in the work here. We've been talking about this lead, the Chien-Pao and the Rillaboom, but of course, how do you deal with that? You bring some fire-type damage of your own. So, Jordy, very much under the thumb with these leads here. You really want to break that focus sash as soon as you possibly can over on the Chien-Pao so that Gabrielle has an easier time sweeping through in the later game. Here we go. So, Chien-Pao this time is going to be switching back. Coming in its place for Jordy's team will be the Raging Bolt. So getting it set up earlier this time around, and it does match up nicely into the Pokemon over on Gabrielle's side at the moment. So the special attack booster energy doesn't need that sun to activate the boost. Just going to be the double switch actually from Jordy. So we're going to have the reveal of the final Pokemon. Rillaboom is going to the back and coming in. It's the Sociable Incineroar brought to the field once more. No Landorus in sight. So fire meets fire. The firepower is amplified. The Intimidate, the Ivy Cudgel, not doing too much damage at all there. And of course, with no critical hit, even though that move has a boosted chance of getting one, the Incineroar is taking it so well. Jordy kind of giving Gabrielle a taste of their own medicine, given what happened with that Incineroar switch from Gabrielle early on.
Yeah, great double switch there from Jordy. If there was ever a time to bring Great Tusks in, it would be now, but it looks like Great Tusks hasn't come to this match. It is going to be the Flutter Mane that comes in now. And again, it is going to have that immunity to the fake out. It puts immediate pressure on to the Raging Bolt if it doesn't commit to that Terastallization, and boosted by that Choice Specs item that it is holding and the potential Terastallization there, you can do some massive damage in this turn coming up. But the Ogerpon probably not in the most preferable position here, so maybe if you are Gabrielle, you want to switch that out, although it does provide that really useful follow me support to pull in those threatening attacks and just keep that Flutter Mane a little bit safer going into these next few turns.
Yeah, I really like that lead because of course the Thunderclap wouldn't do anything with a redirection. You have to be going for an offensive move of your own for something like Thunderclap or indeed Sucker Punch to activate. The Flutter Mane is in such a better position than it was in game 2, so let's see if it's going to be the linchpin for Gabrielle here, as Ogerpon won't be moving this time around. The Thunderclap does indeed go into that Flood Domain, but it's Pokemon known for its special defense, and it takes it really well. No Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt, and it's brought down so low by the Dazzling Gleam, of course boosted by the Choice Specs as well. And now all of a sudden, this Raging Bolt, it looks like that's the tower that might fall.
Yeah, and this is a really tough position for Geordie to be in now, because all Gabrielle has to do is click Follow Me, Dazzling Gleam. Both Pokemon on Geordie's side of the field are now vulnerable to get knocked out by that Dazzling Gleam. And what do you have in the back to switch in? Well, you've got Rillaboom, it has got the Assault Vest, it will be able to take that a little bit better, but you're not really getting any sort of momentum swing in your favor, because you're going to have to let something go down here to get that Chien-Pao onto the board that is going to be able to threaten with something other than what you've got out at the minute. So really difficult situation. Gabrielle taking full control of this game.
There's no critical hit or high roll there, just the Flood Domain brought lower. The Dazzling Gleam, not even a Follow Me coming out on this turn. Raging Bolt going down, but now Ogerpon will be outspeeding the Incineroar and just claiming the KO. So Geordie all of a sudden brought down to 2 Pokemon, and it looks like history is repeating itself, Lee. In game 1, it was Gabrielle with all 4 Pokemon remaining going up against Geordie's 2 in the late game, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, preserving the Ogerpon, you can see it's still full health now after that grassy terrain recovery against what is to come in the Rillaboom and the Chien-Pao. It's in a great position. The Fluttermane not in the best of spots now, because the Grassy Glide is going to threaten the knockout into it. But you still have the Incineroar that you can bring in the back if you are Gabrielle. It looks very difficult for Geordie to get back into this game, where the Incineroar can just switch in, drop an all-important Intimidate. You can protect the Ogerpon for a turn, and then you've got Fake Out and the Ogerpon to deal with the Rillaboom. You don't want to go into the Chien-Pao because of the Protect there, and then once the Rillaboom's dropped, you've just got 4 against 1 situation. So all to do for Geordie. It doesn't look like there are many ways back into this game for them with the remaining Pokemon that Gabrielle still have active.
And not only does the Chien-Pao not have access to Sacred Sword, but the Rillaboom doesn't have high horsepower in this situation, so Incineroar is really looking like the MVP for Gabrielle in this particular matchup. It could come in at any time and, of course, reduce the physical offense of both of Geordie's remaining Pokemon. No switching potential available now. Amazing how Gabrielle was able to claim the victory here. It seems so decisive, and it all came down to that turn with the Flood Domain bringing the Raging Bolt so low, but we'll dissect it afterwards, as the Incineroar now is going to come in and provide that all-important Intimidate and Fake Out heading into the next turn. Is exactly the position Gabrielle wants to be in. The Fake Out, Ogerpon not moving, but that's okay. The Pokemon on Gabrielle's side can very much take this damage. Look at that. That Incineroar is shrugging off the attack from the opposing cat.
Yeah, there was the opportunity there where you could have maybe doubled into the Ogerpon, but with how the game's played out earlier, where Spiky Shield's always been the option that Gabrielle goes to when presented with that Fake Out pressure, it's hard to double into that slot and potentially waste the 2 moves in one of these kind of end games where everything is so important here. But yeah, great switch from Gabrielle, like we talked about, getting the Incineroar in, and now going to take advantage of the Terrestrialization, and it will be on to this Ogerpon.
Ogerpon Half Flame, its mask is shining bright, is looking furious, even though it's about to claim Swiss Round 4 of the Seville Special Championships, getting that boost to its attack as well, thanks to the Embody Aspect ability. Fake Out, that's going to be the Focus Sash broken on the Chien-Pao. Really fantastic to be able to soften it up for the end of the game, which might be just 1 turn away, as the Ivy Cudgel now straight into the Rillaboom. It's got its drumsticks, but I think that Ivy Cudgel might just be busting that drum in 2, as Rillaboom goes down to a big 1-hit KO. And the Chien-Pao that was so crucial for Geordie throughout this matchup is going to be the last cat standing. You're facing down 2 fire types, not what you want to see. A Sucker Punch for glory going off against the attacking Ogerpon here, but just not enough in any stretch of the imagination to be able to get the KO. One more Ivy Cudgel, the hero from Kitakami, is sending the Chien-Pao all the way back to the Ice Ren Shrine. And Gabrielle Lanzo, pilot of this fascinating Great Tusk team, is claiming Swiss Round 4.
What a phenomenal job here from Gabrielle. You know, I think game 1 came out of the traps, showed why they had this amazing start of this tournament, right? And then game 2, Geordie got themselves back into it, adjusted. But I think the big thing here was how well Gabrielle adjusted, identified the win condition. The adjustment in game 3, going for that Fluttermane as a lead there was just the tipping point and just made it too much for Geordie to unfortunately come back into this game. A very tough matchup, but what a really great composition that Gabrielle's put together to come into this tournament.
It's a shame that the Great Tusk didn't come to game 3, but that's not to say that it didn't provide its worth in games 1 and 2. Game 1 in particular, just really threatening Jordy with a Pokemon that they won't really have had any practice going up against. Raging Bolt was trying to get set up with these Calm Minds, but ultimately it was felled by all of the offense coming out from Gabriel's side of the field. And it just goes to show, like we were saying before, yes, we've had Regulation Set F for a while now, and we've had it 2 times, but that's not to say that you can't come out with these adaptations. Jordy, I don't blame you looking so frustrated with the amount of damage coming out on your Raging Bolt. And it's always such a mark of a fantastic trainer to be able to go lose a game and then come back and win the next one. Just keeping your head strong, not getting tilted. Congratulations to you, Gabriel, and congratulations, of course, to Jordy for playing so well.
Yeah, I mean, both players did play remarkably well in that game. I think under really difficult circumstances, Jordy turned the match around to a point where we went into game 3 and thought you could actually come out of this on top, but unfortunately for Jordy, Gabriel also adjusting really remarkably well and then just taking the game out of Jordy's hands, really, with that Ogerpon that didn't switch at all from turn 1 to the end game there, where it was the Pokemon that Gabriel ended up even terrestrializing in the end to close things up. But that Fluttermane was the pivotal Pokemon that was the enabler there for the Ogerpon to be that really offensive presence throughout that game. And yeah, just too much for Chen Pao and Co to really deal with.
Yeah, so well played. Really cool to see the Terra Stella there as well on the Chen Pao, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. Well, we've seen a great Tussle. What other random Paradox Pokemon would you like to see this tournament?
Wow, if you could give me the choice of any of them.
Yeah.
Now you put me on the spot.
Yeah, I can go first.
Yeah, you go first. I'll think.
I would like to see an Iron Moth. I think that Pokemon is so
Iron Moth,
cool.
yeah.
I mean, obviously it's very weak to ground, but with Raging Bolt so prevalent, maybe we don't see as many
great tools in its arsenal as well, hasn't
Acid
it?
Spray, dropping special defenses,
Fiery Dance as well.
With
that
love it.
Chance to boost its special attack.
We've seen it have some success in previous formats, so maybe. But yeah, what do you reckon, Lee?
Have we ever seen an Iron Thorns?
No, I would love that.
There we go. I'm a big Tyranitar fan anyway, so...
Another Pokemon that is double weak to ground.
I feel the odds of this happening are slim to none, but there might be that special trainer out there that has figured out a way to use it and innovate with it and bring it and have success with it at this tournament.
I don't know much about the TCG, but I think Iron Thorns has had some play in the trading card game. So if you want your Iron Thorns fix, head on over to that blue desk over there, Lee. But yeah, I'd love to see an Iron Thorns as well.
Iron Thorns would be good. Sandy Shocks as well is another. I do like Sandy Shocks.
Underrated.
Yes.
Really underrated.
Strong
Sandy Shocks. Would love to see that again. What's your favorite Paradox Pokemon, trainers? You know what I'm going to say, don't you? You can use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know. Shall we harmonize it again?
Yes, go.
1, 2, 3.
Play Pokemon. There we go. That was.
It was all right, but we kind of just sang the same note.
We did.
I
mean, it worked, right?
Yeah. Did you enjoy it? You know what you can do? You can let us know if you enjoyed it with that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Okay, that's enough out of us. The Tusks were great, but the player was greater. Let's interview our winner of Swiss Round 4, Gabriel Lanzo.
Thank you, Charlie and Lee. I'm here with the winner of that round, Gabriel. How are you feeling, first of all, after a tough matchup?
I'm feeling great, also because Jordi Casado is one of my best friends, so it's a pleasure to battle against him. So I'm feeling very good.
Yeah, undefeated so far. You're feeling good. Well, it's been a good day so far, and it's been a great day for your great Tusk. Tell us a little bit about how that came together and what it did in the game.
In the International of Europe, I brought the exact same team, but with Ursaluna. But then I had a problem. I couldn't outspeed Chen Pao with Tailwind. So Great Tusk actually does outspeed Chen Pao. So that's the main reason.
And we saw Great Tusk outspeed Chen Pao in that matchup as well. It looked like your team setup was specifically built against these type of teams. Is that true?
Yes, it's built against balance, because if not, it's very difficult for me. If my Tornadoes leaves Icicle Crash for against Chen Pao, so it helps a lot.
Yeah, and then also in the first game, Ogerpon taking the combination of Icy Wind and the boosted Dragon Pulse. So then in the second game, though, Jordi adapted and went for the Terra Stellar on Chen Pao, also bringing in Incineroar. So how did you feel about that game too?
Jordi Casado played really well. He outplayed me, honestly, and I thought my Tusk lived the Sucker Punch of Chen Pao. It ended up dying, but sorry. And that's it. So that's why I lost.
Yeah, that's why you lost the second game. But then in the third game, you made an adaptation, this time leading with Fluttermane and Ogerpon and bringing Incineroar in the back. Is this something that you had prepared, or was this in the moment?
This game plan actually works very well. So I decided to not bring that game plan in game 2 because I was feeling comfortable with Great Task. So I had no other option to bring this game plan.
Yeah, and then of course, Jordi kind of stuck to the tricks that he tried to use in the second game. And then first turn, Qianpao goes for the Terra Stellar. You switch an Incineroar. How did you feel in that moment?
Amazing, because I know Jordi, I know how he plays, and I knew that I had him. Turn 1, it was over.
Well, yeah, and then of course, you played well after that and didn't take any unnecessary risks and took home that game and the series. So now you're still at an undefeated record. How are you feeling about the rest of your tournament for you?
I'm going for the 8-0, so yeah. I need to win Sevilla.
Yes.
It's my goal.
Okay, wow. So trying to win it all. Finally, do you have anyone you're working with or anyone that you want to shout out?
Actually, I'm working with Jordi Casado and all Muy Serios. Shout out to Muy Serios. And that's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us in the lounge for this short interview. And you heard it here. Goal is to win the entire event, of course. Best of luck with that. And we'll go to a short break before we will be back with more Pokemon action.
Hi, I'm William Bassolino, WJ Box for as your username, and it feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. This January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing. William Bassolino is your Birmingham regional champion.
The games against Poké-Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. I read him, and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the third round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And from there, I just win it all. I think Ogerpon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped happening, but he's still got it down. Pokemon GO! Give it up for Pato Man!
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza, Mimikyu and
84 goes in.
84 is in. Rayquaza's at half right now. Only 10 seconds left on the clock.
Here
Tempo
comes
is here,
Overlord.
but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminium, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh! It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your EUIC Juniors champion!
Dreamy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be two Duskull in play, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
There we go, Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protecting Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No, it doesn't want to go. We're not in Trick Room anymore. Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that's been going for the close combat.
To Luis Urshifu, it's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Fluttermane, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfglick is able to take the title. He takes his second international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
And I shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all.
めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。 Welcome back. We are here for Swiss round number 5 at the 2026 Pokémon Seville Special Championships. I am Costa, this is Lee, and we have been having an absolute treat of matches and hype moments. So far, Lee, it's been spicy throughout the day.
It has.
How are you feeling?
Great.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to the rest of it. I am, yeah. How about yourself?
Honestly, like top of the moon, top of the sun, whatever you want to call it. You know, there are a couple of headlines that we're sort of trying to spec out in terms of going into this weekend's the final Regulation Set F major event. And yeah, what were you? So were you expecting anything too awry or?
I love the integration that Carson brought to Houston last weekend with the Ninetales, and I think that if you look at the top 8 there as well, there was a Torkoal in there and lots of Chi-Yu. So I felt a very strong kind of feeling towards more Sun users, more Chi-Yu as well, because of the not just because Fire's generally quite good at the moment, but into that Psychic pairing as well. The Chi-Yu, as we've seen already on the broadcast today, Chi-Yu has a very good way of being able to easily dispose of things like the Iron Crown pretty easily. So I think for that reason alone, it's got the Beta Ruin as well on top of that. I felt like Sunsetters being able to activate those photosynthesis abilities more over than nothing. But Chi-Yu as well, I would move into there. So yes, is Sun about to take over Regulation F in Seville? Maybe.
Maybe.
Into the sunset we go, into Regulation F.
And I mean, it's very poetic, right? If we were to end it like that on that foot. Like you said, Chi-Yu has been running amok, in all honesty, having the Focus Sash variants going, just clicking buttons, praying for connects, and, you know, get a cheeky little flinch with the Dark Pulse, why not?
Being one of the original kind of players with the Iron Crown and DD core and having success with it, I'd love to know what your iterations
who are you talking about, me? Oh, sorry. I was like, who is this guy talking about?
Yes, you, Costa.
I
don't underestimate yourself. You're a very strong player.
I'm very grateful, thank you.
Yes. We all saw you do well with Iron Crown back
and also
a few regions ago.
But no, it's true. I mean, Iron Crown is a great Pokemon, but my kind of headline, at least for right now,
okay,
was
we'll come
another
back to my question.
One. We will, don't worry, we're coming back.
Here we go.
1 strike, 2 bans, 3 titles. We have got Dark Fu, doubly named, but basically Urshifu single strike, the Dark type variant, winning 3 consecutive major events, looking for from the 3-peat to the 4-peat, or a wicked legacy.
I like that.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Get in. I totally didn't spend more than an hour. It's fine. It's okay. But no, it has. Like, I know that we had Houston, regional, just, you know, prior, but then we also had a couple of more special events as well. The Son of One. And coincidentally, the pattern there is that Urshifu Dark was able to just get the title with 3 different varied compositions. You got a hard Trick Room from Ben Grisma. Then, of course, you had, was it Houston, I think, as well, with the sort of version of the Psych Terrain with Iron Crown and stuff like that. And then San Juan, I'm forgetting exactly. I think it was like, was it a balanced core? With the Urshifu single strike over the Rapid Strike? I'm not sure, but it was Focus Sash there versus the band on the other side of the field.
Both definitely have their kind of pluses and negatives, right? The Sash gives that little bit of an extra awkwardness to deal with. You're committing twice into it to remove it from the field. But yeah, I think, again, it shows more reason towards why the dog types are kind of lean into a little bit more, like that Chi-Yu, because the Wicked Blow with that guaranteed critical hit as well, top of the choice band, and sometimes that dog Terastallization on top of that is just enough to remove those targets, even if they're not weak to that dog type either. So that's a you know, I think no surprise, and I think you might be onto something with the 4-peat this weekend to kind of set sail out of the way of Regulation F.
It'd be a way to go about it, because, you know, we're talking about Rapid Strike Urshifu always being, you know, top of the usage stats and all that.
It was to day one. Day one, we've got it top there. Where is the other Urshifu?
Well, that's kind of what it does. It finds a way to be able to sneak in.
Like the underdog.
Like the underdog, I know. It's just like, forget about these multi-strikes and stuff. But no, that's left to be seen. So far, I have observed a couple of them on the field, but we have also got our trainers so far with their own efforts that they're trying to battle through with the introduction of Swiss round number 5 coming up, and Manuel Rodriguez actually leading the 4 with a 4-0.
Yeah, incredible to see. There's a lot of 4-0 still in the tournament, but Javier Senorina, another player, very well known.
The old guard would be very well familiar as well. Don't worry, I'm including myself too. You're good.
Thank you. But yeah, coming in, having a phenomenal start in their home region and playing a very... We know this team, right? Yep. There it is, the balanced team. And I think a good choice coming into this tournament, because I think for players that are very good at kind of controlling the field, taking their time, patient, and know the game inside out, teams like this suit them down to the ground, and Javier is definitely one of those players that slots into that.
You just have so much more flexibility with it, and Javier is a trainer. You know, we've been able to see Rock and Iron Leaves in previous seasons as well, which is a bit more out of his flair, the niche that he would use, because he predominantly actually plays with a lot of balanced cores, so I'm not surprised to see Javier Senorina do so well with it. But he's not the only Javier that is on an absolute winning streak. We have Javier Macias as well in 6th spot, also with a 4-0, doing an incredible job too.
Well, not only that, but another top Spanish player. I mean, all these players are, you know, top in their own respective way, but one that I do want to talk about a little bit more is Antonio Sanchez.
Yeah.
We've seen Antonio over the past few seasons really stamp their mark onto these formats in Scarlet and Violet, and continuing to have a great start here this weekend. Yep. And would be no surprise to me to see Antonio go all the way this weekend with the ability that they've got, how they've played in the past, and their, again, comfort with these balanced teams. We can see very kind of the Chen Pao not always on these balanced teams, but the iteration of it, the key components are there. Yep. And I do like the adaptation with that Chen Pao.
It's more of a offensive take, right? In order to be able to enable your Urshifus, the Rillavoons, and even to an extent the Incineroar in a way if it wants to go on the offensive rather than utility support. But Antonio, definitely no stranger. He's a previous regional champion as well, where he was able to rock the Farigiraf too, so no priority blockage usage right now, just going on the offensive rather than defensive.
Yeah, well, let's not concentrate on all Spanish players, because
although there's so many.
An Italian right down there, Davide Fazio, in 15th, still at that 4-0 record, and playing again that kind of balanced composition and having success with it. Is it what we're going to see for the remainder? Is this a kind of earmark where we're heading? More balanced teams as we head deeper into the tournament, or are there going to be more of those teams like we saw in that previous match, where Great Tusks is going to make an appearance and make it really difficult for these balanced cores to kind of operate how they would normally want to?
Yeah, and it's more of a safety net in order to be able to handle all of the tricks that the meta has to offer. But Davide also, let's not forget, EUIC top 8, the event that just passed, of course, along with other comrades from Italy, doing such a great job representing and, you know, proving me wrong when I had called out that no, there's not going to be any Italians in top 8. Obviously, Davide, as well as other friends, had a...
You cursed it.
I did, didn't I? No, but that's fine. It was more motivation I was trying to give to them all, and it worked out quite well.
It was a bold claim. I think someone had to make it.
Someone had to make it that is bold as well, so, you know.
Well, you were very brave.
And bold.
I meant bold and not that bold, more as in brave.
I know. But I agree with both. Yeah. But no, I mean, enough of, you know, the flabbergasting and stuff. But my point is, they are such a strong unit, the community as well. 5 out of 5 regional or major events here in the EU, who knows, may be able to see some more action coming up. But talking about action, we've got notable matches. And of course, we're going to be featuring one of them here on stream for us to be able to enjoy and check out and notice all of the flair in the air.
Yeah, well, we'll be heading into Swiss round.
Oh, wow, okay.
A great match we'll be going into next year. Francesco Piapero had that phenomenal finish recently at EUIC in that top 4 position. Roberto Parente as well, another player that had a strong finish at EUIC, so another notable match. But Francesco going up against Forhad, and they're going to be an incredible game here, because Francesco changed up their team coming into this event, and Forhad kind of playing similar things to what Francesco played at EUIC, minus the Ting Lu, of course.
Yeah, exactly, and they did also play in EUIC, were able to get top 256, but most notably, back in the previous season, 2 seasons ago, 2024, was able to get top 16 in Utrecht Special Championships then. So definitely a trainer that is quite acclimatized in terms of the higher echelon kind of competitive play. So sometimes, Lee, I'm not sure about yourself as well, I find that it allows you a bit more structure in terms of trying to read your opponent if you know they are very well known in terms of the experience and skill they carry.
Yeah, and if they've been on broadcasts before as well, and you've watched them, then you can kind of pick up on like little traits that they've got with play styles and really lean into that, because some players will always play a more safer game. Some players will play a little bit more risky game. So you can take advantage of the times that you've seen them before. That's where if you haven't been on the broadcast so much so far, you're starting your journey out, then you might have that slight advantage there if you've been paying attention to previous matches, of course. These players can adjust, and this is what makes them such great players, because they adjust on the fly.
Exactly.
And they don't just settle on what they've been doing. They keep on adapting and growing as players as we go further and deeper into these seasons.
Yeah, exactly. And even though, Forad at the moment may not have the amount of achievements that, let's say, Francesco does, they're both at undefeated record at this very moment. And like you said, this could be a sort of telling of an underdog versus the, favorite air quotations in terms of the matchups. But talking about the matchups, I'll be quite curious to see how these two teams do eventually sort of pan up to one another, because we saw Francesco, EUIC, this was the same format, by the way, is brought a completely different team. Like, there's no Thundy, right? Thunderous for the prankster sort of shenanigans, but there's an Archaludon.
Yeah. I feel like this is something that Francesco's had success with in previous formats, in Scarlet and Violet in previous years.
Was it Stuttgart?
Yeah, maybe.
Previous year, or Dortmund, actually?
Yeah, one of those events. And I think the rain is a favored kind of weather condition for Francesco. So for them to go back to it, in a way, because you've also got some nice elements around just the Pelipper, the Archaludon. But to go back to this core, I think, especially coming into this event where it maybe felt like Sun was the most powerful weather, Sun was the big threat, and those fire types were the big threatening Pokemon. With those two alone, you kind of nullify that threat, and I really love the call from Francesco, and he does make these brave calls. So yeah, it's going to be all to do for Forad, but don't underestimate what Forad's brought. We'll get into the teams in a minute, because we can take a look at the achievements from both of these phenomenal trainers. Forad there, recent great finish at EUIC, Gdansk top 32, 64 finish at the Dortmund Regional previous season, and then a top 16 at the Utrecht Special Championship event in 2024. So familiar with this stage, familiar with getting deeper into tournaments. Hopefully this is the one where they can do it.
Yeah, and a lot of experience that they would have been able to attain for themselves at EUIC, given it was the largest VGC tournament of all time. But Francesco, of course, on the other hand, whole list of achievements. We've seen him time and time again, no surprise. However, we do have Forad's team, and it's going to be the Chien-Pao, Rillaboom, Kingambit, Gouging Fire, Dragonite, and the Annihilate. So full physical attackers on display.
I love it. I do love it. I think we've got to talk about it a little bit more in depth, because the Kingambit, not something that we see that regularly in this format, but I think it's got a real place. We talked about it, touched upon it earlier, about how these dog types can have their own place, their niche in this format, where there's so many psychic types. It fits in perfectly. The Annihilate as well, we see it with that safety goggles option here. It has got access to taunt to shut down those trick room threats. It's got the ghost typing to avoid any fake out, and big damage with that final Gambit, being able to just remove targets pretty seamlessly with that, and then the close combat or Rage Fist. If you're in positions where you've taken a few hits, that powers up and you can become a huge threat to your opponent. Just nice combination between the stats there. Then you've got that Dragonite combination with the Chien-Pao. We all know about that. If they get in the field together, they can be a dominant force to cut through things. The one thing that you would say is going to be very difficult for Forad to deal and contain is the Archaludon on Francesco's side, because of the ability there and its ability with that stamina boost, get those free defense boosts, and put itself out of range from those physical attacks.
And that's the beauty of it, especially when it's escorted by the good old-fashioned Pelipper partner by its side, bringing that rain. And actually, not only support via Wide Guard, there's no Tailwind, there's Protect and Life Orb. So not exactly going purely for the support there, wanting to actually be able to capitalize off of the Weather Ball in rain is such a good play, especially if, let's say, there's sun on the field, you could turn that into Fire type. But then also also having Chien Pao of his own, Amoonguss, Urshifu. It's going to be the Rapid Strike, but it's also going to be Choice Scarf, and then the Flutter Mane, which does not have Icy Wind, but it does have Booster Energy. So it could very well be an offensive Flutter Mane, maybe proccing the special attack side of the Photosynthesis.
Yeah, and on paper, it's always interesting to look a little bit deeper into these teams, because on paper you think it's got a lot of defensive elements, this team, but actually, on the face of it, there is so much offense here that Chien Pao can be paired next to the Urshifu. If the Rain's already said, that's going to be a huge threat, especially with the Choice Scarf. The Archaludon we've talked about with that stamina ability, but then yes, like you've mentioned, that Flutter Mane with the ability, with the Photosynthesis maybe activating with that booster energy, it's going to be a huge threat, especially with that Fairy Terrestrialization that you can stack on top. Those multipliers, damage-wise, something it's going to be difficult for 4AD to kind of contain, but there is ways around it. I think the biggest thing, like we talked about going over to Francesco's preview, is that Archaludon. How is 4AD going to deal with that Pokemon, especially with all 6 Pokemon on their side being physical attackers?
Yeah, and Flutter Mane may well be a big MVP in Francesco's play, but it's not going to be revealed just yet, as we've got the Choice Scarfed Urshifu Rapid Strike alongside the Pelipper. So this is another mode of being able to capitalize off of that ferocious rain synergy versus 4AD's Rillaboom. So you've got the Grass Terrain on the field, Fake Out available alongside the Chien Pao.
Yeah, it's a great position here for 4AD with that Fake Out available this turn. The Chien Pao can put on a lot of pressure onto the Pelipper early on in this game. But the thing is here that once that Fake Out pressure is gone, the Urshifu with that Choice Scarf going to be in a really good position to pile on pressure onto that Chien Pao. It is being checked almost by the Rillaboom here, but the Pelipper, you can't ignore that because it can protect this turn with really no downside. The next turn, it'll be able to go for those Life Orb boosted Hurricanes into either of these targets and do some notable damage, if not pick up knockouts.
Yeah, and the Urshifu does have Terra Grass, so there could be a scenario of a mind game in terms of early commit with the Terra in anticipation of even an Ice-type move coming out from the Chien Pao if you want to get really frisky and cheeky. But first Terra that's going to be revealed so far, of course, it's going to have to be the Urshifu because of that Choice Scarf. But now you're going to be able to resist any Grass-type moves at the cost of the Chien Pao being able to attack, but not given the opportunity because the Fake Out does not come out from 4AD's side, allowing the Chien Pao to get absolutely decked and chucked out of this game 1. All of a sudden, a lot of momentum going.
Huge momentum swing here, turn 1, and taking advantage, punishing the fact that there was no Fake Out here. And you get some return, a critical hit with the Woodhammer into the Pelipper, so at least you get some value out of this turn. You've lost your Chien Pao, which is really unfortunate, but at least you got rid of the Rain Setter, that big threat in Pelipper early on.
Yeah, mate, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure if the crit mattered. It may well could, because we know how physically defensive Pelippers tend to be. But then this set in particular, Life Orb, it may promote the need for higher investment in its speed rather than its bulk.
Yeah, that's so true. And I think now the Amoonguss coming onto the field further increases the difficulty that 4AD's going to have to break down everything on Francesco's side of the field. There is the Spore threat, which is immediately into that Annihilate here. And you've also got the Rage Powder as well to almost protect the Urshifu even further. You're not going to be able to pull in the Grass-type attacks from the Rillaboom, but you're a Grass Terra type on your Urshifu. You don't really care about those right now, so you've got a nice option where you can just go for the Surge and Strikes, boosted by the Rain, into the Annihilate once again, and hope that that is enough to take it down.
Yeah, this is a tough spot because the Annihilate is a bit of a sitting duck, even against, you know, I'd say the Pelipper normally, but the Amoonguss is just in such a great spot to be able to, I would say, do its best. But then again, like you said, it kind of awkwardly can't, because Safety Goggles is such a good way to be able to deter any Spore focuses and such, but this may even allow 4AD so much more room to be able to navigate around. But Francesco with the Archaludon switching.
Yeah, maybe suspect. Oh, there we go. Here it starts right now. Really nice switch from Francesco. Yeah, you identify. Oh, the high horsepower though coming out into the Archaludon, and another critical hit. Huge damage. Really unfortunate for Francesco coming into this turn, but covering bases in case anything like that happened. Going for that side Pollen Puff, going to restore some of that lost HP, and now it's +2 defense.
Yeah, there are quite a few different interactions that happened there. So Francesco, like you said, being able to still utilize the Amoonguss in some form rather than go on the offensive with the Sludge Bomb, which sure, you've got the option of going with the Rillaboom. You now allow Archaludon to be able to have +2 in defense, which is sort of what we were talking about. This is the big final boss in terms of 4AD's sort of matchup disadvantage, right?
Yeah, you do have that final gambit, though, on the Annihilate. That could be a way right now if you can outspeed it. The problem is, though, the Rage Powder, but that would be in normal circumstances. But with that safety goggles, you can ignore the Rage Powder, go for that final gambit into the Archaladon, and it might have just taken enough damage here for that final gambit to be able to pick up the knockout. You would imagine so. It will be enough. So that's an easy way to remove that target, and this is the answer maybe that Forad's got to that big threat in Archaladon.
Here we go! The final gambit can indeed do what needs to be done. Archaladon is down for the count. There could have been a scenario where Francesco would have been more willing to switch in the Urshifu, allow that to go down, but there could have been a couple of mind games going on. The Dragonite will get some damage dealt. Obviously, this is an inner focus variant as opposed to multi-scale. That is why it takes quite a bit of damage, but let me not take away the spotlight from Amoonguss. It can also pack a punch when it really needs to.
Yeah, it really can. And I think now, here we've got Forad coming to the floor. It's got the active fake out. Knows you can safely go for that into the Urshifu here. And then almost go, lock in with whatever you want. Maybe the Aerial Ace here. Super effective into both of these targets from your Dragonite. It is banded as well, so we'll be hitting that extra bit harder. You are susceptible to a Spore from the Amoonguss, though, if you do leave it unchecked. So maybe you chase that down this turn. It's really hard to say, because is the Aerial Ace going to be enough to get the Amoonguss in this spot? And can you avoid getting put to sleep and pick up a knockout in the same kind of turn?
Yeah, it's sort of like a forked scenario where you're trying to force one of two situations to occur. And Francesco may still be able to have enough in the tank if he's able to essentially survive and get any sort of maneuverability going. But the fake out going into the Amoonguss, there will be Rocky Helmet chip damage incurred onto the Rillaboom. But close combat, the move of choice, it's not enough because of, I'd say, the natural bulk of the Rillaboom, but maybe hoping that the Rocky Helmet interaction would have assisted. But Aerial Ace is definitely more than enough. This feels like an end game scenario. Forad with a 1-0 advantage, because at this point, the Amoonguss, is it in a weird spot that maybe it could? No, it can't, because Aerial Ace is just going to absolutely just knock it off its little base.
Yeah, and the Dragonite not really taking enough chip to get any sort of damage with the Rocky Helmet there, and I think the combination of that and a high horsepower will be enough to wrap this up, and it's exactly what we're going to see. I mean, taking that pretty well here, but we will have to see the Rillaboom go down for its troubles, but it's probably done enough with that fake out, the positioning of it, and here's that Aerial Ace wrapping up the game for Forad there. It does take that little bit of chip from the Rocky Helmet, but more than worth it. What a way to get through these big threats on Francesco's side.
Yeah, Final Gambit Annihilate with the safety goggles being such a key piece in this matchup. I want to ask you, Lee, we saw that the close combat came out, right? Into what was, of course, the... Oh, my lord, I'm forgetting my lines. But my point is, it was into the Rillaboom. There was no Surging Strikes into the Dragonite. Do you think the Dragonite was within range, that maybe Surging Strikes in the rain would have been enough? It is Dragon type, so it's going to be able to resist, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it would. Maybe.
I don't think so.
No, probably
I think
not,
you're probably better off going for the close combat there. Remove the Rillaboom, and then you've got all your efforts kind of the next turn concentrating down onto the Dragonite between the Amoonguss and the
Sludge Bomb, and then you try to go for the close combat. Yeah.
Really tough, though, you know, in that scenario, I think. And you can't really tell how things are going to go with the, you know, I think Forad probably got a little bit of fortunate earlier on in this match with those critical hits that they landed, right? Maybe not into the Pelipper, like you said. I think the Woodhammer would have been very close. Depends how that Pelipper's been trained, but we'll not know until we get into game 2 and maybe see that interaction again. But definitely the high horsepower into the Archaladon, because otherwise, we did see the side Pollen Puff. That Archaladon would have been full health. Would that have really made much difference with the final Gambit that next turn? Probably not. But I think where you called it out, the switch out to the Urshifu, I think you sacrificed that. And then the match becomes a lot more difficult to deal with, because what is your answer to the Archaladon then?
Well, yeah, exactly, especially because, worth noting, Francesco didn't bring the Flutter Mane, which could have been quite handy, especially when, not only for, let's say, the Dragonite, if it commits with the extreme speed focus or whatnot, but the Annihilate. You're able to potentially threaten a one-shot because you've got the booster energy. Most likely, bolstering special attack, we're going to have to see and confirm, but Shadow Ball is so cool and crucial when it comes to at least deterring the Final Gambit range, because we did get confirmation, at least visually, the health points seem to indicate 210. That, I think, always guarantees max HP Archaladon, so that's a sort of bump that you need to be able to meet. So Forad is quite confident in that affair.
So if you're Francesco, you've got to make sure to reduce that damage.
Yes,
one of those ways,
exactly.
like you've said, is that Fluttermane. I totally agree with you. I'd love to see that iteration, especially because the Pelipper doesn't have a way to support the rest of the team with any speed control either. The Fluttermane has that immediate speed that can put pressure on.
Yes, as we do have the same leads from both of our trainers. Let's get a reminder there. They are both 4-0, already doing such an amazing job. But Pelipper, now, we've got a couple of interactions noted. Worth comparing to game one. There was no fake out. Do we think that could be a choice here?
I don't think Forad's going to let the Chen Pao go down as easy as they did in that first game. So that's something that I think you need to take into consideration if you're Francesco. Do you commit to going for the Surging Strikes in the Chen Pao again? Or do you maybe adjust, maybe protect the Pelipper here? Don't allow that to go down as easy this second game. Maybe adjust, switch into something like the Archaladon here, which could come in and start stacking up those stamina boosts early on to force maybe the Annihilate onto the field.
Yeah, and I think you need to be able to utilize that, or at least force Francesco's hand in that affair, because, like we said, there may well actually be a Fluttermane in the back, depending on Francesco's priorities. We know for sure the Archaladon's going to be there, but we're going to see at the moment, mirror-like affair with the turn interactions, the tear out grass with that Urshifu.
And there is always the threat of the fake out and then the Icicle Crash, suspecting this here, but it is the Sucker Punch.
Sucker Punch, Grassy Glide is not going to be enough, of course, because Urshifu is known to have quite respectable physical defense, and the fact that Forad didn't go for the fake out will mean that Chen Pao is yet again down for the count. Sure, sort of ruined. Does allow more damage potential from Forad's side, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and here's the problem. You left that Pelipper alone this turn. You knocked it out last time, but the Hurricane 100% accurate in the rain into the Rillaboom. Life Ball boosted, and it will be enough.
Well, of course, because it's not the Assault Vest variant. Let's not even obviously talk about that Life Orb multiplier 1.3 stack, which is absolutely impactful. Forad, all of a sudden, running away in game one with a pretty solid play, now down to his final two Pokemon.
Yeah, and things, back's against the wall now, because if you need to keep that Annihilate. If you need to keep it for the Archaladon, then you've got to get rid of both of these targets now, right? Yeah. And do you have a way to do that without taking any damage? Not looking great. You do have the extreme speed on your Dragonite, so you can remove the Urshifu, but by
Archaladon.
Yeah, the switch in.
Yeah.
It's very risky to go for that, right? Because if it switches in on the extreme speed, it's not taking really any damage. It's getting that stamina activating early. And then it leaves the Pelipper in a spot where have you got enough to be able to take that down in one hit? Because if you haven't, another Hurricane's going to come out and it's super effective into your Annihilate. It's looking very difficult for Forad. A really dominating start to this game too from Francesco. Really changing up the options here and taking full advantage of the tools that they've got access to.
Yeah, and we do see the switch out of the Urshifu. It is going to be the Amoonguss, clearly trying to take advantage of that Rocky Helmet available to itself, but also the disruptive nature of it, with the Archaladon confirmed to be yet again the fourth Pokemon to complete the quartet of what we had seen Francesco bring in game one.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Terastallization here on the Dragonite, going for that normal Terra Type 2 boost, that extreme speed that might be leaned into here from Forad to get through these targets. Could be a read.
Yeah, could be an E-Speed, maybe a final Gambit into the Archaladon if you want to get very frisky, but that would be very risky. Even though there is a critical hit onto the Archaladon, we see it can absolutely take it quite nicely there, but Rage Fist is going to be the move of choice from Forad. So I just wanted to make sure that you're able to get any sort of damage and not put yourself in a spot where, okay, I don't think Dragonite will be able to 1v4, probably because only of that Archaladon.
Yeah, now do you almost bait the final Gambit from the Annihilate now on the Archaladon? Do you switch it out now if you're Francesco to say, okay, well, if your final Gambit into that slot, like I know you want to, I'm going to sacrifice something in the back. And at the same time, if you do that, it leaves the Amoonguss open. It's going to be able to take an extreme speed and put that Dragonite to sleep and really make this endgame close down completely, especially if you can just preserve that Archaladon going into the rest of the game once that Annihilate has been felled. But, you know, there's also the option where the Annihilate goes for the Taunt, suspecting that turn into the Amoonguss, shut down the Spore, and it opens the door up to go for an extreme speed into the Archaladon slot. It is very risky because if it stays on the field, it's not great, and maybe this is what we're seeing happen.
That may well be the case. Extreme speed. I don't even think a crit would have been enough there. We know the Amoonguss is so bulky on its side of the field, but this is a complete ignoring effect from Forad's side of the field, going for the taunt in order to make sure that no pesky spores will come out from the little mushroom. But Archaludon, is it in a spot to even be able to pick up a KO? Because if it's going for the Annihilate, they tend to have a bit more bulk, especially because it's utility Annihilate, but it seems to be the Dragonite surviving on 55 health points, sorry. And right now, this is kind of, I guess, what Forad wants. You want to be able to not have the Archaludon get away with a lot whilst being able to slow the tempo down and whittle it down slowly.
Yeah, but the more you're doing that, because you're down to your last two Pokemon, the Dragonite here is only going to be able to take one more attack. Now, the Amoonguss can't support really or disrupt, but it can still attack with that Sludge Bomb. Is it going to be going down to another extreme speed? Probably not.
Maybe a crit, though.
Maybe a crit, yes. But again, at the same time, can you double up into the Archaludon here to remove that? Because I think that's the big thing that you need to remove here. The longer that sits on the field, the more it's just going to be able to fire these electro shots out. The rain is active on the field. Francesco's got the Pelipper to bring in, reactivate it when it does end, which will be in a couple of turns. And yeah, it's going to be very difficult. So I think you do need to prioritize that Archaludon as soon as possible, but not forget about the Amoonguss at the same time. It is enough.
Oh, wow, just barely. Of course, it will be taking some Rocky Helmet chip damage to boot, but getting rid of Amoonguss is quite nice, although it's still not end of the game scenario. Close combat. I think Forad was hoping for a crit there in order to be able to just pick up the KO where necessary, because even if, let's say, for example, the Archaludon goes down, there's still the Pelipper and the Urshifu in the back, and Forad needs to try to find a position where he doesn't have both of Francesco's Pokemon attacking at the same time.
Yeah, that's the problem, and how well Francesco's kind of set this end game up, whereas normally if you've got the advantage with Pokemon numbers, if you're Forad, you don't mind using the final Gambit because you've still got Pokemon to come in to kind of replace the fallen ones. But when you've only got one Pokemon or two Pokemon left, you really are resistant to going for that final Gambit until it is the only option, which, you know, now it is not, unfortunately. And you can see the end board state here of the Urshifu coming in. It is going to pressure with that Choice Scarf, going to be able to do enough damage, and then we'll tie it up and take it to a game 3 potentially here, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, even within the rain, there's been so much spicy action from both of our trainers, and obviously Forad going ahead and just trying to conspiculate right now. It's probably a made-up word, but all words are made up, I guess. In terms of what to do going into the game 3, taking advantage of all the additional time remaining. So we saw quite a bit of a mirror effect from both of our trainers, an absolute rampage that Forad went on in game 1, followed by Francesco in game 2. So this sort of builds up really into how the leads go, how that turn 1 ends up, because Forad just lost all momentum in game 2.
Yeah, and you can see like the mind games straight away like start to apply themselves in this scenario where you've got the fact of where do you go for the fake out into either the Pelipper or the Urshifu here, or do you commit with an attack into them? I think by not going for the fake out into the Urshifu, you are risking losing the Chen Power pretty early on. And I think the Pelipper as well is one of those targets that you just can't afford to ignore, because as Hurricanes, we've seen how hard they're hitting, and especially because Forad hasn't got that usual Assault Vest on the Rillaboom. It's not going to be able to kind of soak those attacks up as comfortably as it might otherwise be able to do. So I think you really need to kind of prioritize getting rid of that Urshifu as early on. But do you maybe switch things up? Do you maybe lead with something like the Dragonite here? Maybe the Rillaboom, lean into that fake out a little bit more, preserve your Annihilate in the back to be able to utilize that final Gambit onto the Archaludon that worked so well in the game 1, and then maybe tag in something like the Chen Power for a late game kind of sweeper.
And it could also be the fact that even though, let's say, Forad got that critical hit onto the Pelipper in game 1, that could actually be working against him in terms of his thought process. Maybe not being confident that Rillaboom can actually pick up that KO naturally, forcing him into a scenario where he doesn't want to try to go for it just in case it gets caught out and doesn't work out as much as he'd like.
You've got to think, though, with the Sword to Ruin ability next to it, that's maybe why Forad's going with the Chen Power, the Rillaboom, because that additional boost that you're getting on your Wood Hammer with the grassy terrain in effect is going to be enough to get the Pelipper. But again, it does throw a question. It would have been nice just to see that damage without the critical hit, to have that kind of solidity going into this next game.
What I think could also be a situation that Forad could actually look into is baiting the Chien-Pao yet again, going for the fake out turn 1, bring the Dragonite in as a switch with your Chien-Pao from your Chien-Pao, and then that already puts you into a spot where you can start threatening huge KO or damage at least, but we're going to switch up from both our trainers. Forad with the Rillaboom now alongside the Annihilate, and the Amoonguss now alongside the Urshifu.
Yeah, so a bit of a variation here from both trainers. The mind game's still come into play, of course, because the Amoonguss is it's not really threatening anything with a sport. Has got that Sludge Bomb, so can do a bit of damage to the Rillaboom here. It's got the Rocky Helmet, so it's not likely going to be the target of the fake out, whereas that Urshifu on the opposite side from Francesco is probably the target for the fake out. So do we see a switch here? Maybe this is the time Archaladon comes in on the field, maybe scouts out that fake out, and that's probably why Forad's been hesitant with those fake outs previous games, because you don't want to fake out into a target like Archaladon and get that free stamina boost. But it is an opportunity here for Francesco to take advantage of potentially if you do see that coming out, because leaving the Urshifu unchecked, it can be dangerous, especially because it is scarfed.
Yeah, I think you may have just called it. There it is, Archaladon. If it does have any sort of fake outs or disruptive moves targeted into it, it's having a great day. But the question is, Forad had a really strong lead in anticipation of the Amoonguss coming in, bringing the Annihilate, but is going to be able to commit with a read in this scenario. Maybe go for the raw close combat into an Amoonguss. That would be an insane level read, but no, the fake out will allow the Archaladon to get a oh-so-free +1 defense boost thanks to the stamina. U-turn, that has to be a critical hit. Last I checked, that does not deal that much damage, and that is indeed the case. So much resource already taken away from the Rillaboom is quite detrimental, but we haven't seen the Annihilate move just yet.
Yeah, it could go for, I mean, you're going to see it is the final gambit, and it is into the Amoonguss. It's just switched, and it's not going to be enough because of how much HP it has, but wasting the Annihilate on Forad's side. It was a 50-50 which slot you went into, and just getting it wrong with Francesco rewarded getting it right.
Yeah, that's so tough because Forad knew what he had to do. He just needed to get the call correct. It's not necessarily over, but it's a huge blow to be dealt, given the Annihilate. Not only is it there for the Archaladon, but it allows you to be able to circumnavigate around that Amoonguss.
Yeah, it definitely does. And the Amoonguss now, it is in the position where it can switch out, take advantage of that regenerator ability. The one thing you see that Chien-Pao has the advantage of is that Sacred Sword that it's got, where it can ignore those defense boosts. So that is another way to kind of leverage yourself against this Archaladon. But you've got to deal with this Amoonguss in the first place, and because of the speed interactions here, the Chien-Pao will be moving before the Rillaboom. And I don't think a Grassy Glide, will a Grassy Glide be enough? Because if it is, you could go Grassy Glide and then Sacred Sword into the Archaladon.
I mean, you've got to factor in the times for resistance of the grass type from that Amoonguss, of course, being a grass type of its own, but having the poison dual typing too. We're going to have to see him find out. Rage Powder will be unleashed. Grassy Glide is not enough. The Amoonguss survives with a slither of health. That is so detrimental to Forad's game, and I'm going to be completely real with you. I think this is game over. You have now broken your focus sash on the Chien-Pao. The Archaladon could go for that body press if it really wants to try to commit, but it doesn't even need to. It goes for the Flash Cannon. It picks up another KO. Forad with very weak Rillaboom at what was 22 hit points, now 33, alongside the Dragonite. And this Archaladon is looking mighty fine.
Yeah, it's looking in a really strong position now. Yeah, coming out with that Urshifu once again, so full health. The Urshifu going to be able to fire off close combat into the Rillaboom. You could even scout out a terrestrialization onto the Dragonite close combat that slot.
Right,
if you're suspecting it. It's in a focus, not multi-scale. So you would be able to remove that pretty quickly, and then the Archaladon in such a strong position right now where you think, how am I going to deal with this Pokemon? You have got high horsepower, but it's not going to be enough. I don't know if it will be enough at this stage in the Rillaboom's solo health now. Any attack into it will probably be enough to take it down.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Like, I'd maybe say if there's a scenario that you could go for the critical hit onto the Archaladon with a Stomping Tantrum, but then you need to be able to outpace it as well. Both of these Pokemon tend to be trained in very similar speed tiers, so it's just going to have to come down to the wire, as we do indeed have the Terra normal commit here, but it's going to be the E-Speed into the Pelipper. Not enough to be able to get rid of that Dark. The Grassy Glide, though, is, however, Archaludon, with the greatest opening for this board state, is allowed to go for the Electro Shot, trying to pave the way for Francesco to be able to get that 5th win, as we're obviously going to have to wait a bit with the animations. However, the rhythm's gone. You are now just bolstering after bolstering various multipliers. The Urshifu is just in a spot where it goes for the close combat, like you mentioned, Lee, and Archaludon paving the way with its bridge to success strategy Francesco is deploying.
Yeah, and having to make a decision with that choice band, you're having to lock into the extreme speed, not great against the Archaludon, and Urshifu good defensively, so you can see able to take it, not going to be enough. Followed up with that close combat that is super effective, taking Francesco as victor in this round 5.
What a way to go about it. 5-0. Francesco must be happy. He is in the clouds.
Wow, well, he's done it again. He's come back from game 1 that looked, this game was out of sight, but showing why Francesco time and time again has these great finishes and keeps appearing at the top tables at these events, because what a turnaround there. What a way to come back in that match. After that game 1, you thought, how are you going to deal with this final gambit from the Annihilate? How are you going to deal and contain this Dragonite once it's terrestrialized? Well, game 2, game 3, adaptions, knowing exactly what was presented to him, maybe caught out a little bit in game 1 with Florid's kind of approach to the game, but they had adaptation, and I think this is why Francesco's such a strong player, because in those really awkward positions where the back is against the wall, they can come back, bounce back, and respond time and time again, and what a way to do that. But, you know, you've got to give huge credit to Forad. Had a great game plan coming in against what really is a bit of an unconventional team in this format, right? And doing remarkably well to kick off that game.
Yeah, it's sort of like trying to embody Iker Rodrigo's spirit from last season with the full physical attacker Pokemon that were able to pick up Seville Special Championships, but at least for right now, slowed a bit down in terms of the tempo. Final Gambit, as we saw in that game 1, was quite crucial to be able to just not allow this Archaludon any sort of room, and Dragonite was able to essentially act as that end-game sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, there was situations in game 2, we might see it in a second there, with a replay, where there was opportunities for Forad to go for that final gambit into the Archaludon. A number of times it had already taken a bit of chip damage, but Francesco being pretty bold in their decision-making, saying, okay, well, I'm going to keep it on the field, I'm going to go for the Electro Shot. If I get it off, I'm going to punish you for not going for that final gambit. And that's exactly how it played out, and it's really tough when you've got maybe that one answer to that big threat on your opponent's team, picking the moment to do it. Forad was decisive in game 1, but it becomes more difficult as you get deeper into the sets, and that's exactly how we saw things play out. That in game 3 as well. Could have gone for either slot. It was, and just got it wrong, but Francesco getting it right, and all credits them, because once that Annihilate was gone, we saw the pieces crumbling for Forad, and Francesco capitalizing from that position.
But it was such a beautiful set, top tier, no joke about it, because both of our trainers, the fact that they just absolutely swept one another in game 1 and game 2, and it just led to sort of what they've learned from each of those individual games, both of them at the same time, as a culmination onto how they can try to get that win in game 3. And yeah, it was tough. I do really like Forad's bring of the Annihilate as a lead, because that's sort of a Pokemon that you want to be able to save in the bat in order to check the Archaludon and, you know, ignore the Amoonguss. But just being brave enough to recognize there could very well be an Amoonguss being led as a lead in order to slow down your momentum was so crucial. But Francesco, you know, we've seen him time and time again. Amazing player, amazing guy. He's so passionate, so driven. He's got that tap into the flow when he needs to just lock in into that mode, and that sort of showed there. He was able to get the call right.
Yeah, he was, and I think, like, just going to show as well how well they play something like that Scarfed Urshifu as well. It's got that pivotability where you've got the flexibility to switch things around, move your board state up very freely, and Francesco, one of those players that's very, very good at doing things like that to make it hard for the opponent to get a foothold in a game.
Yeah, ferocious trainer, but I'm sure we'll be able to hear from himself just now, as we do have the interview primed and ready. Please take it away.
What are you doing, Francesco? You're bringing all the rain over to Seville.
Yeah,
it was so nice before. Wait, you've got a microphone. That's your umbrella.
Yes.
How's that working out for you?
I don't think I need it. I brought the rain. So.
You are singing in the rain, my friend. Francesco Piopero, our champion of Swiss Round 5 here at the Seville Special Championships. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. As I told you, like I wasn't feeling too well. Like I had a little bit of a cold. It might have been the rain, but then I got used to it, and yeah, I'm feeling fine, feeling great. 5-0. I think I wasn't expecting like to win the rounds or anything. I was just like, let's see how this goes. And it being a special event, I think it's really nice because we always play for the money on the line. I'm here just to play, man. Like I wouldn't be, I'd rather be like anywhere else than here. So I like to play Pokemon and I wanted to be here.
And as you were saying before as well, Seville's such a beautiful city. I know we have time to explore that later. I'm glad you're feeling better now as well. So in that matchup, you lose game 1. What are your thoughts about that one?
Yeah, in game 1, I think I kind of had it at one point. When he switched out the Rillaboom, I was like, I think I win either with Archaldon or with Urshifu. So I didn't want to give up the Urshifu on a free close combat. My opponent went for Final Gambit. And if I kept my Archaldon, of course, that would have been better for me. But I was like, if I manage to have Urshifu, I can still win, right? But I did like, I think, half of a play because like the only way I think my opponent could win was recycling the fake out. And I was this close to sporing the Rillaboom because I was like, then he has fake out and blocks my Rage Powder. I didn't for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I was too relaxed. I lacked focus maybe in that game 1. My opponent played his outs really well. I think I could have played a little better. So I was like, okay, in game 2, let's just approach the game in the same way I led with the same Pokemon, but this time like let's try to make better calls. And my opponent defended himself very well. That Annihilate was a really nice touch on his team because like he can touch my Archaldon, but with Annihilate with Final Game he just doesn't care about the Among Us and the defense boost. So really nice team by my opponent. Yeah, I was able to win in the end, but it was a nice battle, I think.
Yeah, you did fantastically well, and of course you did fantastically well at EUIC as well about a month ago. I got to bring this up, Francesco. Every single regional level event in our EU season has been won by Italians.
Yes.
You think you can win one this season?
Yeah, of course. I think I can win every event I participate. But of course, like, you just say that and then you have to prove it, right? So I don't see it as like I'm going to a tournament I want to win. Of course, I want to win. But I try to walk my way like one foot after another in front of the other and play game by game and then see like how to score, and then like I just look up to it when the tournament is ended. So
yeah, well, it's working well for you so far. That's fantastic. How are you feeling about your championship points as well? You're doing pretty well so far this season.
Oh yeah, I think like my season, like in the past years, is heavily dependent on my EUIC performance, and EUIC being like it went really well for me. I think like that puts me in a good spot in the leaderboard. Of course, like I'm not too worried now because of that performance. But at the same time, I want to play every event because I really like playing the game in general. And so like it's nice to not stress yourself about, championship points and whatnot because I got the auto invite. So yeah, that's I think very relaxing. Allows me to risk more, I think.
Cool.
That is the get-go I got from UIC.
That's really good, risking more. So approaching future tournaments with that mindset, you feeling like you're learning more than you would if you didn't risk?
Oh, yes, of course. I think so. And Reg F, being such a wide format, I think brings that to another level, too. Because I think, like, I wouldn't have been able to do nearly as well as my colleagues did with their main archetypes. Because like I don't feel I really don't like playing mirror matches, and so I had to come up with something, and like so those conditions were either that like I was forced to evolve or like accept that I wasn't doing well at the European International Championship. So I think that was a nice level up given by the circumstances of the format and the tournament, and now I can do that even more by being in a good spot in the leaderboard. So yeah, I like to experiment so I can, master more styles. As you can see, I've never brought Incineroar to a Regulation F tournament.
That is fascinating, yeah. Especially because, of course, in Italy, you're known for these more balanced teams. So a lot of Incineroar running around. Is that just a personal preference thing?
since Incineroar came out, I've never gone to a tournament without it on my team until Regulation F 2.0. So, yeah, it's mainly style, I think, in Italy, and people like try to play more, waiting for the opponent to make a mistake rather than being maybe more active into finding a win condition. And Incineroar that helps because it's a bulky Pokemon and allows you, you know, to have that wiggle room between the turns. But I think maybe trying to win is the end goal anyway, so I might just as well try to do that in the first place.
Yes.
So
do it faster.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't like how much he is countered and the mirror matches. Sure. So I just wanted to have to look at the picture by another angle, and so that's why I'm playing this Rain team. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating team at that. Well, brilliant. Thank you so much for all of your insights there, Francesco. Any shout-outs that you want to give?
Yes, I want to shout out my friend Flavio Pado that helped me in playing by countless hours only this week before the tournament because I had other obligations, and he is really a good teammate and supported me a lot, and he's supporting me right now. I also want to shout out Lele, the regional champion, that also helped me practice, and I want to shout out my group, the Gaparadox guys, that is my family basically, and I want to shout out my team, the Team Aqua, of course, and the friends from university that are watching me, that always cheer for me, and it's a beautiful thing to fuse together those two important aspects of my life. Yeah.
Do your friends from university that also don't play Pokemon, do they also cheer you along? And
well, it's our generation, of course, always came in touch with the brand,
sure,
and they like it, and some of them do know the game and the VGC as well, and I was surprised by that. I was gladly, surprised by that, and yeah, they watch the games, and I'm really happy, and I always try to win. So to account for something, I'm not just going to play video games while you guys are studying. I'm trying to do something good as well. So I'm happy I was able to win on stream. Yeah.
You're studying in a different way. Well, good luck for the rest of your tournament, Francesco. A pleasure to talk to you as always. Everybody, what thrills we've found. And now we'll get ready for our next Swiss round.
The 2025 North America International Championships were exciting times down in the Big Easy. However, the event would be anything but easy for the trainers trying to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim. New Orleans was the last opportunity to earn championship points on the season, so much more was on the line than who would win the title. For the first time in VGC International Championship history, not a single home region trainer was represented in top 8. With 4 of the final 8 trainers remaining in the field, Italy paraded their way into the finals, thanks to Marco Silva taking down former IC champion Eric Rios and Federico Camparisi defeating Kazuki Kobayashi. But Kazuki still went home a winner by earning that direct Worlds invitation from top 4. As friends, teammates, and fellow countrymen, Marco and Federico wanted to prove that the Italian VGC talent is unmatched. And with a 4th IC win, Marco could make his claim not just as the best player in New Orleans, but the best player in the world. Federico caught Marco off guard in Game 1 with a perfectly timed wide guard, stopping Astro Barrage. Then in Game 2, after another well-timed wide guard, Marco landed a critical hit for a KO and forced to Game 3. With the championship on the line, Federico relied on his trusty Lunala for Trick Room. He would find his championship moment under those twisted dimensions.
He goes for the Moonblast! Federico Camparisi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
In the junior division, Joaquin Roquette used the power of the sun to shine through with Fluttermane and Koraidon, winning the set 2-0. And in the senior division, Brazil's Isaac Marrero neutralized the competition with Galarian Weezing. As Poison Gas ticked away at Lunala's health, Isaac secured the championship. What will happen in Anaheim? Will EU ride this momentum and continue their international dominance? Will NA defend the throne? Or will another region take home the title of World Champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
This is
is going to be a no-holds-barred match between Xiliang Tang and Justin Tang, two friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, no. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we reset that? Reset that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the 3-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I'd probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know. It feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man. It's too good to be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip. Had a copy of Emerald. Like, I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for like hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game, so yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, like, I've only been playing for like a year and a half in VGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10 plus years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got into committed Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. You know, I mean, Wolf is like, you know, everyone's example, right? Cybertron, like watching them ladder and like trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville regional champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the, you know, Wolfie Orlando team. And I think it shows that, you know, you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin Tang
winning his second regional championship here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a third surging strikes, Ice Spider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, 3-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long, long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve, and to try to come back at that peak, it's tough to kind of like falling short when you're so close, because I topped at countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Paired from this finals to my other 2 I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Like before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time. And having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Xiliang Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like, he sees things that most people don't see. Like, we're both grinders. Like, we both put in the work because, you know, we love this game and we want to do well.
Xiliang Tang, one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Xiliang Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him, just because I, you know, find someone that just fits me best. So, yeah.
And Justin, one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals, where he has to face his team-building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overread. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just spore the other slot. I've also had experience like that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolf's every move.
But our Chaladon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like thinking things that he wouldn't do, realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy. He's been getting really into it, so I'm going to have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was going to win finals after I saw the last turn Trick Room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Land of Ursh. The moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew that the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally, able to beat Xiliang too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Shieling actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
Record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and I watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
What a fantastic day it has been here in Seville. We are coming up to Swiss round number 6. I am Costa, this is Marcus, and what a joy it has been so far with all of the fascinating teams thus far. So, I don't know what I said there. Was it thus far?
What did we see? We saw a couple of Dondozo to start off the day. Now, a little bit of rain mixed in here and there. It seems like the water types are taking over. Is that true?
No, well, I mean, that's what I've heard, and that's what sort of Charlie and Francesco were alluding to as well in the interview section just prior to this match and intervention. So, I mean, it's kind of cool to be able to see it. You know, you got to douse out the fires, cool things down, and Francesco, as we've seen, is very familiar with rain-type cores, being able to go all the way to a finalist spot in Stuttgart, I believe 2 seasons ago, if I'm not mistaken, against Eden Bachelor.
Yeah, I guess talking about cosmetics, I feel like with my suit color, I can kind of mix in with the water types, and I also have the Rillaboom in
Isn't that anti-water type?
No, in case the grass types are also popping off, whereas you're kind of locked into fire.
Yeah. Because, it's kind of the name of the game in a way. Fire and grass, to be fair. So we do have that in common. That's like the connecting bridge.
So we're the 2-caster fire, water, grass core is what you're saying.
Yeah! You know what? We're kind of missing an Urshifu as well. But no, talking about fire, water, grass...
That is exactly what I was going to say, because this is the core that I would have brought to this tournament if I was playing it as a player. And we went around the casters and had a look what teams they would be bringing. And Costa, well,
hello.
Look at that. A cheeky little combination there. Tell us a little bit about what's going on with the team that you would have brought to this tournament.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, I've been waiting all day for this, Marcus. Thank you. So, Dondozo Tatsugiri, check. This in particular, Dondozo, does have substitute. And the reason why is, me, I'm a bit of a psychic terrain connoisseur. I got to bring my female Indeedee, got to bring my Iron Crown, Calm Mind and stuff like that. But the Drifblim, now that is Psychic Seed, Unburden, and for for a lot of our viewers that, may not be as familiar to what this particular Pokemon does.
Can I take a guess?
Okay, go for it.
The minimize baton pass?
Oh, okay. You may have been one of the people going up against me a ladder. That's fine, that's good to know. Yes, exactly that. Unburden allows, with that Psychic Seed attached, the bolstering of speed by double. Go for the minimize, you got the redirection of female Indeedee, and then what this allows you to do, cheekily enough, is you bring the Dondozo in. It gets the +2 in evasion stat stages. And then, obviously in turn, you bring that Tatsugiri in, and all of a sudden you've got a Dondozo that is not only very powerful, it can get the order ups going, you've got substitutes in order to avoid Intimidate and Sleep and stuff like that, but you've got a very elusive Dondozo Catfish where, yeah, it could be quite tilting, is what I've heard my opponents say.
Wow, yeah, that's quite the strat there, Costa. So
sorry.
I'm glad for everyone out there that you're behind the desk and not playing in the event, actually.
Yeah, no, probably for my own sanity as well. No, I mean, it's something different and out there, and, a lot of people have been running as well, some fellow Greeks too, so, no, it's been really fun. It's a fun team. But there were other teams as well. Unfortunately, I just got too, overwhelmed with my amazing one.
I mean, that happens sometimes, right? When you have a topic that you're, like, so invested in and you really want to talk about it, and everyone else is like, yeah, you keep going, and you just keep on rambling about, okay, so that, and then turn 3, guess what's gonna happen?
Dude, am I that guy?
Dozo is protecting to get the leftovers recovery, and you're, like, super excited about it, and then everyone is like, okay, like, yes, that's great.
Yeah, it's a great little fun stall strategy, let's say. But no, I mean, you went with a solid team. You're a solid trainer as well. We saw that you were able to get a really good finish in Birmingham, so I'm not surprised to see that would be the team you bring to.
Yeah, talking about solid finishes, our players in the tournament, they're not done yet, but we can have a little look at where we are right now in terms of the standings, because even after 5 rounds, there are still a couple of players who are undefeated at the flawless 5-0 record. Yeah. In total, if I count correctly, there might be up to almost like 20 players who are still undefeated. So we see 16 of them over there.
That's wild.
Antonio Sanchez, currently our first seat in the rankings, former Liverpool regional champion. And then also, Samu Pereira, very, very strong up-and-coming player from Spain as well. We got Mikel Paquete in there from Portugal.
Yes.
Also, one of the more veteran players, Francesco Piopero, we just saw over on stream with the Rain team.
Yeah, exactly. And then we also have Andre Marquez as well, who has been able to get top 4, believe it or not, with an Eternatus last season, which is wild, to say the least. Not an Eternatus there, however, on their team, but they do have Gouging Fire.
You got me excited there for a second. Wait, did he
which format?
Sneak in the Eternatus? Into this Regulation F format, but no. Okay, no, it looks, that makes a lot more sense than bringing Eternatus. A lot of physical attackers, supported by the Amoongus. Very, very powerful combination as well. Might be one of those teams where the Gouging Fire is supporting the team with a Howl.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great way to be able to not only bolster your own Pokemon or your own self, that Gouging Fire, but also the partner Pokemon, which absolutely capitalizes when you've got the Chi and Power. You've got so many different various multipliers in terms of further bolstering your physical attack. And we saw that just in the previous round from Forad, running a very similar team with just pure physical. You just got a great way to be able to put on immediate pressure.
A player that also likes to put on immediate pressure is Roberto Parente from Italy, coming hot he's coming off of a top 4 finish at EUIC, where he was using, I think, this exact team, definitely favoring the more aggressive play style, and using this spam kind of team. Indeedee setting the Psychic Surge and then Iron Crown. With a booster energy, then using that to launch some very powerful expanding forces. And it seems like it's going well for Roberto as well. A teammate from Francesco, who's leaning into the Rain side of things. Well, both of them are 5-0, so doesn't really matter which team you're bringing, apparently. But no, they've been doing quite well here at this event so far.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's definitely the company that you hold nearest and dearest that, you know, you're able to just excel off of one another. I had the great opportunity to see them both as well back at EUIC the previous night of Day 2 and Phase 2, which was amazing to see the camaraderie between them and sticking with the same team from EUIC. Pretty cool.
Absolutely. Another international player that is coming into Seville to take home some points, hopefully, is Aurélien Soula. And they are also leaning into that combination in DD and Iron Crown. This time around, it is the version with presumably a choice band Landorus Therian form. So very, very close probably to what Zachary Weed was bringing to EUIC a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Over that Regidrago, which tends to be sort of that 6th slot that you just want that immediate offensive pressure available. But what Landorus Therian does incredibly well is not only does it have Intimidate, but it's got that ground typing, flying typing. It's great into sort of common balance calls, especially the Raging Bolts of the world. Although, you know, Aurélien has the hope that they don't find a sort of Paul level trainer that's rocking a Raging Bolt across from them this weekend.
Absolutely, but yeah, coming back after a little bit of a break with such a great result so far. 5-0, so many international stars are here and mixed in with a lot of local heroes as well. A lot of Spanish players still undefeated here, of course. They're trying to take their home turf title, just like last year where they claimed 7 out of the 8 spots in the top 8.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's such an incredible stat, and I wouldn't put it past all of our local trainers to do it again, as, yeah, we're going to have to see and find out, but we've got the notable matches available. Miguel Paquete, which we did roughly talk a bit about now in the standings, versus Samuel Pereira. What a fascinating bout between both of these trainers that I'm sure are actually quite familiar with one another, maybe have attended a couple of locals or two together too.
Wow, yeah, and maybe this great Tusk is a little bit of a story already to take away from this tournament, because this will be the second time that we get to feature this team. We saw Gabriel use it earlier, now Samu coming in with presumably the same combination here with that Choice Specs Fluttermane and the really bulky Tornadus and really bulky Ogerpon. But also, some of the other matchups, definitely some highlights. We have Francesco Piopero with that Rain team we just saw win, going up against Antonio Sanchez with that standard balance team. Definitely two very established teams going up against each other. And yeah, that's also a pretty hype match. And then we see a couple more games down there, whereas a lot of Ndidi and Iron Crown still flying around at 5-0.
Yeah, kind of not surprised, really, because it's just got a great way to be able to handle quite a bit of balance in terms of, you know, options and limitations. Calm Mind, Iron Crown has been absolutely popping off, but we do have our trainers now preparing on the stage. Of course, like we mentioned before, we've got Miguel Paquete on the left-hand side versus Samuel Pereira, who's on the right.
Yeah, Miguel, pretty known for leaning towards this Incineroar, Rillaboom, kind of switching, U-turn, parting shot, fake-out kind of play style, and that's also what he's bringing to this tournament. Samu, on the other side, I think their style is more so to bring, well, I guess, any attackers that do not have to switch around too much. I think, of course, like, if you're switching around your Pokemon, then oftentimes, well, it's great to reposition, but you're not actually doing any damage, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of top players also like to favor a playstyle where you're not actually switching that much, but instead you try to trade more and try and trade well, have Pokemon that have good resistances and that can trade favorably into the metagame. And I think this great Tusk is one great example. Also, the Ogerpon and Tornadus, we saw them earlier on stream in one of the other games when Gabriel played. And remember how Tornadus was able to take the Icicle Crash with just a couple of HP left, and then Ogerpon was able to take the combination of Icy Wind and boosted Dragon Pulse. So having those Pokemon that maybe surprisingly can take a hit that can swing the momentum instantly. And yeah, this is something that Miguel has to watch out for.
Yes.
Because, yeah, you don't want to run into some of those prepared calculations.
Well, yeah, and that's sort of what you want to be able to take advantage of when it comes to standard-esque cores. You want to find a way to be able to incorporate a couple of little secrets and surprises for your opponent to not anticipate when it comes specifically to the damage calcs. Tornadus, bulky Tornadus, we've seen actually do an incredible job in previous formats as well, even seasons. Not going to be surprised to see it back on show again, but it's all about how you're able to take advantage of its utility. And essentially, it's staying power, because a really nice point that you made there, Marcus, was just sometimes you don't need to necessarily go ahead and try to do forceful big reads and stuff. You want to be able to out-sustain your opponent's resources and are willing, essentially, to make those trades in order to further progress your board state.
Absolutely, that's what you want to do, and that is what both of these players will want to do. Sitting there comfortable on the stage. Miguel and Samu, both of them have been in this same spot before. Miguel, for example, with their top 8 performance at the Lille Regional Championships a couple of years ago, but then also there are some more high finishes, top 32 EUIC 2024, and then also in Bologna and Stuttgart. Just, yeah, shows over different formats. Miguel is a player that was able to get those results in.
Yeah, and Samuel as well, having quite a bit of consistency. Both of our trainers having accomplished their highest achievement being top 8. Samuel, of course, 2025 Seville Special Championships. So yes, this very tournament last season. And Utrecht special top 32, got a top 64 with Gdansk as well.
Yeah, and Seville last year was Samu's breakout performance.
Yes.
And yeah, he definitely will have a lot of fond memories. We also saw him on this very same stage, well, just one hall across from where we were last year. But yeah, he definitely has good memories about this city and about this tournament. But first, let's have a look at Miguel's team. Those are the exact same 6 Pokemon that I would have brought to this tournament, but I would not have chosen a Choice Specs Fluttermane. That is quite interesting, but I understand it. Well, we have the support from Incineroar with Fake Out and also Helping Hand. Interesting choice there to support Fluttermane even further, but it's not a Follow Me on Ogerpon. That's maybe one thing that I would have expected here, but instead just the regular Swords Dance, Grassy Glide, Ivy Cudgel offensive set.
Yeah, and you do still have the Fire, Water, Grass core on Miguel's side in order to be able to, okay, sure, you don't have redirection available, but you've got the Fake Out pressure, you've got the fantastic synergy between one another, and then you've also got the Raging Bolt, where it has Calm Mind. So you've got so much variety in terms of the different modes you want to go for. So maybe the Fluttermane acts as that pure, immediate offensive presence that maybe suits Miguel's playstyle.
Yeah, it's really difficult to kind of switch out a booster speed Fluttermane that is often used on these teams, because then, yeah, you give up the boost. It's a one-time boost, as both players here are exchanging their team sheets. Now we'll get a closer look. Let's have a look at Samu's face as he's looking at this team. Now, okay, getting confirmation. Okay, it's a Choice Specs Fluttermane on the other side. Well, I also have one of those Choice Specs Fluttermane, but yeah, quite the different support cast, because here we have the Follow Me on Ogerpon.
Yeah, and actually this Fluttermane doesn't have access to any sort of speed control because of the Tornadus. It's got the Power Gem rather than the Icy Wind that Miguel has on his side of the field. But Tornadus really allows you so much more maneuverability when it comes to speed control. You've also got the Sunny Day, which has really good synergy, not only with the Fluttermane, with Photosynthesis. You've got the Great Tusk, like we said, it's the Clear Amulet variant, but the Ogerpon Hearthflame can also capitalize, as well as, I guess, the Incineroar with the Fire-type damage.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Great Tusk and Tornadus being one key idea in a similar matchup earlier on stream, where you would use the Great Tusk and Tornadus right away. Tornadus sets up the Tailwind, Great Tusk can go for a lot of damage. And then you might have the Fluttermane and Ogerpon in the back. But we also saw the second game plan, where if you can bring your own Incineroar to this matchup, it might also be quite difficult to knock that out. However, yeah, that matchup was a little bit different. This time around, there's no Chien-Pao, no Landorus. Yeah, let's see what both of these players are going to do.
So what are your initial thoughts in terms of what each trainer needs to bring as a lead? This is game 1 right now, and you need to potentially even scout out your opponent's playstyle.
Yeah, I like the Great Tusk and Tornadus lead from Samu. Over on Miguel's side, I think Urshifu, because it has the Focus Sash, could be a great way to get something done early on. It seems like, well, one of them kind of listened to my idea there. It's Urshifu and Fluttermane for Miguel, and Ogerpon Fluttermane over on Samu's side.
Yeah, so they're both choice specs Fluttermanes, like we discussed. Power Gem being available on Samuel's side, not going to necessarily be useful in this scenario against the Urshifu, but it's going to also have a couple mind games in terms of the speed tiering between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Figuring out which of the two Fluttermane is faster is going to be crucial here for this very first turn, and you don't want to find out by being one-hit KO'd by a Shadow Ball. No. So instead, maybe there are some terrestrializations up in the air, since, of course, that would allow you to, to not be KO'd by this Shadow Ball. Urshifu, with the Focus Sash, still under a little bit of danger of being knocked out because it's staring down two Pokemon that are faster than it.
Oh, but Miguel, of course, and we did see a very swift input there, last second, quite literally, before the turn time did expire. Lock in with the Icy Wind, maybe opting to go for that speed control, but this could be tricky because both of these Fluttermanes could actually have the exact same speed, and it's down to a flip coin of a 50-50 as the Follow Me comes out.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive turn there by Miguel, but it could pay off since their Fluttermane is going to outspeed. Icy Wind comes out, ignoring Follow Me, dropping the speed of both Ogerpon and Fluttermane, and now Urshifu is going to move next, boosted by the Terra Water. That's going to be a lot of damage on Ogerpon.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough? Some Ogerpons have got a lot of bulk to them. Oh, it's going to be marginal, but I feel like it should just be enough, and it is indeed. So Ogerpon, all of a sudden, is out for the count. The Follow Me, I guess, is great for utility, but the Fluttermane has yet to move. And there's no terrestrialization from Miguel's Fluttermane. The Dazzling Gleam will be unleashed, respecting the potential of that terrestrialization with the Flutter.
And I think this is actually something that can come up quite a bit because, well, this was a great first turn for Miguel, but now Tornadus is joining the field, and Tailwind and Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam is a big threat. Since Miguel's Fluttermane was able to withstand this first Dazzling Gleam with over 50%. The second one wouldn't get the knockout, but we have that damage increase, the option for the Terra Fairy over on Samu's side. And with that combination of moves, despite the Icy Wind speed drop, that's going to be 2 knockouts there for Samu. And looking at what Miguel has in the back, I don't really see a great way to answer that threat.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough, and we see Miguel really coming down to the wire in terms of inputting those moves. The Urshifu actually switching out, most likely going to be able to bring that Incineroar in, like we were sort of talking about, where you're able to act as sort of like a damage buff or some sort of absorbent and have that pressure immediately following in the subsequent turn. Because obviously the Intimidate is not going to do anything against 2 special offensive Pokemon on Samu's side. It is going to be the commit of the Terra Fairy Fluttermane. It wants to go for big damage. Tailwind by its side, most likely gonna be opted in. And is it enough to be able to pick up the KO? We've got the various multipliers compounding one another, but is it? And yes, it does confirm. 76 hit points are now 0, and the Incineroar has taken so much damage, Marcus, and sort of proving that choice specs Terra Fairy Fluttermane doesn't have a lot of switch-ins that he can tend to.
Yeah, the one thing that Miguel has going for him is the fact that now this Fluttermane is no longer a Ghost type, so you can go for Fake Out into it. And by bringing out Raging Bolt, you're kind of scaring away Tornadus from just going for a Bleak Wind Storm in this position. So if you can call this move perfectly, maybe there's something you can do. Yeah, I mean, Samu could even consider swapping out Fluttermane. Samu could think about going for just Bleak Wind Storm, but no taunt on this Tornadus. So yeah, the Calm Mind play on Miguel, I think I like that. But the issue for Miguel is really the fact that Terra is already committed, and this Raging Bolt will be weak to Fairy-type moves until the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a tough spot to be in, especially because of that early commit. Were you able to get as much mileage as you were looking for? And really, you need to make sure the Flutter Mane is out of this affair. Although the Fake Out will make sure that it's not going to be able to utilize any sort of moves. This Raging Bolt Calm Mind is hoping to be able to allow Miguel to have that priority, but most importantly, be able to survive the absolute onslaught that Flutter Mane's going on.
Okay, I think I see a way. I think you need to... I think you need to swap out Incineroar into Urshifu, let Urshifu go down, go for the Protect, bring Incineroar in again, then you can go for Fake Out on Flutter Mane and go for another Calm Mind, and then you want to go for a Helping Hand Thunderclap at +2 to hopefully knock out this Flutter Mane. I think it's a small line, but yeah, Miguel identifies it, and that's what he's going for. The fact that Incineroar over on Samu's side is an Assault Vest, it cannot go for Parting Shot, so any boost that this Raging Bolt is able to accumulate is going to stick until the end of the game, and Tornadus isn't a threat to Raging Bolt at all, so it all comes down to whether Miguel can find a way to overpower this Flutter Mane somehow.
Yeah, and that's a really good shout as we see Miguel trying to go for the Fake Out. Understandably targeting the Raging Bolt. You need to ensure it does not get that additional Calm Mind going. The fact that Choice Specs locks the Dazzling Gleam into the only move this Flutter Mane can go for essentially allows that free switch-in of the Incineroar on the subsequent turn as this Urshifu will be going down. So I think that's a really good call that you made, Marcus. I'm going to be real with you. The Helping Hand could well be that play, but Samu has the opportunity to be able to read into that, maybe even forcing a hard switch of the Flutter Mane out, but at what cost?
Yeah, I think this turn you can still go for Fake Out and Calm Mind first, before you go for the Thunderclap commit. And yeah, I think that seems to be quite safe. And actually, well, Samu had a great early game, trading Ogerpon for so much damage and then bringing in Flutter Mane in such a great position, but I think Miguel might have found a way now to set up this Raging Bolt into a spot where it's going to be so difficult to knock it out because you don't have any more Follow Me. Like if Samu still had a 1 HP Follow Me Ogerpon around, then it would be so much easier because then, yeah, Moonblast is going to do so much damage still. But because that is not the case, how do you deal damage to this Raging Bolt? Well, U-turn is gonna help, but that was only tickling Raging Bolt there, and it's gonna set up the second Calm Mind now, and then you need to make a lot of calls against the Thunderclaps to make any progress in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And this point, you want to make sure that you can sequence to the point where you have the appropriate board that allows you to be able to just essentially pick up that KO. The Helping Hand Thunderclap might just be a bit too obvious. Samu could read into that if he really wants to, but Miguel could try to go above that, not even go for the Thunderclap commit to try to end the game a bit more quicker. Depends. It's risky though.
Oh wow, and I think Miguel Pakechi did lock something in.
Here we go.
It is a little bit of a hard read here.
Oh, he might be going for it.
Reading that Flutter Mane is gonna switch out, I'm almost like...
that's what I mean.
Whispering a little bit, because that is such a crucial turn now. Is Flutter Mane staying in and just going for the offensive, or will Samu take it and switch out here due to being threatened by Thunderclap?
Oh, it does! Miguel, are you absolutely on fire? I mean, so far you are 5-0, but we're going to have to see where the targeting is going to be opting in for right now. Samu trying to essentially make sure he's got better position in the following turn. Protect with the Tornadus. Make sure that you don't essentially get quelled in that read with the Dragon Pulse that was committed. So both of our trainers trying to establish a really good position for themselves, but also respecting their opponent's read potential.
Yeah, so by going for Protect on Tornadus, this repositioning was quite safe. I mean, unless, I guess, there was a Dragon Pulse aimed at the Flutter Mane. I mean, that would have been absolutely next level. Yeah, once more, Incineroar joined the field, so Samu will be able to maybe get rid of Incineroar, so maybe that's the progress you can make. Go for like Fake Out Bleakwind Storm, try to whittle down Incineroar over on Miguel's side, so that in the end, it's really coming down to this Flutter Mane 3v1 against the Raging Bolt, and then maybe you can overwhelm it.
I was going to say, because at this point, you just ignore the Tornadoes, right?
Oh, in terms of for Miguel?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I guess there's gonna be a fake out coming in anyway. It's not doing anything to the Raging Bolt, but it can do something against Incineroar. So I think you want to knock it out eventually, and Incineroar over on Miguel's side is not able to do much anyway. So, yeah, let's see. It's just some parting shots just to ensure that the damage that it can do is going to be even less.
Yeah, it's not going to be a turning tail and going back to its Pokeball just yet, as there's no other Pokemon to be able to do so. Now, we are in a scenario where the Raging Bolt is just wanting to make sure it strikes true. It needs to make sure that essentially it gets value for its money in terms of being able to get the targeting going. There's Thunderclap scenarios that it needs to be read in, and also the power points that could be limited in terms of the Thunderclap use that you need to be able to preserve.
Yeah, it's so risky to play this position for Samu's side, because anytime he attacks, there could be a Thunderclap just knocking something out. Or are you going for a switch maybe to just try to stall out Thunderclaps? Okay. There's going to be a double protect by this Tornadus. Let's see though, Miguel going for a Dragon Pulse, not going to hit.
Oh. No.
Once again, no real progress is being made here.
Well, unless the Flare Blitz, I would say, is enough to pick up the KO, but the Incineroar being able to survive on 7 hit points, unless it opts to go for its own Flare Blitz, which it does not. It just wants to make sure it is staying on the field for as long as possible whilst being able to reduce the damage output from Samu's side. And the Tornadus, okay, sure, you've got that additional protect as a safeguard there, but the Raging Bolt, it just wants to strike true. Could there be a scenario, though, that there's a mandatory switch-in of Samu trying to catch a Dragon Pulse with the Flutter Mane in the back to be immune?
Oh, absolutely, yes. It is a little bit risky as long as Incineroar is still around for Miguel, because you don't want Flutter Mane to be hit with like a Flare Blitz or Parting Shot on the switch-in. Yep. So I guess the ideal scenario would be to go for a U-turn, knock out Incineroar over on the other side, and then bring in Flutter Mane safely. But of course, Miguel also knows about that and can try and maybe aim at Incineroar for once with the Dragon Pulse as Tornadus is being swapped out. I like that, because you need to keep all 3 Pokemon around, I think, for Samu if you want to win this game. But I think Miguel once again has called this play.
Oh, here we go. Helping Hand boosted offensive prowess from this Raging Bolt. Dragon Pulse into the Incineroar, not enough, even a +2 of its special attack. U-turn from Samu is going to be able to finally quell Miguel's, allowing him now a potential tough uphill battle with a 1 versus 3 disadvantage. However, like we said, you've got quite a bit of boost going. Is it enough to be able to position yourself where A, Samu doesn't have Fake Out available on the field, but also B, you can pick up the KO with the Thunderclap?
And I think what Samu does is exactly what he needed to do in this spot, because, well, you have 3 Pokemon remaining, so you can switch. As long as you still have 3, you can switch around Thunderclap. Once Samu goes down to only 2 Pokemon remaining, the game is pretty much over, because then Miguel has the guaranteed Thunderclap KO into Flutter Mane, and then can just go for attacks into the remaining Pokemon. But because there are 3 left for Samu, he can bring in Tornadus now, and now it's going to be a mind game for a couple of turns. Okay, are you going to Thunderclap this Flutter Mane? Miguel has shown before in a couple of previous turns that he is willing to just go for Dragon Pulse, and he's willing to make hard reads. So will Samu go for the attack this turn? Every turn counts now.
Yeah, this could well be a conditioning aspect from Samu to be able to try to force Miguel's hand in just committing with the Dragon Pulse and essentially being scared, because at this point, Miguel has not selected Thunderclap once during this game. This is sort of the build-up. Does he finally go for it? Oh my lordy sunny day! Flutter Mane is on the field still. Photosynthesis, special attack boosted, sure. However, Thunderclap goes ahead and dispatches of the Flutter Mane. Samu now to the point where got a bit of a tough battle ahead of him versus this ever so stacked Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I'm calling it now. This game is over. Miguel looking with the back against the wall, finds the line of swapping out, letting go of Urshifu, even though it was terrestrialized, and then identifying, okay, if I can just get a couple of Calm Minds in, this Raging Bolt can actually turn the game around. Very, very well played there by Miguel, showing a lot of foresight in this first game. Well, it's not over yet, but we know for a fact Incineroar is an Assault Vest Pokemon, so it has to go for some offensive moves, is being knocked out as well, and then finally Tornadus is going to follow as well, and Miguel will take this first game.
Yeah, and what stellar fashion, as well as the player time has actually run out. Miguel technically gets the win through the timer running out, of course. However, I was going to say, there could have been a scenario where, in theory, the Incineroar from Samu's side could have gone for Fake Out in order to out-prio the Thunderclap, not get hit by it, but to what cost? You're not dealing enough damage to get rid of the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Samu absolutely needed Fluttermane to deal with Raging Bolt, and as it turns out, he also absolutely needed Ogerpon to support it with Follow Me. So without Great Tusk making an appearance in this very first game, Raging Bolt just stealing the show there, and Miguel really nicely identifying that, okay, if I can get rid of this Ogerpon on turn 1, then later I can set up my Raging Bolt in a way that it will be so difficult for my opponent to deal with. So the very hard commit by Miguel on turn 1 led to what we saw, this end game there. Yeah, but now it's up to Samu, and well, the answer, of course, well, you can ask me, Costa, what do you do against this Raging Bolt? Well, there's a Great Tusk on the team. Bring the Great Tusk, but of course, at their level, both of them know this. So Miguel is like getting ready. Okay, you're bringing the Great Tusk now with how the first game went. So, okay, what can I do against that? Yeah, well, let's see. What do you think? Would you bring the Great Tusk now?
I think you kind of have to in some capacity. Maybe not as a lead, even though I'd probably like it as a lead, because you've got the clear Amulet, you've got a direct way of being able to, maybe if you have the Tornadus by your side, go for spam Earthquake if you're not anticipating the Rillaboom, which, you know, we kind of didn't see get brought to Game 1. There could be some venue for it, but surely Miguel has to feel like it's a very valid Pokemon to be able to bring in anticipation of the Great Tusk.
Absolutely. Let's get into Game 2. Same leads coming out from Samu, and Miguel is going to copy that right away. Miguel getting confirmation Game 1. Okay, my Fluttermane is faster. I have Icy Wind. I am not worried about this scenario here. And yeah, might have to go for another one of those Icy Winds right away. Maybe even following it up with a Terra Ivy Cudgel. Do you need Terra for anything else? As Rillaboom actually crucially has been brought this time around for Miguel. Yeah, I think you can just go for Icy Wind and Terra Ivy Cudgel. And yeah, it's actually not so easy for Samu to play around this.
No, and that's sort of what Miguel has been able to do a really good job in. Didn't even bring the Rillaboom, so could have semi-conditioned Samu in anticipation of saying, right, okay, I just don't expect you to be able to bring Great Tusk because you're going to respect that I'm very well aware of it. And then both of our traders may as well have actually done that exact thing, bring it in. However, Terra, Fire, we've got the Embody aspect now engaged online, giving +1 to this Ogerpon in its attack. And Icy Wind, we've seen in Game 1, Miguel's Fluttermane was able to move first. It's going to be coming out again, connecting with both of its targets, lowering the speed of Samu's Pokemon. And now, the fact that there's no additional commit from the Ogerpon on Samu's side, it's going to be able to surely get the KO here, hitting neutral at +1, getting the Terra Fire, additional multiplier. Enough said.
Yeah, big KO there once again. Turn 1, this Ogerpon.
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't really do anything but Shadow Ball in return this time. Trading as Fluttermane gets the KO. Well, this time around, Dazzling Gleam would not have been that helpful against this Ogerpon. But okay, 1 KO apiece. Well, Miguel has invested their Terra, but now Samu is locked into Shadow Ball with Fluttermane.
Yeah, and even though, like we said, there's the commit of the piece traded from both of our trainers, the Rillaboom is now revealed. Tornadus, however, being brought in, still not revealing to us just yet if there is a Great Tusk in the back. It's going to be a great option for Samuel to not only have the Tailwind set up potential, but also going for the Bleakwind Storm in order to be able to get some real damage if they can find a way to not get focused down by that Ogerpon.
Yeah, and here they are together, Rillaboom and Ogerpon, our little pins for, for the day. And staring down Tornadus, though, that is the Pokemon, as you said, that you don't really want to face with those two, as, yeah, not really any great way of hitting it. But if you can call out what Fluttermane is doing this turn, and if you could convince Samu not to bring Incineroar this battle, if there's Great Tusk waiting in the back, then there's no switch-ins into these grassy glides. Tornadus going for a Protect. I think that's going to be a big turn for Miguel once more.
Let's see where the commit goes. It goes into the Fluttermane. Grassy Glide. You got +1. You got the grassy terrain on the field, further bolstering the base power of this move. It's enough. Of course it is. And given the fact that we saw the Tornadus go on the defensive with the Protect, may indeed be an indication the Great Tusk is in the back. There is no Incineroar, because surely that is the moment that you bring it in, and there's the confirmation.
There is Call Me Largo, and it's ready to battle. It was waiting in the Pokeball, ready to be like, okay, give me that Raging Ball. I'm ready. I'm ready to rumble. But it joins the field, and there's a Rillaboom and Ogerpon, and it's looking back at someone. It's like, well, this is not the spot that I wanted to be in.
It's a bit awkward.
Where's that Raging Bolt everyone was talking about from game one? Well, well, there's still the Terra Ghost as an option to get rid of the Grass-type weakness over on the Great Tusk. But then, well, that was the whole point, the ground typing, right? To bring it against that Raging Bolt. So someone kind of forced into that, I think. I mean, let's see there. Terra Ghost coming out, but that might come back to bite him later.
Yeah, truly. And this point, gonna force his hand, really, this Terra, because you have to respect it, but there's no Tailwind commit here. Ivy Cudgel is gonna be able to outpace the Tornadus, goes and picks up the Raw KO. No Sunny Day required for this ever so powerful Pokemon. Picking up the Raw KO, trying to do exactly the same with the Woodhammer. Of course, we know how physically bulky the Great Tusk is, and it's not looking good. I'm not gonna lie, Marcus. Ice Spinner, okay, sure, it does get a critical hit. It picks up the one-shot onto the Rillaboom, but you're outpaced by this Ogerpon. You have less than half HP left because the terrain does just end, and this Raging Bolt, it doesn't mind too much facing up against this non-ground type Great Tusk.
Yeah, this game is absolutely over. Thunderclap being boosted now by Photosynthesis, that's gonna be enough. And both players know it as well. Nicely done by Miguel, getting that final KO, another critical hit, but
why not?
Neither of those really mattered. Great Tusk goes down. It was able to show up, but a little too late.
As we've got Miguel Paquete being able to progress with yet another win. Still undefeated versus Samuel Pereira in what felt like there are quite a bit of back and forths in terms of the board state priority and positioning. But the fact that Miguel was so cool in terms of not stressing too much about the Great Tusk in that game one, not even opting to bring the Rillaboom, because he knew that Samuel had to respect that.
Yeah.
And that's why Samuel just didn't bring the Great Tusk either. Because you're just in a scenario where, okay, you got mind games galore. But then in game two, we saw that the Rillaboom was brought. So in the back, doesn't need to come in the lead because you don't want to like reveal your card just yet. And you want to be able to have some defensive switching as well.
Yeah, we only really understood the implications later on in the battle, but this first turn, getting rid of Ogerpon was so crucial for Miguel in that first turn, because even though it looked quite bad against this Terra Fairy Fluttermane, because of the terrestrialization, it could be faked out later on, and Miguel was able to set up those Calm Minds, and then in the end game, nothing could stop this Raging Bolt. Thunderclap here, a Thunderclap there, and in the end, Miguel takes that game 1.
Yeah, what a way to go about it as well. And then, understandably, we got the transition into game 2, the turn 1. Absolutely on fire, picking up that Ogerpon with that Terra commit from his own Ogerpon. Shadow Ball, sure, it was traded away, went down to the Shadow Ball from the Floodmane on the other side of the field, but the damage was dealt. It was too much for Samu to be able to draw back from. Tornadus was also a victim. We saw the Great Tusk as well. Even though it tried at the end, it was sort of what we said. It's a bit awkward of a spot. It's like, yay, I'm happy that I'm broad, you know, I'm gonna like participate in this battle. It's like, oh no, what are you doing, Samu, please? I don't like this environment right now. And yeah, that showed.
Yeah, but Miguel really knowing when to bring out Raging Bolt and trading really, really well, training around Samu's plan. So Samu never really got to execute their plan for that second game. I think in the first game, you could argue, well, the Tailwind and Terra Dazzling Gleam, it looked so overwhelming. But yeah, it also took me a couple of moments to understand what is the way to play against that. But Miguel identified this, okay, I will force you to go for the Terrestrialization, but then I will have the Fake Out option. And with that, I can actually go for 2 Fake Out plus Calm Mind plays. And this is all I need for this match. And Miguel proving once again that this team of 6 still can do it even that late into the format.
Who would have thought? I mean, yeah, we definitely would have. You probably would have as well, because it's been so popular. It has had so many great results and top finishes as well, because Miguel is not the only person that's been able to run this team. We've seen it time and time again ever since, I would say, version 2 of this format, earlier on in Toronto, and now just in version 2's end, essentially. And obviously, Paul Chua was able to be crowned champ at EUIC a couple months ago.
Yeah, so this team going into this format, it was known as the Tim Edwards team, second place at EUIC all the way back in 2024. And then Paul Chua himself brought it to a second place finish in, I believe, in Toronto, and then was saying, well, another one of those teams where it doesn't get the champion title. But no, in the end, while Xu Sheng was able to also get a second place with it down in Sydney, Paul was able to win, and also Hideo was able to win a tournament with the same 6 Pokemon. And then maybe Costa, remind me, I think there was another good result someone had with the same 6 Pokemon. Maybe in like Birmingham?
Here we go.
Maybe he's standing next to you?
Is he? Like, I don't see anyone there. Oh, wait, what, you? Yes, of course. Mr. Marcus Hammond, who would have thought the 6 that you would be bringing today was something that worked so well for you earlier this year? But no, I mean, there's a good reason for it, and you've identified all of the correct points as to why it functions so well, even though, like you mentioned, the choice specs on the Flutter main, at least when it comes to Miguel's Arian, is a bit different from the booster energy that I think you were running as well, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I think all of those Flutter main that we saw on these different teams, they were mostly using the booster energy. So, yeah, well, we're not talking about, well, the exact same moves and everything. No, we're just talking the same 6 Pokemon. And of course, even within the same 6 Pokemon, there can be a little bit of room for creativity and for, yeah, in this case, for example, Miguel going with a very fast and also offensive, if I'm not mistaken, just based on how much damage it was dealing with these Icy Winds. Definitely also, yeah, not one of those really, really bulky ones like Justin Karras and I were using with almost max HP and max defense. Even when you give it a bold nature, it can't take any hit, and then you go for Pain Split and heal up again. And then there was other Flutter mains that were a little bit more in the middle, and then Miguel now going all the way on the offensive. Just goes to show, well, with these 6 Pokemon, there's a couple of different ways in how you can go about them.
Oh, 100%, because in the end of the day, maybe Miguel's just identified that there's multi-role compression that more advances his play style as well. But, you know, there's been multiple opportunities for us all to be able to test things out at all of these major events we've been seeing, all of the results flood through. However, there's a great sort of playing ground to be had with local events as well. If you want to be able to go ahead and attend any sort of future event, at least on this level, on the major event level, make sure to utilize our website, rk9.gg/events/Pokemon. if you want to get involved, because we've still got a lot of events coming up. It's not just done yet, even though we've passed the halfway point of the current season. Still a lot of action to be had.
Yeah, we got Utrecht, we got Prague, we got Turin. Of course, there's also tournaments going on over in NA, and then, well, Pokemon XP in August.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I think that's enough from us behind the desk. Now let's hear it from our winner, Miguel, who also, I believe, with this win has now guaranteed that they will move on to phase 2. So let's kick it over to the couch.
Thank you very much, Marcus and Costa. I'm here with our round 6 winner, Miguel. How are you feeling after that, after such a formidable team to come up against in what was such a great match?
Feeling pretty good. Thank you. Always a pleasure to be here.
And I want to touch on a few things, I think, coming into this interview, because I think that there was such a contrast between game 1 and game 2, where game 1 was this long, drawn-out game where you had to get the precise turns right to get around what was the threat of that Flutter Mane. You opened up the game with a really great turn. You got rid of the Ogerpon, but then the Tailwind was set, the Flutter Mane terrestrialized, and you were under a lot of pressure there. But I think the key moment I want to talk about a little bit more and get a bit of insight from you was the turn where you sacrificed the Urshifu for the second fake out to get that second Calm Mind, and then timed the Thunderclap perfectly, because you could have Thunderclapped quite a few times previous to that, but you timed it at the most perfect moment. What was your thinking during that period of setting up that board position, and then when you timed the Thunderclap like you did?
I'll start answering the question from the end, because something really interesting happened in that game. So towards the end, when my bolt was set up and my opponent was like just dancing, trying to keep my bolt in check, I thought to myself that timer was a possible win condition for my opponent. But then I looked at that and his timer was so low that I was like, wait, no, he is on a timer. He is gonna lose if he doesn't lock his moves quick. So he's probably going to make like the intuitive locks, which allowed me to kind of exploit that in order to get turns right. Because like if we kept playing, it looked like a game that was favored for my opponent if we kept drawing it out. But I was pretty much guaranteed to win just off the fact that he had no timer to execute the timer win con. As for the positional aspect of that game, I will admit that it was not as surgical, not as planned as it might have looked, because it was my first time seeing that team. I was not even watching the stream earlier, so I was like, wait, what do I do into this? However, there's a framework that I kind of could use to guide my train of thought, which is the fact that there's a very similar team in the format that runs Ursaluna and Farigiraf. And generally versus those teams, they have a very complicated dilemma, because their counterplay to Surging Strikes is Sunny Day, which means that if they don't open Torn, Surging Strikes melts their team. And with that in mind, I decided to open Flutter Ursh, because Samu has to pick between Sunny Day or Tailwind to control either the Ursh or the Flutter, which allows me to always get a positive trade into his offense in that case. He didn't open Torn, so I just clicked Surging Strikes game 1 and Navigational game 2.
Yeah, and I really love the layers of thought that you have during that end game as well. Not only the thought process of thinking 2-3 turns ahead to when you're going to try and close this game up, but also the fact that you're keeping an eye on your timer and your opponent's timer, and then kind of making assumptions off the time remaining that they had to know what to do to close that game out so well like you did. And then what a turn of events in game 2, because you think, okay, that was long drawn out. It went right down to the timer. Are we going to see a similar thing game 2? But you turned the screw in game 2, where you brought the Rillaboom. The adjustment there was perfect, knowing that the Great Tusk probably had to come to that game to help deal with the Raging Ball, and made it so difficult for Samuel to kind of get any sort of momentum in that game.
Yeah, so basically, his team, the way he was playing it, he doesn't really get to cover both. He doesn't really get to cover all of the things at the same time. If he brings Great Tusk, he is better into Raging Bolt, sure, but then he is a lot worse in R-Flame, because that means he is dropping the Incineroar. It's actually the second time it happens today. In one of my earlier rounds, not against this exact team, but I won a pretty convincing game one without bringing Arflame, and I thought to myself, okay, I won without Arflame. My opponent will probably think that I'm just gonna stick to the same lines. And then I just bring Arflame, and now that they didn't bring whatever other team controls it, I just get to click Ivy Guzzle for free. It's really satisfying.
Yeah, very. And I think you're kind of understating the decision making here, because it's you're playing the team to such a high level and really highlighting the different threats that are in this team as well. So, you know, it's no surprise that you've had such a phenomenal start to the tournament, and you've guaranteed yourself into phase 2 of the tournament now, which is amazing. So congratulations with that.
Thank you so much.
And, you know, not talking about just today, because before we came on to the interview, you're telling me that EUIC, you had a really good start to that tournament, but it kind of didn't finish how you would have liked it to. So having that thought as well coming into the tournament, has it affected your play at all this weekend so far, or has it kind of galvanized you coming into the tournament a little bit?
I'm not sure if galvanized would be the word I would use. It's more so that it was very humbling, because I was like having such a good tournament, and then all of a sudden matchups, subpar luck, poor play on my end from getting tilted out after those matches. Like it all came together to kill my UIC run, and it reminds you that there's a lot you can control. There's also a lot you cannot control, and with that in mind, I want to say that my mindset, just like accepting whatever the game throws at me and just focus on the things I can control on my end. Also, now that we're talking about UIC, big shout out to Matthias Long, who took my UIC team to a 8-0 run. You might remember the Primarina guy if you're tuned in when it comes to VGC. I built that team.
That's amazing. That's amazing to hear. And it's really great. I think you've got such a great approach and mindset to the game. It's a real inspiration for not only, you know, players that have been in the scene for a long time, but newer players especially as well. But we bear in mind that we have another round coming up very soon. We want to let you gather your thoughts, get a little bit of rest. Before we let you go, is there any shout outs, anyone here or at home that you'd like to give a shout out before we let you go?
Yes, of course. First shout out goes to my girlfriend Sarah, who's rooting for me at home. Amo-te muito, obrigado. To my family as well for their relentless support. To the Portuguese VGC community, of course. To all of my friends in the Pokemon sphere and outside of it. Couldn't do this without all of the awesome people around me.
Brilliant. Miguel, it's been a pleasure. Hopefully it's not the last time we have the courtesy of having you on the couch with us after a game. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And we'll throw to a quick break now. We'll be right back with Swiss Round 7 very soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
So we know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Yo hablo poco español con Ike Rodrigo. Rate my accent, Ike. How was that?
It's
Spanish.
fine, it's
Good? Fine. We'll take fine. Fine is good enough. Ike, you won the Seville Special Championships this time last year, and you're back, currently at a 4-2 record. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. Like, the 2 games I lost were into, like, bad matchups, so it's kind of fine.
Sure.
I don't like losing because I played badly, but this is not the case, so I'm feeling good. I think that I still can make it to phase 2.
Yeah, well, we definitely believe in you, Ike. Having the repeat win would, I mean, how much would that mean to you to win here again?
I think it's really difficult to win.
Sure.
More to repeat. I think it will be like amazing because this year I didn't play too much, so in order to qualify to Worlds, I need to win. So it's the only way.
Okay.
So it will be. I think that will be more special than last year, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, you know, just here on a whim, and maybe you'll get the win. Would be wonderful if you were at the World Championships, but fundamentally you're having fun. Now let's address the choice band in the room here, Ika. This is beautiful, and you made it yourself?
Yeah, I made by my own at home. So it's because I'm running Dragonite, so it has the choice band. And last year I won most of the Top Cut with Dragonite, so it's like a bit because of him.
A throwback indeed. And not only that, but of course, you're running essentially exactly the same team this time versus last year. But the one Pokemon difference, of course, is it was Reg G last year, so no Zamazenta. Yeah. What Pokemon do you have instead of Zamazenta?
So right now I don't have Zamazenta, I have Kingambit, which is a steel type. So it's more or less having like the same kind of role. Not exactly the same, but kind of.
That's so interesting, because of course there are no restricted Pokemon in Regulations ZF, but you're clearly finding that the team, even though it's basically the same, is working well.
I think it's working well. It has also bad matchups, but I think that happens with every team, so I think that it's a really good team.
Good. And the Phase 2 dream is still alive. No more losses are... you can't have any more losses if you want to remain in Phase 2. But hey, you're doing fine. You're doing fine for now. So if you don't win this event, then you won't be at the World Championships this year?
No, sadly no. This year no, because since we are going into Champions, I want to rest. But since it's Seville, I want to come again, so...
Yeah, of course, defend your title. Well, it's absolutely wonderful to have you here. Listen, we'll very shortly let you get rested and ready for the rest of your day, but any shout-outs that you want to give?
I want to shout out especially to Sergio and Citinho, that are the ones with who I prepare this year the team and the tournament, and especially last year because I prepared the whole tournament with Sergio, and he helped me again, so shout out to him. All my friends, family who are watching, of course, but especially to both of them.
Yeah, wonderful. Friends and family, it takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. Well, Ike, thank you for joining us. Good luck for the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Trainers, will get back to it shortly. Gracias.
What a treat we have for you, Pokemon trainers. We're joined here by Maurice Uteg to tell us a little bit about his experience in the Video Game Championships. Maurice, thank you so much for joining us, and what a pleasure it is to have you along with us. For those at home that haven't come across you before, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thanks for having me first, of course. I started playing in 2020, I should say. I mean, I visited the regional in 2017, but only as a spectator and lost interest again. So I would say I'm playing the game for roughly 3 years now, and in my first competitive season, 2022, I managed to win the Bremen Regional Championship, and since then I tried to win the regional again, but I missed it slightly in Lille a few months ago, where I ended up top 8, and in Malmo where I got top 4. So yeah, I really try to get another win soon, though.
Yeah, I remember in Lille you went undefeated on day one in that tournament, and of course you're the Bremen champion as well. Can you tell us a little bit about your play style and your mentality when it comes to playing?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say I'm kind of known as the Grimmsnarl guy, because I won with Grimmsnarl. I had a good world run with Grimmsnarl. Malmo top 4 was also with Grimmsnarl. So I was happy to show to myself and to other people as well that I'm not a one-trick pony, basically, that I can play other teams as well. In Lille, I didn't have a Grimmsnarl at all, so I was quite happy to show that I don't have a specific playstyle at all.
But that's one of those things, is sometimes the tried and tested are the things that really get you to those top finishes, and the things that you're comfortable with. But of course, finding those new things, finding different Pokemon to play with, isn't just something that you do on your own. And I know that you're a big part of the German VGC community. Tell us a little bit about that and how that is to be a part of.
Well, when I joined Pokemon in 2020, obviously COVID happened, so I couldn't attend any regionals. So it was really tough for me to find friends really to play with. I ended up actually quite disconnected from the German VGC community, because I ended up with other people from around Europe. Since then, I told myself it's really bad for newer players that we don't really have a great way of introducing them to the community. So there was this Discord, Warrior Esports, where I ended up going, and we managed to make a great spot for newer players, especially of the German community, of course. And it's really nice to see this being so active. I don't have that much time anymore, but it's so nice to see that we have like some training sessions twice a week, and there are always people in voice chat and talking. And yeah, it's great to see what we build up there.
That's fantastic, getting newer players involved and, you know, sharing the love and knowledge of the game in that community. And can you talk to us a little bit about the other German players who are maybe more established that people should have an eye out for?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's Markus Statter. every German player knows him. He obviously did a lot for the community as well, and he still is, even though he's like working full time. I don't know how he pulls it off, so it's really crazy. And then we have the upcoming star, Michael the Best, Michael Cash, who managed to go finalist in the World Championship in 2023, which is just absolutely amazing because he started playing VGC in January. So yeah, I think these are the players to definitely I look up to.
That's absolutely fantastic. And to round out, can you tell us what's your favorite team you've ever used?
I mean, my favorite team's got to be my Berman winning team, right? Obviously, I said I try to not have a specific play style. I tend to use more defensive teams, and I mean, I have to admit, Screens teams are just so fun to me. I don't know. It's so nice to think ahead how to mitigate the damage of the opponents, and yeah, this is just what I really love about the Grimmsnarl that was introduced in Sword and Shield.
Yeah, fair enough. That's maybe a favorite Pokemon? I don't know. Grimmsnarl, would that would you say that's
my favorite Pokemon will be Kartana for a while. I hope it comes, hope it comes into the games again, so I can play it in some tournaments as well.
Very interesting. Well, we'll see if Kartana comes along. Thank you so much for joining us, Maurice. We hope you learned a lot from that Spotlight Trainers. I know that Ben and I did, and we'll be getting back to the action very shortly. Marcus, what did Indeedee say while she set up Trick Room next to Ursaluna?
Need Trick Room? No, I don't know.
Bear with me. Welcome back, Pokemon Trainer, to the Seville Special Championships. Marcus is barely able to contain his laughter. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm merry by name and merry by nature. And Marcus is on the desk here alongside me. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Still have to think about that one for a while, but no, it's good. I like where you're going and bringing the joy and the jokes. So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thanks so much. You understood the joke?
No, I do.
Okay,
I did.
Yeah,
I think so. Just barely. Just barely.
Just about got there. Let's take a look at how the traders are doing out there at the Seville Special Championship so far. In day one, we do have a few 6-0s there, an undefeated record. Really incredible. Antonio Sanchez, our Liverpool regional champion from 2 seasons ago. To name but one, Miguel Paquete, who we just saw on stream as well.
Yeah, we're down to that phase of the tournament where there's only a couple of players left that are undefeated, only 9 to be exact. And those players, they have made it. They're qualified for phase 2, but of course in our tournament structure, every additional win from phase 1 is going to carry over and count just as much as a win in phase 2. So even if you are undefeated and already confirmed to keep playing on, then of course you still want to continue winning. And that is what these players will want to do. Yeah, you were calling out a couple there. And yeah, we also saw that there is still a high mixture there. I guess a lot of Spanish players that maybe we also don't get to see that often. Of course, that's the beauty about some of these special championships. We get to highlight some of the players that we don't get to see that often. in international tournaments. But they're doing really well here, making a name for themselves, just like Iker. You got to talk to them earlier, who's also still doing decent in the tournament.
Yeah, Iker at 4-2, so will have to win out from here in order to secure their spot in Phase 2. But what other matches are going on in the venue right now? And what match will we be bringing to you, lovely people at home? Let's find out. Okay, we got Sam Bentham of the UK going up against Javier Ferreira. Marcus, I said it to you backstage. I wanted to see a Regigigas, and we've got one on stream. Regigigas and Galarian Weezing. We'll be talking a lot more about that matchup shortly. We've got so many other fantastic names here.
Yeah, these players here at 5-1, so they are looking to get that win here this round and then they would move on to Phase 2 guaranteed. We have Marcus Ko with the Dondozo team, trusted team. We saw him earlier on stream where he was saying, yeah, he is confident. He's looking forward to playing more with this team that he really likes so dearly. And then, yeah, Roberto Parente, top 4 at EUIC, bringing the same team again up against Javier. And then there is Ismael against Marcos. Primarina still in the running as well.
Yeah, Primarina that finished in 8th position, piloted by Lucy Fleming at the Houston Regional Championships last weekend. It's wonderful to see it hop across the pond and join us here at the Seville Special Championships.
Okay, I have a one-liner for you as well.
Love it.
What did the Ursaluna say when it was standing across the Boronzong?
I don't know.
Oh, that's unbearable.
Nice. Yeah, there's all sorts you can do with Bear, but bear with us as we now go over to the stage. A Xerneas sitting cutie plush on the stage as the plushie metagame continues to evolve. Not a Pokemon we have access to yet, but we may well do soon. Have you been missing Xerneas, Marcus?
Next question.
Thought you might say something like that. No plushie over on the other side of the table, but I'm sure that they're in spirit. Is that the ferret again on the shoulder? Yeah, it is. It's the ferret. Wonderful. What's your favorite Route 1 normal type Pokemon? Trainers, let us know with hashtag #PlayPokemon. Now, we'll unpack this matchup as we get into the team preview, but of course the headline that we have to elucidate for you all is this Regigigas and Galarian Weezing. Regigigas with the ability slow start, meaning that it's slower and not hitting as powerfully as when it's a few turns into the game, but Galarian Weezing, of course, turns off that slow start ability thanks to the neutralizing gas.
I had a line there where I was going to say, okay, Dondozo games, sometimes they're off to a little bit of a slow start, but I don't think that's what we're seeing with the Weezing involved here, but yeah, you beat me to it. Sam Bantham, a player that has been around for a very long time. I think the first time I ran into Sam might have been 2012 at some tournaments, and yeah, also a player that has made it to the later stages of tournaments a couple of times. However, I don't think he has a win just yet, with 2 top 8s and a couple of top 16 there at our regional level events. One of those players that is still looking to maybe one day get that big trophy home, but still definitely a threat going up here against Javier now.
Javier Freire with their own incredible achievements to their name. And I actually remember now that 2025 Stuttgart Regional Top 64, I actually faced Javier in day 1 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. It was a close game. It went to 3. Javier ended up with the win, but a lovely person. And, you know, our kudos to both of these trainers for reaching this position of the tournament. Really would love either of them to win. Unfortunately, though, there can only be one winner. And it'll be fascinating to see how Javier and Sam match up. This is a win and in. Whoever wins this game will secure their spot in Phase 2. Here we go.
Do you see I'm distracted here by the matching between Sam's arm and t-shirt?
Yeah, the God of War. A big God of War fan here, trainers, but no God of War on the team. Yep. There is a fairy type, though, in that Fluttermane. We've got Incineroar, Amoonguss, Urshifu, Tornadus, and Raging Bolt. And that's Terra flying on the Incineroar.
I gotta love the sharp beak on the other flying type of the team. That Tornadus there ready to deal out some serious damage with Bleakwind Storm. And I like the combination of move choices here between the Icy Wind and Electro Web, because together with Tailwind you can really establish good speed control. And this team kind of reminds me a little bit of the team that Wolf and I were using at EUIC in 2024, and that Wolf then used to win, I think it was Orlando Regionals, where there was a Landorus over the Raging Bolt slot, but also had that Fluttermane with the booster energy and booster special attack, which, yeah, has fallen out of favor quite a bit. But, well, I mean, we don't know for sure, but I think looking at the team, it might be one of those booster special attack Fluttermanes. And, yeah, that is something that I will look out for here in this matchup, as both players are exchanging team sheets now. they will get to see what their opponent is bringing into this match. And, well, there's going to be... Well, I would like to see the look on Sam's face as he opens up the team sheet and sees this team.
Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Weezing, Regigigas, Tatsugiri, Dondozo. This is the definition of a 2-2-2 team. Chi-Yu and Fluttermane go together, Chi-Yu reducing the special defense of everything around it, and Fluttermane hitting all the harder, both being special attackers. Weezing, as we said, shutting off the ability so that Regigigas can thrive. And then, of course, that Tatsugiri and Dondozo. And Marcus, for trainers who aren't so familiar with Regigigas, and I'm sure there are many of you out there, can you tell us a little bit more about Crush Grip?
Yeah, firstly, thank you very much to the arrangement. Yeah. I think it's very fitting also the way that you described it. So yeah, Crush Grip is going to do a lot of damage based on the weight difference between the two. And yeah, Regigigas quite heavy. Usually, now maybe I can slid it in a little bit better. Usually Regigigas going off with a little bit of a slow start. It takes a couple of turns to get going, you know, but when Weezing is next to it, don't ask me how exactly that is working, but the neutralizing gas, of course, of that Weezing makes it so that Regigigas is ready to go right from the first turn. And then with the Life Orb, it has very, very good stats. In fact, if you compare them, it would more fit in with like some of the legendary Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, no, you can use it in Regulation Set F, and there it is right away. Regigigas and Weezing going up against Tornadus and Urshifu. And yeah, let's not forget, with Weezing on the field, neutralizing gas activates, and no ability are going to be here, which includes, funnily enough, Unseen Fist. So you can actually go for Protect in the face of this Urshifu.
It's threatened by the fighting-type damage that Urshifu can dish out. It's actually wonderful, I think, that we get to feature this matchup between an unconventional team and a more conventional one, so that Javier can show us exactly why they're piloting this archetype, one that is so rare in Regulation Set F. Regigigas an absolute behemoth, but let's see if it's able to get around the Urshifu. It does have Terra Ghost, so it is at least able to sit pretty on the field as long as you spend that Terra option. Tornadus will just be keeping itself safe, no damage going to that slot. Now we turn our attention over to the Urshifu as well. So this is the double protect. Sam getting a read on how Javier likes to approach this matchup, and you can't blame Sam because, of course, again, this is such a rare archetype to run into. Although, has been rising a little bit throughout Regulation Set F, and wonderful to give it a last hurrah here in the final Regulation Set F Major. So the Dazzling Gleam is just going to be protected by both of those Pokemon there. However, now heading into the next turn, Sam cannot use Protector safely.
Yeah, Sam going there for a little bit of a passive play, even though there was the chance of a potential toxic spikes being set by this Weezing over on Javier's side. But yeah, calling out that quite nicely, it was just going to be a Dazzling Gleam, so you can protect to scout out, but no real advancements made, I would say. Yeah, well, if Regigigas is trained to be really, really fast, it could potentially outpace this Tornadus, and because Prankster is shut down, it might be able to move first. And yeah, I believe I might have mixed things up a little bit. I think Crush Grip actually works based on how much HP the target has left. It's quite the interesting move.
Yeah,
but either way, it's going to do a lot of damage. And yeah, it could be absolutely crucial here if Javier's Regigigas is trained to be really, really speedy. And if Sam's Tornadus is not outspeeding it, well, it just used Protect. It's staying on the field. I don't know, maybe with a Life Orb Crush Grip, can you knock out this source of speed control right away for Javier?
It's going to be the Terra spent on both sides of the field. The Terra goes for Regigigas to keep it safer from the fighting-type Urshifu, but now it is a pure water-type, at least defensively speaking. So both trainers stepping on the gas. There's no slow start in play here. The Tornadus is still faster, able to get the Tailwind set up, even though Prankster is shut down thanks to the Galarian Weezing. Surging Strikes targeted down into the Regigigas, so calling out the Terra, and it's dealing a good amount of damage there with those critical hits. Regigigas should still hang on with the Sliver here to be able to respond with a big blow, but let's find out just how much damage it's going to be able to dish out. This Titan Golem, the Crush Grip, the signature moves so much into that Urshifu, but the Life Orb chip is going to be enough to get the responding KO on the Regigigas.
Yeah, that's a big loss here for Javier, losing Regigigas. Let's see, though, Weezing with the Poison Gas, okay, just like Dazzling Gleam would have been able to do, Urshifu should be going down. And because Javier invested the Terrestrialization there to cover for a potential Tailwind and close combat play, but Sam, on the other side, also investing their Terra to get the knockout here. I think it's a trade that both trainers can live with. But it's gonna mean that, yeah, no Terra available for either player, and 2 of their big damage dealers are knocked out. Though this is important information then for the upcoming games, seeing as Tornadus over on Sam's side actually was outspeeding Regigigas even without the Prankster ability. So let's have a look here. 2 special attackers in the back for Sam. It could be Dondozo for Javier waiting in the back, or it could also be a GU and Fluttermane combination. I feel like, though, looking at the fact that there's no extra speed control for Javier, I really think you want to have Dondozo in the back with this Weezing and Regigigas lineup potentially.
Yeah.
And yeah, with a substitute, I think that might be one of those instances where substitute can come in quite handily actually on Fluttermane.
And it is that Dondozo. This is the thing, I'll be really fascinated to see how Javier plays this out from here, because once the Regigigas goes down, you kind of don't want the Weezing on the field anymore. You want those abilities in play, but we've seen plenty of other Galarian Weezing, Dondozo, Tatsugiri combinations, and so trainers are able to make that work. You can easily switch out the Weezing here and get the Tatsugiri in, should you so desire. But the Fluttermane, of course, is going to be dishing out big special attack damage.
Yeah, not that big though, as the photosynthesis is currently being shut down still by neutralizing gas. So as long as Weezing is on the field, that booster energy, not a factor yet. But of course also Dondozo doesn't have the boosts yet until Tatsugiri switches in. So Javier has to make a choice and has to commit at some point, deciding that now is the time. Okay, neutralizing gas wears off, abilities are back, but Javier using that fantastically to get that commander going. And now let's have a look. Booster energy is going to be that special attack boost we were hinting at.
And Commander activating on the Tatsugiri, of course, so now Dondozo is going to get all of those beautiful boosts. So Javier can no longer withdraw either the Tatsugiri or the Dondozo. That's the opportunity cost of having this combination out on the field. But let's just hope that this big fish has enough in the tank to be able to mitigate the slow start that Regigigas got off to. But wow, that critical hit from the Fluttermane, that is going to be putting a spanner in the works. Of course, Tatsugiri is going to dodge, and just like that, Dondozo goes down, Tatsugiri hops out just as soon as it hopped in, and Javier is down to their final 2 Pokemon. Big critical hit.
Yeah, there you have it. Everyone was asking, oh, how to deal with Dondozo, it's so difficult to knock out. Well, just get good and get a critical hit.
Just crit. It's the skill difference, trainer.
Well, yeah, well, I guess with that, the game is probably moving towards the end a little bit quicker than we would have thought. But this might actually be quite crucial, because if Sam can play out this game without revealing their last and final Pokemon, this could give him quite the edge here, as yeah, Tatsugiri is just being knocked out, no more terrestrialization available, and it is actually a safety goggle set, so could have gone for Protect, but Javier decided not to. As Weezing just spreads a little bit more poison, but one thing I wanted to mention here is the fact that Javier did not go for the Toxic Spikes earlier in the match. And this is probably because he was afraid of Amoonguss over on Sam's side. But we already saw that Sam didn't actually bring Amoonguss. So if Sam can shut down this game and can win without revealing their final Pokemon, I think this could be some important information that Sam is withholding from Javier, as yeah, it seems like Javier was quite sure that it has to be Amoonguss there waiting in the back.
And you might be thinking, well, if this game is a route, why is Javier going for a Protect on the Weezing? Gives you that valuable thinking time heading into the next turn. Of course, you can also use Protect to stall out any conditions on the field. And heading into the next game, I mean, of course, the critical hit on the Dondozo was really detrimental for Javier there, but also you do want to get more out of your Regigigas. You want to get more mileage out of that slow start. It's difficult, though, to bring Regigigas in the back because you need 2 Pokemon. You need the Regigigas and the Weezing to be able to activate the Regigigas most effectively. So the surefire way to get them both on the field at the same time is to lead them. So heading into Game 2, I'll be fascinated to see what Javier's Game 2 adaptation is, because he's sure to have all sorts of tricks up his sleeve with this combination. Such a fantastic player as Javier. Weezing just not being knocked out there by the Bleak Wind Storm. It's able to munch on its berry as well. It's only a matter of time, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, but again, valuable thinking time.
Hey, wow, this Weezing was taking those special hits quite well. This was a single target Bleak Wind Storm boosted by the Sharp Beak and a Choice Specs Shadow Ball, but yeah, just not quite enough. Weezing maybe can get a couple more Protects in to potentially stall out a couple more poison turns, and then and then Javier would get to see Raging Bolt waiting in the back. And I think Raging Bolt there definitely would be a strong option if there was a Chi-Yu over on Javier's side. So a little bit of a, yeah, this is kind of Sam trying to cover all the different options over on Javier's team. But with how this game went, Javier might want to think about making an adjustment here as Weezing fails the double protect and Shadow Ball is going to get this final knockout.
But listen, Marcus, Regigigas' ability is slow start, and just because Javier's got off to a slow start here, it doesn't mean that they can't come back and win the next 2 games. So, let's see, heading into Game 2, just how Javier is able to pilot this Golem from the Sinnoh region all the better. Huge props to Sam there. Marcus, how different do you think that game looks if the Flood Domain doesn't get the critical hit?
Well, definitely would have looked quite different, because I think, yeah, Dondozo would have gotten a KO that turn, probably on the Flutter Main right away. And then, yeah, you have to play a little bit of a different game. However, there was still this Assault Vest Raging Bolt waiting in the back for Sam that didn't even need to join the battle. And I think with that, Sam was looking to be in a solid spot either way, so even without that critical hit. But that, of course, accelerated everything quite dramatically. And so, yeah, I think Sam's lead of Tornadus and Urshifu proved to be very, very strong against what Javier had to offer, because we got to see that, okay, actually, this Tornadus is quite fast. It's faster than Regigigas, and so it can set Tailwind without Prankster and allow its partner Urshifu to do all the damage. Also there with that Terra Water, Surging Strikes, boosted by the Mystic Water, doing so much damage. And with this trade, I think Sam set himself up for a very, very strong endgame. And yeah, I don't really see any great way for Javier to counter this lead, because yeah, the Flutter Main and Chi-Yu that weren't brought to this match, well, they also don't fare so well against this Tornadus and Urshifu combination. So I think Sam found a way to really get an advantage in this matchup.
Well, just as you say, Marcus, it's the run back of the leads for Javier and indeed for Sam. Glaring Weezing and Regigigas goes up against Tornadus and Urshifu. So once again, Javier feels under the pressure to go for the Terra Ghost on Regigigas, but that means that Sam can use the information to his advantage and maybe target the Glaring Weezing instead, or go for a Surging Strikes. But one thing's for certain, Javier wants to get more out of the Regigigas this game.
Yeah, and if you go for Terrestrialization, then of course, as we saw, you don't have it available for later on in the game, and you might want to have the option, for especially if you have Dondozo in the back and you're taking on Amoonguss or Raging Bolt, you really would want to Terrestrialize your Dondozo. So a big decision to make for Javier here once more. Are you trying to call a close combat? I also wouldn't be surprised if this is a, say, Protect and Poison Gas play maybe from Javier, but then at the same time, just going for another Tailwind and Surging Strikes play here looks so solid, but okay, actually it's the Icy Wind coming out this time around.
The Icy Wind dropping the speed of both Regigigas and Weezing.
And just doing that little bit of chip damage that might allow Urshifu to get the knockout in this game with Surging Strikes. Let's have a look at how much damage that is going to do.
The margins are going to be so fine. In the last game, Regigigas was just able to hang on, but now with that chip damage, it does hang on again. But any attacking move, of course, is going to go down to the Life Orb recoil. Here comes another Crush Grip. It brought the Urshifu down, okay, to 14 HP around that last time, but this time a critical hit and the one-hit KO onto Urshifu. So this is mileage here for Javier, but it's going to be a tale as old as time, history repeating itself as the Life Orb takes out Regigigas. So once more, both Urshifu and Regigigas are down, but as a difference, this time Javier hasn't spent his Terrestrialization.
Very important, and this time around, once again, Poison Gas going down on Tornadus is going to tick away on its HP. But, Tailwind not set up yet. So now if Javier had a Pokemon that was faster than Tornadus in the back and that could threaten it, then that would be great. Though, yeah, I have a feeling that once more it's going to be Tatsugiri and Dondozo in the back for Javier. But let's see, this time around, it is Amoonguss for Sam. There is Dondozo, but as you pointed out, Terrestrialization not spent yet for Javier. So this Dondozo, I have a feeling it's going to go grass at some point.
Terra Grass indeed on this Dondozo, so it's immune to any spores that the Amoonguss can dish out here. So once more, the Regigigas was here for a good time, not a long time, and once more, it hasn't got off to that quick start that we like to see, but maybe, just maybe, now with the Terra option available, Javier can take us to a Game 3.
Let's see, though. Sam can, of course, anticipate a potential terrestrialization coming out from this Dondozo, but it seems like Javier is fine, looking to play, okay, I just want to get one more turn in, so that's going to be a little bit more toxic damage for you, and also an opportunity to set up toxic spikes, as Amoonguss is already in the field, cannot soak them up, and Sludge Bomb is going to go into Protect, so a great play there by Javier, really optimizing these turns between Weezing and Dondozo. Now, though, the switch into the Tatsugiri, switching Weezing into Tatsugiri is very telegraphed. So Sam could kind of force both attacks into Dondozo, but once again, it's this question, okay, is Dondozo going for the terrestrialization or not? Are you going for a Sludge Bomb or Spore? And yeah, Sam really debating what to do here in this spot.
Well, Weezing is indeed going to withdraw in favor of, presumably, the Tatsugiri coming in from the back to combine with Dondozo. Of course, the abilities are now back online. Tornadus has its Prankster ability active, and let's not forget that layer of toxic spikes that littered around the feet of Sam Bentham's team. So once more, Dondozo will get its boosts here. Has it gone for the terrestrialization? That will we will get the confirmation of that after these boosts on the Dondozo, because if not, then it's definitely a sitting target for the Spore from Amoonguss going to sleep and not acting. There's no terrestrialization, just a Bleakwind Storm, and it's of course going to dodge the Tatsugiri. Dondozo will take some chip. Is there a speed drop too? Yes, there is, so now only +1 to its speed. Dondozo gets the order up off this time into Tornadus in order to boost its defense. So I like this play from Javier saying, okay, you can put me to sleep, but in return, I'm going to be taking your physical moves all the better. But it depends what that final Pokemon in the back is for Sam.
Yeah, I think Urshifu, that's all the physical damage that we will see here in this game for Sam. So not going to do a whole lot there with order up, but this is the point in the battle where Dondozo just sitting on the field is a net positive for Javier, because, well, Javier is going to recover HP. That's going to be fine, but Sam will take residual damage every turn. Tornadus is already quite low. There's no Pollen Puff on Amoonguss, so no hope for recovering any HP here. And, well, we already know that it will be Fluttermane in the back. However, you could use these sleep turns to maybe bring in Fluttermane, maybe set up a substitute, and then maybe try to make something happen like that. But you really need to optimize your turns, and you cannot just like switch around. If you're Sam, you cannot switch around too much, because you will just let this Dondozo burn through the sleep turns.
The moveset on Dondozo is Order Up, Earthquake, and Body Press. Of course, the Order Up with the Droopy Tatsugiri, I believe that one is, getting the defense boost, meaning that the Body Press is hitting all the harder. So Order Up, just the biggest move that Dondozo had access to into the Tornadus in this situation. Bleakwind Storm dodges the Tatsugiri again, and this time it will connect with the Dondozo. Is there going to be another speed drop? Not this time around, so still at +1. Dondozo, of course, takes that turn of sleep. Fluttermane just freshly switched in. Here comes the Leftovers recovery. From this point on, the Dondozo could, of course, wake up and just get those protects off and start getting damage down on the field. But yeah, Fluttermane is definitely a Pokemon that you like having staring down this Dondozo.
Yeah, and so Tornadus and Fluttermane side by side can get one big turn in. Yeah, I think you've got to go for the damage here instead of the substitute. Javier shaking his head there. Dondozo's still asleep. So let's see, maybe another critical hit. Oh, wow, it is another critical hit.
Javier with his head in his hand, and Sam, they're clearly having a laugh about it over the table, but yeah, that is exactly what Sam needed. And Tatsugiri hops out with the unwelcome greeting of the Bleakwind Storm right in the face. And so, unfortunately, that Tatsugiri brought down oh so low. Yes, the poison now takes care of the Tornadus. Yes, you're down to your final two Pokemon, but a Tatsugiri and a Weezing, can they turn around for Javier? I doubt it.
Wow, I was making a joke earlier when I was saying, oh, how to beat Dondozo? Well, just get the critical hit, but I guess maybe that's the strat.
Yeah, Sam, what are you feeding your Fluttermane? Because clearly, I mean, it loves you getting all of these critical hits here. Goodness me.
Wow, yeah, but just like that, both players down to their final two Pokemon, but this Fluttermane is going to be so difficult to remove. Tatsugiri taking so much damage there. this previous turn and now, well, surely in range of a Moonblast. Now, it is a Terra Fairy on the Tatsugiri, so not even the Terra Steel. And yeah, you can just go for big Fairy type moves into it. And Weezing, unfortunately, doesn't have the big damage tools. There's no like Gunk Shot or anything that could even hope of knocking out this Fluttermane. Instead, it's just the Dazzling Gleam, and yeah, that's not gonna do it.
Yeah, the Spore as well. Weezing, it's got those puffs of smoke coming out of its head, but now it's going to be snoozing all the way to Cloud 9. The poison is chipping away, and this is kind of disappointing, Marcus. I would have loved to have seen a Regigigas team claim the win here. Let's not forget that Javier is 5-1, has won 5 games so far at the Seville Special Championships. So clearly Regigigas is still putting in work. It's just a shame we couldn't see that on stream. Yeah,
there's going to be one more chance for Javier in the final round of Phase 1, but it seems like in this game, as Tatsugiri does not get the double protect, Fluttermane can go for Moonblast, knock it out, and then it's a 2v1 that this sleeping Weezing will never be able to win. And yeah, it looks like Sam has done it, overcoming the Dondozo, and now all that is left in his way is this sleeping Weezing.
Yeah, super effective from the... Oh, no, sorry, neutral damage, of course, from the Sludge Bomb there. Respectable damage into the Galarian Weezing, and Sam Bentham... The 6-1 record, it looks like now, stamping their ticket into Phase 2. Huge congratulations to Sam. Could this be their first big win they've been looking for? It's your Swiss Round 7 winner, Sam Bentham.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not too hard to guess what they were talking about just over there. Of course, the critical moment in both games, I would say. And yeah, I'm sure we'll have a little replay in a second to relive those moments. That Fluttermane, though, not once, but twice getting the critical hit through Dondozo. And yeah, that is just a little bit too much for Javier to overcome in this matchup.
Yeah, goodness me. I don't know if you remember Seville last year, Marcus, but we kept saying, un golpe critico, Spanish for critical hit.
Yes.
Now, Sam's game is, of course, in English, but that seems to be the tale this weekend as well. Well, wonderful, though, to see a Regigigas rise to the fore, and, of course, a couple of great Tusk teams. If you're just tuning in, trainers, and you want to go back and check the matches that we've had so far at the Seville Special Championships, because trainers are really innovating for one of our final Regulation Set F events. And if you are just tuning in, let's remind ourselves of everything that went down in this game. This beautiful Regigigas. Which is your favorite of the Regis, Marcus?
Oh, it's tough. They're all awesome, but Regigigas going down this time around. Both games to the Life Orb recoil, and then here the first one, the big critical hit in game 1. Kind of sealed the deal there. I think Sam was in a decent spot even without the critical hit, but that definitely helped as, yeah, then Fluttermane and Tornadus were able to sweep the rest of Javier's team. And yeah, then we would be going into game 2. And of course, we were all wondering, okay, what's going to happen this time around? Well, it started off with another critical hit, this time on Urshifu. But then there it goes again, the Fluttermane critical hit, knocking out Dondozo for a second time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just wasn't Javier's round, but that's going to happen in Pokemon. This is a game where luck does come into play. And, you know, look at the Houston finals last weekend. Ninetales missing a crucial heat wave in the decisive game 3, and ultimately the win went over to Dylan Matthews. Pokemon is a game, yes, there's a little bit of luck, but there's a whole lot of skill as well. What's that thing that trainers say, Marcus, that you're going to lose 1 round to bad play, 1 round to bad luck, and then it's all on you from there? Which I'm sure is too blanket a term to be able to actually work out perfectly, but yeah. How did they get their practice, though, Marcus, do you think?
That's a very good question indeed. So I think, well, they're probably talking to some other trainers, asking them for battles, but then to get a real feedback and get that real practice in, that would be, of course, at local tournaments. And this is what a lot of even our top players attend to, yeah, get their practice in, to meet new people in the community. And let's have a look at what some of those locals might look like.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week. Come
play at your local Pokémon League.
Hey, you want to play?
Sure. That could be you. Right there, that could be you. We want to see you at your local. And you can scan this QR code to find where it is. We'd love to see you at your local scene. This is where it all begins, trainers. This is where you can try out those teams. Just come, if it's your very first Pokemon event, a local will be absolutely perfect just to dip your toe into the water and see if competitive Pokemon is for you. And I'm sure you will find something there that speaks to you.
Absolutely, and maybe you could face that Regigigas team. I know it's very common and feared in Madrid local events, and I also know that over in the Netherlands there is a player that is bringing this team to every local tournament. Then of course at some point maybe it gets a little bit predictable and you can plan ahead, but yeah, regardless, again, here you will be able to find local events around you, and yeah, I can speak from experience. They're definitely a lot of fun to play. When was your last local?
That's a good question, Marcus. It was a while ago, and it was in Belgium, of all places. It wasn't even in the UK. I brought a Frostmoth team.
That's
awesome. It was Regulations ZF. It was Frostmoth, very stally, very opposite to what I tend to like to play, but I finished third, so I'll take that. Yeah. Had a great time, and I still think Frostmoth has undiscovered potential. But enough about us. We've got our interview ready. Let's go over to your winner of Swiss Round 7. Wham, bam, thank you, Sam.
Wham, bam, indeed, as we have got Sam Bentham, our winner of Swiss Round number 7 here in Seville, locking your way straight into Phase 2. Sam, it must feel really good. Here, just tell me a bit about how you're feeling, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we're happy to win.
Yes.
A bit of an anticlimax for the people at home, I think, on through to crit the dozo twice. But I will certainly take those. And great to be back in Phase 2. I've had a bit of a mixed bag of a season, mixed bag of a few seasons, frankly. So
I can relate. Don't worry. But no, I mean, it's great to be able to see you. I caught it up last time with your EUIC as well. Still the same regulation format, but, you know, being able to bring the team that you have, you're looking very comfortable with it. But let's be real. What's going through your mind when obviously you're on stream, you know, there's a bit of pressure, but you're not unfamiliar with stream matches as well. But you're going up against your opponent and you see a Regigigas on the team sheet. Not only does it have Crush Grip, but there's also Dondozo in the back. What's going through your mind?
not again. It's the first thing, to be honest. Eagle-eyed viewers will remember that, in fact, this very round 7 last year at this event, I played against Weezing Dozo on stream and lost that game, actually, in a pretty weird set overall. I still haven't had the heart to go back and review it, to be honest, but yeah, obviously really, really scary. It's enormously powerful, very, very hard to KO. And to be honest, I think you can see from my play, a lot of the times, like, get rid of it. Get rid of it and I'll deal with the Dozo later. Just try and get it off the board. There are kind of two ways you can approach it. You can either try and KO the Weezing and say, well, now the Gigas is half a Pokemon because of slow start. Or you can try and remove the Gigas and then say Weezing is like half a Pokemon now because really it's just there to support the Gigas and the Dozo. And Amoonguss turns off the Spikes element. So you can go either way. In the end, basically, I made my decision off the basis of, I think Weezing is slightly more likely to make a passive play because it's the mon that benefits from being around in the end game. And not only that, but the Gigas is actually slightly easy to KO because it does Life Orb Recoil to itself.
Exactly.
And you see both games. Game 1, it got KO'd by its own Life Orb Recoil. In Game 2, I tried to finish it off beforehand and it didn't work. And then Life Orb Recoil again. So, I took that approach, but yeah, incredibly scary. All these teams always are. There's a reason they're infamous, right? Nobody wants to play this.
That's what I mean. It's sort of like a bit of matchup roulette in terms of forcing your opponent, if you're running one of these kind of teams, as we saw from your opponent's side, to essentially matchup check them, see if they've got something for it, and if they don't, c'est la vie for them. But having 2 of those modes is quite, I would say, challenging, right? But you handled yourself really well. There were a couple of crits, not only in your favor, there was also the Crush Grip crit in Game 2, I think, that picked off that Urshifu, but it seemed like you had a really good hold, like you sort of were talking about now with the strategy of trying to deal with the main damage sweepers. So you're able to do a really good job about it. You have now locked yourself in to Phase 2. of Seville Special Championships. What are your initial thoughts about that? Like, what does it mean to you? Because I know that you've been playing for quite some time, Sam. You're a great guy, fierce competitor. If I'm not mistaken, 2012 was...
UK Nationals 2012.
UK Nationals? Come a long way from now. So how are you feeling, my friend?
Yeah, you know, more than anything else, it's a real privilege to get to come here and play this still. I am enormously blessed. I think it's no secret that people that know me know I've never achieved quite as much as I'd like in the game. I always wanted slightly more than I've had, but more than anything else, I'm just really, really grateful to still be here with all the people that have supported me and still enjoying Pokemon. You know, and more than anything else, I come on stream and say I hope I can give us a set where really VGC is the winner, and I'll try and carry that forward.
Stop trying to make me tear up, my friend, because it's slightly working. I'm trying to hold it back, but no, that is beautiful to hear. And don't put yourself down. You're not a stranger in terms of achievements. You've been able to get a couple of top 8s. Yokopin in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, but also you have that consistency. I think it's just sort of trying to find that right moment for yourself, and so far, it's doing incredibly well for yourself. So talking a bit about your team then, in comparison to EUIC, how does that sort of change in terms of your playstyle and any sort of differences with the team roles or components themselves?
Well, at EUIC, I tried something slightly different. I played a balanced team for the first time in a very long time, and had a bit of a middling time with it, same as the last couple of events.
Yeah.
But really, quite a lot of the time, I'm not as young as I used to be. You know, as you said, I've been around a very long time.
I know the feeling, my friend. Don't worry.
If you look closely, my hair's going slightly grey. I've got a few years left yet, but you know, what I mean by that is really that adult responsibilities get worse and worse and worse as you get older and older and older. And so I have limited time. And so this whole generation, basically, if you look at my history, ever since Regulation A, I have played some variant of tailwind offense, but with some kind of defensive backbone to fall back on. I've got a balanced mode, sort of in this case, Incineroar, Urshifu, Amoonguss, Sluddermane, and also a click tailwind and rush at my opponent as fast as I can mode. And I've basically played that variants of that team across the generation, really. And so it's really just a return to form for me. What is the best version of that team I can bring, especially with the format in its dying embers?
Yes.
And I thought that this variant looked pretty good. Yotam in the US sent it to me and said, "This looks like a bit of you." Shout out Yotam. Thanks very much, bro. And I said, yeah, it looks good, and got some practice, and here we are, clicking tailwind and strong spread moves again.
Well, I know, but it's sort of like trying to play to your strengths as well, right? And you've experienced quite a few different formats, so you've been able to have this sort of built-up experience in terms of being familiar with the true things that work really well, depending on, you know, like the powerhouses in the format or whatnot, or what's popular. But leaning back into some form of balance is not ever like a bad thing if it suits your playstyle, and that's what you've been able to show and have more flexibility around. And I did know Raging Bolt had Snarl too, so is that something that you factored in or yourself or Yotam factored in that could be a real divider in terms of certain matchups? Because it's not as common as it used to be. Let's be real.
Yeah, I think Raging Bolt's real strength is its versatility.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen all manner of sets, Calm Mind sets, Booster Energy sets, with or without Calm Mind, Life Orb sets, the Assault Vest set I'm bringing. It is very, very versatile. And one of the roles you can bring it in is matchup glue.
Yeah.
And that's what it kind of is on this team. I brought it the game one because I suspected that Gigas was slightly more likely to Terra than non-Dondozo pieces usually are on these compositions, just because I was leading Urshifu and threatening to close combat. And as you saw, that's actually what happened game one. And so I thought I could leverage Raging Bolt against a water-type Dondozo. Typically, it doesn't come to this matchup. Snarl is really for Iron Crown, the Iron Crown type teams, and somewhat the very dedicated Trick Room teams within DD Hatterene as well. But yeah, the mod as a whole, the set looks weird. If you just look at it, it's like, what on earth is this mod actually doing? Well, it's kind of just fixing 3 or 4 matchups.
Patching things up, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you're just trying to bring up certain bad matchups across the board. You talked about playing to your strength. Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, not just this, but quite a lot of games in the world are really about pattern recognition. And you kind of give yourself a leg up on pattern recognition if you make the patterns look like what you've seen before by bringing similar kinds of teams and similar kinds of ideas.
Yeah.
You always have new things to learn in new regulations, but and new teams, but you can help yourself out a little bit, especially if you don't have infinite time.
100%. I mean, it is really true. Like we said, you got to understand what works, what doesn't, and how you can take advantage of it, really. So talking a bit about the rest of your season so far, I know we're still in this very beautiful venue, Seville Special Championships. You are in phase 2, but are there any future events that you are planning on going to, or at least with this season, or you sort of like a bit on the fence depending on how this one goes this weekend?
Well, I was on the fence until now I'm in phase 2. I'm probably going, so we can talk about that.
Oh yeah, go on.
I'm planning on Utrecht and Torino if I can get a spot in registration. Prague unfortunately falls on London Marathon Day, which is my other hobby. So
that's unfortunate.
Can't make that one, which is a shame. I'd love to go to Prague. But one of the best things about traveling is seeing great cities like Seville and Prague and so on. So it's a shame, but yeah, I'm planning on going to Utrecht and then hopefully Torino also.
There we go. Still got a couple of more going. You've been doing really good job as well in terms of being consistent with, getting those points accumulated in order to try to get that qualification. But still got a weekend ahead of us. So what I'm going to do is ask if you've got any shout outs you would like to give either to anybody here in the venue, at home, wherever they may be watching.
So many. so many, and that I don't have time for, if I don't mention you, I promise it's because not because I don't like you. I've just so many people. I'm so blessed to have had so many people support me and help me over the years that it's impossible to mention everybody. But I think I'll settle on 3 if that's okay. So Tola, who's over in the US right now and is probably my biggest cheerleader in the community, to be honest, of current players. Really helpful, always has time for me and everybody else, and with a great attitude to the game, and obviously an incredibly successful player himself, won basically everything there is to win. So, thanks very much, Tola. I'm always grateful for your time and support. I woke up to a very nice message from him this morning, actually. So, and then to Ben, I guess your co-worker, Ben Kiriak, who has supported me incessantly ever since the very beginning. I started playing in 2012. Ben was already a national champion, and I was a newbie, and we were on Skype calls until 6 a.m. with him teaching me how to play, but before the adult responsibilities got too bad. But I will always be grateful to Ben for that and for the support over the years. I'm sure I'll see you soon, mate. Thanks very much. And you said wherever they may be, my partner Emily is in Sevilla City Centre right now, probably eating ice cream and having a really good time. But she is incredibly patient, incredibly good with me about playing this ridiculous game that we love so much. And I think sometimes she's doesn't quite understand, but it's like, you know what? You do you, and even to the extent of coming to staff some of the events to see what it's all about. So she gets a bit more now. And Emily, I love you, and I'll see you very, very soon for dinner, hopefully.
That's so sweet, and it's so important to have the strong pillars, your rocks per se. And I'm sure she loves you so much back too. She is right there for you. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead, get yourself an opportunity, have a bit of a break. Thank you so much, Sam, just for your time, for your energy, but also for your very good analytical depth there in terms of the insights. That has been us. Sam is in phase 2, but there's final round coming up, Swiss round number 8. So make sure you get your refreshments, and we'll be back very shortly.
Game number 1! This Incineroar, if it even survives this close combat, which of course it will not, because this Incineroar does something on this turn. This unfortunate
This year in Anaheim saw us crown a new world champion, Giovanni Sisti. Gio's team was unusual in that he used the exact same team of Koraidon, Lunala, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Brute Bonnet and Ursaluna throughout the format. The extended practice with the team gave him consistent results, with a top 32 in Milwaukee and NAIC, a top 8 in Portland, and of course, the world champion. So, let's take a deep dive into Geo's team. There were 2 modes, Sun and Trick Room. Koraidon, Fluttermane and Chi-Yu formed the backbone of Geo's hyper-offensive Sun mode. Chi-Yu's fire attacks were boosted by Koraidon's Sun. Paired with Fluttermane, these two melted their opponents. Pokemon like Incineroar that could withstand the onslaught would get easily picked off by Koraidon. With Protosynthesis on Fluttermane and Choice Scarf on Chi-Yu, the Sun Cord could outspeed and cripple some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, such as Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon. To balance the frail members, Geo also had a bulky Trick Room mode of Lunala, Ursaluna and Brute Bonnet. Lunala could set up Trick Room, and it also had strong offensive presence with a Power Herb Meteor Beam set. Ursaluna could then take advantage of Trick Room. Its unique ground and normal typing gave it immunity to 2 of the strongest attacks in the format, Astral Barrage and Electro Drift. Lastly, Brute Bonnet gave the team important redirection and sleep support. Unlike its counterpart Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet heavily threatened the most popular restricted Calyrex Shadow Rider. Under the sun, it also got a defense boost, making it even tankier. This mixed composition gave Geo the flexibility against a wide variety of teams. For day 1 of Worlds, Geo had a strong performance, losing only to Mao Harada on string. This match was extremely close, with Mao making a fantastic read on the final turn of Game 3 to win the set. However, Geo was not deterred, and he went on undefeated for the remainder of Swiss until he faced Mao again in top 8. This time, Geo was ready. He had learned from his loss the day before, and defeated Mao to advance to the semi-finals. Geo's next opponent was another top Japanese player, Hirofumi Kimura. Although Geo's Pokemon missed several moves, he remained calm and won against the 2-time Japanese national champion. And then it was the finals. Geo's team would be facing off against the Koraidon Shadow Rider team, piloted by James Evans. In Game 1, James's Brute Bonnet exerted huge pressure, putting Geo's Chi-Yu to sleep. However, Geo expertly preserved his Fluttermane until the endgame, where it outsped everything and won. In Game 2, Geo started well, but James capitalized on the Koraidon's Life Orb recoil and made defensive switches that forced the Koraidon to take more recoil. Eventually, Geo's Koraidon had 1 more attack left before it would faint to Life Orb, but James had 2 Pokemon left on the field, giving James the win. The stakes could not be higher for the final game. But this time, Geo changed up his playstyle. In games 1 and 2, Geo had made safe plays. But for the deciding game, he made an aggressive read on turn 2, going for the Stellar Terror on his Fluttermane, which sniped down the opposing Brute Bonnet in 1 hit. With the threat of sleep now gone, Geo brought in his Chi-Yu alongside the Fluttermane. Under the sun and with Beads of Ruin active, these 2 special attackers tore through the remainder of James's team, crowning Geo as the 2025 World Champion.
Hey Pokemon fans, Kostadai Dimos here with the recap of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships held in London. This year's EUIC was the largest VGC competition to date, with nearly 1,500 Masters trainers. From regional winners to former international and world champions, the road to Sunday was relentless. However, when the lights shone brightest, only 6 trainers remained. In the junior division, Zachary Thomas, the American contender on the rise, faced Hideo Uezu, the Japan Nationals champion and only remaining non-American trainer in Championship Sunday. With 5 identical Pokemon between them, the set was very board position focused. Hideo took Game 1 through stronger positioning of the Raging Bolt, and Game 2 was decided by a perfectly timed Icy Wind that flipped the speed order and closed the match. With this huge win, Hideo Uezu added yet another major title to his growing legacy. In the senior division, we had Charlie Kim versus Leland Smith, both regional champions as well as close friends who were running the exact same 6 Pokemon because one gave the team to the other. In a razor-thin mirror, Charlie managed the margins just enough to claim the senior international title and cement his name into history. In the Masters division, legacy met redemption. Zachary Weed arrived searching for payback after a heartbreaking regionals finals loss in Las Vegas earlier this season. Across from him stood 6-time regional champion and 2023 EUIC champion, Paul Chua. Where Zachary pushed aggression with an Iron Crown Hyper Offense team, Paul brought refined structure with the meta-popular Bolt Balance archetype. Zachary fought with creativity and courage, but Paul's resilience and patience prevailed, thus reclaiming his throne as the King of Balance and now 2-time Europe International Champion. If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to get involved in play Pokemon events around the world.
Ditto, you cheeky pink blob. And I tell you what else is cheeky. It's Charlie Merriman, Merriman name, Merriman nature on the desk with Lee. And did you see the poison Pokemon at lunch?
I did not.
He was gulping it down.
I like it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you.
On form as always.
Ah, you're too kind. Lee, listen. We were doing this thing eirlier. We were trying to going downstairs convincingly. We're both going to do it.
Charlie's really good at this. Bear in mind that Charlie is very good at this.
I would trade that to sure, but it's not like we covered this at any point in drama school. Use the hashtag play Pokemon, post out who went downstairs the most convincingly. Okay, I'll start us off. Okay, that's my offer.
I feel like that was very good.
Go for it, Lee. Well, you don't know. You didn't see. You can't see from their perspective.
Okay, let's try this. I'm just gonna go downstairs and get some.
Nice. I'll keep an eye on the screen.
Get some water.
Let's see. It's not bad. That's pretty good.
Is it good?
Oh, I think you should be happy with that. Yeah. I look forward to watching that back later. But who did it best? Let us know in the chat. And use that to play Pokemon. Who went down the stairs?
Stairs were steep.
Convincingly, yeah, they tend to be steep. Let's take a look what matches you can choose from that we're going to feature next at the Seville Special Championships, because it is a community choice. If you hop on over to the Twitch stream, you can vote in the chat there as to which match to feature. And as always, we've got a glorious selection for you here. Kicking things off with Ika Rodrigo, our champion from Seville last year, going up against Andreas Moya.
How do you pick? I mean, yeah. Good luck to all of you picking at home, because these are absolutely incredible matches. All of them. We've got some big names here as well. Ika, last year's Seville champion. Got Victor Medina, one of the players to watch this weekend. Victor always on a good streak, especially when they're in their home region. I'm sure Victor feels very confident, and got a very interesting team as well. One that we haven't been able to feature on the broadcast this weekend, going up against Davide there with that Sinister, another Pokemon that we haven't seen too much of in Regulation F.
Hector Sanchez rocking another Tatsugiri Dondozo. We've had a lot of that on stream, actually, so far today.
It has been very
Going up against Joseph Russell. We haven't had any Regidrago, and that's a Pokemon that has been fantastic so far in Regulations at F, to the point that we've got the plushie on the desk. And then Gonzalo Estrada with a Trick Room team, with Hatterini that we rarely get the chance to see. Going up against Lucy Moran with a Roaring Moon as well, harking back to earlier competitions in Regulation Set F. So get on over to the Twitch chat, vote in there which of these incredible matches you want to see.
Yes, do that now and make sure that you lock in with the team, the player that you want to see next. It's going to be, there is no wrong answer here. I love all the teams. I think all the matchups are quite interesting in their own respect. So the dynamics that each one will bring is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, and some teams that we haven't actually featured, even though they have been so prominent in Regulations at F. Let us know, trainers. Who would you pick, Lee? It's tough.
I'm probably going to go for Gonzalo and Lucy. If I was to pick, I really like the look of those two teams. The hard Trick Room from Gonzalo, Lucy's Roaring Moon and the Golden Go. I really like that combination as well.
True, yeah.
So I think that could be quite an interesting match in itself, but it's not down to me. So
not down to you.
What about yourself? Who would you be?
Well, it's a really fascinating team matchup, and these are all win and ins trainers, so whoever wins this will stamp their ticket into Phase 2, and whoever does not, unfortunately, will be leaving the competition. If I had to choose, I see what you're saying with the really interesting, unique teams at the bottom there. I would have to go, though, to featuring our Seville champion from last year, Iker Rodrigo, who's at 5-2. Will have to win this next one to progress into Phase 2 tomorrow. Go against Andreas Moya, and, you know, Entei we haven't seen on stream yet today, so I'd be excited to see.
No, we haven't. So, yeah, I think a great choice as well. Like I said, I don't think you can really lose with any. But, you know, the Dondozo that Hector's bringing, I think a very interesting team comp there with the Dragonite and No Chen Pao.
Yeah, true.
So that's a little bit different realms we haven't really seen. But, yeah, Victor Medina is another one. And very similar to a team comp that I kind of picked coming into this weekend for what I would have brought. So it's always going to be something that I would like to see. But... yes.
Could Victor finally claim that first major win this
That'd be magical, wouldn't it?
Oh,
especially in Seville, for them to do it. It's been so close so many times before.
Yeah,
getting on the line, but there's so many top trainers here this weekend. It's gonna, you know, it's so hard to really pick one player over another.
But you're right, it would be poetic having Victor go all the way this weekend, because he's, you know, he's finished in the top cut of the World Championships multiple times, and it turns out all he had to do was stay on home turf to win a special championship. It'll be wonderful to see. Shout out to you, Victor. Good luck, and good luck to all of the trainers out there. But let us know in the Twitch chat which of those matches you want to see. You only have a few seconds left to be able to do that, and then we'll let you know which of those matches we'll be bringing to you fine people at home. Alrighty. We got the results.
Results are in.
Let's take a look. What have you chosen? Oh, Victor!
There we go.
Victor Medina going up against David Conessa. Fantastic choice, trainers. A fairy tale matchup that we'll see unfolding right here on the stream.
Yeah. Massive props to everyone that voted, and great choice. It's going to be a brilliant match. It's nice to get Victor on. We've talked Victor up a bit, and David as well. Going to be a great player to be able to feature on the broadcast so early on, because I feel like both of these trainers have the potential to go really deep into this event this weekend.
Yeah, fantastic to see the Sinister team being brought there too. Would love to see what utility that has in Regulation Set F. Wonderful. Well, thank you for that, trainers. Thank you for getting on over to Twitch and letting us know your opinions. If, Lee, you had to bring one of these 8 teams to the tournament this weekend, which would it be?
Probably the team that Victor's playing.
Okay.
If I'm completely honest. Yeah, I like it. I think it's got a lot of different modes to it. I mean, the primary mode is the Trick Room, but it's quite, like... it's got some options around it with the Flutter Mane there, depending on what set you play, how you train it. But yeah, the Cresselia as well is a really nice option with that Levitate ability. It's got the ability to heal partnering Pokemon alongside the Amoonguss as well. So that's probably where I would have went down.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, what about yourself out of those?
I'd be tempted to bring that too. I think I would have gone even harder on the Trick Room and brought Gonzalo's with the Hatterene and Didi. It is just fun using a hard Trick Room team. Yeah, if Trick Room doesn't go up, then that's going to be real tough for you. But it's like a hyper offense team, really, a hard Trick Room team. You can just sweep through incredibly quickly. And, you know, in these long tournament days, it's nice to have some quick wins or indeed quick losses, as long as it's quick, so that you know that you're rested. You can run to the bathroom, grab a snack, grab a drink, etc. It can really make the difference. It's such a mental game as well.
It is something to consider I think, coming into these events, that your team comp, is it going to be one of those teams that is going to be right down to the wire, down to time every single round, because that will take its toll over the rounds in the day? Or is it going to be that hyper-offensive, burst damage sort of team where you can clean things up, and maybe sometimes it isn't going to go your way, but other times it is, and when it does, it gives you room to rest, to breathe, to recoup, and that is very valuable through these long tournament days.
So a little breaks. And Lee, let's take a little break before we get into our community choice match, because we have more Pokemon anagrams for you. Let us know how you're getting along at home. And let's get in this first Pokemon anagram, a Pokemonogram for you. These are all grass types fitting with the start of spring that we are experiencing here. So then, tell us, Lee, what Pokemon is this? And do give the people at home a chance to guess as well. He's immediately got it, you can tell. He's immediately got it. Triceratops. What grass type is this, Lee?
Well, what could it be? I don't know, actually, if I have got it, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know if I have got it.
Well, it's a feline Pokemon.
Yeah.
You feline good, he's got it. It's a grass type, Impaldea. Do the honors, Lee, what is it?
I actually haven't got it.
Have you not?
No, we need to go through this. We need to take our time with it.
I'm not. Okay.
It's a
a grass type, a feline Pokemon, introduced in Paldea.
Yeah.
Well, one of the first partner Pokemon.
Yeah.
I mean, I've basically given you the answer.
You are Sprigatito.
Sprigatito. Congratulations,
there we go.
Lee.
Yay.
Excellent stuff. Sprigatito. But I say this every time, but they are getting harder. I promise you. We will catch Lee out. So let's get another one in for you.
You basically give me that one, though.
Yeah. TC Believer.
TC Believer. Makes me want to break into song, that.
Yeah. TC Believer.
That's a grass type.
Okay, good. At least it's not immediate. My job here.
No. Huh.
I can give you some clues.
Yeah. Give me one clue.
Generation 1.
Ooh. Okay, that kind of narrows it down. I've got it. Yeah.
Oh, good. Still needed a clue.
Yeah, it did need a clue, though. Did need a clue.
For the benefit of people at home, we're talking a grass poison type.
Yes.
Talking a big old fly trap. All right, Lee.
Victory Bell.
Victory Bell, indeed. It's amazing the other words you can make out of Pokemon names. So I've got one more for you.
That was definitely tougher than the earlier ones.
Well, hopefully this one will be even tougher still. This is the final one, number 6. Excellent stuff. Another anagram for you, Torgthorn.
You've got it. Yeah, this one's a lot.
Let's say you haven't.
Okay.
Wow. What is this, Lee?
Torgthorn.
Shall I give you a clue?
Torgthorn, yes, please.
It's Generation 4, but it evolves.
It's from Sinnoh.
From a Generation 1 Pokemon.
Ooh, that definitely narrows it down.
Really narrows it down.
Especially,
it's a grass type.
There might only be one of those.
Yeah, only be one. Especially if you're playing Pokopia trainers, then you might be familiar with
yes,
the character.
The main character. Well, not the main, but one of the main.
One of the main.
Yeah.
Go on then, Lee.
Tangrowth.
Congratulations. Really impressively, I've got to say, really impressive.
Thank you, Charlie.
Well, I would say,
I love this game. It's
great. Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you.
Great.
You've got 6 out of 6, but, you know, the 5th one was kind of stumping you a little bit.
It was, yeah. You definitely had to help me along with that one.
It's really impressive Pokemon knowledge. So, how did you do at home?
Yeah.
Let us know with, let's harmonize it, #play Pokemon.
That was good. That was good.
Good.
We're getting better as the weekend's going on.
Should we keep the beats going?
Yeah.
Should we improvise some things?
Go on, then.
Who wants to start?
You.
Am I going to improvise and you're going to do a beat?
Oh, you want me to do the beat?
Yeah, and we'll take turns. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
We got Swiss round 8. Which of these trainers is going to be the one sealing their fate? Over to you.
Charlie's good on the mic. He's even better casting. I don't know where I'm going with this. #play Pokemon. There we go.
All about styling it out, trainers. Which
really ruined that, didn't I? There we go. But this is
so
why
good
I
off camera. You're going to have to believe me when I say that Lee was so good at this off camera. He was. He was spitting these rhymes. They were coming out and
pressure.
out.
It's the pressure of.
Yeah,
the fine viewers at home.
We'll work on it. We'll work
crumbled under pressure like I do when I'm playing Pokemon.
No, you don't. No, you don't, my friend. We'll work on those rhymes for you for a future event, trainers. Good. Well, our final round of Phase 1 here at the Seville Special Championships. I can't believe it, really. They always go so fast, these rounds. For the trainers out there, too, they'll go quickly, even though they're very long tournament days, and we hope that they're looking after their physical and mental health out there, keeping themselves hydrated, keeping themselves well-fed as well. But yeah, everything's on the line. In this matchup that we'll be bringing you, Victim and Dina on stream shortly. If you're just tuning in, everybody, it was the community choice. They voted for it, and they have marvelous taste. let's see what regulations that F has to offer with this Cresselia composition that Victor has brought.
Yeah, and this is really important at this stage of the tournament because, like you've mentioned, this is the last round of phase 1. We'll be moving into phase 2 of the tournament after this stage. So everything to play for our players in this next game. And we can start off before getting into the match by looking at the top 12 usage stats for phase 1. And it'll be really interesting, Charlie, to see what switches up between day 1 and phase 2.
Something I'm especially interested to see is if in phase 2 tomorrow we've got single strike Urshifu on this graphic alongside the Rapid, because that's something that happened at Houston last weekend. Single Strike Urshifu had a phenomenal showing on both of the finalist and winners teams, I believe, and we'll see if Surging Strike Urshifu as well will be dropping down. It's above 50% usage. It's unsurprising, be able to hit through Protect is just absolutely incredible in any format of Pokemon. And I was talking about this with Marcus earlier. I think it's fascinating. We've got the 2 Genies next to each other there.
Yeah.
And we've got the 2 Ogerpon forms next to each other as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That is interesting, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting, but also I guess it's kind of expected because, of course, they're related to each other because of similar typing.
I think we talked about
flying types there.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, you're probably going to have one or the other. There will be some teams that have both Tornadus and Landorus, but of course, you can only have one Ogerpon form.
Imagine if you could have multiple Ogerpons on one team. That'd be good.
I mean, would it be that good, though? Because you're probably putting too many eggs in that one basket.
Probably, yeah. They all do quite a similar sort of role as well.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see which is going to be the premier grass type coming into these events, though, because I think coming into Seville this weekend in particular, Rillaboom had really fallen off, and at a top kind of level, performance-wise, it hadn't really made the splash it has done in previous tournaments that we've seen in this format and past formats. So to see it come in this weekend and still be very prevalent and doing well when it has been brought on broadcast games is really good to see, and especially the usage stats. A lot of players still believe it is a good enough Pokemon to put onto their teams and bring to these events, and believe in it to perform well. We've seen a lot of Amoonguss, a lot of Hearthflame as well as that Ogerpon, but there's the nice thing about the Ogerpon and the Rillaboom is you can bring both of them on one team because there is different elements those 2 grass types can provide.
They synergize nicely as well because, of course, Ogerpon gets access to Grassy Glide, so benefiting from Rillaboom's grassy terrain there. It'll be really interesting to see tomorrow where Rillaboom is in the Day 2 usage stats. But enough of the statistics and back to reality. Oops, there goes Gravity. But Victor and his opponent are already on stage. They'll shortly be getting into the game. No plushie metagame, unfortunately, to speak of just yet, but there will be more heading into phase 2. Victor is looking calm and collected, used to being on stream, of course, and we've got David Kanyesa, of course, his opponent there. It must be really difficult for David because Victor has such a name for themselves in the community, and of course it's not a trainer that we featured on stream a whole lot, so getting used to being under the scrutiny of everyone, you watching at home, the people in the venue and the stage lights, it's something that David has to try and put to one side. And even though Victor's more familiar with that pressure, of course, sometimes it takes you by surprise. Sometimes all of a sudden you're finding it more nerve-wracking than ordinarily you would. We are but human trainers, and of course, whatever you have to bring to Pokemon, we'd love to have your skills being shown. But let's take a look at the achievements of both of these trainers.
Yeah, we could start off with Victor. I mean, what's more to be said about Victor? Just needs that really big championship win, but aside from that, has got consistent results across the board. Frankfurt regional finalist earlier this season, LA finalist as well last season. Then we've got that NAIC top 4 in 2023 and 2 times world's top 4. Just incredible finishes from Victor, showing why they are one of the top trainers in Europe.
A newer player in the form of David. I say newer, but 2016, actually. Going all the way back then, that's 10 years ago, depressingly. Barcelona regional top 16 there, and top 32 in Liverpool in 2023. So a trainer who is still looking for that major placement, and could it happen this weekend in Sevilla? I can't wait to see this battle unfold, and I can't wait to get into the team preview. Of course, Victor running this Cresselia team, and David with a Sinister on their side. But let's hold our horses and get into Victor's team first. Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, Cresselia, Ursaluna. Hello, Victor. We see you.
We see you, Victor, and we see the primary kind of goal of this team is going to be leverage the Cresselia. You've got the speed control there with the Icy Wind, if that's suitable, if that's preferable. Or you do have the Trick Room as well that you can set and then get primarily Ursaluna in next to the Cresselia under that Trick Room environment. activate the Flame Orb, and then you get that Guts boost to really power up those Facades, those Earthquakes, which Cresselia can sit next to quite comfortably, and then just Lunar Blessing, keep it nice and healthy. And you can disrupt as well with Psychic. It can be good into things like Amoonguss. The Safety Goggles plays a huge role there. And then other outlets on the team, you've got that Choice Specs Fluttermane that has that Fairy Terror typing. We've seen how dominant that can be this weekend, and then the Urshifu as well, which is just a kind of nice staple. Firewater Grass Core with the Incineroar and then the Amoonguss.
Got to call out the Perish Song on the Fluttermane here as well. That could just be an auto win for Victor if they're able to get David down to their final 2 Pokemon, and Victor has more than 2 on their side. It means that any Pokemon on the field will go down in 3 turns unless they switch out. So, wonderful to have that tech there. It's going to be an interesting move to see if Victor can weave it in, because of course Fluttermane's holding the Choice Specs, meaning that whatever move you lock into when it's first on the field, you're locked into it until you switch that Fluttermane out and back in. Fascinating composition. I love the Terra Steel on Cresselia. Of course, it's the best defensive typing we have in Pokemon, but with Levitate means you're not taking super effective damage from that ground. But you've got to fear the fighting type moves as well as fire. But let's see what David has up their sleeve in order to counter Victor's team. Of course, we've talked about this Sinistcha, but there is going to be an Urshifu too.
There is, and one of those fire types that would threaten that Cresselia if it does commit to this terrestrialization is that Chi-Yu there that does not only threaten it when it's terrestrialized, but when it's not terrestrialized as well. Those big, powerful Dog Pulses boosted by the Choice Specs. And then you pair that up with the Fluttermane as well. That's a classic combination from Scarlet and Violet era where you've got those two on the field. Special attack as reaping the rewards of Beads of Ruin ability on that Chi-Yu. So something that can really overwhelm Victor if he doesn't respect it enough. And I think there are some nice outlets. You've got the Sinistcha there. If the Trick Room does go up, if you don't want it on the field, then Sinistcha is a great Pokemon to bring in. Reverse the Trick Room. You've got nice options to weaken opposing Pokemon. You've got the Strength Sap there. Keep yourself topped up. And then weaken the attack on the opposing Pokemon. So going to be useful against Ursaluna and the Urshifu, and even the Incineroar in particular. And then you've got that double Genie combination there that can overwhelm. The Landorus going to be there with that Life Orb, that sheer force, able to get that immediate damage onto the field. There's no needing to set that up, but if you need immediate setup to kind of outpace something like the Fluttermane on Victor's side, then you've got your Tornadus with that Prankster Tailwind, so you can really utilize and leverage that to get some of these powerhouses like your Urshifu, like your Landorus into a position, and that's not even talking about the Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane, some big powerhouses on David's side that Victor needs to be able to contain.
A couple of genies, but can they grant David's wish? It's time to kick off our final round of the day here in Phase 1 of the Seville Special Championships. Victor Medina on the hunt for that first major win, and the same can be said as David too. But in this situation, is Victor is the Goliath, and David is indeed David. Can they take down the Titan that is Victor Medina? Incineroar and Urshifu leading out for Victor, and Chi-Yu and Fluttermane for David.
Well, there's a classic combination of Chi-Yu and Fluttermane, and instantly the Fluttermane putting a lot of pressure onto this Urshifu, and it's going to be able to do a lot of damage to the Incineroar well, boosted by that Beads of Ruin. Now, the Chi-Yu does have the ability to also terrestrialize here to get around that fake-out disruption, go for that Ghost Terror type, and then it gets rid of that water weakness that it's carrying currently from that Urshifu on the opposite side of the field. So a lot for Victor to kind of consider here. Maybe you want to protect your Urshifu and pivot out with your Incineroar here rather than allowing just something to be knocked out for free. Maybe utilizing the knockoff, the U-turn as options here to get rid of some of those really key items. So you can't do that on the Fluttermane because the booster energy has been activated, but you can do it and get rid of that Choice Specs on the Chi-Yu.
Which would be really nice, but it might actually come back to help David if Chi-Yu wants to switch up the move that it goes for on any given turn. Choice Specs, of course, locking it in to whatever move David chooses right now. He's bringing it down to the wire to choose that move. It's going to be the terrestrialization. Let's get things sparkly immediately, trainers. It will be the Chi-Yu, indeed, just as you said, Lee. Going for its Terra Ghost, no longer taking super effective from fighting or indeed water that Urshifu can dish out. But the Incineroar still there, threatening down with Dark-type damage. Urshifu this time is just going to be going for the Detect, though. Neither the Fluttermane nor Chi-Yu can be faked out this turn around. Not going for the fake out, Incineroar is receiving a Moonblast from that past Paradox Pokemon. There's going to be a dodge on the Heat Wave. No, it's going to be the Protect into the Urshifu, and the Heat Wave will connect onto the Incineroar. And even though it's resisted, look, that Incineroar is down to about half HP, but the knockoff now super effective. Goodbye Chi-Yu, goodbye terrestrialization.
Yeah, it's a really nice pickup here from Victor, expecting maybe that the terrestrialization could come out. So if it does, let's punish it with a knockoff. even if it didn't, you get rid of the choice spec, so there's no losing there, and you've done the right things, protecting that Urshifu now. The Beads of Ruin isn't on the field, boosting that Fluttermane, and we kind of know what it's locked in. Well, we kind of know what it might try and go for this next turn. It's got Moonblast, it's got Icy Wind, and it's unlikely to go for Perish Song this next turn, just because it's so early on in the game. Now the Urshifu comes into the field, it is going to threaten Victor's Incineroar, but do you have something like the Amoonguss in the back? It would be a perfect switch in now and alleviates the pressure on that in Incineroar, and then maybe the Urshifu can go for an attack itself into the opposing Fluttermane.
Decisions. It is the Amoonguss lurking in the back, and indeed the Fluttermane. This is information only we have access to, trainers. Of course, David can't see the Pokemon lurking in the back for Victor here. David is still going to take all the time they need, and I don't blame you. This is your tournament life on the line. You have to win this game in order to stay in the Seville Special Championships and progress to Phase 2, which will be starting after this round. So that's Urshifu switching out for Victor. Of course, threatened down heavily by that Fluttermane. Amoonguss joining the fray instead. Really nice pivot, just as you called out there, Lee, and the Icy Wind, super effective on the Amoonguss, but it's not a move that's there to deal damage. It's there to drop the speed, which of course it's going to do on this Incineroar and this Amoonguss here, and every little bit of chip damage will rack up. The close combat though into the Amoonguss, not very effective. It's still really impressive damage there. I was going to say that must have been a critical hit. In return though, the Urshifu is going to drop its defenses and of course have that focus sash broken thanks to the Rocky Helmet that the Amoonguss is donning atop its mushroom head, and now Incineroar can switch out with a little bit of chip damage to boot.
Yeah, it's a really nice pivot here from Victor to kind of, you know, take Urshifu out of harm's way almost. A really nice catch with the Amoonguss onto that close combat. So the Amoonguss has taken a bit more damage than probably Victor would have liked here, but the big thing is that Victor's opened the door for the Fluttermane potentially to come in on the field, and that's going to match up a lot better into the Urshifu now that's had its sash broken on David's side of the field, and it also is can pressure the opposing Fluttermane as well, with maybe a Terastallized Dazzling Gleam that would maybe be very close to picking up a knockout. You've got to worry about things like Icy Wind, but David's numbers are dwindling here. The Icy Wind would put it in a position where you could supersede or speed it with the Urshifu, but the problem is with that Rage Powder active, you need to deal with the Amoonguss before you can really have a free run at the Fluttermane on Victor's side of the field.
Yeah, of course, Rage Powder redirecting any single target move into the Amoonguss instead. This is how I like to play, Lee. You just sit there before working out your move rather than locking in case you lock in too soon and you've gone for the wrong thing. I often will bring it down to the wire, and that's exactly what these two trainers are doing. Again, recognizing just how much is on the line here as Urshifu is going for its protect. There's no damage heading that way this turn around. The Rage Powder. So if this Fluttermane has gone for another spread move here, then it will be, well, not redirected. It will be the Icy Wind, which is going to be dodged on the Amoonguss. Would have been really nice, super effective damage there, but dropping the speed on the Fluttermane is really wonderful here as well. It will be that Shadow Ball from Victor's Fluttermane. Choice Specs boosted, super effective into David's Fluttermane there. That will be enough for the KO, and now it's 2 Pokemon remaining for David, all 4 for Victor. This could be an easy Perish Song angle.
Yeah, I mean, the Perish Song set up perfectly now. You can't lock into that at the moment. You have to switch it out and switch it back onto the field. But if you can maneuver yourself around, knowing that the Sinistcha is the last Pokemon for David, you can really lean into that Perish Song as a mode here to close things up. But you know you've got that Shadow Ball that is going to be super effective into the Sinistcha this next turn. There is no Protect there, so it's a pretty safe target. And you can then utilize that Rage Powder one more turn to pull in any of those Surging Strikes that would be otherwise threatening you from the Urshifu on David's side of the field.
Yeah, Fluttermane doesn't like to stare down an Urshifu, even though it deals such big, super effective damage into Urshifu, because it's not known for its physical defenses, and that's exactly the kind of damage Urshifu can dish out. But with so much mileage that Victor has in the back, so many options, that's what this game is all about, the resources and getting the most out of them, and that is something Victor has given us a masterclass in so far.
Yeah, and now, you know, I think David, looking back, you can see the utility of Terastallizing early on in this game with that Chi-Yu, but really now would be the time where you could take advantage of that, as that close combat just nowhere near enough to take down the Amoonguss. It is going to stick around for at least one more turn, but more importantly, protecting that Fluttermane this turn to allow that Shadow Ball. You've got to imagine with the Choice Specs item boosting the power of this move, it will be enough to take down this Sinistcha, and it's exactly that.
Sinistcha is so tiny that I just saw that Shadow Ball heading into thin air there, but I realized, oh no, there is a tiny cup of tea there, and that will be the Sinistcha going all the way down. Just the Urshifu left now. It's, you know, a very powerful Pokemon, but this is just a hill that will be too steep for it to climb. So it looks like Victor has given us a clinic and very decisively will be taking us into Game 2 with a win.
Yeah, very convincing win here as well. I think managing the threat that was presented to them turn 1 in that lead with the Chi-Yu, the Fluttermane, and managing that situation very well. Not taking, not overextending either, not taking any risk, protecting the Urshifu, and just going for a pretty safe knockoff into the Chi-Yu there. There wasn't really much that could have went wrong in that scenario because there was no chance of the Incineroar getting knocked out there. And then from then on out, Victor just had to kind of tick the boxes for the rest of the match. And you can see the outcome here. So it's everything for David to do going into this next game. Remember, everything is on the line for these players to progress here. They're both 5-2 records. They need to preserve the record, the no more losses to progress into phase 2 of this tournament.
What do you think about the lead that David presented us there with, Lee, the Fluttermane and Chi-Yu? Do you think that's the right angle for David to approach in game 2?
I mean, I like it a lot because it offers that immediate offense, and it does ask for an immediate response as well, but I don't know if it's the right lead into... The Chi-Yu's not great into the Urshifu if you're expecting that. I think something like the Sinistcha might be better. It's a bit passive in a lot of ways. But then you can look at the Tornadus, I think. That offers you immediate speed control. You've got the cover clock there. You're not worried about the Intimidate or the Fake Out. So you can set that up pretty seamlessly. And then you could maybe even lean into your Fluttermane a little bit there, where you say, okay, well, I do have the option to protect this turn, set the Tailwind up, and then next turn I could almost switch in Chi-Yu for the Tornadus. You've got options there to play around that. Or you leave the Tornadus in play and you take advantage of those Bleak Wind Storms and do that super effective damage into the Urshifu. I think you need to start removing or forcing Victor into places that they're a little bit more uncomfortable because they never were in that game 1, and I think that's what David's got to do. I would totally expect a complete flip up from David going into this next game and maybe switch up some of those Pokemon choices and approach the game a bit differently. Victor, I don't know, do they need to really switch things up, Charlie?
Well, I mean, there's every argument that no, they don't because it worked so well. And the thing is, Victor has this wiggle room here. Knowing that they're a game up, they can afford to lose this one and still take it to a game 3. So I wouldn't be surprised to see exactly the same Pokemon Brawl. It's going to be Incineroar and that Fluttermane for Victor. Urshifu and Tornadus this time for David. So yeah, total switch up on that side.
Yeah, much better, much more comfortable position for David here. I mean, you have to be a little bit careful with the Urshifu here. It is going to be susceptible to that double up with a Fake Out and then Moonblast or a Dazzling Gleam here, especially from that Choice Specs Fluttermane, but the Tornadus in a pretty comfortable position where it can just set up a Tailwind here. Urshifu can protect it, and then the next turn it's going to be in a great spot where it can even then boost that Urshifu even further. Rain Dance, you've got Stellar Terastallization that you can go for, and you're going to be able to outspeed that Fluttermane, which is the most important thing.
Oh, but it is going to be a switch up from Victor, actually. We see lurking in the back and rising on the field now, Cresselia, but can it eclipse the competition that David has brought? Tornadus will just be keeping itself safe this turn. No damage headed that way, just scouting out for what Victor's going to be doing here. The double protect from both Tornadus and Urshifu, but of course, it gave Victor the wiggle room to get the Cresselia in for free, and of course, heading into the next turn, you aren't able to go for that protect. So this Cresselia is sitting on the field begging a question: how will you take me out of contention? Is my Trick Room free?
Well, you do have the... I kind of like as well the fact that it's forced the Fluttermane off the field and you haven't set your Tailwind in front of what is going to be potentially a Trick Room if you can't remove the Cresselia. But you do have the option to Terastallize with the Urshifu, set the Rain Dance, and hope that the Surging Strikes is going to be enough to take down that Cresselia in the rain. It's going to be the multipliers are there, but is it going to be enough to take it down? It is a big ask, I think, because Cresselia is just that defensively bulky, you know?
Yeah, there's a reason why Cresselia has been, you know, never terrible in any format it's been allowed in ever since the Pokemon was introduced. So bulky and a premier Trick Room setter. Going for the Terastallization here now, though. Victor Medina, if they win this game, then that is their Phase 2 secured. David has to win this to take it to a Game 3. Best of 3 is how it works. Incineroar does get that Flower Pot atop its head. Gone for the Terra Grass. Of course, now weaker to the Bleak Wind Storm. Is going to be dodged on the Cresselia. Incineroar takes super effective, but of course the Assault Vest paying dividends there too. I mean, the Bleak Wind Storm miss. That could mean that Cresselia is just all the safer to set up a Trick Room, all the more so because Urshifu is targeting down the Incineroar instead. It's soaking up all of this damage and it's going to be sticking around on the field. You're just watering the plant there, my friend, as now Cresselia is able to twist the dimensions and get the slower Pokemon moving faster after this U-turn, crucially breaking the Focus Sash on the Urshifu, softening it up for another blow heading into the next turn. last game and this game, it seems like Victor is just showing us how it's done.
Yeah, and you can see now if the Ursaluna comes in, that Flame Orb will be activated on the same turn, the Trick Room will be set, and Victor will be ready to go, and there's not really much that David can do to kind of counteract that, and you can imagine that David might have been put off going after the Cresselia so hard to prevent that Trick Room because of the threat of maybe an Amoonguss switch in there. You don't want to commit to that slot and then Amoonguss switch in and you take more recoil damage than you're actually committing, and then you've also committed your terrestrialization as well. So you can see maybe the thinking why you went after the Incineroar. It was an easier target, but Victor identifying that so well and then just reaping the rewards from making those decisions in that last turn. And now how do you contain this Ursaluna? It is ready to start firing off attacks. It can go for either of these Pokemon. If Victor gets it right, this could make the game very difficult for David to make any sort of comeback in.
Cresselia saying, bear with me as this Ursaluna comes in and the Tornadus wings its way off the field. Sinister is going to come in and at least restore the HP of that Urshifu back up to full, which could be crucial for David heading into this turn. But instead, Urshifu will just be keeping itself safe with this Detect. And now this Ursaluna can wreak havoc. It's a really nice switch, though, from David, of course, because Facade, a normal type move, does nothing into the Ghost that is Sinister. And the Urshifu Protector from the Psychic. So if there's one way to stall out the Trick Room, that's step one.
Yeah, if you had a perfect turn there, that would have been it from David. I think a really great turn. You not only get the sash back on the Urshifu now with that his hospitality ability restoring the health, you're now in a position where the Sinister can sit pretty freely in front of this Ursaluna, not worrying about it, and it's got the ability to reverse the Trick Room. All you need to do is maybe switch out that Urshifu if you really prioritize it going into this game. But what have you got in the back to switch in to maybe take that sacrifice? Have you got maybe a Flutterman that could come in on a potential Facade? That would be good, but if an Earthquake comes out, might not be the best case scenario.
And again, Cresselia with that Levitate ability, it's going to take no damage from Earthquake that normally targets the ally Pokemon as well as the opponents. So yeah, David back against the wall here is bringing the timer down to the wire. Again, they have to win this in order to take us to a game 3. Going to be the Urshifu switching out. Will it be that Fluttermane coming in, as you identified, or will it be the Tornadus, of course, immune to the Earthquakes? It will be the Tornadus, so a great play from David here. Going for the Earthquake, no damage on the Cresselia, no damage on the Tornadus, and Sinister resists it. So maybe David is enacting step 2 here in order to come back against Victor. It's still great damage, though. You can see the dividends that the Guts boost pays. Magigotcha going to be super effective into Ursaluna. It does a really respectable amount of damage there, actually, for a tiny little teacup of matcha. And, of course, Magigotcha, the other quirk of it, is that it can heal that Sinister right back up. It's all the way back up to full. So David is doing a masterful job here of showing Victor that, listen, I can stall out your Trick Room. I can deny you the advantage you want. The Psychic, again, Cresselia, as bulky as it is not going to be hitting very hard. And so Tornadus takes that really well.
Yeah, there's not really much reason for David to reverse the Trick Room right now because, like you can see from the damage there, the Magigacha actually doing more than was probably expected in this scenario where it's sitting pretty healthy still. The Tornadus can just protect this next turn. It can stall out these Trick Room turns, and now you can go for another Magigacha, chip down that Ursaluna even more. The problem is the Lunar Blessing that we're seeing Victor kind of hovering over now. If they do go for that, then it can heal up that Ursaluna and put it back into a better position, allowing it then the next turn to go after that Tornadus on its potential Protect, but no Protect coming out from David this turn.
No Protect, it's just going to be on the offense, and the Magigotcha connecting here with the Cresselia. Every little bit of chip damage will count, as all of the top trainers will recognize, but Lunar Blessing means that Cresselia can be healed up, and it's going to heal the burn on the Ursaluna too, but it will be reburned at the end of this turn thanks to the Flame Orb held item. Really interesting to see Victor lean into the Cresselia mode this game, because as David is showing us, they have all sorts of ways to deal with Ursaluna. Facade and Earthquake, all sorts of resists here. The Bleakwind Storm will connect now into the Cresselia, and there is that Flame Orb activation once more. Guts back online.
And now, I think the beauty about, in this last turn of Trick Room, David played this really well, and now they can just protect that Tornadus, go for a Magigacha. Victor's hand's almost forced to go for another Lunar Blessing here, because if you don't, the following turn when the Trick Room expires, they will be in a place where they can get knocked out, and there's a Facade into the Tornadus, not going for a Protect here and just getting knocked out.
Okay, another Magigotcha, which, as we saw, deals really respectable damage into the Ursaluna. Look at that, one more of that and it'd be down, but we know, of course, that Cresselia's gone for the Lunar Blessing, channeling the power of the moon, and meaning that Ursaluna, which is also a Moon Bear Pokemon, is going to be benefiting all the more. I wonder what special relationship Ursaluna and Cresselia have since they've been introduced here, both thriving off that lunar energy. So that's Ursaluna Ursaluna being burned once more, but now Victor really wants to be setting up that Trick Room.
Yeah, I think, again, you want it in place, but what a perfect Pokemon to bring in right now to stop that Cresselia setting up that Trick Room potentially with that Chi-Yu. It is threatened from the Ursaluna's attacks, so it has to be wary around that, but, you know, it can threaten a knockout into that Cresselia quite easy, especially if we don't see the Terastallization on the Cresselia this next turn. So it's whether or not Victor kind of values that Terastallization now as a way to guarantee that Trick Room setup, because if you can, then you're in a great position going into the next turn. But it's really difficult, because how are you dealing with this Sinistcha? Because that is the thorn in your side right now. You need to be able to manage that Pokemon, and something like Incineroar that's in the back is perfect to bring in against it, but it's getting the room to do it. Maybe now you could maybe switch Ursaluna out, bring Incineroar in, or you could switch it for the Cresselia here, protect the Ursaluna.
All right, well, protect on the Ursaluna is indeed what we see. Can Cresselia take a dart pulse from the Chi-Yu with the special defenses being reduced? No, it can't. Bees of Ruin active, and Cresselia, as bulky as it is, that moon has been eclipsed. All right, so David is getting their foot back into this game as another match of gotcha is attempted here. And now Victor, just like David, brought down to just 3 Pokemon.
Yeah, now you've got the option here. Do you bring in the Incineroar? It is pretty low health, or do you bring in this Fluttermane here? This can be the one thing that Victor can utilize to get rid of that Sinistcha. But it means locking in to the Shadow Ball if you're wanting to get rid of that in one fell swoop, which is not going to be that effective into the Chi-Yu here. And the Ursaluna taking so much damage so far, you've got to think, well, anything from the Chi-Yu will pick up the knockout there. It's a really tough situation for Victor to find themselves in. And does the Sinistcha stick around? Is it going to be switched out? The Urshifu is a potential switch for David in the back. It has got that sash.
Yeah, true.
And it would give you the room to kind of leverage the Chi-Yu in this scenario to get rid of that Ursaluna if it stays on the field, doesn't protect, and get some maybe valuable damage onto the Fluttermane at the same time.
Well, the time is ticking down for David, and Victor, if they win this, will claim Swiss round 8. What switches will be made as David, once more, he's got 6 seconds left on the clock to lock in their move. How can David come back here, already piloting through Victor's turns of Trick Room so masterfully as Ursaluna returns to hibernation, and joining Fluttermane on the field, the Incineroar, the Fake Out active. The Intimidate, of course, in this situation is not too important heading into the next turn. Already a Terra Grass, a Heat Wave here will go a long way. It's now time for David to respond with their Terastallization.
Here we go, where will it be into? And it is into the Sinistcha. It's been doing so well in this match so far. Wants to remove that weakness to the Shadow Ball. So if that is what Victor is locked into, it's no longer going to take super effective damage. It will be able to hang around a little bit longer, but it's the Dazzling Gleam, Charlie.
Okay, Dazzling Gleam. It brings them both down to about a third, and now the Dot Pulse that, of course, is locked into with the critical hit will be the one-hit KO. That's Fluttermane down, so it could well be a third game between these two incredible trainers. Ursaluna, of course, will be thriving under slower speed conditions. The Incineroar, just a bit of chip, of course, resisting that, a grass-type Pokemon. It means that the Incineroar can also be burnt here, but there's no burn to speak of in the air with the health bars are dwindling. It looks like David's been able to pilot through. You asked me, Lee, heading into this game, whether Victor should make any adaptations, and he did, but I wonder if he'd actually have been better off just sticking with what worked for him in Game 1.
I think so. In hindsight, it would have definitely probably given him a better opportunity to kind of combat what David has adjusted to. The Sinistcha adjustment, expecting maybe the Trick Room mode here is just such a great call here, and yeah, it looks like it will be going to a Game 3, especially with that Urshifu lurking in the back. Matcha Gacha coming out, enough to take down that Ursaluna.
I really like the synergy, though, because, of course, you've got Terra Grass and the Incineroar, and that means the Earthquake that Ursaluna goes for alongside it. You're mitigating the damage there. Of course, this Incineroar is really, really low on HP, and Ursaluna is going down here anyway. So incredible. We love to see it. Here in Seville, we've got 2 Spanish trainers going up against each other. It's the winning in, and we're going to a Game 3 in the final Swiss round of Phase 1.
This is what we love to see, going right down to the wire. Both trainers giving it their all, not one to give up, and continue on in this tournament. All to do, I think, a real contrast between Game 1 and Game 2. I think Victor really convincing in Game 1, really dominant, made those switch-ups. But I think we've got to give a lot of credit to David for the switch-ups that they made going in, adjustments in Game 2. That Sinistcha in particular, and the Tornadus, which was a pretty key piece of being able to pressure Victor, force that Fluttermane off the field so it wasn't there just throwing damage out like Victor would have kind of preferred it to be because of that initial Tailwind, Surging Strikes pressure. But not committing to it was pretty brave as well from David.
Yeah, and there were a couple of turns there where David just rendered two of the turns of Victor's Trick Room just totally useless there, with protects and switches and resists, so really well played. So now obviously the massive question mark here, Lee, is Victor just going to go back to the 4 Pokemon that worked for them in Game 1? Because that's pretty telegraphed for David, so then do you try and get a step ahead and anticipate how David would adapt to that, and therefore how you could counter that lead?
I would say so. I think it's something that you would revert back to automatically. I think it's hard to say what Victor's going to do because I think Victor performs best when their back's against the wall in this sort of scenario. And I think this is where Victor really flourishes on the battlefield. I think you would always immediately go back to what worked because, yeah, you had an easy time with that. You had the control of the game. You weren't relying on really setting too much up because you just had the automatic speed advantage, and you kind of waited out situations where you could get your Flutter Mane and pick big knockouts out when you needed to. You dealt with a Chi-Yu really well, but the Ursaluna felt a little bit clunky there for Victor to really get going. That's just because David managed it so well, so I wouldn't go back to that this Game 3.
Well, let's see what Victor's been thinking. This is going to be Tornadus and Chi-Yu. It's going to be Incineroar and Urshifu coming out this time for Victor.
Yeah, I like the Incineroar inclusion here because immediately you've got that option straight away where you can go for that knockoff into the Chi-Yu, and like we've mentioned before, there is really no downside to that. You either catch a Terrestrialization because it's trying to get out of the weakness that it's got to Surging Strikes, or you get rid of that Choice Specs item, and Incineroar right now is not threatened. And if you're really worried about the Urshifu taking any damage, you've got the option just to protect this turn, see what your opponent does. Tornadus likely going to go for maybe a Bleak Wind Storm. It's boosted by the Beads of Runes, so if you're suspecting that, you could go for that. But if you think the Urshifu is going to be left alone, you could attack into one of these targets and pick up a really key knockout.
Very interesting here. It looked like Victor was considering the Terrestrialization on that Urshifu, which would, of course, make it weaker to the Fire-type moves, but David is so disincentivized for going for that in the face of Incineroar, and as it stands, a Water-type Urshifu. Chi-Yu is going for its Terrestrialization once more. It will be that Terragosa knockoff. Is now super effective. As you said, very safe knockoff into that slot. Is that the play Victor made, and if so, is it something that David can come back from? The responding Terrestrialization as well. The gloves are off here in Game 3 of Swiss Round 8 at the Seville Special Championships. We are just using that mechanic, ripping the gimmick immediately. Here comes the Terra Steel Urshifu. But what did David lock into? It was the fake out this time into the Chi-Yu. Of course, it's Terrestrialized away from that. Being a Ghost type now, overheat into the Incineroar. It was going for massive damage there. Of course, in that previous turn, we did see the Terra Grass Incineroar would have been super effective, but no, just chipping away here. Bleak Wind Storm and getting the speed drop onto the Incineroar. Crucially, though, not onto the Urshifu. Here comes the Surging Strikes. There's no Rocky Helmet. It's just the Covert Cloak. That Tornadus, it's going to be close. It looks like it might just get the KO. Yep, there it is. Tornadus is down.
Yeah, when we saw that Steel Terrestrialization on the Urshifu and then the overheat, I thought, as David called it, no, into that slot on the Urshifu. Thankfully for Victor. A really nice Terrestrialization to get around the Bleak Wind Storm damage there, so you're able to sit way more comfortable now. But because of the inclusion of the Urshifu, both of your Pokemon are now heavily threatened. Yes, you threatened the Chi-Yu on the opposite side of the field, but, you know, have you got the ability with the Incineroar to get that knockoff off like you need to now? No, you haven't, because there's the Surging Strike threat in front of you. And not only that, you can't ignore the threat of close combat into your own Urshifu, Victor. So you've got to make some adjustments. Have you got the Pokemon in the back to make those adjustments right now? I don't know if you have. David feels a bit more in a more comfortable position to start getting knockouts in return.
That's something only Victor knows thus far, what the Pokemon are in the back. It'll be fascinating to see how this nail-biting Game 3 unfolds. The Detect coming out on the Urshifu doesn't want to take another overheat. That Chi-Yu, of course, locked into that with the Choice Specs. And, of course, it's had its special attack dropped by 2 stages. So just whittling away here on Victor's end. There's that close combat super effective into the Incineroar. Yes, that will be the Incineroar down and out as Urshifu softens itself up. Of course, it's got the Focus Sash, so it has more wiggle room to be able to do that. Now, Victor can send something in from the back. What do they have that might be able to counter this? We've got Amoonguss and Flutter Mane, so going back to what worked in that first game, but this time can Victor pilot it to success again?
Well, the Amoonguss coming in here is great, but you've got to really make sure that you get rid of that Chi-Yu before it is able to attack, because if it does hang around at all and get one of those overheats off, then Amoonguss cannot terastallize and will go down to that inevitably. But you do have a good Pokemon next to the Amoonguss if you do decide to go that way. I would think that the Fluttermane feels a better option here, where you can probably Dazzling Gleam, pick up the Chi-Yu, depending on the damage that it's done, but you will get that Urshifu down to its sash there, and then maybe with an Aqua Jet combination, you could potentially get rid of that threat before anything else, but deciding, keep that for later, go for that Amoonguss. Of course, it makes more sense. The Chi-Yu has taken no damage so far, so getting rid of it in one hit would commit to that Shadow Ball, which might overcompensate you in this situation.
Yeah, the margins are so fine here, and if Victor loses this, that's their tournament run over on home turf as well, whereas David, another Spanish player, would be sealing their spot in Phase 2 and could then go all the way. Both these trainers taking their time to lock into their moves, and of course, this is what it all comes down to. So will it be Victor or will it be David claiming Swiss Round 8 here at the Seville Special Championships? Amoonguss protecting it, even though it's in the face of this Urshifu here, but of course wouldn't be taking much damage from Urshifu anyway with the Unseen Fist. Overheat, is this going to be enough? The KO onto the Urshifu, yes it is, but now the Chi-Yu is down to -4 in its special attack. It can't go much lower than that, but there is still one drop that it can receive. That's Urshifu down. It's just going to be Amoonguss next to the Fluttermane. And so Urshifu will be redirected now into the Amoonguss, which is really nice because you're breaking that focus dash with the close combat, of course, and another defense drop thanks to the close combat here. Fluttermane lurking in the back. We know that Urshifu will be no issue for it, and then it comes down to what that final Pokemon is for David.
Yeah, and this isn't a terrible scenario. The Chi-Yu at -4 isn't hitting as hard, and the Fluttermane can lock into the Shadow Ball. It can pick up a knockout or do some significant damage to anything that maybe switches in for that Chi-Yu. The Urshifu as well is pretty... It's not in the greatest of spots, right? Because it can only lock into Surging Strikes close combat here, both of which are going to be redirected into the Amoonguss, and that Rocky Helmet is going to constantly chip you down and make it so you can't hit the Fluttermane. That's in a pretty safe spot right now for Victor, so not all over, but David doing all the right things up to this point. They've got to make sure that they try and do the next step to close out this end game and maybe try and progress in this tournament.
Yeah, the fact that Victor doesn't know what that fourth Pokemon is so crucial, because what move do you lock into with Fluttermane? It's carrying the Choice Specs, or whatever you choose here, that's what it has until the end of the game, because Victor down to just their final 2 Pokemon. No switching available. Amoonguss, the center of attention, it loves that spotlight. The Shadow Ball is going to be super effective, of course, into the Chi-Yu. Now it's Terra Ghosted, and there's no Focus Sash. That's what's on the Urshifu. So what is this final Pokemon for David? The Tornadus is down and out. How will Fluttermane and Amoonguss be matching up into it? If 2 Pokemon you love to see next to each other, Amoonguss redirecting moves away from that Fluttermane, it's going to be the Sinistcha. So the Shadow Ball was the perfect choice of move there to lock into.
Yeah, and now this does still not... It's going to be very close, right? I think the Urshifu now in a position where it probably will go down this next turn because it's going to have to lock into an attack. I mean, you can go for a double protect here if you want the room to avoid that Rocky Helmet damage, because whatever you lock into attack-wise, it's going to be redirected into the Amoonguss. You're going to take that chip. Shadow Ball will be enough with that close combat drop that you've already taken earlier in this game. So that will be removed, and then everything relies and comes down to that Sinistcha.
There's that Shadow Ball. This cup of tea is going to be emptied here, or can it hang on? No, with that Choice Bets, of course, just really bolstering the damage. The one-hit KO. Sinistcha, that teacup is going to need washing up. Now another close combat here into the Amoonguss, and you can just see how well it's soaking it up. And it looks like Victor has been able to do this and secure their ticket through into Phase 2. Wow, what a thrilling match.
Yeah, and it's all about that terastallization. If the Sinistcha had the ability there to terastallize, it might have been a different game, but not the case. Victor Medina is our winner in Swiss Round 8.
You can see how much it means to Victor here. So hungry for that first major win, having had such incredible results to their name. Really bringing it down to the wire, going to a Game 3. And Victor's clearly really feeling themselves there. But as ever, Victor's so gracious to their opponent, and their opponent just as gracious as well. And now they get to decompress about the match that they just watched unfold. And indeed, were instrumental in having it unfold. And that's what this community is all about, just being able to learn from the player that you've just faced.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a lot that I think both players can take away from that game. I think Victor was very very composed throughout that game, even though it looked like it wasn't going their way at all. But really had, I think, an end game in mind where knowing that terrestrialization, once it had been spent on the Chi-Yu, that the Sinistcha, if that was the Pokemon in the back that David was kind of keeping, it meant that locking into that Shadow Ball was the right choice. And then the Amoonguss with that Rage Power just took away the threat from the Urshifu so perfectly. You just needed to deal with that Chi-Yu, which the Fluttermane was able to do because of that terrestrialization. It was the double-edged sword. In one respect, it was a really good terrestrialization, but in another, it really was the downfall of David's game plan, and Victor capitalizing on that like we know Victor can do.
It's not very often that we see a trainer that won game 1, changing it up in game 2, but that's exactly what Victor did, bringing the Cresselia and Ursaluna combination there, and it's something that David was able to navigate through so well. This was exactly what that was. David was able to stall out those turns of Trick Room so masterfully, taking us to a game 3 where Victor reverted to what worked in that very first game. Even though that might seem telegraphed to the opponent, sometimes, even if you know it's coming, there's not much you can do about it, but David certainly had options up their sleeve. Victor really wincing in the face of what was an unfortunate KO there, and this Sinistcha in game 2 for me was the MVP. It was dealing so much damage to the Ursaluna, which was, of course, Victor's main damage dealer in game 2.
Yeah, that Sinistcha was just... It was really, really good, really surprising, and why it has carried David to this point in the tournament with a record, just unfortunately not quite enough to get them any further, and give Victor a lot of issues game 2. Just wasn't able to capitalize, even though they got the Trick Room set up quite perfectly, got the Ursaluna in, and that ideal situation where its Flame Orb was activated and you had maximum turns of Trick Room to go. Sinistcha just came in and said, nope. Nope, not today.
Absolutely not. How'd you like your tea? Hot? Well, it's coming right your way. You know what I mean? But Ursaluna wasn't appreciating the sips of tea that it had. Wow. Well, really cool, though, to see a Sinistcha team being brought and piloted so well by David. So, being at a 5-2 record before that game, that means now that they're at 5-3, and unfortunately won't have made it into Phase 2. But huge congratulations to Victor, and I hope that David is feeling really proud of how they played today, because 5-3 in a tournament that's really big out there, so many trainers have come to Seville this weekend, is no mean feat. And the stats competition out there as well, the names that we have, phenomenal.
Yeah, it is a remarkable achievement. I know it probably will sting, and it's just a learning experience. But like you say rightly, I think when you look at the field and the players that you went up against and have to compete against at this event, to have that record, a really good positive record, it's got to be a positive to take away from it and then bring to that next one, and then take those lessons, learn and improve and keep going, and those championship wins will come.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And David has been around for a little while and still going for that first major win, we believe. And the longer you stick around, the more likely it is to happen. But of course, as well, it is all about those friends we make along the way. So, that's Phase 1. Done.
Done and dusted.
Unbelievable.
Went by very quickly.
It really did.
But we've had some phenomenal games.
Yeah, we have.
What has stuck out to you is the one to put you on the spot?
No. Don't apologize.
Anything that has really been, wow, I didn't expect that coming into this.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, time flies when you're having fun. I'm certainly having fun with you, my friend, as I always do. But, I mean, the first call-out has to go to Great Tusk, of course, which we featured on stream twice. And if you're tuning in just now and thinking, yeah, what on earth are you talking about? Great Tusk and Regulations at F? Yes, go back and watch some previous rounds from today, because this is one of the new adaptations. And we saw a Great Tusk team winning earlier on stream. We featured it again later on. Yeah, activating the photosynthesis, and of course the ground type, so nice into your Raging Bolt. That is something I'm really excited about. It's such a cool Paradox Pokemon.
It really, that iteration, that team comp is really strong, and it's very good into that kind of balance call. But I think the second time around, there are ways around it. There are ways to approach it. Whether or not it can kind of overcome those issues going forward in the tournament, I hope we get to see more of it, because I think a great innovation coming into the latter end of this format. But I believe the Victor is ready in an interview, so we'll throw it over and hear a little bit more of an insight from Victor Medina.
Thank you very much, and what a match to finish Phase 1 of the tournament. Of course, we still have one more round of Phase 2 today, but I'm now joined here by our winner, Victor Medina. Whew, how are you feeling after that set?
Ooh, very nervous, honestly. It was a very intense set. It was nerve-wracking, honestly, but I'm feeling good. I did day 2, so that's a good thing. Now I have to play one more round today of 6.
Absolutely, yeah. Congratulations on making it to the second phase. I feel like this matchup, and very fittingly, Charlie was describing it, I think, as a David versus Goliath in a little bit. You're, of course, a very experienced player with a lot of achievements. But David also played really well with his adaptions especially. So how did you feel going through the different games with the modes that you chose, bringing the Cresselia Ursaluna game to, and how he adapted to that?
Yes, personally, I was feeling kind of nervous. Chiyu was one of the mons that I really was afraid of a little bit in this tournament, because I'm bringing a team that struggles a little bit into it with Cresselia and everything. So I was a bit scared. My thinking was like, in game 1, because my Sinistcha did so little, if I play like Insane, Amoonguss, and Flatterming, those are 3 very, very good mons against Sinistcha. Maybe he is going to not bring Sinistcha to counter this game plan. He did bring Sinistcha in the game 2, so that was not as expected. But at the end of the day, because he brought it in game 2, I was like very sure he was going to bring it in game 3. And in game 3, even in game 1, it was really guess the Chiyu. Is Chiyu going to Terra? Is Chiyu not going to Terra? It was really, really nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and then both in the games that you won, in the first game, it went for Terra Ghost, you went for the knockoff, and then in the third game, it had Terra Ghosted along the way, and then you could get the KO with a Shadow Ball.
Yes.
So how were you feeling about that game 3 in particular? You were playing towards this end game then with Amoonguss next to Fluttermane, but how sure were you that that was going to be enough to take the game?
Honestly, I was not that sure, and I think I misplayed a little bit in the end game of the game 3, because I was like trying to think like if he has Sinistcha for sure, but at the end I could position myself with like Amoonguss Flutter and just win the game, because I was like pretty sure, because of how he played and because he brought Urshifu and not like Lando, for example, that he had that Sinistcha in the back.
Yeah, and that worked, of course. Then the Fluttermane just needed a Rage Powder Shadow Ball, Rage Powder Shadow Ball, and the game was over. About that, by the way, bit of a random question, but we see you on the stream quite often, and when seeing the game from your point of view, I noticed you very often you hover over a move, you click something in, and then you're like, okay, taking this step back. But then very often in the end, you still lock the same move that you thought initially. So is this just your pattern? Think very quickly, which move do you feel like is the right move, and then you think about it?
I like do my whole thinking process with like in the whole game. The first thing I click with the first mon is like what I'm thinking to do at first, and then it's probably like, okay, maybe it's not that, and then every single move that I make after that is like me thinking, is this the correct move? I should do this, maybe he switches, etc. So it's really just my way of thinking. It doesn't really mean anything. I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, you do this. No reason, honestly. But yeah, it does help me to choose the correct play.
All right, and well, you chose a lot of correct plays, of course, now, so you will move on into phase 2. Finally, is there anything you want to say to your Spanish fans who are watching, or any other shoutouts you might have?
For sure, for sure. First of all, shout out to Clippers, and shout out to Clippers like for the help with the team. Shout out to Antonio, Miguel, and Sufi for always being there and being together in Malaga. Shout outs to my esports team, Giants, of course. Thank you for the family that we created. We played a lot of Giants members played today, and it was such a good experience. Thank you to all the Giant X family. Thank you for the co-stream. Thank you, Carlengues. Thank you, Coffin, and yeah, quite a bit of shout-outs.
Big community over here in Spain. One of the friends you mentioned, Antonio Sanchez, right now at a 7-1 record as well. So also we will maybe see him in phase 2. But yeah, that's it from phase 1. But do not go anywhere, because we are starting with phase 2 right away. So there's going to be one more match, and you really don't want to miss it. So don't go anywhere, as we'll kick it to a very short break.
step, and they are getting a knockout. They eyed their way in. Great Queen does low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He has
in the
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzeboy. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow.
He goes on the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzeboy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzeboy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzeboy in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzeboy, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt. It's lightning energy! If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him. There it is! Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion! Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Fuguan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Fuguan's board. Disruption. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Fuguan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragapult EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game, it's over!
It's history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer, Bills, pick up the KO. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, double KO. Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World Champion, Scavenon! Sputtermane is going to go right in that Koraidon that protected on that last turn. This is a huge
I don't think it's going to take it.
And the Chio goes for the Heat Wave to try to finish it off. A double KO, and Chio is one Pokemon away from becoming the world champion. And it's going to be the Chi-Yu looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow. And just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion.
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course. Me siento muy emocionado y alegre. The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock.
Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year of seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
I'm here with an absolute veteran of the Pokemon scene. It is Ross Gilbert, trading card game caster. How you doing, Ross?
I'm doing very well. I was around when Pokemon first launched, so for me, 30th anniversary is 30 years of me as a Pokemon
It's
fan.
true. I mean, I was there as well, but I think you're around a little bit before. No judgment at all. But you might think you know Pokemon, Ross, but what about with the vowels removed? Let's play some vowelless Pokemon. I have on my card here, and you'll see on screen, some letters that indicate Pokemon names, but we've taken all of the vowels out. Ross, and you at home, you have to work out what the Pokemon is. It'll make much more sense in a moment. You feeling good?
No, because I feel like you've only chosen ones that are going to stump me.
I don't know about that, Ross. They'll get harder. There's definitely a difficulty curve here.
I feel like Pch is not one you're choosing.
That's not a Pokemon, so I absolutely won't be... Oh, I see. Okay, nice. Well, they got me there. These are all grass types. That's your clue, okay? They're all grass types. Let's have number one. This one. BLLSSM. What Pokemon is that?
It's Blossom.
Very good, Ross. Very good. All cylinders firing right now. But make sure to give it some thought as well. Also give the people at home some time to work it out. But that's your sort of pilot one. You ready for number two?
I'll take it slower this time.
TNGL. What's that Pokemon?
Oh, I have no idea what this one could be. I'm getting some strong Erica vibes here.
Erica vibes.
I feel
very nice.
I feel like there might have been a recent blister in the TCG.
Oh, yeah.
That had this Pokemon in. I feel like it can help me search for Erica's Pokemon.
I mean, as VGC players, we have no idea what you just said, but maybe. Go on then, Ross. Take it away. What is it?
It is, of course, Tangela.
Tangela. Very nice. Congratulations, Ross. Clearly, not just a pretty face. Now, let's have number three. MNGSS.
Oh, now this one I don't know straight off the top of the head.
Yeah, you could tell on his face that he had to learn this one out.
The first time I looked and I'm like, boom, got this.
Okay, would you like a clue?
I keep thinking Metagross, but Metagross doesn't have an N in and also is not a grass-type
Definitely
Pokemon.
not. It's not Terra Grass Metagross either. So this Pokemon is a clue. Introduced in Generation 5.
Okay.
It's a grass and poison type.
Oh, Gen 5 is my jam as well.
It's very prominent in VGC.
That doesn't help me very much. I'm not very prominent in VGC.
A mushroom Pokemon.
Oh, a Moongus.
A Moongus, congratulations, Ross. Okay, here we go. So we're ramping it up. We've only got one more for you.
Okay.
Here we go. GRPN.
Well, I do feel like 75% will be kind of like an A grade here.
Yeah,
I
sure.
feel like 3 out of 4 is kind of it.
You've secured the A, but can we make it an A star?
Well, I feel like we probably can. You see, this one, I'm getting strong TCG vibes from this.
Okay,
I'm feeling
also
like
VGC.
This might be a Pokemon that there is a strong argument for this one being the best Pokemon EX we've had since Pokemon EX came back in Scarlet and Violet base.
Learning
That's
all the
how
TCG
good it
facts.
is. It's going to look really silly if I'm wrong here now.
Yeah. Okay, go on, tell us.
I believe we're talking about Ogerpon.
The hero from Kitakami, of course it is Ogerpon. Ross, 4 out of 4. Hey, star, my friend. 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
Why is it 3 out of 4?
You had to give me too many clues for a moon because I'm not counting that.
He's a harsh critic. How did you do at home? Let us know with #PlayPokemonTrainers, and we'll get back to the action very shortly.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
right, there you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Well, welcome back, trainers. Myself, Lee, and joined by the lovely Costa Didamos.
Hello.
And we'll be here to guide you through Phase 2 of this tournament. We'll be getting Swiss Round 9 very shortly, and I cannot wait. How has Phase 1 of the tournament been overall for you? Was there any standout moments, Costa?
I mean, it's been incredible, really. Given the fact that this is the final Regulation Set F major event, people all over this venue have been putting out all the stops, like even off of the broadcast in of itself, because I've had a couple of chats with some of the trainers and they've been talking about some pretty crazy Pokemon and techniques, but we have seen one of those come to the fore, that being Great Tusk. It's been a bit of all the rave, even though I think it's won set of a stream match set today and then lost another, if I'm not mistaken.
Against the same
comp, right?
Team,
Yeah.
So 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but it definitely feels like one of those Pokemon that have been a bit underexplored in this current format, but we shall see how it unfolds. How about yourself? Favorite moment?
I would have said the Great Tusk as well, just to be in line with you, but it has been a big standout, I think, so far today. I think it wasn't something I was really expecting to see at all coming into
Clear Amulet.
Yeah, the Clear Amulet, and it really does make it difficult for those balanced teams to function as they would like to. So really great choice. I'm sad we haven't seen any of your Drift Blim shenanigans. I heard
we saw
you
it on the graphic
earlier.
Did you see it on the graphic? Gilberto Doraci
I didn't
brought
see. No,
a variant of it with Drift Blim.
This weekend.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I saw on the graphic, but I haven't checked in to see how he's doing. But, you know, there's a bit of representation there. It's the right amount of toxic.
I like Drift Blim. Fond memories. And all the days playing Drift Blim with that.
Back in day.
Back in day. Back Exceed.
Oh, my God, I know. It's just, like, so great. You know, back when we had, like, Tapu Leles and stuff like that. That was quite dominant. I think Aaron did a really good job as well. He picked up a title or two with the Metagross. But as a whole different format, whole different year, we are here to celebrate the final one of Reg F. And our trainers are right now getting essentially everything prepared because, like you mentioned, Lee, we're entering Phase 2. This is the point where we're going to have to try to put out all the stops if we're going to want to be able to progress and do the very best that we can. This final opportunity, it is quite grueling. There's a lot of rounds. However, our trainers are well acclimatized in terms of battling the fatigue as well as their opponents and all sorts of matchups.
That's a huge part of it because this will be the last game of today because everything will continue tomorrow in Phase 2. And it's a long period of time, you know, to come in at this end stage. And it's not make or break this next round, but it really counts because if you've got those undefeated records, you want to carry that forward as far as you can to guarantee yourself a place in that top cut when the chance comes round.
Yeah, and talking about undefeated records, we have got two trainers that still have not lost a set. It is Anthony and Pablo. And what a way to be able to go about it. We're talking about fatigue and whatnot, but clearly these two trainers, they've got a pretty good resistance to it, being able to just go 8-0 going into Phase 2.
It's incredible, really, especially when you look at the field and the players that are here. And the fact as well that we're at the end of a format where everyone is very well established within this format. And you know, there is not an easy game when you're sitting down. Whoever you're in front of, it's going to be tough because everyone's played this format for such a long period of time.
Yep.
It does make it difficult. So to have those undefeated records at the end of Phase 1 is just incredible.
Which kind of begs the question of, what did their run kind of look like? And thankfully, we've got lovely production being able to provide that run, at least for one of our first 2 undefeated trainers, Anthony Christopher Manolesh. And what a way to go about it, you know, a lot of greens. I think that's an indication of some really good stuff.
Green for GO, and they are going right to the top if they continue like this. And really interesting that they're bringing that balanced team and having such success with it. You know, it is continuing to do well here in Europe. It's not easy opponents either on the run in here. You can see some of the team comps as well that they've had to come across. I mean, there's even a Smeagol in there.
Yeah, there is.
Costa.
Oh, it's so good. But no, it's sort of the Pokemon where it just adds so much utility and really changes the game completely. But Raul Campoya wasn't able to go ahead and get the win up against what has been an absolute onslaught that Anthony Christopher has been able to unleash. And that is the same 6 that Marcus did mention he would bring as well. We saw Paul Chua do an incredible job picking up EUIC title. And a couple of notable names, no doubt about it. We've seen Yoel Ramirez actually a couple of times over the past couple of seasons, most notably really into being a big presence in the Spanish community.
Yeah, tough round 1.
Yeah, tough round 1, but it just keeps on improving every single event. But then ending up with Javier, exactly. Like, I mean, what is that? If I'm not mistaken, that's all Spanish matchup, right?
Yeah,
like all 8 opponents are from Spain.
Yeah, you've had to really go through each one, different boss each time to get through to Phase 2. Difficult rounds, and I really do want to emphasize that there are so many different comps here throughout each round that you know, Anthony's had to overcome. And it's not just been the same sorts of teams, there's been variations in those similar ones as well throughout. So really showing their ability and comfortability with the team to take it this far. So far.
Oh, truly. You need to have that level of flexibility, but most importantly, like you said, the comfortability. You want to feel confident with the plays that you make. And when you have the sort of 6 that we've highlighted multiple times already, it allows you a bit more of a saving grace in terms of space when it comes to if you sort of like misplay one turn or something like that, it's not necessarily over and you're able to sort of have a bit more sustainability with all the different beautiful synergy pairings you've got, fire, water, grass, fake out, you name it. But Anthony Christopher is not our only undefeated trainer. We have also got Pablo Lopez.
Yeah, Pablo, one of those other trainers that has managed to come through this event undefeated, not facing Spanish players throughout every round, but has had a bit of a mixture, especially towards the end of the day, but running another interesting comp here with that Psychic Spam team, with the Indeedee, the Iron Crown, and then partnering Pokemon. You've got those mods with the Tornadus, the Urshifu, and then the Ogapon and Fluttermane as well.
Yeah, and actually, these 6, if I'm not mistaken, they're the same as Ethan Trejo's in terms of having the Fluttermane available. It allows you a bit more of a burst damage potential mode if you need to be able to bring it. And obviously, Fluttermane, one of the most popular Pokemon of all time at this point, not only just Scarlet and Violet, being able to just have that initially available dependent on the matchup. And obviously, Calm Mind, Iron Crown. So if this is like Ethan's, it's most likely going to be a Terra Psychic with a booster energy in speed. So I'm curious to see if Pablo's decided to bring that, or maybe a variation with the Modest or Special Attack.
Yeah, and the Fluttermane as well, it gives you a better matchup against those Raging Bolts as well, that, you know, can be a bit of a hang-up with that team in particular. So you've got that, like you say, the burst damage there with the potential Fairy Terror, but you also have a way to immediately pressure the Raging Bolt, so it's not in that position where it can just freely set up those Calm Minds. The interesting thing about Pablo's run is that they haven't faced this balanced team, the exact 6.
The exact 6, yeah.
Throughout
I did know
all 8
that.
rounds, so this will be the first time that they'll be going up against it.
Next
round.
And they did go up against a variety of compositions as well. I think I spotted another Entei, if I'm not mistaken.
Corviknight.
There's a Corviknight as well. I was like, what is that doing there?
I love it. I love it.
That's great. Hey, I mean, it's a previous regional champion as well. We've seen Nils Dunlop do an incredible job with it in previous times, even though obviously it had a bit of a thing of getting frozen in time or not. It's quite sunny here, so I'm not sure if it would be the same. But regardless, we are going to actually be able to feature our 2 undefeated trainers potentially. However, there are other notable matches to essentially go ahead and check out, because like we said, this is phase 2. Swiss round number 9 is going to be the final one of today, and there we got the confirmation as well for the stream.
Yeah, firstly, congratulations to all our players that have progressed into phase 2 of this tournament. It is a huge accomplishment in itself, so you really need to be very proud of your progress so far. But don't rest now, because there is so much to do, and we've got some cracking notable matches. Here you can just see a little kind of snippet of some of them that we've got there. Roberto Parenti going up against Jay Ballister. What a great match that is going to be. And what dynamic teams to go up against each other as well. That could really sway either way in that one. Aurelian Sula performing incredibly well. We've not been able to feature them yet on the broadcast, but they have consistently been doing well to get themselves into the right positions into phase 2 and hopefully even further in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. And something that I've noted as well, I'm not sure if you have too, Lee, I'm sure you have, Don Dozo. You know, quite a few Don Dozos running around, mate.
Yeah, there is a lot.
And it sort of makes sense, because the meta has sort of transformed to the point where it doesn't respect Don Dozo as much, because there's just so much balanced comms going around that everyone's trying to like hyperfixate over on trying to solve that issue.
Yeah, concentrating on too many other issues, and then Don Dozo, as usual, kind of flies under the radar and comes in last minute and be like, hey, I'm here, and I brought my buddy Tatsugiri, and now we're just gonna, and you know, and if you haven't got the answers for it, or you're not well prepared for it with whatever team you've brought, then it can cause you all sorts of problems. So no surprise to see players making that smart decision to bring it if comfortable. And we saw that we kicked off the broadcast this weekend with Marcus, and one of the best players with that Don Dozo Tatsugiri combination.
Exactly that, but we have got our 2 undefeated trainers going head-to-head, 8-0. One of them will be running away with a 9-0 to end the day, the other with 8-1. Anthony on the left-hand side, we have got Pablo on the right. And Anthony, a trainer that has been able to do quite well in terms of consistency when it comes to a couple of their accomplishments they've been able to achieve. Top 128 in EUIC just this season, and a couple of top 64s as well. And let's not forego that 2024 World's Top 128. Sure, it's not the highest of achievements, but they're all very within frame of one another in terms of different seasons. 24, 25, and now 26. The build-up has been real, and Anthony has been able to bring out all of the pressure. So good job there.
Yeah, you can see the progression that Anthony's making, and you hope that at some point it's going to kind of go even further, go even deeper, and maybe this is the event this weekend. Then we've got Pablo there. Not massive notable accomplishments, but what an accomplishment to get 8-0 at this tournament. And a grand challenge, top 32 finish, and that was this season. So pretty new to the competitive circuit, and what an accomplishment in itself. Those grand challenges are not easy.
They're very hard. We obviously speak from personal experience, but we got Anthony Christopher's 6, which we've already mentioned, very familiar. Ogerpon Halflame, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Flutter Mane, Raging Bolt, Incineroar, and the Rillaboom. A lot of variety in terms of the Fire, Water, Grass core. We've got, understandably, the Raging Bolt, actually a Life Orb, Terra Electric. So just to make sure you want to commit on the damage output prowess rather than the Calm Mind variant. But the setup is on that Ogerpon Halflame.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot more offensive options here than you would regularly see. Those like patient setup Pokemon that you would see in this balance mode. The Swords Dance, the immediate setup on the Ogerpon. If it gets room to do that, that becomes a huge threat. And then the Raging Bolt as well doesn't really need to rely on those Calm Minds so much, because if you can get it onto the field positioned well, that Life Orb, especially when combined with that Terra Electric that it's got access to, it's going to be hitting extremely hard. And the Taunt on the Flutter Mane, a really nice integration here. I think that's good for preventing and shutting down opposing threats that might want to also set up themselves, or maybe even get a Trick Room or a Tailwind setup if you're in that position to be able to take advantage of Flutter Mane right there and then.
Yeah, and I think those 6 in particular, the sets that I've saw, if I'm not mistaken, Marcus may have actually brought this to top 8 in Birmingham, and obviously has been able to share and build that with Justin Karras from over the pond. But we've got Pablo's 6, Ogerpon Halflame, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Flutter Mane Tornadus, Female Indeedee, and the Iron Crown. So 3 same Pokemon, but the other three that differ, and they bring different modes as well. We've got Tailwind, we've got Sunny Day on that Tornadus, and let's not forget the Iron Crown. It is Calm Mind, but not Terra Psychic, it is Terra Dragon. Clearly trying to focus and prioritize on the defensive aspects of being able to take and sponge a bit more damage. But Female Ndidi, Helping Hand, Imprison.
Yeah, like
in order to shut down the other Trick Room potential, or even follow me in Ndidi's.
Yeah, it is a nice option. I think the Imprison there can be really good. Probably not going to be that useful into this game because it's not the lines that Anthony's going to be going down to, but I would imagine with the overview that we had before, of all the different comps that Pablo's been able to go up against, that's probably come in quite useful in a lot of games where you've been able to stop that opposing Trick Room. But like you say, I think the key is getting that Iron Crown set up and in a place where it can really take advantage of the Psychic Terrain. There isn't a lot on Anthony's side of the field that can really come in, switch in on that and not take big damage.
As we have got the leads, now our trainers are going to have to try to battle it out. Ogerpon Incineroar from Anthony Christopher's side versus Pablo's Tornadus and the Flutter Mane. Fake Out available on one side, potential setup of Swords Dance, but then we've got the speed, pressure, and control from Pablo's.
Yeah, that's it. And I think, though, the one thing you would say is the Tornadus there is sitting pretty happy right now. It doesn't have to worry about that fake out from the Incineroar. It is going to be able to set up some sort of speed control to help support that Fluttermane, although it doesn't really need it right now. But it does put a lot of pressure on with Bleakwind Storm onto that Ogerpon as well. And that's a big key point here. You don't really want to set the Sunny Day up in this situation in front of two fire types, so it's probably more preferable to go for that Bleakwind Storm if you want to keep it on the field and just get that damage off and protect that Fluttermane. Maybe switch it out or even go for the Terastallization here and get that absolute huge damage that's boosted with that Terastallization.
Yeah, clearly trying to prioritize getting as much damage dealt. You want to be able to whittle away all of the available resources from Anthony Christopher's side, which is also committing to a Terastallization going to be the Ogerpon. Let's not forget there's no Intimidate on the field at the moment, so it's going to be hitting strong and true with its +1 of ferocious attack, especially if it opts in for an Ivy Cudgel that is boosted by the Sunny Day, which is confirmed. We've got Photosynthesis now activating. It seems to be special attack from the Flutter Mane. It is crafted, it is true, and it is going to strike through the Incineroar straight away. One hit KO because why not?
That is a huge knockout here from that Fluttermane, picking up a key knockout. But in response, are we going to see this Ogerpon go after that Fluttermane? And it is, and it will also get a return knockout, taking down the Terastallized Pokemon on Pablo's side.
What a way to go about it. It has been an absolutely explosive way to start this set in Game 1. Now, both of our trainers have committed with their Terastallization options. They've traded one of their Pokemon as well, but Anthony Christopher does have theirs still available, especially, we got a bit of a sneak preview with the Rillaboom in the back. It will most likely be able to enable a Grassy Glide focus perhaps, but Pablo revealing the Iron Crown here sort of gives me a bit of a hint, Lee, that the Ndidi has to be in the back, right? So it's going to be battle of who remains with the terrain.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but how are you going to kind of control this Iron Crown if that, you know, with the speed control that you've got access to with the Tornadus, and then bringing in the Ndidi, if the Iron Crown can stop firing off those expanding forces, how are you containing this Pokemon? Yes, you have Thunderclap, but that's not going to be an option, really. And has your Ogerpon got enough in the tank to be able to take one of those expanding forces if that is the situation that occurs?
Oh, as we've got to protect from the Tornadus, the Ogerpon is free to go for the Iron Crown, which does not go for any defensive play. Of course, it is going to get absolutely knocked back straight into its Pokeball. The one-hit KO, I don't think the sun mattered at this point. It just feels too much damage with the Ivy Cudgel, with the Multiplier, with the Terra. You've got the stab, got everything going for it. And that's sort of an awkward spot with Pablo. Sort of what you were hinting to there, Lee, is the fact that you don't have that immediate burst damage potential available with the Iron Crown because of the setup required.
Yeah, you've got to really take a turn, especially against the threats on Anthony Christopher's side of the field. You've got to get that Tailwind set up. You've got to get the Psychic Terrain up. That takes a couple of turns itself, and all the while you've got to try and then position that Iron Crown. But you're not able to do that, especially when you've got another threat like that Raging Bolt coming out and just throwing thunderclaps around like it's no one's business.
Yeah, and as if the Psychic Terrain isn't there, which, understandably, because it is airborne, the Tornadus is not actually protected by the priority block of the Psychic Terrain. Ivy Cudgel, 3 Ivy Cudgels, 3 KOs. What a way to start off this game. My lordy, Anthony Christopher, please slow down, my friend, because you are absolutely rocking it a bit too hard, making me sweat right now, because it's so incredible to see the offensive pressure he's been able to just unleash. And Pablo, it just felt like he couldn't have an immediate response to it.
Couldn't contain the pressure there that the Ogerpon put on. I think after it Terastallized and the sun is set there, it's really hard to kind of make any sort of comeback. And you see there that the Sunny Day really was the double-edged sword, almost acting against what Pablo kind of wanted to do, get the power up of the Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis. But Anthony Christopher seeing that, identifying it and saying, well, if you're going to set the sun, I'm going to take full advantage of it, and then I'm going to just make sure that I am getting good returns on the Pokemon I've got in the field and that you're not.
Yeah, and Pablo's going to have to go back to the drawing board, really, and give a proper evaluation here, because, yeah, the Fluttermane did so much damage, picked up that one-shot onto the Incineroar, but the real question here is, how are you going to be able to keep it on the field in order for it to still act as that burst damage potential without getting felled by a KO from the Ogerpon on Anthony Christopher's side?
Is it better to approach it with Tornadus and Urshifu, Tailwind, and then get those Surging Strikes, hope that the Ogerpon Terastallizes, and then go after it that way with a Bleakwind Storm combination? I think that might be a better way to approach it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, okay. As we do have a switch-up. The Urshifu is now on the field. Of course, it's going to be foregoing the Intimidate if it opts in for the Surging Strikes, which essentially ignores it and goes with the crit. But the Incineroar Ogerpon, you got Fake Out already available, and this is a bit awkward for Pablo, surely.
Yeah, the other option here is as well with the Ogerpon having access to Grassy Glide. This is another offensive option that this Ogerpon has access to, and we can already see that Anthony Christopher has that Rillaboom in the back. It can switch that in, activate the grassy terrain. Incineroar currently the slowest thing on the field, so you don't have to worry about that terrain being overwritten by anything else switching out, and you've got a guaranteed Grassy Glide. That is going to have that priority. It's going to get the jump on anything on Pablo's side and potentially pick up a knockout on that Urshifu, considering that it is Focus Band.
Focus Sash, yes. It is Focus Sash indeed, and it's going to be able to allow itself to survive and force the two-shot in that scenario.
Yeah, and that's the thing I think that you need to worry about if you are Pablo, and you don't want to give this away for free, and a Fake Out coming out into that slot. It is stopping it. Now we're going to see the Power Gem.
It's so close.
So close there, super effective, trying to pick up the Terastallization, obviously on that Ogerpon. Really great call from Pablo, but not getting the return with that knockout. So close.
And this sort of feels like maybe you could have had the scenario of committing with the Power Gem with the Sunny Day available in order to guarantee the KO if you had the Tornadus instead of the Urshifu. Urshifu at this point, not only did it not assist the scenario, it got its Focus Sash broken, so Pablo's already at such an incredible disadvantage, having to force the female Ndidi onto the field and essentially forego its terrain control at any point if Anthony Christopher wants to bring the Rillaboom in.
Yeah, and this is a perfect scenario, right? You just say, okay, well, your Psychic Terrain's out. Now I can win the terrain war, and I can, if I want to, I can go for that Grassy Glide into the Urshifu. Now that that Sash has been broken, Grassy Glide's going to pick up the knockout there. The only thing that would kind of make that go wrong is Follow Me from the Ndidi that would pull in and give the Urshifu a little bit more room to kind of function this next turn. But still, you've got a really big advantage, especially with that Raging Bolt in the back, and just keeping terrain control is such a big advantage, especially when you're going up against this Psychic core combination.
Yeah, and Psy-Spam trainers tend to want to be able to bring that female Ndidi in as sort of like a bait if it's like early to mid-game in order to force an immediate switch out and preserve the female Ndidi and get that Rillaboom onto the field, which doesn't seem to be the case from Anthony Christopher's side, going on another onslaught, the Iron Crown, yet again getting KO'd. We know for a fact the critical hit did not matter. That is so much damage coming out.
And that's one way to deal with Iron Crown. You say, yes, it's a threat, but if you don't allow it to attack, it can't be a threat at all. And Anthony Christopher dealing with this threat in such great fashion. And you can see the value here of this Citrus Berry on the Incineroar, going to be able to take these surging strikes from the Urshifu here. Stick around for at least one more turn.
Yeah, I know. The coup critiques were not enough in order to be able to essentially pick up that Incin, which is allowed now to go for the parting shot. You get that pivot action going. Okay, sure, Surging Strikes sort of ignores any negative attack stat sort of scenarios. However, it does lower the close combat if Pablo wants to try to utilize that and deal more damage. But at this point, I think it's overly. I'm going to be real with you, because the Ogerpon, it's just stayed on the field. It's been allowed to, although at the same time, Anthony Christopher has not been scared and stood strong in keeping it there, just dealing damage.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give huge credit to Anthony Christopher for the way that they've played this, you know, with what you can approach this matchup like. They have not hesitated to take knockouts when the opportunity was there, and there is another one from this Ogerpon. It is on an absolute tear in this game, and yeah, just the Urshifu against the world, and in front of a Raging Bolt, you think, what can you do?
No go. I think you have to stop right now. And there's no point for you to be able to process it through. Like, sure, you can try to evaluate if there's any scenario you can get rid of this towering, monstrous Pokemon, but it's not going to allow it. It goes for the KO. Super effective. Anthony Christopher Manolash is now our only undefeated trainer.
Wow. What a way to end this day one. We're into phase 2 of the tournament. Our only undefeated trainer going forward so far is going to be Anthony Christopher. Yep. And what a way to stamp your mark on this tournament, and what a way to go into the next phase as we continue. Just amazing to see, so dominant in every respect. And like you say, I think you've got to be brave, and you just committed to the opportunities that were presented every single time, and just made it impossible for Pablo to get any sort of footing in that game. And it was just, you don't see matches that often that are very one-sided, and it was all down to the leads in that match, and then obviously being able to take advantage of those situations that were in front of them to just not allow your opponent even breathe in that game.
There's certain scenarios with board states, right, depending on the matchup and stuff, where there are usually like momentum swings and whatnot from one side or the other, or whatnot from both trainers. However, it was just purely in Anthony Christopher's favor. Like you said, wasn't scared to commit. And that is so important, because if you know that you got the initial advantage in terms of like the offensive prowess or presence of your Pokemon, then you kind of like say, okay, it's straightforward and all that stuff. But technically, Pablo had speed control available in game 1, right? From the get-go. So there could have been an opportunity if they really wanted to go for the Sunny Day and the Photosynthesis Special Attack boosted Power Gem alongside the multiplier of the choice specs to guarantee the KO onto the Ogerpon Hearthflame, because you're able to, you know, be immune to fake outs and whatnot. But it's the fact that Anthony Christopher sort of like stuck their ground into committing, and Pablo just wasn't able to match it. And even when they tried to in game 2 with the Power Gem and whatnot, they're like, okay, well, that worked out so well, why would you change it up? It wasn't enough, because it just survived on like 8 hit points, which is madness.
Yeah, and I think it was the case of, you know, a lot of the time was, I'm going to make this decision, and whatever happens in this turn, I either get a big knockout or I get some value out of this turn at least. And I think they were the decisions there, and it was going more on there. You're getting huge value out of every turn. And the Ogerpon really was a hard thing to check, because without that speed control in play, you know, the Indeedee couldn't get the Trick Room up when it came in. The Tornadus wasn't really able to be that impactful with a Tailwind. It wasn't, you know, that didn't play a part in this, and I think that could have been quite impactful, but the Ogerpon was just in that spot where it was just superseding everything else in regards to speed tiers, and just able, after that Terrestrialization, there was no way to check it with Intimidate, and it just took full advantage of that situation, that scenario. And Anthony Christopher, wow,
Wow.
Explosive. Absolutely explosive. And let's give credit to Pablo as well.
Oh, I mean, yeah, huge credit.
Oh, 100%. Like, undefeated as well. 8-1 right now. Still has a couple of more sets that, of course, will be taking place tomorrow in order to vie for a clinch spot in top cut. And when it comes to the matchup, just re-evaluating it all, you see that Pablo's sort of stuck in an awkward spot, like between a thorn and a wall, because the Tornadus is Sunny Day, right? In order to assist the Flutter Mane, etc., which is a special attack photosynthesis, right? But then the Urshifu is Rapid Strike. So if you want to try to go and essentially not auto-lose against the Hearth Flame with Terrifier,
isn't it?
it's very awkward because you don't have Rain Dance. Your Iron Crown is not speed boosted from what I saw, so maybe there's, unless I'm mistaken, there's no sort of way to get out of the awkward speed tier of the Otakapon Hearth Flame, outpacing you essentially. So there's no need for speed control essentially from Anthony Christopher's side, and you're like, okay, cool, I just go for damage.
Just damage is enough, yeah.
Why not?
And I think that Pablo obviously doing amazingly well, coming in as one of our undefeated trainers to that round, and I think you take a lot more out of that game than Anthony Christopher will. There's a lot more value for Pablo to take into the next games of this tournament, because you learn a lot from those losses, and I think the adaptation, they've obviously got the skills to be able to come this far undefeated in a field of so many incredible trainers. So yeah, it's just going to be, just reflect on that game, put it behind you, it's done now, move on, carry on what you were doing, because, you know, and I think that's the difference between a lot of trainers, if they can make that step and just try and move on, take each game as it comes rather than dwelling on maybe situations and things that have happened previously to that point.
And let's not forget, Pablo has not got as much accomplishments in terms of, you know, major event showings and whatnot. Top 128, or was it 64? Apologies, may have been. But there was a Grand Challenge or a Global Challenge. Let's just double check. Yeah, Grand Challenge, top 32, apologies, in 26, so this very season. More of a newer player, 8-0.
Incredible.
Serious?
Incredible.
Like, that's incredible. Like, I wish I could be as good as Pablo. And he's doing such a great job, so I'm sure they'll be able to keep it up. And this matchup did feel a bit slided in favor of Anthony Christopher. But regardless, like, I mean, both of our trainers do an incredible job. They have some really good chances going into tomorrow with the continuation of Phase 2, which we are absolutely excited for.
Yeah, we cannot wait for that. And I want to go back to the fact that I think before we went into the game, we looked at the differences to Anthony Christopher's kind of the balanced team build that they've brought to this tournament, opposed to some of the more common ones that we're seeing now, because of the offensive threat that they carry with that Sword Stance on the Otakapon, with the Life Orb on the Raging Bolt. And it really felt like those offensive choices matched their play style as well, and that's exactly what we saw in that game, you know? Incredible.
It is incredible indeed. Unfortunately, we do not have an interview available. Things have gotten quite heated in terms of the temperature going. Anthony Christopher was able to raise it to the ceiling and through it, breaking it. So what we're going to make sure to do is give themselves a good break in order to regain that strength, that energy going into Phase 2. I'm sure we'll be able to see the continuation of it tomorrow at the highest echelons, only undefeated trainer. But with that being said, Lee, we're going to go ahead and cut to a very short moment break in order for us to be able to go ahead, wrap things up, as it's been such a fantastic day of VGC.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the GM Pow, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、 それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como chillas para Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
There's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
Gracias, entrenadores Pokemon. That, my friends, is the end of day one. That was fun, wasn't it, Marcus?
Oh, absolutely. I love to see the team that I was working on for most of this regulation with a lot of friends do so well and finish the day undefeated.
Incredible news. Regulations at F. Sure, we had some established teams doing well, but we saw some plenty of spicy picks as well, didn't we, Costa?
Quite literally. That last set was absolutely phenomenal. It was such a huge momentum. I'd say not swing, but it was just all momentum from Anthony. Christopher's side doing an amazing job with that Odapon half flame. And if I'm not mistaken, was that the exact 6 that you had brought top 8 at Birmingham?
Yeah, same.
It was, wasn't it?
Same items, same movesets.
Thought it was. Okay, yeah. That is a very powerful team, my friend. I see.
Do you have any games that were like that?
Well, no, because I lost when I was playing on stream. I lost with I don't know. But maybe I need to
run.
Yeah, get some advice from Anthony.
It wasn't just about the balance, though, was it? We had great Tuskly. How awesome is that?
We did. We've had great Tusk twice. 2 times.
I thought that was great.
Oh, no. Don't do that.
Sure, we'll workshop that one, Marcus.
I'll leave it
Fantastic.
to you. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the players who are qualified for Phase 2, or Day 2 even. We won't be able to show you all of the names, but we've got some fantastic standouts here, as well as names we're less familiar with. Aurelian Sula, someone who's still on the hunt for that first major win. Antonio Sanchez, prior Liverpool regional champion. Who else is jumping out to you, Marcus?
Well, with Steven and Kusha, 2 German players as well, doing really, really well. Was able to talk to both of them, and yeah, they're feeling good. So that's love to see it, right?
Yeah, and then again, we got Roberto Parente still going very, very strong off of a incredible top 4 EUIC achievement there, as well as Marcus Crowe. We saw at the beginning of today doing an incredible job with that Dondozo team that he was able to bring all the way through to the finals of Birmingham Regionals earlier this calendar year.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Marcus knows what's comfortable for him. It is that Galarian Weezing and Tatsugiri on Dondozo. We featured a good amount of Tatsugiri Dondozo on the stream so far today. Lee, what else is jumping out to you? What other standout matches or names here?
Standout matches, obviously, the great Tusks we've already talked about. Miguel Piquet, we featured earlier. I think a really good player with that balanced team. A bit more of a bit less offensive than yours that you ran, Marcus, and what we saw with Anthony Christopher, but still just that more Paul Chua variation, but piloted it so well in that really difficult situation against the Great Tusk, and made the right calls at the right time. And I think that high level of play was just, it did stand out to me. Looking forward to hopefully seeing more of them tomorrow. I expect them to go deep into the tournament. But yeah, it's been an incredible day from start to finish. I think it's flown over as well. And I'm still recovering a little bit after that last match.
Mate, same.
Fair enough.
Trying to comprehend what just happened.
Fair enough. It was an absolutely blazing trail. How incredible would it be if for the final regulation set F tournament ever, Great Tusk goes and wins it, coming out from nowhere. You're going to be wanting to tune in tomorrow, trainers. Let's take a look at when we'll be kicking off the action. And remember, if you're viewing in Europe, and I hate to break it to you, everyone, the clocks go forward tonight. That is one less hour of sleep, everybody. Oh, yes. Brace yourselves for that one. 8:45 a.m. CST, but it's going to feel like 7:45. But tell you, if you don't want to wait that long for more Pokemon action, you can tune in to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals Day 2, 2:30 a.m. summertime tomorrow morning to fill in the gap between Phase 1 and Phase 2. You tuning in for that, Lee?
I'll be there. I'll be watching. I'll be ready to go.
Mm-hmm. If I'm not wrong, I think we got English commentary for that one as well.
Yes, that's right. Go and support our fantastic Pokemon Unite casters. They do a phenomenal job. We'll catch up with that one later on. Well, absolutely incredible. And if that wasn't enough, we've got the Twitch schedule for you as well. What other Pokemon action is going on the Twitch channel? Battle Dimension, Diamond and Pearl. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it, Costa?
It sounds very fun, and I'm not allowed to talk on this graphic anymore because last time I actually spoiled quite a couple of things in terms of stories. So all I'm going to say is definitely try to tune in and watch it before I spoil things.
But it's so good that you can also watch it on Thursday. So if you're into the Battle Dimension, then maybe that's something to do. And in between then, we will also have a rerun of the EUIC that happened just a couple of weeks ago.
And looking to the future is the Orlando Regional Championships just next weekend. We're sandwiched in between Houston last weekend as well. So much Pokemon action in consecutive weeks. Where can you follow along with it? Pokemon.com/broadcast. Yep, it's simply named so that it sticks in your brain. Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where you can catch all the broadcasts, not just VGC, also the trading card game and Go. And of course, don't forget those Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals. For the channels at Play Pokemon, YouTube and Twitch. What's that hashtag, everybody? It's going to be a beautiful harmony. 1, 2, 3. Play Pokemon.
Play Pokemon.
Horrible. That was absolutely ghastly, but good job, everybody. Always a pleasure with you all. Thank you so much. And listen, it's a very big year for Pokemon, isn't it? We saw it just then in that little trailer with Lady Gaga. Yeah. What did Blissey say for Pokemon's 30th anniversary? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Pokemon. Happy birthday to you. Hey, see you tomorrow. We'll keep the party going. Goodbye.
Arrivederci.